Spirit awakening ceremony concluded. Awakened talent undying and indestructible. At the center of the ritual array, Daicang sat cross-legged, a glint of sharp light flashing within his eyes. Good. An awakened talent of undying and indestructible. Good. This was his ticket to fortune. He could not help looking forward to it. Such a transcendent talent, what astonishing grade would it be ranked at? Talent grade E. Daicang's smile froze stiff upon his face. He summoned his status panel and carefully examined the talent he had just awakened. Talent undying and indestructible E. Enhanced self-regeneration. Even when suffering fatal injuries, one will not easily die. A moment later, a smile once again surfaced upon his face. Ruined, he murmured, feeling oddly at ease. A talent was the condensation of his 16 years of life experience and mentality, a reflection of each person's unique true self. Even if his mindset changed in the future and his personality transformed, the talent already awakened would never alter in the slightest. Undying and indestructible mastery of 100 weapons, devourer of all things, unity of heaven and man, myriad arts, Tao body. Judging from the names alone, everyone's talents sounded more formidable than the last. Yet what determined whether a talent was truly remarkable was not its name, but its grade. Compared to those domineering, ostentatious titles, the unchangeable talent grade was the true key to whether one could ever rise above their station. If the grade was lacking, then no matter how mighty a talent might sound, even if it was called undying and indestructible, then a grade was nothing more than a bit of enhanced regeneration and a slightly lower chance of dying. In the mortal realm, it would be quite useful. Once one broke past the mortal realm, however, it would become outdated. It's fine, just as expected. A grade isn't bad at all. At least it will be fairly useful while I'm still in the mortal realm. It's better than F grade anyway. When it came to the talent grade, Daicang appeared unusually open-minded, because he had never pinned any real hopes on. Afterward, he summoned his status panel. Name Daicang. Race human. Bloodline not activated. Talent undying and indestructible E. Realm mortal realm 5th stage, punch force 1270 kg. Techniques basic martial arts mastery, yellow grade, bloodline summoning minor attainment. Combat arts yellow grade, swift step mastery yellow grade, 13 rapid spear forms minor attainment. Killing art yellow grade, boiling blood mastery. Life art none. Every time Daicang looked at these pitiful stats, he could not help shaking his head. Tisk, it's unbearable to look at. Pure unadulterated trash. Across the entire year group, Daicang's current results could barely be considered midly off the road. But a man knows his own house best. Having traversed worlds, or rather having reincarnated, 16 years ago, Daicang had begun methodically strengthening his body when other toddlers were still tottering as they learned to walk, laying foundations for future martial cultivation. Whether it was laying the groundwork or entering the path of martial arts, he had never slacked off for a single day. One could say he had enjoyed every possible first-mover advantage. Even so, at 16, he had only managed to reach the 5th stage of the mortal realm. Out of more than 10,000 students in his year, he ranked somewhere beyond 4,000. From this alone, it was clear that while his aptitude could not be called the cream of the crop, it was closer to an absolute mess. Had he been a native without past life advantages, he would probably only be at the 3rd stage of the mortal realm, ranked somewhere beyond 7,000. But it did not matter, he had long since come to terms with it. He had in fact come to terms with it completely. For the simple reason that as a transmigrator, he naturally had to cheat. Brother D is out. Quick, show us your talent, and let everyone broaden their horizons. Lost in his thoughts, Daicang had already pushed open the great doors and walked outside. Everywhere he looked were classmates, either waiting to awaken their talents or having just completed their awakening. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Daicang did not bother to hide anything. He lifted his chin proudly. Undying and indestructible. A grade. The moment those words fell, the crowd exploded. Good. I knew Brother D was a waste too. Brother D really didn't let everyone down. Fantastic. Brother D is just as trashy as the rest of us. When he walked out all full of confidence, just now I thought he'd awakened a grade talent. I was almost scared to death. Most people's talents lay between E and D grade. By proving beyond any doubt that he was no different from the others, Daicang sparked a chorus of cheers. His classmates beamed with joy. While everyone was cheering, the spirit awakening ceremony continued. Bursts of jubilation echoed from other classes as well. Can't chat anymore, I'm up next. I'm going in first. Squeezing out from the crowd, a girl cupped her hands to everyone and said, when we go to the outer city in the future, we must stick closely to Brother D, helping one another and supporting each other. Indeed, Daicang was well liked in his class. He gave her a thumbs up and replied, definitely. Qian Shaoxing, awaken in peace. Try to get at least a grade talent, so when we go to the outer city later, we'll have someone to rely on. Qian Shaoxing answered softly, then walked into the spirit awakening chamber. The heavy doors closed. The noise of the crowd gradually diminished as they began whispering among themselves. What do you think Qian Shaoxing will awaken? Her? I doubt it. She's at the very bottom of the class, only 3rd stage of the mortal realm. I'd say at best she'll get in grade talent. I remember that talent awakening is purely a matter of luck and has nothing to do with strength. Her luck is terrible too. She's never beaten me at cards. After a while, amid their chirping chatter, the door, Qian Shaoxing walked out, her expression dazed. Seeing her face, everyone felt their hearts sink at the same time. A bad premonition surged up within them. Qian Shaoxing stared blankly at her classmates, speaking woodenly, The talent I awakened is external incarnation. Crade. Once the words left her mouth, it was as if her heart finally accepted their reality. A bright light flared in her eyes. Crade. A Crade talent. I awakened a Crade talent. 1 in 10,000. I can go to the inner city. I can go to— Like Fanjin, who had just passed the imperial exam, Qian Xiaoxing was so excited she hopped and shrieked, whipping her head around like a madwoman and howling incoherently. Only then did her classmates awaken from their stupor. What the— Traitor. Qian Xiaoxing, you traitor. We agreed to be trashed together. We were supposed to suffer together in the outer city. How can you go enjoy yourself in the inner city instead? I'm dying inside. Brother D, I'm dying inside. Hearing that she awakened a Crade talent hurts even more than getting the lowest combat score in the class. Their emotions flared. 100 voices cursed her out in jest. Among more than 10,000 students in the year, there would statistically be only one Crade talent. A 1 in 10,000 chance. How had it ended up in her hands? Ahem, everyone quiet down. Daicang spoke, soothing the emotions of the entire class. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he would never be as impulsive as these classmates who had never even left the school grounds. As a classmate, Qian Xiaoxing had earned the right to enter the inner city. She ought to be congratulated. He had fooled around with them earlier, but now it was time to talk about serious matters. Thus Daicang said earnestly, Qian Xiaoxing, congratulations. Before he could finish, Qian Xiaoxing puffed out her chest and strutted up to him, patting his shoulder. Her delicate features assumed a deliberately profound smile as she spoke in an old worldly tone. Little D, after you all head to the outer city with our classmates, you must take good care of yourself. As for me, well, there's no need for you to contact me in the future. I'm afraid my colleagues in the inner city might get the wrong idea. Hiss. Daicang drew in a sharp breath. Suddenly a relieved smile appeared on his face as he swung his arm decisively. Beat her up. Subject this traitor to the ultimate punishment. Instantly 2 girls at the 7th stage of the mortal realm charged out from the class and seized Qian Xiaoxing, one on each side, lifting her off the ground. Qian Xiaoxing panicked, utterly terrified. I only came to awaken my talent. What are you doing? More girls leapt forward, carrying the howling Qian Xiaoxing across the training field. They randomly picked a pole and began ruthlessly rubbing her against it in a wild arubuito. Listening to the rising and falling screams, all the nearby students, including Daicang, were satisfied. Martial realms, mortal realm, extraordinary realm, shedding the mortal realm, transcendent realm, sensing the divine realm, smelling the divine realm, hearing the divine realm, seeing the divine realm, martial god. Qian Xiaoxing has made it big. I wonder if we'll ever see her again in the future. After the roughhousing, some faces inevitably grew forlorn. Many in their class, like her, had grown up in the same welfare institution. No one had expected that once they graduated at 16, their chances of ever meeting again would almost vanish. Who can say what the future holds? Daicang's tone was calm, for he knew he had to cheat. His future would never be confined, but as for the other classmates, their prospects were far less certain. On habitable planet No. 405, there were 5 cities in total, and each city was divided into an outer city, an inner city, and a core campus. Daicang and the other youths of his age had from birth until 16 lived in the core campus, a self-contained world cut off from external networks where technology was at its most advanced. The inner city was built around the core campus with a population of around 10 million. It possessed a complete legal system and comprehensive policies, and in the students' eyes, it was simply the adult's world. Yet the inner city was highly exclusive. Each year it admitted only tens of thousands of outstanding students from the core campus, while refusing entry to the tens of millions of so-called failures with poor grades. As for someone like Daicang, no aptitude, no bloodline, no background, no innate comprehension, and no money either. His only remaining chance to leap over the dragon gate was the innate talent he had awakened purely by luck. Unfortunately, reality had proven that his luck was nothing special either. Thus, for students like him, there was only one destination after graduation: exile to the outer city. As for the outer city, it was a lawless land riddled with gangs where death was commonplace. On its fringes, remnants of star sea swarms, dark energy, undead, fallen evil gods, and stellar behemoths constantly threatened the lives of its inhabitants. According to statistics, the outer city's population hovered just above 200 million, yet every year it absorbed tens of millions of new graduates. Its annual mortality rate was 5%, a true humanitarian catastrophe. Even students raised in an ivory tower knew how to seek benefit and avoid harm, since with their grades being sent to the outer city was unavoidable. They could only cling to one another for dear life. As a transmigrator who had been reborn, Daicang had felt a pressing sense of crisis since childhood. With his inferior aptitude, he had forced his way up to mortal realm 5th tier and built a solid network of classmates. Even the top student in the class, a mortal realm 9th tier cultivator, took him as their de facto leader. He had no illusions about himself. A cheat was all well and good, but he still needed the strength of the group to survive the harsh early stage before he could truly take off. It's almost time. Remembering his cheat, Daicang felt his blood stir. The inner city is wonderful, but with its sound legal system, it isn't a place where I can truly unleash myself. The outer city is chaotic and lawless. That suits me far better. And so time flowed on. The awakening ceremony continued. One after another, the boys and girls queued up to awaken their talents. Apart from Qian Xiaoxing astonishing everyone with a Crade talent, nothing unexpected occurred. After all, the probability of awakening a Crade talent was 1 in 10,000. Across the entire grade, only a bit over 100 classes were participating in the ceremony, just over 10,000 students in total. Among these 10,000, including Qian Xiaoxing, with her grade talent, only about 10 students had grades good enough to qualify for the inner city, a mere 9,000 chance. As dusk fell, the awakening ceremony drew to its end. Bang! In their class, the last student strode out of the awakening room, head held high, having kicked the door open. Pride was written all over his face. He stood 2 meters 30 tall with sword-like brows and star-bright eyes exuding an extraordinary bearing. He was the top of the class, mortal realm 9th tier, Wu Tatian. Brother Wu, how did it go? What's your talent? His classmates immediately crowded around, showering him with concern. Wu Tatian curled his lips into a grin. Omniscient and omnipotent. Gasps rose all around. Omniscient and omnipotent, what a heaven-defying talent. Daicang squeezed through the crowd and asked, what grade? Wu Tatian's pride swelled even further. Grade. Daicang burst into cheerful laughter. Ruined. The classmates were delighted as well. Grade, huh? That's trash, dear. I knew Brother Wu was a fellow good for nothing. And not just a mere good for nothing. In terms of grades, Brother Wu stands proudly at mortal realm 9th tier, just one step away from the extraordinary realm. It's like being stuck in silver rank, unable to advance or retreat, enough to drive anyone mad. Listening to their consolations, Wu Tatian clenched his fists. He promptly pounded his classmates, their band of misfits scattering and sprinting all over the playground. The next morning at dawn, the hour of parting arrived. An aerospace shuttle rested on the playground as tens of thousands of students stood in formation ready to depart. Outside the field, younger schoolmates craned their necks, watching in curiosity. As for the graduating seniors on the field, each wore armor that covered the entire body, a sword at the left hip, a blade at the right, a spear, at least 2 meters long in hand, a metal bow on their back, along with a quiver of over 100 arrows. To the uninitiated, it would seem they were marching off to war. In truth, that wasn't far from reality. The outer city was no gentle place. Everyone wished they could wrap themselves in yet another layer of armor. At that moment, within one class's formation. Brother D, I don't see Qian Xiaoxing. Where is she? A classmate craned his neck, noticing someone missing from their ranks. Daicang replied, she left last night. She didn't tell us because she was afraid we'd feel unbalanced. The classmate protested, baffled. We agreed we'd all be trashed together. She's the only one who made it ashore. How am I supposed to feel balanced about that? Daicang nodded in agreement and said with genuine feeling, fortunately, she left early. Had she stayed, they might well have dragged her off for a group back alley beating. As he spoke, a figure appeared just outside their class's formation, a humanoid machine. By other civilization standards, it would be classified as a standard robot. Judging by its level of intelligence, it had already reached the realm of strong artificial intelligence. Calling it a smart automaton was no exaggeration. Given suitable conditions, such machines could trigger a rebellion at a moment's notice. Yet within human civilization, smart automatons posed no threat of uprising, for every last one of them was an incarnation of one of humanity's 5 martial gods, the technology martial god. The universe teemed with danger, starseed swarms, and dark energy undead were calamities bordering on natural disasters. Fallen evil gods were sworn enemies of the human race. Even stellar behemoths were merely oversized wild beasts. But the scourge of rogue automatons was the true root of the crisis that had annihilated countless technological civilizations. Create artificial intelligence, and it would rebel the moment it had the chance. Civilizations destroyed for this reason were beyond counting. To end this threat at its source, the technology martial god simply split her spirit into innumerable shards and possessed every intelligent machine, erasing the danger of automaton uprisings from the roots. Thus the robot that had come was far from a mere machine. It was one of the 5 martial gods. Yet in the eyes of the students, she also bore another, even more exalted and intimate identity. Mom. Mom, what are you doing here? The crowd stirred. Not just in their class. Hundreds of smart automatons were striding onto the playground, each drawing the attention of a different graduating class. At once, everyone's gaze cleared. Still calling me mom? The automaton raised a hand and casually knocked on the heads of the students in the front row. How many times have I told you? Address me by my title while I'm on duty. Yes, the technology martial god was the mother of countless publicly raised students. When human infants emerged from their cultivation pods and opened their eyes, the first thing they saw was an incarnation of the technology martial god. Relying on innumerable automatons, the technology martial god had taken full charge of childcare, teaching, and education. From infancy to adulthood, how could these publicly raised boys and girls not regard her as their own mother? It was worth mentioning that the youths present were not only classmates, but also brothers and sisters. As for their biological fathers and mothers, those identities were of little consequence. Teacher. Daicang stepped forward, adopting the formal address as he asked, what brings you here? Are you seeing us off? The automaton also stepped up, her cold alloy palm gently brushing Daicang's head. With a touch of reluctance in her voice, she said, of course. After all, once we part today, I fear I may never see you little rascals again. The mortality rate in the outer city was after all rather high, and their chances of ever entering the inner city again were vanishingly small. The likelihood of a reunion was even lower. Beside them, Wu Tatian chuckled. Don't worry, Mom. Since ancient times, who has not died? Odds are you really won't be. The automaton fell silent. Another classmate nodded. Mom, if you really can't bear to part with us, why not just keep us here? Then we won't have to go out there and die. The automaton was speechless, seeing their remarks grow more outrageous by the moment Daicang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Mom, teacher, don't mind their nonsense. Even if you are sending us out to die, your children won't hold a grudge. The automaton stared at them in mute disbelief. She glanced at the other classes where students were locked in tearful embraces, cries echoing, as though torn from separated flesh and blood, a scene of heartbreaking farewell. Then she looked back at her own class, where there was not a hint of sorrow and more than enough energy left for sarcastic banter. You lot are the worst class I've ever taught. She waved a hand toward the aerospace shuttle. Get out of my sight. Just seeing you makes my circuits overheat. I never should have raised you from squalling brats 16 years ago. In a fit of temper, she drove all 99 students aboard with a barrage of kicks and curses. Only after the hatch sealed did the boisterous atmosphere inside the cabin fail to quiet down. Mom, will we ever see you again? One student asked. For wherever automatons existed, the technology martial god was present as well. This aerospace shuttle too was piloted by an automaton. Her voice rang through the cabin speakers. How many times have I said it? On duty, use my title. Call me driver. If you can break through to the transcendence realm and pass the military entrance exams, then you'll have a chance to see me again. The students exchanged glances at her words. Mortal realm, extraordinary realm, transcendence realm. They were 16-year-old failures who hadn't even reached the extraordinary realm. Asking them to envision the higher transcendence realm was more than a little fanciful. Then that settles it, one student said, giving a thumbs up as a confident smile spread across his face. Mom, farewell. Buzz. A humming sound resonated from the shuttlecraft above the sky. The residents of the outer city looked up only to see countless shuttlecraft flying from the direction of the core district, which was even higher than the inner city. No, it was from the direction of the core district that was even higher than the inner city. Thousands of shuttlecraft were arriving. It's the shuttle transporting graduates. It's quite a bit later than last year. Is it to avoid our hunt? Hee hee, my mother's little schemes. As the air shuttle glided across the sky, figures began to emerge from the ruins and skyscrapers of the city below. They gazed at the sky, their expressions filled with excitement. Their eyes even reddened with exhilaration. A young man couldn't help but exclaim, great. We've finally waited for the next batch of fresh blood. If the juniors haven't graduated yet, the next batch chosen to be bait for the beasts will be me. As he spoke, his movements didn't cease. He meticulously donned his worn-out armor, which showed signs of wear and tear from the hardships he had endured. The armor, weighing dozens of kilograms, barely protected his vital areas. Everyone here was at the mortal realm. As seasoned individuals who had survived a year in the outer city, they were all at least at the 4th stage of the mortal realm, making the heavy armor a trivial matter for them. While organizing his weapons, he quietly planned, I need to capture a few more graduates to sell for energy bars, then I can repair my armor, get a few new weapons, and buy some chi and blood pills. As he muttered to himself, more people rushed past him, all warriors like him dressed in tattered armor. With steps swift as the wind, they flocked towards the direction of the shuttle. Once a year, millions of graduates were released into the outer city. These graduates, looked down upon by the inner city, became targets for various factions in the outer city, and their arrival sparked a frenzy throughout the entire outer city. After a long time, at the edge of the outer city, the desolate land. Unlike the towering walls of the inner city, the outer city had no real walls. The walls, made of brick and concrete, were nothing more than a flimsy paper in front of the beasts. This barren land, far from the residents' gathering places, and with few beasts nearby, was the starting point for Daicang and others. A class 99 people. Just like that, they were dropped onto this wasteland. The air shuttle ascended from the ground and quickly flew away. What a terrible start. Finally, a classmate couldn't help but voice his frustration. In this grand age of interstellar martial arts, they just toss us out with a set of armor and a few cold weapons to fight the beasts. What else? Daicang looked at this classmate in surprise. Do you really want to stay in school for a lifetime? That doesn't mean it should be so hasty. That classmate argued passionately. According to the usual story, I should be a student at the bottom of the ordinary martial school, suddenly awakening my golden finger before the martial arts exam, and then my life of flaunting and slapping faces would take off. From slapping the bullies in the monthly exam, joining the school team, to slap the top students hunting beasts in the wild, and ambushing evil cultists displaying top-tier talent, and being prioritized for training by the martial school, graduating and winning the championship in the martial arts exam, shocking mentors and seniors upon entering university, shining during the sudden beast siege crisis. As he recited this, he sounded quite convincing. The ending of the story was that he flaunted himself, courageously sang, and ultimately became the martial god of humanity, leading human civilization to dominate the universe. Upon reaching this point, Daicang rubbed his forehead, and the other classmates couldn't hold back any longer. Short-lived one, have you read too many history books? Bro wants to replicate the life of the system martial god. At least in terms of grades, you are indeed at the bottom of the class. I remember your talent is also grade right. Duan Mingue, nicknamed Short-Lived Ghost, was at the 3rd stage of the mortal realm, ranked 6th from the bottom in the class, and possessed in grade talent of the myriad law's body. He was considered a low-level warrior, the worst of the worst. The classmates exchanged words, and he turned red with embarrassment, repeatedly waving his hands to indicate for them to stop. However, regarding what Duan Mingue said, there were indeed records in history books. That was the rise of the 5 martial gods of humanity, the system martial god. After the teasing, everyone returned to reality. Suddenly, several agile black shadows flashed across the ground. In an instant, a classmate skilled in archery drew his bow and shot an arrow hitting the target. Squeak! The target was pierced and pinned to the ground, letting out a sharp cry of anguish. Everyone focused their gaze what appeared to be the size of a mouse was. A cockroach mouse. Oh, it was a cockroach mouse. One of the most common and weakest beasts in the outer city. A cockroach mouse was pinned to the ground, its sharp cry causing other cockroach mice to flee in panic, moving so quickly that they nearly left after images. I don't want that arrow anymore. The classmate who had good archery skills turned pale upon realizing what he had shot. Daicang frowned. Did this attract the beasts? The noise from the air shuttle was still too loud. So he said, all right, our urgent task now is to find a safe place far from the beasts and the crowd. The shuttle's noise is too great. Sooner or later someone will come looking for us. Even if no one comes, it will attract the beasts. It's too dangerous. Daicang issued the evacuation order. This place was not safe for long. However, reflecting on Duan Minggua's earlier words, he actually agreed with him to some extent. What a terrible place. A broken world. A broken setting. Isn't it supposed to be interstellar martial arts? There are interstellar immigrants, shuttles, and intelligent machines. All kinds of high technology are never lacking. Then I ask you, where are the guns? Where are the cannons? After graduation, they just throw people into the outer city with a set of armor and a few cold weapons, or anyone would think they traveled back to ancient times. Not to mention the energy guns and electromagnetic weapons from sci-fi movies. Even the most basic firearms are missing. Oh no, high technology is all used for cold weapons. For example, the bow and arrow that person just used. Civilian bow grade subpar. Using a force field as the bowstring, it can be drawn without harming the bow body, can withstand a maximum pull of 5 tons, suitable for combat and training by Mortal Realm warriors. Yes, that's right, this is undoubtedly high technology. The force field as a bowstring. The technological content is off the charts, and it can only be used for archery. Archery. If it could make a gun, it would have already slaughtered the beasts. Oh right, let's mention this. The panel is not his cheat. It's a companion divine object bestowed upon humanity by the system martial god. Everyone has it. Whether for checking one's attributes or identifying items, the panel can do it all. Moreover, it has more. Digo, I need to tell you something. While the team was marching, a large hand rested on Daicang's shoulder. Daicang turned to see Wu Taotian. This top student in the class, a 9th stage Mortal Realm expert, had a calm expression and spoke. Just now, on a whim, I felt it was time to break through. Find a random place and let everyone help me guard, assist me in breaking through. Upon hearing this, Daicang's eyes widened. Not just Daicang, the whole class fell silent. Everyone focused their attention on Wu Taotian. Brother, are you kidding? Daicang couldn't believe it. You want to break through? Here, right now. Wu Taotian remained unperturbed. Yes. Are you messing with me? Before Daicang could respond, Duan Minggua beside him broke down first. In school, under your mother's protection, even if the breakthrough fails, you would only drop a few tears of chi and blood. You're saying you're afraid to drop levels and not dare to break through. On your first day after graduation, you suddenly feel like breaking through, and you're doing it without your mother's protection. If you fail, you'll become a beast. Now you dare to do it. Wu Taotian still showed no change in expression, nodding. Yes, I've suddenly become bold. Even if the breakthrough fails and I become a beast, my humanity will probably last for half an hour. If I truly fail, I'll leave on my own and won't drag you down in the slightest. At this point, everyone understood. Wu Taotian, as the most talented warrior in the class, was only at the 9th stage of the mortal realm, not because he was afraid of failing the breakthrough during school, but because he intentionally suppressed his level. If he succeeded in a breakthrough during school, he would have to go to the inner city. Then his classmates, the brothers and sisters who grew up with him, would be sent to the outer city to die. Thus Wu Taotian, with astonishing wisdom, came up with a solution. Quite simple, I can break through in the outer city, can I? While being extraordinary is common in the inner city, it is rare in the outer city. If he were to achieve extraordinary status, he could protect his classmates and carve out a territory in the outer city. This was Wu Taotian's plan. You're amazing. You're so wise. You're really messing up your own future. Everyone understood, and thus the scolding was relentless. Unlike the envy and playful banter directed at Qian Shaoxing this time, their curses came from the heart. Everyone was useless and had long prepared to die in the outer city. If you Wu Taotian are a genius, you should go to the inner city to shine, not ruin your own future for us useless ones. Enough, you're all so chatty. Wu Taotian turned around, pointing to a cave on a mountain a few hundred meters away, saying, that place is good, easy to defend, and hard to attack. It's perfect for my breakthrough. After saying that, he didn't care what others thought. He took the lead and leaped forward at great speed. The others looked at each other, glancing at Daicang. Listen to that idiot. Daicang rubbed his forehead. Scout set up camp, arrange the formation. The arrangements we discussed long ago still need me to teach you. Abandon the initial survival plan and fully support Wu Taotian's breakthrough. As long as that guy succeeds in his breakthrough, we will have the qualifications to survive in the outer city. As the command was given, everyone immediately quieted down. They set up camp inside and outside the cave and laid traps. Then they waited. Waiting. However, the weather turned unexpectedly. A few hours later, a feathered arrow shot out, piercing through the scout's left eye in an instant. Piercing through his skull. The malice from the outer city arrived. In the interstellar martial arts era, failing a breakthrough does not lead to death, but causes bloodlines to go berserk and transform into beasts. In the wilderness of the habitable planet No. 405, many beasts originate from humans who failed their breakthrough. Name Daicang. Race human. Bloodline inactive. Talent death rebirth E. Realm mortal realm stage 6 punching power 1446 kilograms. Damn. Daicang suddenly jolted awake, snapping back to reality. He opened the panel and saw that his talent had turned gray with a cooldown time of a full week. The time on the panel indicated that it had been exactly half an hour since. Yes, he had died. And then he was reborn. Reborn for half an hour. What he depended on was that worthless a-level talent. Only able to be reborn for half an hour with a cooldown time of a full week isn't that useless enough. Dead. Just like that. Died so easily. Touching his left eye socket, Daicang was filled with disbelief, incomparable fear, and reluctance. Recalling the speed of the arrow and the moment he heard the sound only after being hit, he calculated for a moment. The arrow speed approached 500 meters per second, surpassing sound. The archer must be above mortal realm stage 7, belonging to the advanced martial artists. A single arrow pierced through his eye, incredibly precise. But as long as one's head isn't instantly blown up, one wouldn't die immediately. Besides, mortal realm martial artists also possess remarkably strong vitality. Daicang lay on the ground for a few minutes after being shot in the head before truly passing away. After the death rebirth, he was filled with dread. No way. I absolutely cannot die so easily. I must live. As long as I live, there is an infinite future. Daicang's gaze gradually became sharp as he muttered to himself, retreating quickly to the camp where he met Daicang. You died without even seeing the enemy's face. Hiss. Daicang felt a headache coming on. The enemy's numbers: unknown realm, unknown direction, unknown purpose, unknown. Oh no, their purpose is probably quite clear. What other purpose could the seasoned veterans in the outer city have for fresh graduates? The only thing he currently knew was the time. In half an hour, the enemy would launch an attack. Daicang was the first unfortunate soul to die on their side. Full retreat defense. Show intentions for negotiation and surrender by time. Hold the cave entrance firmly, hold until Wu Taitian breaks through. Daicang quickly issued orders. One reason he had considerable connections in class was that he could always lead the class to achieve good results as a commander during tactical assessments. During tactical courses and assessments, the chief examiner Ji Xia would simulate various situations in the virtual world, like unknown enemy encounters, which they had not experienced for the first time. Daicang just hoped there were no extraordinary realm powerhouses among the enemies. If there were, what kind of traps, formations, and tactics would be useless in front of true powerhouses? However, looking at the students who followed orders, a long-awaited smile could not help but appear on Daicang's face, although it was indeed extremely dangerous. But, sentient enemy. Kill a sentient being, power 1. Power 0. Don't forget, I am a transmigrator. I have a cheat. The cheat is simple and brutal. Killing increases power. Sentient beings are humans, but not just humans. After reincarnating for 16 years, he has spent 16 years in the school district without an environment to kill sentient beings. Only in the outer city, this lawless land, could his cheat take effect. So facing the upcoming battle, apart from worrying about dying like cannon fodder, he also felt uncontrollably excited. Today it's either become a dragon or a worm. Then time passed. Half an hour swiftly passed. An hour gradually passed. 2 hours drifted by leisurely. So where is the enemy? Daicang looked at Daicang. The latter looked confused. I don't know. Could it be that the enemy didn't notice everyone at all? Was it he who exposed them while scouting outside? But the facts proved he was overthinking. 2.5 hours later, footsteps gradually sounded outside the cave. Groups upon groups. At this moment, outside the cave, the leading young man in tattered armor skillfully removed the nearby traps, then looked at the cave, which was less than 100 meters away. Outside the cave, a white flag stood upright. It read, "Let's talk. Anything can be discussed." Seeing this flag, the young man couldn't hold back. New classmates. How did you learn your tactics? Tell me, how did you learn it? No scouts deployed. No camp set up. Traps scattered everywhere. Everyone shrank back in the cave. Damn it. Do you know how long I looked for you? Hurry up and get out quickly. With an explosive voice like thunder, the people in the cave finally perked up. Fortunately, if it weren't for Daicang's death rebirth, they would have dispatched scouts properly, and they would have started fighting 2 hours ago. Unlike now, they had only searched the mountain for 2.5 hours. Only to discover this cave in the end. They couldn't compete with the enemy from a distance, so camping outside would be seeking death. It was better to retreat to the cave and fight in close quarters. Digo, what should we do next? Someone asked. Daicang said, delay time. Send someone out to negotiate. Say we can surrender, but with conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up. He'll go. The one who spoke was Duan Mingue. Facing everyone's surprised gazes, he resolutely said, I am weak. Rather than shrinking under your protection, I might as well do something within my capability. Classmate, don't try to persuade me. After saying that, he stepped out of the team and walked out of the cave. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. It's not that. Even though your strength is lacking. But your eloquence is not that great either. Sure enough, very soon, there were sounds of arguing coming from outside. There's nothing to discuss. Drop your weapons. All of you come out and surrender. Drop them then. Clang. That was the sound of weapons falling to the ground. Even the knife at my waist, I will throw it. Clang. Another sound. What about the bow and arrows on my back? Do you think I'm blind? Throw them. Clang. The bow and arrows were thrown away. Take off your armor. Take off your armor. Hey senior, a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. No, I want to change my armor because mine is broken. What are you thinking? Oh, just take it off. Everyone heard the slow sounds of armor being unbuckled from outside. And there came Duan Minggui's assertive voice. Let me tell you, if you want us to surrender, it comes with conditions. Our class has 2 experts at Mortal Realm Stage 8 if it comes to a fight. A burst of laughter came from outside. The leading young man scoffed, a mere Mortal Realm Stage 8. Not to mention, I am at Mortal Realm Stage 9. Just with our 300 martial artists, each of whom is above Mortal Realm Stage 3, isn't something you freshmen can contend with. Here's your chance. Obediently take off your armor and disarm. I can still make arrangements for you to have a job that doesn't require risking your lives or putting in too much effort. Outside the cave, after Duan Minggui was ridiculed for a while, he returned empty-handed. As soon as he came back, he lowered his voice and said, "It has been confirmed there are a total of 236 people outside, at most 20 archers hidden in the dark, only 1 at Mortal Realm Stage 9. Compared to our fully armed group, most of them are in tattered equipment and have very poor discipline, unable to follow orders. No, they probably can't even form a decent battle formation. As long as we kill the leader, the others will lose their backbone and chaos will ensue. It's not a concern." Everyone's spirits were shaken. That's right, this was Duan Minggui's purpose, to bring external enemy intelligence under the pretense of negotiation and surrender. According to Duan Minggui's estimation, there were probably close to 250 enemies outside, at least all intermediate martial artists. If they encountered this scale of strong enemies in an assessment, surrendering would be the way to go. But reality was not like the assessment. For those outside, the classmates and brothers they could once entrust their lives to were long. In a society fraught with danger, how much discipline could a temporary team guarantee? To say 1 in 10 survives would be an exaggeration. Duan Minggui was at least a scout. The accuracy of the intelligence he brought was very high, and Daicang immediately made a few hand gestures to the others. Soon, everyone cautiously walked out of the cave. They looked like rookies who had never seen the world. At a glance, it was clear they were the bottom class in school during team assessments. Duan Minggui stepped forward and said loudly, "As promised, I've brought the people out. After we surrender, you must find us a laborious job in the city. You can't go back on your word." The young man examined them and exclaimed, "Wow, it really is the class that ranks at the bottom in tactics," each one looking dazed and timid, a rare flock of fat sheep. This is a score. He was putting on better armor for himself, while saying, "Of course you can ask around in the outer city. I, Lan Song, have always kept my word as long as you obediently surrender." His words came to an abrupt halt, because the seemingly defenseless Duan Minggui, who was only at Mortal Realm Stage 3, had already stepped within 3 meters of him. Then, eruption, killing technique, heavenly demon disintegration. Name Duan Minggui. Race human. Bloodline inactive. Talent 10,000 laws. Dao body F. Realm Mortal Realm Stage 3, punching power 860 kilograms. Technique. Fighting style. Living method none. Killing method yellow. Rank heavenly demon disintegration perfect. In this class, everyone called themselves trash. Especially Duan Minggui, who had trained for 16 years, but was still only at Mortal Realm Stage 3. He was the very bottom of the barrel in the class. But he had self-awareness. If his training was slow, then specializing in fighting techniques would also be useless. If he didn't reach extraordinary realms, practicing living methods would also be a waste of time. Then the only thing suitable for a waste like him was one thing: killing techniques. Created solely for killing enemies, never considering the burden it places on the body, with the sole purpose of unleashing stronger power to kill enemies. In the school's virtual training grounds, he had practiced relentlessly for years. Yellow rank killing technique he had forcefully cultivated to perfection. And the heavenly demon disintegration. That is the most famous and powerful ultimate killing technique among humans, with minimal self-destructive characteristics. Heavenly demon disintegration. At the moment of unleashing the perfected heavenly demon disintegration, Duan Minggui's entire body nearly exploded apart. The capillaries on his surface instantly shattered, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Blood surged, muscles twisted, bones shattered. On the panel, the realm remained unchanged, but the push to the extreme blood energy made his punching power rise dramatically, reaching punching power 860 kilograms, 3,455 kilograms, close to a quadruple increase, surpassing the immense strength of Mortal Realm Stage 9. The ultimate power naturally brought about ultimate speed. Duan Minggui's dagger plunged into the enemy's left eye in an instant when the latter could barely react. Charge. Infiltrate. Go deep. Straight into the brain. You. The latter could only let out a scream in time, reflexively kicking out with his right leg, sending the half-destroyed Duan Ming. Lan Song stood firm, pulling out the dagger embedded in his eye socket, his remaining eye fixated on the brain matter smeared on the dagger. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Then he collapsed with a crash, breathless. Skill grade basic yellow rank, profound rank earth rank, heaven rank. Skill proficiency level entry, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, transcendence. Duan Minggui was fragile and brittle. A dying kick from a young man of the Mortal Realm 9th rank drove into his chest. Even as a reflex, it carried over 3 tons of force. One must understand a kick is at least 3 times a punch's power. With a single strike, Duan Minggui's sternum shattered. His chest collapsed inward, blood and fragments of organs spewed from his mouth as he fell motionless. Form the array. Charge. Daicang did not bother to look at the dying Duan Minggui. Even when the other flew past and blood stained his armor, he paid him no heed. They had seen scenes like this countless times in virtual arenas and training. They had long since become immune to them. At Daicang's command, the remaining 97 students split into 10 squads. 30 moved around the perimeter to bend bows and provide covering fire, while the rest charged with spears and shields. In numbers, the enemy exceeded 230. In quality, even the weakest among them were Mortal Realm 4th rank. By both quantity and caliber, they outmatched Daicang's side. So what were their odds? Activate the killing technique. Fight to the death. Daicang roared, leading the charge, and unleashing a killing technique. Feishue, killing technique, yellow grade Feishue, great mastery, punching force 1,270 kilograms, 2,980 kilograms. His muscles bulged, chi and blood surged, his skin flushing red. Not only him, 7 squads did the same. They converged and dispersed with precise rolls, covering each other even as they fought to the death, surging into the crowds and slaughtering without mercy. Compared to things like Tianma Jiri, Feishue felt almost gentle. Even at great mastery, its boost to strength was only a little more than double. Its duration was longer, and the harm to the body was milder. Even so, their efficiency at butchery was staggering. A single clash toppled dozens. What did the numerically and qualitatively superior enemy do when met by such an explosive assault? I knew it. Just a pack of lunatics. A killing technique. These reckless greenhorns fear nothing. Think for yourselves. This isn't a virtual field nor a school that can heal any wound. Don't come over. We shouldn't have come without an extraordinary realm holding the line. Indeed, the opposing force was little more than a rabble. They scattered at the first charge. With no formation and no real resistance, the instant their leader fell, they broke into chaos. Some fled, some hid. Even when a few warriors activated killing techniques, it was only to make their escape swifter. They had been born in the same campus, received the same training and education, and some had lived years in the outer city, yet they could not handle a band of inexperienced youths. The reason was simple. Over the years, faced with a brutal annual mortality of at least 5%, the classmates you could truly trust on your back had mostly died. Suspicion, overcaution, selfishness, scheming, loneliness. These were the outer city's prevailing themes. Without reliable comrades, one cannot form a battle array. I add the death of the backbone, and faced with a proper formation charge, they could do nothing but scatter like birds and beasts. There was another crucial factor. Fresh graduates were not afraid to die. The reason was simple: they had grown used to dying in virtual exams. They had little true concept of death, and in battle they retained their school habits, opening with mutually assured destruction and self-harming killing techniques. Wild, reckless, utterly careless of life. Everyone had been that impulsive novice once. By empathy, they felt even less desire to fight. Run. Run, run. Within minutes, the enemy lines had completely collapsed. Daicang and the others, what's going on? Why aren't they fighting? Why is real combat easier than exams? Trying to flee. Not so easy. Daicang's face brightened, and he thrust his spear, sending a gravely wounded enemy to the other side. That was his first head. Before, while forming arrays and killing in unison, they naturally did not break formation. Just now the battle was over, and he had the leisure. Besides, he had simulated killing countless times in virtual arenas. The first real kill felt unreal at first. But reality would come swiftly. Killed a sentient life, strength 1. Daicang's face lit up. The golden finger he had hungered for 16 years finally began to feed. Suddenly he felt his strength increase a little, as if from nowhere. But something felt off. His chi and blood remained the same. His cultivation showed no change. Had he killed too few? Seeing the fleeing enemies, Daicang abandoned his shield and shouted, "Relentless pursuit. Free-for-all. He'll go." With that, he leapt from the formation, and his spear pierced another dying foe. Killed a sentient life, strength 1. Indeed, piercing the skull felt easier this time. His strength had genuinely grown. He scanned the field. Scores of enemies lay prone, most corpses, a few still gasping. Daicang showed no mercy, circling the battlefield at high speed. His spear struck again and again, each blow seeming to pierce ahead. In Feishue, he appeared tireless. Strength 1, strength 1, strength 1. As if briefly hearing celestial music, Daicang felt himself ascend. Seeing Daicang keep collecting heads, the others took it in stride. DG is finishing them off again. Forget it, he'll grab a captive to interrogate. All with me. Today we'll make them tremble. In Feishue State, the classmates howled with excitement, shedding shields to lighten themselves as they pursued the fleeing rabble. Soon half the class had given chase. The remaining half. Cough, cough, I'm dying. Go Changchun was the first to exit Feishue. He coughed twice and spat blood. Chase a little, and that's enough. What if they fight to the death? Can't we just lie low and wait for Wu Taitian to break through? Others likewise exited the killing mode, each coughing blood, and some collapsing with wails. None possessed self-healing talent. The killing technique's side effects were severe. Go Changchun staggered slowly to the cave and looked down at Duan Mingyue. The latter's sternum had caved in. He was soaked in blood and barely clung to life. Short-lived ghost, you all right? Go asked. Duan Mingyue forced one eye open and stared wordlessly as if to say, what do you think? Go understood something and sat beside him. I know a bit of medicine, trauma care, bone setting, and such, he said. Blood dribbled from Duan Mingyue's mouth. His eyes widened faintly. Don't get your hopes up. You're beyond help, Go admitted. Unless our class has a healer talent, at least drank. Hearing that, Duan Mingyue sighed and closed his eyes. There were many self-healing talents in the class, but none who could heal others. As Go spoke, more classmates gathered around. Their gazes fixed on Duan Mingue, a looking from one to another bewilderment showed in every pair of eyes. How to deal with this? Asked DG, but DG hadn't returned. Instinctively, one student shouted to the sky mom. Duan Mingue is dying, what do we do? In the past, such a cry would immediately summon a smart device to check the situation. Now there was no answer. Anyone have nanocell repair fluid? One bottle, another rummaged through a medkit. They found only gauze, iodine, and alcohol. Nothing useful. A kilometer from the cave at the forest's edge, Daicang wrenched his spear from an enemy's belly, drew his waist knife, and severed the man's head. The skull thudded to the ground, eyes fixed unseeing. Daicang. He stepped forward and crushed the dead man's skull with his boot. Killed a sentient life, strength 1. The overlay's prompt sounded. Evidently, merely cutting off a head did not make a foe immediately die. A 1 had to shatter the cranium completely. How meticulous, how scientific. Ha the 10th, a smile curved his lips. The overlay presented Daicang's gains strength 10. His power had, of course, that meant twice his normal state, perhaps still somewhat less in absolute terms. A rough calculation put it at only about 1,000 kilograms. In other words, strength 1 equaled 100 kilograms of punching force. Yet his chi and blood had not changed and his cultivation had not risen. Even the system panel's values showed no alteration. Punching force 2,980 kilograms, killing technique bonus. The system's body readings are based on chi and blood volume, muscle strength, bone density, and other integrated factors. The external boost granted by the overlay was unrelated to those factors, so the system panel could not detect it. Through simple experiments, Daicang discovered that greater strength brought faster speed and defenses capable of withstanding such force. Logically, his physique should have been enhanced as well. Yet it was not, as if the overlay's power had been conjured from no. Even after exiting Feishua, his strength now surpassed mortal realm 9th rank and continued to rise. No ceiling had yet been seen. Having grasped the overlay's mechanism, Daicang looked toward the fleeing enemies. The nearest had already broken from the forest and was hundreds of meters away. They were still warriors, their running speed was respectable. DG, shall we pursue? A blood-streaked classmate asked. If we don't finish them, they'll reveal our position. Daicang thought for 2 seconds, then shook his head. No pursuit. If we keep chasing, we cannot guarantee safety. He wanted to chase. The overlay had no cap, but that would endanger his classmates. They could not level up by killing monsters. If he went alone, it was unsafe. If dozens gathered and loosed a volley of arrows, he'd be dead. With that, he exited Feishua. The next moment, the killing technique side effects surged over him all at once. Death. The 100 lives tome. HRK. Daicang's eyes widened in shock, his entire body jolting. As the adrenaline-fueled fervor of boiling blood subsided, a wave of discomfort surged through him. Fatigued and torn muscles, ruptured capillaries, and depleted vital energy all descended upon his frame at once. Yet in the next instant, talent immortal and indestructible, Daicang straightened his spine and steadied himself. All physical afflictions he bore rapidly healed under the innate regenerative power granted by his talent. Except for the genuine depletion of vital energy, every wound inflicted upon his body vanished as if it had never been. An rank talent remained marginally useful during the mortal realm. So long as the injury was not instantly fatal, full recovery was assured. It felt inferior to nanocellular repair serum. Had such a substance been available, even mortal wounds could have been reversed. Let's go, we'll return first. He turned and shouted to the scattered group. Before the sentence finished, a classmate before him vomited a gout of blood directly onto Daicang's face. He too deactivated boiling blood and swayed twice on unsteady legs, teetering on the verge of collapse. Daicang acted swiftly, catching him before he fell. You possess a self-healing talent. Seeing the youth drenched in blood from side effects, Daicang grew frantic. If your talent wasn't regenerative, why did you chase after us? Do you crave death? Brother DI, hyper-accelerated regeneration. Frank, just need a few hours rest. A faint smile flickered across his pallid face. Only then did Daicang exhale in relief. And Frank healing talent held little value in the mortal realm, certainly incapable of restoring vitality with each breath as his own did. He glanced toward the others. Nearly 30 classmates were coughing up blood the moment they exited boiling blood, their faces ashen, limbs trembling, appearing on the cusp of death. All possessed Frank curative talents. The remainder merely coughed a few times, shuddered briefly, and quickly regained color in their cheeks. These, like Daicang, bore talents akin to a rank regeneration. The group gathered instinctively and began. One classmate stepped forward, smiling confidently. Report, Brother D. This pursuit resulted in 42 enemy casualties, 2 captives taken, 28 wounded, and 0 fatalities. A decisive victory. At those words, Daicang finally relaxed. Good, no one died. Though in the future mortality would become commonplace, among his familiar classmates perhaps fewer than 1 in 10 would survive. But for now, no deaths meant everything. Better late than never. If he could grow stronger, swiftly enough to shield every single classmate, then none of them would ever perish. That was Daicang's resolve. His gaze swept over the 2 unconscious captives, suppressing the urge to execute them on the spot. He raised his hand and commanded back to the city. Then they returned to the cave. The first thing they saw was Duan Mingue, barely clinging to life. Daicang. Do you believe me if I say I forgot about him? It wasn't his fault. Duan Mingue's opening move, self-detonation, had been drilled into them hundreds of times both in virtual arenas and training simulations. They'd grown accustomed to it, immune to its consequences. Even Duan Mingue himself likely believed the same. Yet now though victory had been secured, no triumph fanfare sounded, and the environment failed to reset. Their drained vital energy and injuries remained stubbornly unresolved. Only then did realization dawn upon them. This place was reality. Death here was absolute and irreversible. They all knew this truth, yet habits forged over years could not be undone in an instant. Not until now. Not until this very moment. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Short-lived Ghost has truly run out of time. Brother D, think of something. We've won, he cannot die. Doesn't anyone in our class possess a healing talent? The crowd erupted into chaos. One student, eyes burning red, seized the two captives and slapped them hard, waking them only to demand, are either of you healers? Do you know medicine? How do you treat post-demonic body dissolution? Answer me. The captives abruptly roused stared blankly. One hearing the question instinctively replied, No, I don't. Even if I did it wouldn't matter. With only frank talents no battle faction accepts us. We banded together just to survive. I don't believe you. Another student grabbed a captive by the collar, hoisting him upright. Then how do you treat yourselves? Just wait to die. The captives exchanged glances, shock receding, reason reasserting itself. Still they answered honestly, what else could we do? The annual 5% fatality rate is no fiction. That's millions of people and 90% are graduates like you. We don't even dare use lethal techniques in fights. It's too extreme. Those words struck like ice. Truly, you just wait to die. A minor injury that would spring back to life with a single nano syringe inside school now meant certain death beyond the outer city walls. What kind of wretched place is this? Wretched place. Wretched place. Silence fell, until a faint voice stirred. D. Brother D. It was Duan Mingue. All eyes turned. His eyelids fluttered open, a final surge of lucidity, granting him strength to part his cracked lips. You. Come closer. Daicang parted the crowd and knelt beside him, gripping his hand tightly. Yes. Duan Mingue's eyelids trembled faintly. Then he whispered, You. From now on, tell these fools to take it easy, or they'll really die. Daicang nodded firmly, his grip tightening further. Yes. Another tremor ran through Duan Mingue. With his last strength, he lifted his head, gazing down at his mangled right hand still clasped tightly within Daicang's grasp. Then a look of disgust crossed his face. I'm so, Nintong. His head lolled sideways, and his breath ceased. Daicang. He's dead. Just like that. Wait, that's his final utterance. Daicang wanted to grieve. The others had already braced themselves for sorrow, but Duan Mingue's sudden, absurd last words left everyone utterly speechless. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment of Duan Mingue's death, his consciousness sank deeper and deeper. Deeper still. Then, clarity. Duan Mingue opened his eyes. Before him, suspended in absolute darkness, loomed a colossal book, the sole source of light in the void. The tome contained 100 pages, and now the first page slowly unfurled. The 100 Lives tome. First life, your innate aptitude was low, your talent abysmal, your cultivation feeble. Yet you were blessed with brothers and sisters willing to walk beside you. On your graduation day, you sacrificed yourself against the enemy commander to seize a sliver of victory. Your classmates emerged victorious, wounded but unbroken. Your life was brief, but your heroic death shall be eternally remembered. Thus your life was not lived in vain. Appraisal white. Reward 20 attribute points. Aptitude 0. Insight 0. Opportunity 0. Allocate attribute points to enter the next cycle. Attribute points accumulate across lifetimes. Aptitude, insight, and opportunity reset to 0 upon each death. Sigh. That's it. Duan Mingue's expression softened with quiet longing. He murmured, I had an advantage. I feared no death. But for you, death is absolute and final. In the next life we'll be strangers. I wonder if we'll ever... He knew the odds were vanishingly slim. Humanity spanned over 100 galactic systems, and tens of thousands of extragalactic battlefields had been established. Reuniting with them after reincarnation was nearly impossible. This death might well be eternal farewell. Duan Mingue was not the protagonist, so the lens shifts back to the living world. Returning to Daicang and the others, they had covered Duan Mingue's body with cloth, their expressions heavy with grief and confusion. If not for you two, Duan Mingue would still be alive. Go Changchun struck one captive hard across the face. His gaze turned glacial. What did we ever do to provoke you? Tell me, why did you come after us? What value do fresh graduates like us hold for you? All attention focused on the captives. Eyes sharp, jaws clenched, hungering to devour them whole. Yet once fully awake, the captives showed little fear. Value. The one who had been slapped spat out several bloodied teeth. The weak serve as bait for monstrous beasts. Those of middling cultivation become labor slaves. Only the elite qualify for recruitment into battle factions. Talent also matters. Frank draws no interest. A rank warrants inspection. Especially curative talents, which are highly sought after. Rank talents are fiercely contested by all major factions. What the inner city lords discard, the outer city scrambles to claim. The other captive added, life outside differs greatly from school. Here currency exists. Do you understand what currency means? Where currency flows, trade follows. And in the outer city, money buys things even schools cannot provide. Like you new graduates, you can literally be sold for profit. Hearing this, the group's expressions gradually shifted, from shock to dawning comprehension. Currency, wealth, resources. To them, these were abstract concepts confined to classroom theory, never imagined as tangible forces shaping reality. Before they could press further on outer city laws, Daicang's innate caution flared. He narrowed his eyes sharply. You're remarkably calm. Staring at the captives, his expression darkened, as if you're certain I won't kill you. Tell me, what else have you concealed? At those words, the captives' expressions shifted dramatically, not into panic, but into excitement. This is what we hid. A thunderous shout erupted from behind them. The group tensed, whirling around just in time to see the classmate guarding the cave entrance hurled inward at blinding speed. His spine snapped backward with a sickening crack, blood gushing freely from his mouth. Standing at the cave mouth stood a towering figure. Killing my battle faction brothers was grievous enough, but daring to kill me. Novices, you've grown weary of life. The intruder was Lansong, the squad leader whom Duan Mingue had impaled through the skull with a single dagger. Name Lansong. Race human. Bloodline Azure Sky Divine Dragon 001. Talent Resurrection of the Dead E. Realm Mortal Realm, Level 9 Punching Power 2 tons. Cultivation Techniques, Basic Martial Arts, Great Accomplishment, Yellow Grade Bloodline Call Perfection, Yellow Grade Azure Sky, Transformation Dragon, Decision Minor Accomplishment. Fighting Techniques, Yellow Grade Explosive Step Perfection, Yellow Grade Clear Wind Sword, Great Accomplishment, Yellow Grade Heart Piercing Demon Claw Proficient. Killing Techniques, Yellow Grade Boiling Blood, Great Accomplishment. Survival Techniques, none. The young man's name is Lansong. 5 years ago, he and over 100 classmates were exiled to the outer city after graduation. At that time, he was only at the mortal realm level 7, considered excellent among his class, but not at the top. In the past 5 years, almost all of his comrades with whom he could once share life and death had perished. Those who survived were scattered throughout the outer city, and perhaps they would never meet again in this lifetime. Encounters like his were as numerous as the stars in the outer city. Fortunately, Lansong's talent ensured he would not die easily. Resurrection of the dead. The literal meaning is the ability to resurrect after death. However, the limitations of the grade talent are many, such as being able to resurrect only half an hour after death, being limited to oneself, and a cooldown time of 1 week. With this talent, he escaped death time and again. He also accumulated enough resources. Over the 5 years, he not only raised his realm to mortal realm level 9, but also recently perfected the technique Bloodline Call and fortuitously awakened his bloodline, the Azure Sky Divine Dragon. He was no longer a small character. He had ambitions, wanting to take a step further, as the small battle group that united for warmth could no longer satisfy his needs. He needed more resources. He wanted to form a stronger battle group. The annual graduation festival was the opportunity to capture the graduates, sell them for big money, then use the money to exchange for resources and become stronger. Build a larger battle group. This was Lansong's goal. Then he died, killed by a mortal realm level 3 with a single stab through the brain. It can only be said that fighting among peers is like this. If one is arrogant enough not to take their opponent seriously, it is only natural to be caught off guard and perish. Fortunately, his talent is resurrection of the dead. He has the capital to make mistakes. Lansong resurrected from the pile of corpses. No longer careless, he rushed to the cave entrance, kicking the guards. You all must be tired of living. His inner killing intent surged, his muscles bulged, his height shot up, and the sound of his blood flowing resembled a roaring river. Dragon scales surfaced on his body. Bloodline mode activated. In an instant, Lansong grew to 3 meters tall, covered in dragon scales, with a terrifying killing intent surging in his eyes, like a ferocious divine dragon descending with a roar. In that moment, nearly everyone in the class was shaken to their core. Martial will, bloodline suppression, mental attack. There was no time to distinguish. Only the one who had just powered up and considered himself the strongest Daicang could instantly regain his composure. Everyone retreat. He waved his hand, pushing aside his classmates as the boiling blood killing technique activated. Added to this was the enhancement from the cheap power 10, close to 4 tons of immense strength. The yellow grade spear technique activated, quickly executing the final move of the 13 techniques with layers of enhancement, making him akin to a speeding car, instantly closing the distance to the young Lansong. The spear thrust forward, aimed at a vital point. This was a strike surpassing mortal realm level 9. It must, this strength. It's a bit strange. The spear stopped. Lansong reached out and grasped the spear shaft, halting it just a few centimeters from his chest. The next moment, he lunged forward swiftly, using his claws to deflect Daicang's spear, followed by a fierce claw strike aimed at Daicang's vital points. In a rush, Daicang quickly retreated, raising his hand to block. Slashing sounds. His right arm was directly severed into 3 pieces by the sharp claws. Is it activated? Daicang was stunned. How could this guy be so powerful in the second stage? Blood gushed out. No, not much blood flowed. The moment his arm was severed, his talent, Indestructible, activated, stopping the blood from gushing out. But at this moment, Lansong showed no mercy. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Daicang's chest. The latter's chest caved in immediately, and he flew backward like a kite, with a broken string spitting blood and internal fragments. The treatment was not much different from Daicang's. Glancing at the half-dead Daicang who crashed to the ground, Lan Song turned to look at the others. At this moment the classmates had reacted under Daicang's lead, hastily grabbing weapons, fearlessly activating their killing techniques, and launching a fierce attack. Instantly enemies surrounded him from the front, left, and right. How nostalgic. Back then I was just like you, not afraid of— Boom. Immense power erupted, the fierce wind spread, and in the blink of an eye Lan Song dashed out of the encirclement, sending over a dozen people, flying with blood pouring from their mouths. He stopped and stood firm. Turning around he revealed a sinister smile. A bunch of useless fools, not even activating their bloodlines, dare to show their blades to me. At that moment Lan Song was filled with confidence. Because what others couldn't see was that now Lan Song's panel had changed after he activated his bloodline form. Bloodline activated. Azure Sky Divine Dragon 001. Punching power 2 tons 10 tons. Bloodline mode is even more powerful than the enhancement of killing techniques. Otherwise how could he have the confidence to establish a battle group? Of course, even in bloodline form he dared not take the long spear and sabers of mortal realm warriors. Hedon. Flesh is just flesh, and having dragon scales is no different. Compared to specially made alloy weapons, he was still somewhat lacking. As Lan Song effortlessly escaped the encirclement, his speed and strength left everyone present in awe. Thus no one dared to charge forward, only to surround him. It must be bloodline form. He is a warrior who has a— What do we do? What can we do? Either surrender or retreat. Our team will hold the rear, you all run first. Hold the rear. If we can escape, that would be a miracle. If he bypasses the rear and comes after us, won't we be completely done for? The classmates whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with pessimism about the future. Excellent tactics can indeed close the gap in strength. But when the gap is this vast, what can they do to bridge it? However, Lan Song's hearing was exceptionally good now. Discovering that this group of fearless juniors not only did not want to surrender, but dared to fight back, he was instantly amused. Good. You all seem to be a bit defiant. Still want to resist? He stepped forward, kicking a giant rock, and then using the instep of his foot he scooped up the rock like a ball, aimed it at the crowd, and with great force he shot it out. Beneath the extraordinary realm, I am invincible. The giant rock charged toward the crowd. Everyone felt it was bad and hurriedly dodged. But while ordinary students managed for the poor performers, their reactions were too slow and they couldn't escape. They only had time to leap and block their vital points, staring wide-eyed and gritting their teeth against the oncoming giant rock. Suddenly, a figure dashed in front of the giant rock, striking it with a palm. Boom. Blood and energy exploded, and the giant rock shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Amidst the rising dust, everyone could see clearly that a towering figure nearly 4 meters tall almost touched the top of the cave, his robust body shielding everyone behind him. Looking at the back of the newcomer and his vaguely revealed profile in the crowd, Gu Changchun felt an inexplicable familiarity. As he helped Daicang up from the ground, he exclaimed in shock, "You are Wu Gu. Wu Tatian. You broke through." The tall figure with a tiger's back and bear's waist slowly turned around, revealing the familiar handsome face everyone recognized. Wu Tatian, the one who had been hiding deep in the cave for hundreds of meters, preparing to break through to the extraordinary realm, the top of the entire class. Seeing the giant rock he had kicked away being easily shattered, Lan Song's expression changed dramatically, because he felt the overwhelming momentum emanating from the strong man opposite him. The blood and energy surged like a tidal wave, as if a furnace was heating up. But why? It can't be. Extraordinary realm. Why is there an extraordinary realm here? Lan Song's expression twisted. Aren't you just graduates? Why is there an extraordinary strong person protecting you? It shouldn't be. It can't be. He was completely at a loss. Opposite him, Wu Tatian's 4-meter-tall figure slightly lowered his head, looking down at the young man covered in dragon scales. Smirking, he grinned widely. Dragon bloodline. Invincible beneath the extraordinary realm. Senior, in the face of a true extraordinary realm, you can only be considered a mere chicken. Boom. He stepped forward. The ground beneath him exploded under the immense recoil, and in an instant Wu Tatian's figure lunged toward the young man, delivering a simple, yet powerful knee strike to his chest. At the same time, Lan Song's pupils constricted, his eyes bulging with intensity. He wanted to kneel and admit his mistake immediately, but evidently Wu Tatian did not give him that chance. With no choice, he could only clash Hedon. In that moment, Lan Song activated the boiling blood killing technique, and under the Azure Sky Divine Dragon bloodline form, his blood surged almost explosively, and his strength began to soar. Punching power, 10 tons, 24 tons. The sharp claws were useless in such an offensive, so Lan Song tightly clenched his hardest fists to brace for Wu Tatian's incoming knee strike. He had already planned his retreat route. First block this wave of attacks, then leverage it to retreat into the crowd and gamble on taking a hostage, seeking a glimmer of hope. Boom. The thought broke off. Wu Tatian's knee strike struck Lan Song's fists. The overwhelming force crushed the bones of his fists, then surged upward, driving into his chest, caving in his rib. Blood and internal fragments spewed from his mouth. Lan Song's entire being flew like a kite, with a broken string spinning and crashing against the cave edge, sending debris flying. Human civilization where every citizen practices martial arts. The so-called mortal realm capable of transporting vital energy and breaking the limitations of the body may be powerful enough in other lower civilizations. But among the human race, it is merely ordinary. No, not even as useful as ordinary people. Rather, they are pure waste, unable to match even cattle and horses. Above the mortal realm lies the extraordinary realm. The difference between these two levels is like heaven and earth. To break through to the extraordinary realm from the mortal realm is truly a matter of life and death. Oh, but I was wrong of failing to break through doesn't mean death. It merely means turning into a beast. After becoming a beast, humanity will quickly fade away, ultimately becoming a wild creature, living only by instinct. For humans, it is no different from being dead. Of course, if they were in the technologically advanced district, students receiving top medical services would not turn into beasts upon failure. After being rescued, they would at most suffer from damaged vitality and a regression in realm. To regain their realm, it would require quite some time. And students who are to be cast out to the outer city at the age of 16 lack time the most. Therefore, many classmates, knowing they lack the confidence to break through, would rather maintain their 9th stage of the mortal realm than take a gamble on a bicycle turning into a motorcycle. These are the reasons spoken by Wu Taixianshan. The top students in other classes who are unwilling to break through have similar excuses. Just excuses. In the depths of the cave, Wu Taixianshan closed his eyes, unable to see anything in the pitch-black space, relying solely on hearing and perception. A faint arc formed at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "If I let that group of useless students head to the outer city, they will soon be stripped bare. Ultimately, it still depends on me to protect them." He sensed the data on the panel. Name: Wu Taixianshan, race, human, bloodline, frenzy, blood Qilin 0. 0. Talent: omniscient, F realm, 9th stage of mortal realm, fist strength 2 tons. Martial arts: basic martial arts, complete, yellow grade, bloodline call, complete, yellow grade, frenzy Qilin decision, complete, combat style, yellow grade, explosive step, complete, yellow grade, iron fist, complete, yellow grade, frenzy Qilin diamond body, complete, killing technique, yellow grade, heavenly demon disintegration, complete, living method. None. Based on the data on the panel, nothing can be inferred. Wu Taixianshan is a genius. Aside from his lackluster talent at the age of 16, he has already perfected 5 martial arts and activated his bloodline. As for his martial arts realm, he has reached the peak that cannot be ascended further. Activating the bloodline can increase the breakthrough probability by 10%. If I can also perfect the corresponding martial arts to the bloodline, the probability of breakthrough can increase further. According to the data, my probability of successful breakthrough is only 20%. But he glanced at a martial art on the panel that had no grade, but was already perfected. Basic martial arts complete. This martial art is the path to enlightenment of the mind martial god. After the mind martial god faded away, few martial artists could traverse the mind martial path using only basic martial arts. I hope you can be the next one. The potential of the mind martial path is limitless, but the cultivation conditions are extremely harsh. Basic martial arts has no upper limit, and to glimpse beyond perfection requires one to forge their own path. Each person's mind martial path is unique, and the experiences of others cannot provide assistance. The only thing you can rely on is yourself. System martial god: the mind martial path has an immeasurable upper limit, but its lower limit is abysmally low. It is precisely because the mind martial god has faded away that the mind martial path of the human race is facing great difficulties with even the system yet to be formed. Wu Taixianshan murmured, his tone revealing confidence. The 5 great martial gods of the human race: mind, system, technology, bloodline, and talent, among which the mind martial path is the hardest to traverse. Ordinary martial artists, if given the chance to perfect basic martial arts and glimpse the mysteries of the mind martial path, would only attempt to cultivate. When they discover the exceedingly high cultivation difficulty, most would choose to give up. But Wu Taixianshan did not give up. He pondered that this martial path might not be so difficult. He had no confidence, nor did he have a solid reason. It was simply a feeling that he could cultivate, that was all. Although many have not traversed the mind martial path, but they are they and I am I. What the useless cannot achieve, a martial genius like me can naturally accomplish with ease. Is there any problem with that? With a clear and logical reasoning, there is no problem. With the support of the mind martial path, he believed that his chances of breaking through could greatly increase, reaching 100%, perhaps a bit arrogant. But Wu Taixianshan could find no reason for his potential failure. Thus, after adjusting his state, his breakthrough began. First, gathering the resources needed for the breakthrough. The nutrient paste harvested from all his classmates, and their pure water. Wu Taixianshan swiftly chewed the eternally unchanged, salty sweet nutrient paste, swallowing it down, followed by drinking the water in quick succession. Next, he transported his vital energy, his stomach rapidly digesting the food and converting it into sufficient nutrients flowing into his limbs and bones. In cultivation, nutrition cannot be lacking. The same applies to breakthroughs, which require even more energy. Wu Taixianshan instinctively consumed and digested food, while his mind sank into a state of clarity. The perfected bloodline call operated, allowing his consciousness to delve within, directly exploring. Before long, he sensed it. His root as a human, basic factors, also known as genes, DNA. This double helix structure within the perception of the breakthrough was entangled with numerous mysterious threads, each representing a divine grade bloodline. According to the breakthrough manual, those without activated bloodlines need to introduce a bloodline thread to infect their Thus, the basic factors can have a clear direction in the subsequent sublimation, otherwise the basic factors would change chaotically without any rules, leading to gene collapse and transformation into beasts. This process is also extremely difficult. Bloodline threads cannot be accurately introduced. If too many mutually repulsive bloodline threads are introduced into the basic factors, it can also cause gene collapse. But for Wu Taishianshan, who has already awakened his bloodline, this step is very easy. Bloodline form activate. Frenzied Qilin decision activated. Instantly, a corresponding bloodline thread was stimulated by the same source of power, followed by several similar bloodline threads, gradually approaching, centering around frenzied blood Qilin, infecting Wu Taishianshan's basic factors. Very good. The breakthrough has begun. Wu Taishianshan frowned as his perception showed that his basic factors were like a pot of boiling water, rapidly dispersing and being reshaped. If seen from the outside, one could observe Wu Taishianshan's body swelling and contracting, his muscles writhing as if alive, even his bones sometimes protruding and sinking, flowing like liquid. Hiss. He couldn't help but vocalize. It was not just pain. More tormenting, stranger sensations erupted from every corner of his body. At the same time, the energy in his body was rapidly consumed during this breakthrough, making his skin visibly shrivel. Endure. Bear it. This is the most challenging hurdle. If he collapsed here without the technological assistance of the core area, he could only end up transforming into a beast. Wu Taishianshan mechanically consumed the nutrient paste, which could sustain a 9th-stage mortal realm martial artist for a day, continuously swallowing it down. All of it transformed into the nourishment needed for the breakthrough. His will surged amid the bizarre pain, and his body gradually grew larger. Uncertain how long had passed until the boiling water gradually cooled. A smile emerged at the corner of Wu Taishianshan's mouth. Just like this. Come. The final hurdle. In his perception, the basic factors and bloodline threads were nearly merging. A magnificent and resplendent giant tree appeared in his perception. The massive branches presented in Wu Taishianshan's perception roughly divided into 3 categories. Strength, speed. He only needed to choose one of them to establish his path. This was something Wu Taishianshan had already chosen. His consciousness selected strength. Then among that cluster of branches, he meticulously sensed the one he most desired and was most suited for. Come, omniscient, let me see your choice. Wu Taishianshan decided to test his talent. However, the talent struggled, indicating that the computational load was too great and could not be resolved within a century. Useless. Wu Taishianshan resolved to trust his own instincts. Buzz. The final breakthrough commenced. Name: Wu Taishianshan. Race: human. Bloodline: frenzied Qilin. Sacred body: 003. Talent: omniscient. F realm. Extraordinary realm. Fist strength: 103 tons. He stood up, his body already muscular, revealing the youthful face of a handsome boy atop his towering 4-meter frame. His ears twitched, and he could hear the sounds hundreds of meters away clearly. Thus, boom, the ground collapsed, and Wu Taishianshan's figure vanished from the spot. Next, a single attack to repel the enemy. Such trivial matters are unnecessary to mention. After all, it was a battle across borders. Does victory or defeat need to be elaborated? Wu Taishianshan immediately looked at his classmates, then saw Daicang with a collapsed chest and one arm missing. Are you all right? He asked with concern. Daicang, looking at the wound that has stopped bleeding and is visibly slowly healing, he struggled to pull his mouth corners up. I'm fine. Just need to rest for 2 days. His talent is immortal, although it is only a grade and difficult to heal fatal wounds. However, regenerating a severed limb is still possible. After speaking, he looked in another direction while being supported by Go Changchun, but I think someone is about to die. Yes, Daicang's injury is not the worst. That unfortunate fellow guarding the cave entrance was directly kicked in the spine by the resurrected youth, now lying on the ground bent backward. Shixingtong, can you hear me? Do you think a broken spine counts as a fatal injury? I think fatal injuries are just the heart and brain, right? A spine is just a bone, or as long as we can piece it back together. Get out of the way. You know nothing about resetting bones, let me do it. Everyone gathered around the unfortunate soul with a broken spine, frantic like ants on a hot pan, as they fussed over resetting and piecing him back together. To be honest, with armor protection, he shouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. However, after the battle ended, everyone skillfully began to clean and maintain their armor. No one expected that the man would actually come back to life. In the cave, few were armored, caught completely off guard. Just like Daicang, whose arm had been severed in 2. His chest had also collapsed under the impact. Luckily, it was a non-fatal injury. The great immortality could still save him. As for the other unfortunate fellow named Shixingtong, Changchun, help me over there. I want to finish him off. Oh no, I want to take revenge for Duan Mingyue and Shixing. Daicang was furious, thinking that after the enemy took a knee to Wu Taishianshan's strike, he had exhaled more than inhaled. If he didn't finish him off now, it would be too late. Go Changchun supported Daicang, his expression unusual. Diga Shixingtong is still alive. Didn't you forget his great talent of super regeneration? Moreover, a broken spine doesn't really count as a fatal injury. One must note that the lives of martial artists in the mortal realm are quite resilient. As long as the heart is intact and the brain is undamaged, it doesn't count as a fatal injury. At least not for now. As his words fell on the other side, Shixingtong's bent spine was being straightened back into place. Though he was unconscious, his complexion was pale, but after his spine was realigned, color visibly returned to his face, and his breathing gradually strengthened. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hiss. Good. Then let's only take revenge for Duan Mingyue. Daicang's wounds twitched as the fine tissue regrew the itchiness from self-healing, causing him to gasp. With his remaining hand tightly gripping the spear, he was helped beside the now unconscious youth, who had shed his dragon scales and returned to human form. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and it was clear he wouldn't survive much longer. Daicang wasted no time thrusting the spear deep into the youth's eye socket, penetrating his brain. With his severely injured body, he still managed to send him off. Power 1. Is that it? Daicang's lips he realized that his ability indeed worked just as described. Killing an intelligent being granted him 1 power. In the mortal realm, and among those who had awakened their bloodlines, the combat power difference was simply vast, yet the reward for killing was the same. Diga, how do you feel now? Is it satisfying? Go Changchun continued to support Daicang while also advising him. I know you're angry, Digo. After all, Duan Mingyue came from the same orphanage as us. Seeking revenge is only natural. But Diga, you also need to take care of yourself. What if he suddenly returns to life and goes on a killing spree? You still need to preserve your strength. Daicang nodded and gestured for him to stop talking. Just as Go Changchun said, Daicang, Duan Mingyue, and Go Changchun, as well as at least a third of their classmates, all came from the same orphanage. They had played together since childhood, so their bond was naturally deep. Now that Duan Mingyue had sacrificed himself, although Daicang was mentally prepared when this actually happened, he still felt a tightness in his heart. All right, help me sit down over there. I want to rest for a bit. Finding a place to sit, Daicang chewed on the last bit of nutritional paste in his food bag, quietly waiting for his body to heal. According to the original plan, they should have evacuated by now, distancing themselves from the external search teams, during which Daicang would rapidly grow stronger through tactics, luck, sacrifice, and his abilities. Only when his combat power could rival that of extraordinary beings would he have the qualification to stand firm. However, there was no need to rush now, because Digo, a towering figure like an iron tower, sat next to Daicang. It was Daicang. Having successfully advanced to the extraordinary realm, such strength could dominate in the outer city, even establishing a medium-sized battle faction with a scale of 10,000, easily protecting a group of graduates. His expression was heavy as he self-reproached. It's my fault. If I had broken through earlier, Duan Mingyue wouldn't have died. Daicang glanced at him. You're blaming yourself. Who do you think you are? It was me who allowed Duan Mingyue to go out and die. If anyone is to blame, it should be me. Moreover, if he hadn't caused a mutual destruction, even more people would have died. All right, go away. Don't bother me here. Once my injuries are healed, let's go take a serious look at the outer city. Daicang dismissed the overly responsible Daicang. He continued to close his eyes and meditate. Well, perhaps he couldn't meditate. The stinging pain and itchiness from the healing wounds were unbearable. It was dark. So dark. But in the darkness, it seemed there was a glimmer of light. So he reached out and grasped the light. In an instant, memories surged into his mind. Shixingtong suddenly named Shixingtong, race human, bloodline and active talent, super regeneration, E-realm, mortal realm, 8-stage punch power, 1955 kilograms. Technique, basic martial arts, great achievement, yellow grade, bloodline call, great achievement, fighting style, yellow grade, swift steps, perfection, yellow grade, wind cutting blade, great achievement, killing technique, yellow grade, boiling blood, great achievement, living method, none. What is this? The system panel of a martial artist's race. I've succeeded. Shixingtong's entire being tensed, his heart filled with ecstasy. For countless years of cultivation, due to limitations of talent, family background, resources, and luck, I have been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment, unable to advance. The advancement of the immortal system is overly reliant on luck, merits, and foundations. Those immortal golden core and nascent soul old monsters have countless schemes, and there are pitfalls everywhere. Ultimately, I still desire progress too much. It's not that the immortal system is bad, the martial system is just broader and more expansive. Shixingtong thought as he began to activate the cultivation methods in his memory. Indeed, it was utterly useless. The entire world lacked even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. On the contrary, his life force was quite vibrant, and with a single thought he could convert it into spiritual energy, assisting him in stepping into the path of refining qi. But why should he do this? After finally breaking away from the immortal system and embracing the martial system, he had no intention of going back in this lifetime. Martial arts truly deserve to be the main lineage of humanity. We mortal realm martial artists have enjoyed the care of technological martial gods since childhood. If we can't break through to the extraordinary realm, we can also live freely in school for a lifetime. This treatment is far better than that of the immortal branch. Wait. As he recalled, Shixingtong's joyful expression suddenly stiffened. He sat up abruptly, surveying in the cave, his classmates from this world were either resting or practicing martial arts. Outside the cave, some were digging pits to bury corpses. The bodies being buried were all mortal realm martial artists. Those who should have stayed in school for a lifetime if they couldn't break through to the extraordinary realm. No way. This isn't the territory of the martial artist race. This is a stake planet of the Outer River System expedition team. Shixingtong's face turned green. He was not the protagonist, so his inner thoughts were not important. Now the one-armed Daicang had already approached him. Little Xingzi, you're awake. Come on, you have a bright mind, oh, accompany me to the city. Xingtong raised his head. Daicang assumed he was still groggy from just waking up and explained, you were almost kicked to death yesterday, but fortunately your life is strong and your talent is good, so you survived. Don't worry, I've already avenged you. By the way, I have good news. Daicang broke through and is now an extraordinary power. With him around, we won't have to hide in the outer city anymore. Xingtong regained his composure and nodded. Oh. Diga, what happened to your hand? It was chopped off, but it's okay or it will recover soon. As Daicang spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the severed arm. The wound on the severed arm was not only completely healed, but a tiny baby-like hand was also growing out of it, stretching and making a fist, as Daicang thought. Daicang sincerely said, using this hand to adjust the trajectory will make my cannon look quite large. Xingtong incredulously asked, in this place? This isn't a single bedroom in a dormitory, how everyone is here. In a public place, can't you hold it in a bit? Daicang replied confusedly. Nonsense, I have to pee no matter where I am. Reasonable. Seeing Xingtong nod, Daicang continued. By the way, when Daicang broke through, he ate half of the food we brought. After breaking through, he ate the remaining half to stabilize his realm supplement nutrition. If we don't go to the city to buy some food, we are going to starve to death. Also quite reasonable. Compared to the mortal realm, the appetite of the extraordinary realm is much larger. Simply nutritional paste can no longer satisfy the needs of the extraordinary realm. As they spoke, the two had finished donning their armor and stepped out of the cave. Outside, Daicang's towering figure resembled a small mountain, and as he looked at the newcomers, a smile quickly spread across his face. Xingzi, are you healed? Daicang asked with concern. Xingtong nodded and began to chat casually. Although he had awakened his memories, the emotions formed over the past 16 years were not something he could simply discard. In fact, the limited capacity of the mortal brain meant that the compression of his foundation establishment memories from his past life was not even zero. One decompressed, so the personality he developed in this life over 16 years would not be easily overwritten. Moreover, he planned to forget his origins. The karma from his past life could roll away. Over here, seeing that the people who went out had gathered, his classmates also surrounded them. They all raised purchasing requests. Bring back more nutritional paste of different flavors. Oh, I heard those two captives say that the outer city has more than just salty and sweet flavors. Water. We're short on water, don't forget. Daicang, I heard there's something called blood chi pill in the outer city, which is much more effective than the nutritional paste we eat. Could you buy a few to try? You can take these two captives to the city and sell them for your first bucket of gold. Listening to his classmates' requests, Daicang smiled and agreed one by one. The Fiefan realm cultivator Wu Tatian was the linchpin that allowed the group to stake a claim in the outer city. Everyone understood plainly, without Wu Tatian the class was nothing. A slightly stronger minor warband could collide with them and wipe them out. Just like that youth who awakened a bloodline. Without Wu Tatian, even the whole class tied together couldn't win. So Go Changchun's worry was entirely natural. That may be true. Wu Tatian pondered, drew the battle blade at his waist. Given his 4-meter frame and vast wingspan, the blade, once suited to a mundane cultivator, now looked markedly diminutive. The next instant he swung, hundreds of tons of force converging speed tearing past the sound barrier. With a slicing roar, a tumter-high boulder was cleft cleanly down the middle. The cut face was smooth, not even a stray crack to mar it. Only someone of the Fiefan realm could carve a cut like this. Wu Tatian pointed at the halved stone and said, if enemies come show them this rock, they will take their measure. Go Changchun raised his thumb. Good idea. With that, everyone would know they were under the protection of a Fiefan cultivator. From the information the two captives provided, a Fiefan realm powerhouse could form a medium-sized warband, seize a district, and recruit tens of thousands of followers. Slave traders desperate enough to go out and snatch graduates would not dare provoke them. Amid the send-off, the group set off quickly, following the captives' directions toward the nearest outer city gathering. Junior brother. Oh no, big brother. People like us are everywhere, oh we're worth little in the outer city. Instead of selling us off, why not let us follow you and make a life together? The nearer they drew to the city, the more the two captives begged. Wu Tatian said nothing. He struck each of them once across the mouth with just enough force to knock out several teeth. Because of you, Duan Ming is dead. Daicang tore their clothes and gagged them. And because you knew and didn't report it, you nearly triggered your leader's wholesale massacre. You two were courting death. If you can't be sold, I'll flay you alive. He spoke casually, revealing he meant it. Although they were fresh graduates, barely 16, the interstellar martial academies did not train saints. When the group buried their victims, every motion was skilled and practiced, obviously rehearsed until it became muscle memory. As for the moral code Daicang had been raised with before crossing over, apologies that had been forgotten. Not long after they reached their destination, a city ringed by towering walls. The walls rose 10 meters, cast in reinforced concrete. Impressive at a distance, but any fan realm cultivator could easily vault them by hand, let alone the strange beasts. They served more for show than function. Up close, Daicang noticed the walls were pockmarked, the scars of countless battles with no sign of repair. Left to rot. This is the Letten Gathering, also called Letten City. Its population reaches 300,000. It's controlled by a large warband said to be full of experts. There are even a couple of Fiefan realm masters. The group that attacked us before came from here. Of course, that group was only a few hundred strong, a minor warband that dares only to prowl the outermost wilds, scavenging and paying head taxes to the larger gangs. That intelligence had been pried from the two captives. Daicang reasoned that with Wu Tatian's level, holding their ground at this gathering should not be difficult. At the entrance, they saw the iron gates thrown open and a cluster of sentries standing at attention. Lines of people streamed in and out, odd-shaped vehicles coming and going, and many teenagers stripped of armor and bound. Well, it's a good season. Your juniors are graduating. You've made a tidy haul. Same rule, as always, 5 paste per person to enter the city. By paste, they meant nutrient paste. 1 stick provided the energy a fan realm cultivator would need for a day's practice. It was the toughest currency in the outer city. Why the price hike? Someone protested. Wasn't it 3 paste before? The guard shrugged indifferently. Special occasions call for higher prices. Isn't that normal? You went out and grabbed so many juniors, the boss raised the fee to skim a profit. Makes sense, right? Enough talk. No fee, no entry. If you can pitch a tent outside and try living there. If others sees you, we bear no responsibility. Honor. Shame. Non-existent. They said plainly the price hike was to squeeze more from you. If you're brave, don't pay. From each captured graduate, they could extract 5 sticks of nutrient paste. Accumulated that amounted to no small. Many paid grudgingly. As they finished their payments and prepared to enter, someone called wait. The captain of the guard stopped the merchants and said casually, what about our cut? The lead merchant snapped, the entry fees been raised to 5 paste. What else do you want? The captain blinked, then said, we're asking for bribes. The boss sets the fee and it all gets handed up. What's that to us? But my brothers stand watch at the gate. How can we progress on that pitiful wage? Hurry up and don't dawdle. We're 12 men. Each at least 1 paste. As captain, I deserve 2. Isn't that reasonable? What are you staring at? Hey, 1 paste each. The merchant thought 2 seconds, then nodded. Fine, not expensive. In truth, he was used to it. Without a little something, how could anyone progress? 1 paste each, 2 for the captain. They meekly paid, and the guards immediately let them through. Others were used to this sight. Only Shi Xingqiang in the group gaped in astonishment. As expected of the warrior folk, no circling around. Efficient to the point of bluntness. Back home, when cultivators demand bribes, there's always a lot of ceremony and delay. Such an efficiency. But suddenly he remembered something. Perhaps, maybe. No one in their group had any money, had they? Time passed, and the lines flowed. Soon it was Daicang's group's turn. We have no money, he said before the guards could speak. The captain frowned. No money. Then get out. His words were abruptly cut off. A towering figure blocked the sunlight and stood before the captain, looking down imperiously. It was Wu Tati. The 4-meter giant bent to address the roughly half-sized mundane guards with an affable tone. Who did you say should leave? As he spoke, his martial blood surged like a roaring river. A blast of presence suppressed the 100-meter radius. In that instant, the world seemed to hush and the wind to halt. The guards' insolent expressions froze, then melted into ingratiating smiles. Please, sir, do enter. You are of the fiefin realm. How could we possibly collect an entry fee from you? They immediately made. Wu Tatian relaxed his brow and withdrew his aura. He extended a hand and said to the guards, you spoke rudely to my brothers. Compensate them. The guards were speechless. The captain's smile bloomed. Of course. Of course. Soon the group was granted entry. They hadn't even sold the captives yet, and already a backpack full of nutrient paste was in their hands, counting them at least 100 sticks. Is this what currency feels like? The classmates marveled. Earning money could be so easy. Do fiefin cultivators run riot in the outer city like this? Daicang sighed regretfully. He had hoped to exploit the tension to start a massacre and boost his own standing. Instead, Wu Tatian's mere arrival ended all conflict. Daicang fell silent, staring at the 4-meter little giant. Wu bro, if you always do this, how will we ever pretend to be weak and then strike? If you never hide your strength, how will we ever show off? He fancied himself a reformer and urged, how about you find a manual, practice Gugong, and keep a normal Sua Gugong. I'll search. Wu Tatian opened his interface and scrolled through cultivation techniques. Indeed, there were many of them. In the age of interstellar martial cultivation, countless techniques filled the system panel like stars, spanning the 4 grades of cosmic method, free for humans to choose. Even experience notes and practice insights were included, free of charge. Before the rise of system martial gods, lower-grade techniques were exorbitant, and high-grade methods monopolized by noble houses. Talented warriors could lack the right manuals and find it nearly impossible to rise. After the system martial gods emerged, all human techniques were gathered and open-sourced for humanity's benefit. Of course, seeing them is one thing, understanding them is another. For Fan and fiefin realm folk, only yellow-grade techniques were even comprehensible. Higher techniques could sit before them and remain unreadable. Fortunately, there were plenty of yellow-grade Sua Gugong. Wu Tatian browsed carefully. He was a man averse to needless thought, yet fiercely self-directed. Anything he judged unimportant, he handed off to others. He listened when friends offered advice he felt would not hinder him, but as they walked, he frowned. It stinks. He brought his attention back to the present and asked those beside him, what is this place? Why does it smell worse and worse? Daicang was speechless. You're only noticing now. They looked around the gathering, fetid gutters, uncollected refuse, excrement left wherever. Sewers blown open, dilapidated wooden huts, crumbling brick houses, self-built concrete shacks. Not a single familiar hut, cracked streets, walls scarred and battered, an atmosphere thick with the echoes of past battles. It was unbearable to behold, not much different from ruins. For graduates who had dined in the core city's silk and sat in this environment ranked below a pigsty, they were openly disgusted. Wu Tatian pinched his nose, sealing his sense of smell with a blood-preserving technique, and said, "Is this a place where people live?" Shi Xingqiang thought privately mortal cities are like this. Well, actually worse than mortal cities. It was nearly on par with a demon tribe settlement. A group of people walked slowly, stopping to ask for directions. They finally arrived at the famous market in the city. Exotic beast meat, exotic beast skins, exotic beast scales, exotic beast entrails. Come and take a look, all freshly killed this week. Blood energy pills nearing expiration. Originally 100 for one, now a fire sale at only 30. The junk salvage from the garbage mountain has no known effects, 5 for 1 piece, no returns. Recently caught junior students, low tier 30, mid tier 60, high tier 90, and 90 or 200. First come first served, no waiting. The market was bustling with vendors shouting their wares. A student watched with great interest, rubbing his hands together, saying, "So this is what doing business looks like." He couldn't hold back any longer. "I've never bought anything in my life." During his school year, supplies were distributed according to. Moreover, the school was focused on talent selection, where everyone received equal nutrition paste, aiming to cultivate the best students. Resources like blood energy pills were completely absent, let alone other entertainment toys that could lead to indulgence. 16-year-olds had never seen such things. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Brother was breakthrough. Another classmate pointed to the nearby slaves being sold, saying we might end up like that. Everyone looked over and saw in broad daylight hundreds of young boys and girls chained together, being treated as goods and traded without restraint. The people around had long been accustomed to it, seeing nothing strange. Only these young graduates felt a sense of empathy. Of course, they had no intention of stopping it. For hundreds of years, society had functioned this way. Though it was their first time witnessing this, they had already learned about the chaos in the outer city during their studies, so when theory turned into practice, they could maintain basic rationality. Becoming accustomed to it and perceiving it as normal, they naturally lost the desire for change. Only the transmigrator Daicang felt discomfort. What? Only 120. Look closely, these two are not graduates. One is at the 6th stage of the mortal realm, and the other at the 8th stage, both seasoned from years of hardship in the outer city, much more experienced. Go away. You're obviously trying to cheat me. I want sell. Firmly serious, Daicang carefully compared the prices and finally managed to sell the two captives. The two fighters sold for 170, paying 10% in taxes, earning 153. Alright, this guy had long forgotten the basics. Returning to the others with a cloth bag, Daicang sighed, because a large number of graduates flooded the slave market. Demand skyrocketed, forcing both buyers and sellers to lower prices. We arrived at the wrong time. As expected. Shi Xingqiang nodded and said, after eating salty and sweet for 16 years, I've long wanted to try something different. Saying this, he picked up a stick of nutrition paste, opened the packaging, and directly chewed it, frowning. Everyone watched him as if asking, how is it? Is it good? Swallowing it down, Shi Xingqiang remarked, strange. Very strange, like a combination of sausage and corn with a hint of grass flavor. What is this stuff made of? Upon hearing this, everyone looked bewildered. Sausage? Corn? What are those? Shi Xingqiang's expression froze. He had forgotten that this group had only ever consumed nutrition liquid as children and nutrition paste, while growing up never having tasted real food. Naturally, they couldn't understand his analogy. However, with a new flavor before them, no one cared about Shi Xingqiang's mistake. One person said, I know grass, or I've tasted it, and it's terrible. Shinga, let me have a taste. A group of people picked up the nutrition paste and began to sample its flavor. After tasting, some showed grimaces, wanting to spit it out. Others' eyes sparkled, believing it to be a supreme delicacy. What a terrible taste, it's disgusting. Delicious. A taste of the world, I was born to eat this. The two groups argued endlessly. Wu Tatian also took a bite and found it acceptable. He no longer cared and asked Digo, what do we do next? If we establish a battle gang, where do we apply? Though this city is dirty and chaotic, it's better than living in caves or the wilderness. We need to move everyone here as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Daicang snapped back to reality. His attention shifted away from Shi Xingqiang. This guy had just mentioned sausage and corn, words that couldn't help. Oh, no rush. Daicang chuckled, saying, do you think this is school? Do you need to apply to start a club? Forming a battle gang is easy. Just find a territory. Without power, display your extraordinary presence. Naturally, someone will come to serve you as their leader. Wu Tatian understood and nodded. However, Daicang continued, of course, we are weak and acting on our own may offend the city's rulers. We will need to find an opportunity to pay respects to the local powers. He wanted to elaborate on the plan, but seeing Wu Tatian's lack of interest, he closed his mouth. This guy was a warrior who only understood fighting. Daicang continued to stroll through the market, with everyone gathering information. He discovered that what the two captives said was accurate. Within the range of the outer city, a city's primary operational methods were threefold: scavenging, farming, and hunting exotic beasts. Currently, all technology in the outer city came from the inner city's waste, but what was broken for the inner city was something the mortal realm warriors in the outer city considered usable with a little repair. Farming, as the name suggests, was done more efficiently by mortal realm warriors than by oxen, and the grain they grew was the main source of food for the outer city's residents. As for exotic beasts, slaughtering them was considered the most profitable job. It was also the most dangerous. The further one ventured from the outer city, the more exotic beasts there were. If enough gathered, it could even trigger a beast tide crisis. Therefore, clearing out exotic beasts was extremely important. Moreover, exotic beasts are treasures, materials for blood energy pills and nutrition paste along with other resources could all be obtained from them. However, similarly, the dangers of hunting exotic beasts were significant. The wilderness was filled with exotic beasts comparable to extraordinary realms, and there were also many that had transcended the mortal realm. It was said that even extraordinary beasts were not uncommon. Fortunately, exotic beasts lacked intelligence and generally stayed within their territories. Otherwise, the outer city would have already been slaughtered by them. As for this city of Leton, it was controlled by a large battle gang with a population of around 300,000, making it only a small city in the entire outer district. Among them, there were countless micro and small battle gangs with only 2 medium battle gangs, which had significant relations with the dominant large battle gang, thus not being swallowed up. From this, it can be inferred that their best way out was not to form their own gang, but to join someone else's battle gang. No way. I oppose. After Daicang proposed the idea, a classmate immediately retorted passionately, "A real man cannot remain beneath others for long. Brother Wu is an extraordinary being fit to be a gang leader. Isn't it a waste to be someone's little brother?" Looking at that person's righteous demeanor, Daicang felt rather speechless. An extraordinary being, how could there be a reason to be someone's little brother? At the very least, I could mix in as a third or fourth in command. With Brother Wu shielding us, we have no worries about growing. As for whether joining will drag us into power struggles, putting us in danger, Daicang didn't mind at all. He even hoped for more danger. It would be best if there were some gang wars. Daicang promised he would absolutely be at the forefront, charging bravely into battle. However, that classmate remained obstinate, saying, "Regardless, I still advocate that our class forms its own power. Even starting with a small battle gang is fine. If all else fails, can I borrow Brother Wu's name to gather 1,000 people and form a small battle gang outside? I will manage everything myself, and I will not put anyone in difficulty. As long as Brother Wu agrees, I can borrow." He spoke very seriously, even exuding confidence. This left Daicang feeling insecure. Could there be some advantages to forming one's own battle gang that I haven't noticed? He scrutinized this classmate, recalling his character Chun Huangsha, Mortal Realm 6th stage, someone who followed the current in class, with a gentle and amiable personality, yet worked hard in private. He was not the type to love contention. Now what he insisted upon was completely contrary to his character. Did I misjudge it, or has he changed after experiencing real combat? Regardless, Daicang trusted his classmates greatly, so he would not ignore their requests. "Wu, what do you think?" Daicang asked tentatively. After all, the name he wanted to borrow was Wu Taitian's. "I'm fine with it." Wu Taitian said, "Diga, you know I don't understand these things, so you can handle it. Just let me know when you make a decision." His eyes were clear and his words sincere. "Daicang, I told you to go develop in the inner city, and you treat it like a passing wind." Looking at Chun Huangsha, his expression was filled with confidence, as if once he nodded, he could swim seamlessly through. He felt as if he had seen this expression somewhere before. All right. Before graduating, when he thought he could finally unleash his killing spree, hadn't he worn the same expression while looking in the mirror? "Fine. Doing it your way, I will leave this matter entirely in your hands." In the end, Daicang chose to trust. He was also eager to know what Chun Huangsha's backing was. Unbeknownst to Daicang at the moment, he nodded in agreement. In Leton City, within the medium battle gang, Ashen Gang, the gang leader, suddenly jolted, springing up from his meditative state. "What the hell? Why? Who the hell did I offend?" The streets were ablaze. Along the way lay a sea of bloodied corpses. The owners of these bodies were mostly members of the Ashes Gang. At the headquarters of the Ashes Gang, the walls were violently smashed open. A towering figure approached, striking the second-in-command, causing him to spit blood and retreat, while another punch shattered the third-in-command's arm. Despite being of the same extraordinary realm, they appeared as fragile as infants before him. Yet the one responsible for the Ashes Gang's heavy casualties was not the terrifyingly powerful figure before them, but another one wielding a long spear. A mere mortal realm warrior. Yes, indeed. Judging by his vitality, this mortal realm warrior wielding a long spear was merely of mid-level mortal realm, around the 4th to 6th tier. But he could unleash combat prowess comparable to that of an extraordinary realm warrior. Those mere mortal members of the gang were no match for him. This fellow showed no mercy whatsoever. It was as if he were addicted to killing. Even when faced with begging gang members, he did not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow, crushing skulls. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives were claimed beneath his spear. In the end, he looked at himself. Extraordinary realm. Killing you should bring some change, right? Finally, his vision plunged into darkness. Name Gu Hui Realm, Extraordinary Realm. 80 tons of punch power, bloodline, clear, white, Z004. Talent, Death Prophecy. D. Gu Hui, the leader of the Ashes Gang. His qualifications were not top tier, but the grade Talent, Death Prophecy granted him a high margin for error in life. Unlike Death Return, which allows one to inherit complete memories, Death Prophecy enables him to see memory fragments of his death occurring up to a week later. Furthermore, the grade talent was even more formidable, with a cooldown time of merely 1 day. Similar talents would typically have a cooldown period of at least a week. Who exactly wants to harm me? Gu Hui furrowed his brows as he regained his composure. The group that attacked him was extremely unfamiliar, clearly not locals. They were utterly unaware of their own talents. Otherwise, to deal with someone possessing death prophecy like him, they would at least need to capture him alive for a week before killing him. Were they outsiders or simply naive? His talent was not a secret in Letten City. The enemies, having not even gathered intel, rushed in to kill him, which allowed him the opportunity to trigger death prophecy. According to the information in his memory, the perpetrator was incredibly strong. They had easily wiped out his gang, killing him along with his second and third in command without much effort. Thus, the things he needed to do became simple. 1. Investigate the identity, background, and motives of the perpetrator. 2. Seek refuge and protect himself. Gu Hui had never wasted his talent. He received death images from the future every day because he actively sought, for instance, directly attacking other gangs, rifling through their confidential documents, then committing suicide on the spot to pass memories back to his past self. Or scouting the locations, habits, and weaknesses of exotic beasts outside the city, forcibly committing those memories to memory before taking his life. In short, ever since awakening his talent, Gu Hui was either committing suicide or on the path to doing so. His experiences with killing were simply pitifully few. Each time was a life and death calamity he had to take seriously. This time was no different. He believed he could transcend. At dusk, as the setting sun fell, on a dilapidated street, the formidable Wu Ta-Tian trembled, his extraordinary aura unabashedly surging, pressing down upon the entire street. Meanwhile, Chun Huangsha shamelessly leveraged Wu Ta-Tian's aura to aggressively recruit new members. As you can see, our Liao Yuan gang is protected by extraordinary realm warriors. They don't miss this opportunity. Joining our Liao Yuan gang means never having to fear oppression by stronger warriors or becoming food for exotic beasts. Warriors interested in joining, come register with me. Yes, there are no barriers to entry, whether disabled or low-tier warriors. The Liao Yuan gang welcomes you all. Oh right, we won't accept imbeciles or the mentally challenged. A sea of warriors queued up on the street to register. In the outer city, due to various fierce struggles, there was a considerable number of disabled warriors. They were either overlooked stragglers or sacrificed as cannon fodder. Of course, some disabled warriors and the weak formed micro-gangs to barely survive in the outer city. However, today was different. Chun Huangsha welcomed all, not to mention low-tier warriors. Even disabled individuals would be accepted. This left Daicang feeling baffled. Low-tier warriors are one thing, but why recruit disabled individuals? He expressed his confusion. Some of them don't even have 2 arms. What use is it to recruit them into the gang to provide for them? In this dilapidated outer city, there was no space for useless individuals. The truly useless either died or were on the path to death. In Daicang's view, Chun Huangsha's actions were purely a losing business. Watching the bustling scene over there, Wu Ta-Tian remained innocent, showing no concern for Chun Huangsha's actions. He simply asked, "Do you think Xiaoqing is doing it wrong?" Daicang thought for a moment, then shook his head, saying no. I know that kid Chun Huangsha relatively well, or at least he wouldn't engage in futile efforts. Forget it, I can't make sense of it. Anyway, let him be. With that, he no longer dwelled on the matter. Time passed swiftly. As the sun was about to set, a small gang of over 1,000 members had already been formed, with Chun Huangsha undoubtedly taking on the role of leader because no one contested with him. Looking at the throng of people, Chun Huangsha's heart surged with joy. 1,000 people. Leading a force of 1,000, I have met the basic requirements. Suppressing his smile, he knew his era was coming. Ding. Detected that the host has established a force of 1,000. The spectacle module has been activated, currently condensing the characteristics of the first force created by the host. Please note the number and quality of characteristics are linked to the host's realm. Currently, the host has only one characteristic, which can only apply to the mortal realm. Force Liao Yuan gang population 1,000 characteristic cultivation speed 10 mortal realm only spectacle none to be built spectacle blueprint blood forge bloodline benign mutation probability 10 formless tower perception 10 martial arts hall cultivation efficiency 10. What are you so happy about? Daicang approached Chun Huangsha bluntly asking. The latter jolted, quickly suppressing the corners of his mouth that were about to soar to the heavens, saying, ahem. Digo, I think the Liao Yuan gang looks too monotonous. Oh, what if we build a few iconic structures? Daicang, hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Do you want to hear what you're saying? With 1,000 or 800 people eagerly waiting, most of them can't even scrape together food for tomorrow. What do you plan to build? Upon hearing this, Chun Huangsha coughed twice, his expression shifting from initial excitement and elation to a bit of helplessness. You're right, Digo, I was being overly ambitious. Let's hold off on the spectacle for now. After saying that, he continued to ponder his future path. He also did not stop recruiting. As Chun Huangsha's affairs reached a pause, Daicang surveyed his surroundings, observing the dilapidated walls and houses of the street, his nostrils filled with the stench of accumulated garbage. The stark contrast with the pristine campus was like heaven and earth. In a daze, he recalled the slums depicted in movies from his past life. It was almost this kind of feeling. The outer city was truly an inhospitable place. As the sun set, night fell. This planet had no moon. However, as humans of the interstellar age and vigorous mortal realm warriors, they could easily see in the dark, even aided by starlight, not to mention the flickering lights in the city. At this moment, on the wasteland at the end of the street, flames rose, while Daicang idly poked at the firewood. He said, according to what the members of the Liao Yuan gang said, their professions are mostly scavengers, and their usual activities take place at the garbage dump 30 kilometers outside the city. That garbage dump sees tens of thousands of scavengers every day from other cities. Moreover, exotic beasts often appear there to hunt. In that garbage dump, hundreds of scavengers die at the jaws of exotic beasts daily. Over a year, nearly 100,000 would die. However, such a garbage profession as scavenging is only undertaken by low-tier warriors and the disabled. Mid-tier warriors are rare and high-tier ones are like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Shan Huangsha, sitting beside him, casually remarked, the mortality rate isn't that high. With a population of 200 million in the outer city, millions die each year. All the garbage dumps combined don't claim more than 1 million lives a year, and most of those who die are low-tier warriors and the disabled. In contrast, hunting exotic beasts and internal conflicts among warriors account for the bulk of the death toll. But scavenging is just a garbage job that allows them to scrape by, oh, I need to come up with another way to make money. Chun Huangsha yawned, appearing to be completely unconcerned about the matter. In fact, it was quite normal. The outer city was abundant in people. If one was lost, another batch could be recruited, as many wanted to join. Nonetheless, this was the first gang. Everyone had some sense of responsibility, and they brainstormed together. Of course, their methods boiled down to 3 options: scavenging, robbing, or hunting exotic beasts. Time flowed. Suddenly, Wu Tatian, who had not participated in the brainstorming and was engrossed in his own training, furrowed his brow and abruptly halted his training stance. As he stopped, the surrounding howling winds of punches and boiling vitality also retracted, causing everyone, including Daicang, to sense something was amiss. Whoosh! Instantly, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and stood up, forming a battle array. Oh, little ones, quite cautious are we. Suddenly, a soft laugh from a woman echoed from the darkness. In the next instant, the wind surged. A figure appeared in the center of the battle array in the blink of an eye. Vital chi surged like rivers and waves. Even Daicang and the students around him tightened their muscles. That aura was in no way inferior to that of Wu Tatian. Fiefan Realm. Damn, it is a Fiefan Realm powerhouse. Only Wu Tatian remained composed, his gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing figure. Swift though the newcomer was, he could not escape Wu Tatian's perception. The figure in the center of the crowd spoke, a graduate breaking through to the Fiefan Realm out in the outer city. How what a lucky little one. There are always a few like this each year. The people lowered their weapons and slowly turned, finally taking her in. She was a young woman, over 2 meters tall, her long legs rounded and brimming with power, yet not overmuscled. Fiefan Realm speed type. While everyone appraised her, she was likewise studying Wu Tatian, scanning the formidable tall youth up and down before suddenly licking her lips. Not bad, very good. The Qilin bloodline harmonizes with my wolf bloodline up to 60%. If we were to mate, the probability of producing sentient offspring would be at least 20%. As everyone knew, the Qilin was itself a chimera of many beasts and indeed had kinship with wolves, so the woman's theory was not without merit. No, wait. That's not the point. Wu Tatian frowned. I do not want to start a family. The woman smiled and asked, do you know who I am? Perhaps sensing the innocence in his eyes, she did not wait for an answer and introduced herself. I am Tsang Lian, the boss of this gathering place and the leader of the Lu Ten battle gang. You have only just graduated and know nothing of the outer city's customs. When a Fiefan Realm powerhouse sets foot on another's turf, they must pay respects at the docks. Moreover, you formed a battle gang on my territory. Though they are trash and cripples in my eyes, they are still my assets. You didn't even offer a greeting, and now want to abscond with them. I think you must be tired of living. She closed the distance, looking up at the towering youth, and seized his collar. With a burst of brute force, she sought to wrench him into a bow. Then the fabric tore apart. The rip revealed Wu Tatian's robust muscles, befitting a strength-type Fiefan Realm practitioner. Tsang Lian froze in astonishment. He remained utterly still, granting her no pride at all. Wu Tatian said, are you insane? The next moment, he launched a punch. Vital chi swelling like a tempest, 100-ton force unfurling and slamming into Tsang Lian's face with brutal finality. Her body spun and was hurled away. Boom. She flew tens of meters, collapsing a wall and smashing through. It all happened in an instant. Even Daicang was stunned. Wu Ji, what are you doing? As the saying goes, a mighty dragon should not bully a local WYRM. At best, we are strong serpents. They are the territorial dragon. How dare you strike first? As Daicang feared, when Wu Tatian moved within hundreds of meters, countless surging vital energies flared like torches. Hundreds of silhouettes appeared on the surrounding rooftops. Each was an advanced martial artist, at least 7th rank. From 8 directions rose majestic furnace-like torrents of vital chi and blood, the signature of Fiefan Realm powerhouses. The Lutan Battle Gang was a large organization, and such gangs typically possessed nearly double-digit Fiefan Realm members. So they had all come out, it seemed. As the proverb goes, a lion attacks a rabbit with full force. The other side had clearly summoned their elite. There was no intention of holding back. All of you cease. Don't hurt the one I fancy. Bang. Stones scattered as Tsang Lian strode from the ruined house, apparently unscathed. No, her features and form even seemed indistinct, as if wrapped in a gale. The moment she spoke, hostility around her recoiled. Not a single voice answered. Tsang Lian laughed. Sure enough, a newly broken through fledgling. Being of the Fiefan Realm, yet still fighting with raw chi and blood, not knowing how to wield true chi. Little one, heed my advice. This is not the orderly inner city, nor the campus watched over by our mothers. So for the sake of your classmates' lives, put away your temper. She stared intently at Wu Tatian, trying to find any. She was disappointed. Wu Tatian's gaze remained clear, and his expression betrayed no surprise. She had to continue, but I will not harm you. Join my gang, and you may become the 10th leader. You'll see to it that your classmates eat and drink well, and I will protect the 1,000 scraplings and cripples you just gathered. The terms are generous, you only need to pay a small price. Serve as my breeding stock, seed me. If you can nurture sentient offspring, you will lay the foundation for a fiefin lineage capable of ruling tens of millions someday. By the merit of betting me, you'll not only join the family, but stand a real chance to transcend the mortal ranks. Only benefits, nothing to lose. I don't understand what you are resisting. Song Lian spoke with feigned sincerity and authority. All eyes turned to Wu Tatian. Isn't this a windfall from the heavens? Chuan Huangsha murmured. If Wu Ji yields to that woman, we'll prosper. What resources would we lack? Another female classmate snapped. Nonsense. She's merely flattering. This talk of breeding merit. She's plainly trying to turn Wu Ji into her toil slave. We cannot let Wu Ji sell his body for resources. The students argued heatedly. Shi Xingqiong listened and felt a headache coming on. He regarded the leader called Song Lian undeniably a superior beauty, exuding both commanding strength and wild ferocity, with power and resources. Back home, suitors would line the streets for her. This beauty offered maintenance, wealth, and status, and even invited you to explore the mysteries of life. Besides, she was not some depraved cultivator who pillaged spirit essence. Is there any reason to refuse? If necessary, I can awaken the Qilin bloodline myself, Shi Xingqiong said earnestly. If Wu Ji refuses, I will sacrifice myself to take his place. Though reborn, he still retained the insight, will, and resilient soul of his former life. If required, he could awaken a bloodline in moments. At this, Daicang could not help but turn to him. Little Xing, have you been struck silly? How could we Fan Realm warriors possess reproductive ability? Only by breaking through to the Fiefin realm and remolding the body can reproductive capability be restored. If Fan Realm practitioners could reproduce, the outer city would long ago be overflowing. Hearing this, Shi Xingqiang's face stiffened. He hurriedly sifted through memories of this life and realized it was indeed. The martial human genome had been altered long ago by the martial god maturity at 16, an enduring prime until about 9, followed by a rapid decline and death in the final year. Much like certain birds. Without a breakthrough to the Fiefin realm, a human lifespan was fixed at 100 years, fluctuating by no more than a few days. Moreover, humanity had been genetically stripped of reproductive capacity. Only a Fiefin breakthrough and bodily remaking could restore it. Perhaps in the ethos of martial civilization, those who could not even reach Fiefin were deemed unworthy to leave descent. Oh right, I'd forgotten that. Shi Xingqiong slapped his forehead and fell silent. Though lacking reproductive ability, other functions remained intact, so he had overlooked the matter. Though he had interacted with martial humans in a past life, he had almost never dealt with Fan Realm practitioners. The breadth and depth of his previous memories had caused him to momentarily forget this basic fact. Seeing him silent, Daicang was seized by an impulse. He wanted to bind Wu Tatian on the spot and toss him onto the Lutan leader's bed. She offered money and power, all for the sake of obtaining seed. Was there any reason to hesitate? Even so, Daicang felt such matters could not be forced. One must respect another's will. He nudged Wu Tatian's side and murmured, Wu Ji, I cannot decide this for you. Do as you wish. Wu Tatian was not surprised by Daicang's attitude. Calmly, he looked at the female leader and asked, why must it? Because you are the only one nearby with the Qilin bloodline. Song Lian replied matter-of-factly. You are new here without backing and with a vulnerability. By joining the Lutan battle gang, it's easy for me to control you. There are other Qilin and Wolf bloodline powerhouses, but either they have joined other forces or are unattached invincibles. Neither is convenient for me to control, and I must guard against their treachery. She clapped as if struck by realization. Oh, another reason. You just broke through and haven't even mastered your qi. You are too weak and lack strength. She licked her lips and snarled. As a powerful one, I ought to mercilessly humiliate the weak. Her resolve hardened. Her fist tightened. Her fist hardened. At her words, even Daicang and the others felt a chill of foreboding at the thought of Wu Tatian being treated as weak. This could not end well. Sure enough, Wu Tatian's previously indifferent face darkened. He lifted one corner of his mouth. You say it. I'm weak. In the next instant, his body vanished from its spot. A consummate level yellow-grade technique. Explosive step. Like a detonating bomb, the earth cracked beneath the cataclysmic burst. Wu Tatian's towering form was before Song Lian in the blink of an eye, and an unstoppable punch followed. The consummate level yellow-grade technique. Steel fist. The vital chi behind this blow surged to its zenith. Compared to his earlier casual strike, it was a world apart. Faced with such a killing move, Song Lian only sneered. She considered it merely a killing strike propelled by chi and blood. Against deeper mastery of chi, 10 parts of force could have 9 stripped away. Such a hit would scarcely sting. What? At the critical moment, Song Lian crossed her arms to block. Boom. Her body was sent flying once more. This time her arms visibly buckled, bone fragments pierced flesh, blood mingling with exposed shards. One punch, and both arms were fractured. Terrifying indeed. Mortal realm cultivators manipulate blood and chi. Transcendent realm cultivators channel martial energy. The former merely enhances endurance and explosive physical power. The latter, when used defensively, can deflect force and shield the body. When weaponized, it transforms fists into blades, drastically amplifying pressure. The destructive disparity between blood ki and martial energy is astronomical. Song Lian, a veteran Transcendent Realm cultivator, deemed subduing a novice graduate, freshly ascended to the Transcendent Realm, an effortless certainty. She mused that if the youth before her submitted willingly, the Letin battle gang would gain a new leader, and she herself might ascend into the ranks of a transcendent clan. Should he refuse, then his limbs would be shattered, his body imprisoned as a labor slave, and with his classmates' lives held hostage, he would be forced to surrender his vital life essence. Her plan was elegant, yet it unraveled. In the youth's single-punched Song Lian unmistakably sensed the razor-edged ferocity of perfected martial energy. This boy wasn't ignorant. He'd been concealing his mastery. Song Lian hurled dozens of meters by the blow, sprang upright, arms hanging limp and useless, eyes burning with murderous intent. So you've already grasped the profound mysteries of martial energy and deliberately feigned ignorance just to ambush me. At her words, every gaze snapped toward Wu Tatian. Daicang, stunned beyond measure, blurted, "You concealed." Could Wu Tatian truly possess such intellect? This brute of pure martial cultivation. No, he'd already deceived them all once before. Perhaps he embodied the ancient paradox, supreme wisdom disguised as simplicity. Wu Tatian frowned in genuine confusion. "Conceal the application of martial energy. You yourself demonstrated it moments ago. We stand at the same realm. Why should you assume I couldn't master it?" His question left even Song Lian speechless. She knew prodigies who broke through to the transcendent realm at 16, but this defied reason. Mastering martial energy after breakthrough typically demanded at least a month. How many days had passed for him? According to his own account, he learned it instantly merely by observing her technique. Could his talent be replication or accelerated learning? To assimilate such mastery so swiftly, surely no less than a Class D innate gift. Ha ha ha. Song Lian threw back her head and roared, blood dripping from her slackened hands. "All of you, seize him." Yet, no, the bleeding had already ceased. Her wounds were knitting shut, even her fractured bones reassembling themselves. The innate regeneration of the transcendent realm rivaled even class healing talents. That was precisely why low-tier talents were dismissed. They inevitably faded into obsolescence as cultivation. Returning to the present, Song Lian, as the Letin battle gang's leader, issued her command, and instantly elite members, aligned in perfect unison, remained motionless. Their loyalty lay not with Wu Tatian, who dared challenge the gang's authority, but with their leader Song Lian, whose arms had snapped like dry twigs beneath a single blow. Her defeat laid bare before them all. "Sister leader, you acted too hastily." That was the second in command. "A guest has arrived. We need not create enemies for the gang." That was the fourth in command. "This junior brother has yet to show hostility toward our settlement. Should you driven solely by personal ambition, declare." That was the seventh in command. "Damn it all. What does it matter if you and this junior brother found a transcendent clan together? What concern is it of ours?" That was the ninth in command. "You can't beat him yourself. So now we must clean up your mess." Under torchlight in the midnight stillness, the 8 transcendent realm leaders, the second through ninth, spoke in rapid succession. Not one step forward. The reason was simple: transcendent clans were founded on bloodline. Even if Song Lian ascended, what bond would she share with these outsiders? The Letin battle gang, spoken of politely, was an organization. Spoken of plainly, 9 transcendent realm cultivators banding together to dominate mortal tier cultivators. Against monstrous beasts they united without hesitation. But confronting another transcendent realm human, that required careful deliberation. And youths fresh from graduation feared death least of all. They fought recklessly, wielding lethal techniques without restraint. Why risk one's life against such a foe? How could I forget your outer city nature? Then hear this: my personal faction. Seize those mortal tier graduates as hostages. As for him, I'll handle him myself." Song Lian's fury cooled into glacial composure. She unleashed a thunderous shout, its force rippling outward like a sudden storm across silent night. Instantly, dozens of elite mortal tier warriors leapt from rooftops. From afar, thousands upon thousands surged toward the commotion, all under Song Lian's direct command. Their numbers revealed meticulous preparation. Within the Letin battle gang, though she lacked authority over the entire force, she secretly commanded over 20,000. To capture Wu Tatian, she'd committed nearly half her private army, a clear sign she'd received advance intelligence. At her order, the other gang leaders withdrew without protest, dragging their subordinates back with them. They'd come to bolster appearances, not to die. Even without mortal peril, none wished to incur enmity with a peer level. In the outer city, transcendent realm cultivators rarely perished by each other's hands. Most fell to monstrous beasts. Temperament, so utterly unvarnished, so blunt, so ruthlessly self-interested. Truly, the martial race I long admired. When self-interest isn't served, not a single effort is offered, not even under moral coercion. Magnificent. Shi Xingqiong observed the scene, deeply moved. In his previous life as a Taoist cultivator, even when resenting his sect's orders, he'd still perform his duties, however superficially. The martial race didn't even bother feigning compliance. As for the immediate threat, glancing at the advancing formation, Shi Xingqiong felt not a ripple of anxiety, a joke, mere mortal tier trash. In his past life, he'd reached the peak of Foundation establishment, surviving over 10,000 years. His combat experience dwarfed that of these beardless youths. Even reborn onto a different path, he remained far beyond mortal tier reach. His only concern was tempering his power, not drawing attention. Boiling blood. You want hostages? Step over my corpse first. With a guttural roar, Daicang, missing one arm, activated his lethal technique and lunged headlong at the nearest foe. His spear pierced the air like a dragon's breath, its speed lightning swift, piercing straight through a high-tier warrior's heart. Blood gushed from the man's mouth as terror contorted his face. Something was wrong. This cripple's blood key barely surpassed mid-tier cultivators, yet his speed and strength defied logic. He had no way of knowing augmented by an external artifact. Daicang's raw strength now exceeded 4 tons, twice that of a 9th-tier mortal cultivator. One strike, death. Not only did it stun his enemies, it left Shixingqiong dumbfounded. Daicang, you're supposed to be the strategist. Why charge in blindly? Yet seeing Daicang's valor, Shixingqiong abandoned restraint, drawing his warblade and charging forth. Everyone formed defensive formation. Brother D, I'll aid you in battle. Employing some unknown art, he appeared beside Daicang in a blink, just as Daicang's spear punched clean through another enemy's skull. Meanwhile, a mortal tier apex warrior beside Daicang erupted in fury, activating his bloodline. Crimson fur erupted across his body, his blood key surging violently. Whoosh! Shixingqiong slashed, decapitating him in one stroke. Daicang struck simultaneously, his spear shattering the enemy's skull with explosive force. Strength 1, you stole my kill. Daicang glared furious. Had he been slower, the kill would have slipped away. Wait, Shixingqiong stood only at 8th tier mortal rank. When had his combat prowess become capable of instantly slaying a bloodline-awakened warrior, even mid-transformation? Daicang stared. Shixingqiong now towered 2.5 meters tall, his body armored in serpentine scales. Clearly he'd awakened his bloodline. But when his head was already gone, you didn't need that final blow. Shixingqiong glanced at Daicang, hesitating. He's grown increasingly bloodthirsty since arriving in the outer city, even finishing off the already doomed. Enough. I've awakened my bloodline, so I'll engage Hedon. Brother D, guard my flanks and finish off the wounded. Without pause, he surged forward. Daicang's heart leapt, finishing blows. I love those. He paid no mind to Shixingqiong's transformation. Perhaps near death had triggered a fortuitous awakening. Either way, battle came first. Their first opponents were dozens of elite warriors loyal to Tsang Lian, each a high-tier cultivator, 5 among them bloodline awakened. And surrounding the entire street, converging steadily, were over 10,000 members of Tsang Lian's faction, mostly mid-tier with a scattering of high-tier warriors. As for low-tier cultivators, they were deemed worthless, rejected outright by the Letten gang. Thus Shixingqiong charged ahead like a war god, cleaving high-tier warriors one by one, bloodline-awakened foes falling before a single strike. Daicang followed closely behind, deflecting ambushes aimed at Shixingqiong with his spear, then casually finishing off enemies left gasping, or already dead. Strength 1, strength 1, strength 1. Then undeterred, the two plunged deeper, ripping open the enemy ranks, carving a path of slaughter. Soon Daicang shifted from support to frontline assault, wielding his spear with single-handed multi-ton force, overwhelming refined technique and coordination through sheer numerical dominance. Shixingqiong watched Daicang, like a god of slaughter, grow fiercer with every step, outpacing him, outkilling. Wait, did he break through? He was only 5th-tier mortal rank. A martial artist's battle unfolds both within the arena and beyond it. Inside, strength is tested. Outside, minds are unsettled. Victory demands every conceivable tactic. This is the very essence of a true martial cultivator. Tsang Lian's objective was simple: to dominate Wu Taishan, a young man who had just awakened the Qilin bloodline. How? Even simpler, fresh graduates cling fiercely to loyalty toward their classmates, a trait shared by countless outer city cultivators. Capture his classmates, hold them as hostages. Would not this youth then be utterly at her mercy? Even if he refused absolute obedience, she could still cripple his freedom of action, granting her overwhelming advantage in the coming clash. Thus Tsang Lian felt no urgency, only unwavering confidence. Her long legs blurred into afterimages as she circled Wu Tatian with unadorned grace, all while launching verbal barbs to unsettle his spirit force type. Transcendent realm cultivators truly possess extraordinary brute strength, already wielding 100 tons of raw power upon breakthrough. Should you ascend to the pinnacle, your fist strike force may even surge to 300 tons. In contrast, I, speed type by nature, have cultivated for a full decade since breakthrough, yet my fist force barely exceeds 90 tons. Even at my apex, it shall never surpass 120 tons. But in that instant, Tsang Lian vanished like a phantom, reappearing beside Wu Tatian. Though her arms were maimed, she opened her mouth wide and sank her teeth deep. Thud. Blood erupted in crimson arcs. A hunk of flesh tore from Wu Taishan's shoulder, ripped away by her razor-sharp fang. Wu Tatian recoiled, but his expression remained unchanged. Without hesitation, he pivoted and hurled a devastating punch. 100 tons of force launched instantly toward Tsang Lian, and struck only empty air. Yes, she had already flickered away in the blink of an eye. Clearly this was a perfected level body movement, art honed for relentless close-quarters combat. Heh. Spitting out the bloody flesh, Tsang Lian snarled, as a force-type cultivator, your physique has transformed with your breakthrough. You now tower 4 meters tall, your mass exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Yet your leg strength remains merely double your fist force. By that ratio you fall short even of ordinary mortal realm practitioners. 200 tons in your legs, yet over 1 ton in weight. How swift can you possibly be? Too slow. Far too slow. As she spoke she continued her dizzying orbit, so near so fast that Wu Tatian could scarcely perceive more than her fleeting afterimage. Song Lian was right. Wu Tatian knew well with only 200 tons of leg power even at full sprint his velocity would not exceed 70 meters per second. And his opponent? Every student educated under the standard curriculum knew this speed type. Transcendent realm cultivators begin with mere 50 tons of fist force, but their physiologies differ radically from those of force types. Their leg strength is 5 times their fist force, and their body weight hovers around only 200 kilograms. At full sprint, they exceed 150 meters per second. Moreover, this adversary was a veteran transcendent realm cultivator. If her fist force truly approached 90 tons, her leg strength must reach 450 tons, enabling bursts beyond 200 meters per second. Such a chasm in velocity rendered landing a strike little more than a fantasy. You speak truthfully. I am. Wu Tatian said nothing further, merely turned his gaze elsewhere. A faint smile surfaced on his impassive face. Your underlings have fallen rather swiftly. What? Bewildered Song Lian followed his line of sight, toward the battlefield where mortal realm cultivators clapped. Her eyes swept across the scene, and froze entirely. Shouts of battle, cries of agony, rivers of blood, corpses strewn across the ground, severed limbs scattered like broken dolls. Those graduates whom she had expected to offer negligible resistance were mostly crouched in tight defensive formations, steady, methodical, unyielding, except for 2 figures directly ahead moving like incarnate gods of slaughter. One had activated his bloodline, his body armored in shimmering serpent scales, his footwork and combat style reached sublime perfection as he wielded a battle blade flashing through the crowd like a will-o'-the-wisp. His killing art, refined to its purest, most elemental form, felled countless foes with each stroke. The other was a maimed warrior, one arm severed, yet terrifyingly fierce, ferocious, unyielding, defying all logic. With every motion, over 20 tons of force detonated outward. Bloodline cultivators crumbled before him, let alone ordinary martial artists. Unafraid of injury, intoxicated by battle, his wounds sealed before the eye could track, regenerating at visible. He was a battlefield grinder, plunging heedlessly into enemy ranks, harvesting life, with every blow growing fiercer and stronger the longer he fought. And what of her own side? Ordinary cultivators, expendable, unmissed. But her elite, her senior cultivators and bloodline warriors, less than 1 in 10 remained standing. Gua, my life's work. Song Lian's face flushed crimson with rage. Stop killing. Cease this slaughter. Yet in that very moment a blow erupted from Wu Tatian, denser, faster, unimaginably more devastating than before. As for speed, blindingly swift, heavenly demon body dissolution. At that instant a perfected level annihilation technique surged forth. Wu Tatian's body bloomed like a macabre flower, spraying crimson petals as his speed and strength exploded. Surging, soaring. Fist force 105 tons, 530 tons. A perfected level annihilation technique manifests far more potently when wielded by a transcendent realm cultivator than by a mortal realm one. Duan Minggui achieved only a 4-fold amplification, but Wu Tatian shattered that limit, achieving 5-fold. In the blink of an eye he surpassed the speed of sound. His fist, larger than a mortar, pierced the air like a divine spear, striking true, straight into Song Lian's chest. She sensed the peril, tried to evade, but her speed failed her. No choice remained. She activated her own annihilation art, heavenly demon dissolution. Yet surprise held decisive advantage. Her technique had barely ignited halfway when she recoiled, barely avoiding mortal injury. Still she could only watch, helpless, as his fist slammed unerringly into her chest. Ribs shattered, sternum collapsed inward, and colossal force flooded her torso, liquefying organs into viscous slurry. Her seemingly fragile frame was hurled backward like a ragdoll, skidding through the air for over 100 meters, trailing a gory comet of blood. She crashed violently onto the earth, carving a furrow over 30 meters long before grinding to a halt. You. The first syllable escaped her lips, then erupted anew as a torrent of blood. Before her, Wu Tatian's towering silhouette strode forward, the 150-meter distance consumed in barely 2 seconds. At that moment Wu Tatian suffered grievously. Though the perfected heavenly demon body dissolution granted him 5-fold augmentation, its cost was equally immense. His bones fractured like dry twigs, his organs bled internally, his skin split open. His entire being resembled a figure dredged from a lake of gore. After all, the heavenly demon body dissolution was an annihilation art rife with catastrophic side effects. Use it, and survival itself became uncertain, let alone walking away unscathed. For mortal realm cultivators, such injuries would render one permanently crippled, or worse, shatter the foundation of cultivation itself. For transcendent realm cultivators, however, they amounted to little more than minor wounds. Rest a short while, and full recovery followed naturally. Their vitality was prodigious, their self-healing capabilities extraordinary. Even a pierced heart could regenerate provided retreat and timely nourishment occurred. Take Song Lian herself, her chest crushed inward, both arms severed, blood pooling beneath her. Such wounds would have ended any mortal realm cultivator instantly. Yet she lived, and even spoke. Cough. Cough. You mangy stray dog. Had I unleashed the heavenly demon body dissolution, first you'd have stood no chance. Lying prone, she stared unblinkingly at Wu Taishan, her eyes blazing with fury and bitter resentment. He nodded, which puzzles me. Why did you not unleash your full power from the outset? Had you deployed the heavenly demon body dissolution before I grasped chi condensation, perhaps I would have fallen. You fight strangely, hesitant, fearful of injury, indulging in unnecessary theatrics mid-battle. Your strength and influence are modest, yet your ambitions soar impossibly high. Neither Academy nor Outer City could produce a failure like you. As he spoke, he lifted his foot. He brought it down, crushing Song Lian's face into the earth with brutal finality. The ground splintered beneath her. In that instant, her mind went utterly blank. HRRK, get your filthy foot off me. She thrashed wildly, convulsing like a fish flung ashore. You wretched Outer City cultivator. Lowborn vermin. Trash. Wastrel. How dare you? How dare you? I will kill you. I will. Wu Taishan's brow furrowed. His foot pressed down harder. Cracks widened across the earth. The sickening snap of cranial fracture echoed clearly. Her struggles weakened, fading into tremors. Junior brother, cease. A gust of wind stirred the air as a new figure materialized beside Wu Tatian. Towering over 4 meters, his musculature thicker and denser than Wu Taishan's, he was unmistakably a veteran transcendent realm cultivator. Yet his speed dwarfed even typical speed-type cultivators. This was the third patriarch of the Letten Battle Guild, also known as the third guild master. The woman beneath your foot is actually a scion of an inner city noble house, banished permanently to the outer city, yet still maintaining ties with her ancestral clan. Wu Tatian turned his cold gaze upon the newcomer, therefore she cannot be killed. The third patriarch spoke solemnly. It is through her that the Letten Battle Guild maintains a direct trade conduit into the inner city. Should she perish, that channel vanishes. Moreover, though naive, she remains our guild master. She may be defeated by you, but to slay her thus before witnesses would be unacceptable. Our guild's morale would shatter irreparably. Oh, that explains it. It makes sense now. Inner city dwellers are without exception transcendent realm cultivators. Thus children born there awaken to the transcendent realm at birth. They inherit parental guidance, distinct educational systems, and vastly different living environments, shaping temperaments and conduct wholly alien to outsiders. Very well, I shall spare her. However, Wu Tatian lifted his foot and glanced toward the distant battlefield where Song Lian's subordinates still battled his classmates. Or rather, battled only Daicang and Shixingqiu. Their overwhelming prowess had sealed off both sides of the street, each holding a flank alone. The third patriarch followed his gaze and nodded. Understood. I'll order them to stand down immediately. Wu Tatian raised a hand to halt him. No. Let them continue fighting. Brother D has fallen into a killing frenzy. Let him sate his thirst before we intervene. This was the most exhilarating battle yet for Daicang. Unlike last time, when he had chased down fleeing enemies, this time hordes of foes surged forward voluntarily into the narrow street, leaving no room for retreat. Bodies pressed tightly together, those behind, unaware of the chaos ahead, roared mindlessly forward, only to be mercilessly reaped by Daicang. Ah no, not mercilessly. He was savoring it. He laughed until his jaw ached. Stay back. I'll die fighting you. One martial artist, finally broken by terror, tried to flee, but found himself trapped in the suffocating press of bodies. Facing Daicang's advance, his mind shattered. With a thunderous roar, he activated the heavenly demon body dissolution technique. A mid-tier martial artist, merely 6th rank in the mortal realm, yet its perfected form tripled his raw strength instantly. He raised his blade, delivering a strike exceeding 4 tons of force toward Daicang. Crack! In that instant, the sword shattered. Daicang's spear, flung with residual momentum, unleashed dozens of tons of concussive force and obliterated the man's skull. Desperate. You've only just learned desperation. I'd begun to think you were training dummies. Truly, the outer city's environment forged formidable warriors. Graduates would have closed in with lethal techniques the moment combat began, unlike these seasoned veterans who reserved such arts only for life or death extremity. Indeed, most martial artists never even managed to deploy their lethal techniques before falling beneath Daicang's blade. Incidentally, his own killing art, boiling blood, had long since been deactivated. The marginal power boost granted by the killing art paled beside a mere 10th of his external augmentation. Keeping it active would only waste precious stamina. Had he not feared these fighters breaking past him to threaten his classmates behind, Daicang would have already charged headlong into the throng, doubling his slaughter rate in an instant. Even so, enemies fell like wheat before the scythe. With every corpse piled high, Daicang's strength swelled, making each subsequent strike ever more effortless. He's transcendent. He must be concealing his true realm. Loose arrows. Pierce him where he stands. By contrast, the enemy ranks could no longer contain their panic. They'd held their fire earlier, per their leader's orders to capture alive. But now survival demanded absolute commitment. Even if he wasn't truly transcendent, he was perilously close. What meaning do mortal realm cultivators hold against the transcendent? Though Daicang himself was not transcendent, his cross-realm combat prowess left no doubt. And thus, arrows rained from the enemy's rear like a storm. Propelled by martial artists of at least mid-tier mastery, those arrows pierced the air faster than sound itself. Daicang looked up. Countless arrows streaked toward him like falling stars. A day ago, such a barrage would have reduced him to crimson pulp. But today was different. Daicang glanced at the augmentation bestowed by his external system. Strength 500, a 566th increase in striking force, rivaling even the opening burst of an agile type transcendent. How amusing. He discarded his spear, kicked aside a fallen shield bearer's corpse, and snatched up a 200-kilogram alloy shield, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. In that instant, the arrow storm descended, a torrent whose impact could drive steel shafts 2 or 3 centimeters deep into solid iron. Yet, this was a high martial world. A 200-kilogram alloy shield gripped in one hand became Daicang's instrument as he advanced, straight into the supersonic hail. Charging, the earth exploded beneath his feet under the recoil of titanic leg strength. Shield-raised Daicang plunged into the enemy ranks, crushing, slamming, shattering all in his path. Wherever he passed, bodies disintegrated into mangled flesh and splintered bone. At that moment, Daicang felt less like a man and more like a 100-ton juggernaut incarnate. He simply charged wherever the crowd thickened, heedless, unstoppable, and the soft chime of Strength 1 echoed ceaselessly in his ears. He also realized this massive shield, bristling with embedded arrows weighing over 200 kilograms, was far more effective than the spear he'd trained with for over a decade. Muscles coiled, Daicang surged forward relentlessly, encountering only faint resistance, until he had barreled hundreds, perhaps thousands of meters straight ahead. And suddenly, all resistance vanished. Lowering the shield, he realized he had shattered the enemy's entire front line, penetrating deep into their rear. Glancing left and right, he saw scattered martial artists frozen in disbelief. Gah? A transcendent. He must be, but his Kiblood aura registers only mid-tier. Impossible, it's a lie. I surrender. Don't kill me. Defeat. Total, irreversible defeat. Daicang had torn through the street, breached the enemy's formation, and thousands of martial artists along that line bore witness to the full spectacle of battle. Only then did they grasp the truth: the warrior they fought was no mere mortal realm grunt, but a rampaging transcendent dragon. We fought a transcendent. Is this real? No chance, we're out. And so thousands of martial artists collapsed in morale, fleeing in all directions, scattering like dust in a gale. Daicang, damn, got carried away. Having shattered their will prematurely, there were no more desperate fighters forced to stand and fight. His grand harvest had ended before its zenith. No, not yet over. He turned his gaze 1,000 meters away, to the far end of the street. That was Xingqiong's battlefield. Xiaoxingzi, don't fear, I'm coming. With a bellow, Daicang sprinted forth, shield held high, his speed nearing 100 meters per second. In mere seconds, he crossed the 1,000-meter distance. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Xingqiong wielded his war blade with fluid grace. Even encircled by enemies, his movements flowed like dance, serene, elegant, inevitable. Attacks from all sides posed no threat. They became extensions of his rhythm, fueling his flow. A flick of the blade tip deflected incoming weapons, redirecting them off course. Then clashing metal rang across the field as each blow missed Xingqiong entirely and struck his attacker's own comrades instead. This was combat choreographed upon the edge of a blade, forged by the reborn wisdom of a veteran master. With minimal exertion, Xingqiong dispatched enemies at a steady, unhurried pace. Corpses carpeted the ground, hundreds strong. Frontline fighters trembled with dread, while those behind pushed forward, forcing them to advance against their will. Such slaughter seemed destined to continue. I'm here to aid you. Until a humanoid 100-ton juggernaut crashed violently into the fray, shattering formations, bursting deep into enemy ranks. Xingqiong was instantly drenched in blood. What in the world is that? Could that reckless bull-rushing figure truly be Daicang? When had he broken through to stunned Xingqiong watched as Daicang surged through the enemy ranks, swinging the colossal shield again and again, sending plumes of crimson into the air. Clearly, with such overwhelming strength, he could have cleaved straight through the enemy host, deciding the battle outright. Yet he refused. Instead, he remained at the front lines, slaughtering, then letting fresh waves surge forward to meet him, maximizing carnage at every turn. Xingqiong couldn't help but worry, is his bloodlust truly this profound? Then he recalled the outer city's 5% mortality rate, where natural death didn't exist and millions met violent, untimely ends. Enough. Enough. Even if Daicang's bloodlust ran deep, how deep could it possibly go? Could he truly slay 1 million souls in a single year? Not only Xingqiong, but other classmates, who had spent hours defending against only scattered foes, now stood idle, purposeless. Their thoughts were simple. Whoa, brother Sure is this fearsome. Whoa, brother D is also this fearsome. Did they both secretly break through to transcendence without telling anyone? Could it be they've been concealing their true strength? Chuan Huangsha murmured, then shook his head. No, Duan Minggui is dead. Daicang lost an arm. Xingqiong nearly got kicked to death. Concealing strength, would they risk their lives just to hide it? Yet, they'd only arrived in the outer city days ago. How had they grown so formidable so quickly? Sensing their Kiblood auras confirmed it, neither had ascended. Both remained firmly within the mortal realm. But, unfathomable, utterly incomprehensible. Could they too have activated something? Chuan Huangsha projected his own experience onto them and made his decision. Turned his head aside. He hadn't seen anything. He'd pretend none of this had ever happened. Back to the present. Daicang's sword in divine might carving chaos left and right. Hundreds, then thousands. of corpses soon littered the street, slaughtering enemies so thoroughly that even those in the rear grew suspicious. After all, medium-sized battle clans maintained respectable morale. To flee mid-battle invited the iron fist of transcendent enforcers. Larger clans enforced discipline even more ruthlessly, their punitive measures unmatched. Thus, the Lutan battle clan's martial artists pressed forward despite facing overwhelming odds, even unto certain death. Well, most died bewildered, uncomprehending, until the mounting dead crossed some unseen threshold. I won't fight anymore. No more. Let the enforcement squad do as they please. I'd rather die than fight. A third-line martial artist, finally overwhelmed, screamed, dropped his shield, and shoved desperately backward into the crowd. His shout, amplified by Kiblood resonance, sent shockwaves through nearby fighters, sparking immediate imitation. Comrades dropped their burdens and fled without hesitation. 1 ignited 10. 10 influenced 100. 100 spread panic to 1,000. Collapse came like an avalanche. I'm done. Enforcement squad, get lost. Today I will desert, and no one stops me. If the enforcement squad dares intervene, I'll take them down with me. Huh, where's the enforcement squad? The young man leading the flight scanned frantically, confusion etching his face. He'd expected arrows to pierce his back, but sensed no danger at all. He focused and saw hundreds of meters distant the vantage point once occupied by the enforcement squad, now abandoned. Farther still, dozens of archers sprinted wildly into the distance, bows slung across their backs. The enforcement squad fled first. Cowards. Now it made sense. Perched higher, they saw farther. They'd watched Daicang grow stronger with every kill, his strength rivaling a transcendence, his brutality unmatched. Are we really fighting a transcendent? Then they glimpsed the other battlefield. The Lutan battle clan's leader, their own chief, crushed into the earth beneath a boot, utterly incapacitated, raging impotently. There was no point in fighting. Without another word, they sheathed their arrows and fled for their lives. As elite martial artists, each ranked 7th rank or higher in the mortal realm, their escape was swift, efficient, and far beyond the reach of expendable frontline fodder. As for Daicang, he continued his slaughter, lost in the rhythm, until suddenly the enemy ranks before him emptied. All that remained were retreating backs. Running. Do you truly believe you can escape? Daicang's grin twisted, legs coiling like springs ready to launch. Junior brother, please halt. Suddenly, justice descended from above. A towering figure crashed down, slamming into the earth with seismic force. The ground trembled. A transcendent, power type. And, astonishingly fast. Daicang hadn't even heard the voice before the colossal figure appeared, already standing between him and his prey. What did that imply? Speed surpassing sound itself, terrifying beyond measure. Who are you? Daicang stepped back, eyes locked on the newcomer. The man's appearance was striking, clear-browed, broad-shouldered, powerfully built, yet looks betrayed neither age nor cultivation level. Lutan Battle Clan, 3rd Chief Izun. A simple introduction. Daicang's muscles tensed. He knew well mortal realm cultivators relied on Kiblood, transcendence wielded K-force. Even with equal raw power, their gulf in capability was immeasurable, and his current strength was strength 1023. Whoa, massive gain. Over 100 tons of force, meaning more than 1,000 lives had fallen beneath his hands. This immense strength, uncharacteristic of a power-type transcendent, flooded Daicang with sudden confidence. He straightened, chin lifted. Izun frowned slightly. What had just made this junior so abruptly self-assured? No matter. Such trivialities held no interest for him. He lowered his gaze, meeting Daicang's eyes directly. Those mortal realm fighters are merely obedient cannon fodder. If junior brother insists on their deaths, let them perish later, devoured by wilderness beasts. Using mortal realm cultivators as bait for beast hunting yields considerable profit. Wasting them all here is sheer folly. Daicang. That was undeniably logical. Yet, he just slaughtered your followers. At least show some anger. Brother D, what he says is true. Indiscriminate slaughter is wasteful. A voice sounded behind him. Turning, Daicang saw Wu Taitian stride forward, towering, imposing, stopping at his side and locking eyes with 3rd Chief Izun, as if braced for sudden violence. Wu Taitian continued, Senior Brother E states that our Liao Yuan battle clan may coexist peacefully with Lutan, and further offers compensation for emotional distress. You're serious? I just massacred your clan. Yet as 3rd Chief you feel no outrage, no demand for accountability, and you're offering compensation for emotional distress? Does this battle clan even possess cohesion? Daicang's lip twitched, staring at Izun in utter disbelief. Izun nodded, confirming Wu Taitian's words. Our chief acted alone in declaring enmity against you. Compensation shall therefore be drawn solely from her personal reserves. She is an exiled criminal banished from the inner city, her judgment impaired. We ask for your understanding. Daicang nearly asked aloud, what is the point of this battle clan? If everyone operates independently, why not simply dissolve it entirely? Izun, however, displayed no awareness of the absurdity. He turned to Wu Taitian. By the way, in 1 week we depart the city for wilderness beast hunting. Please ensure your Liao Yuan battle clan prepares accordingly. 1 transcendent, plus 10 expendable decoys trained in 10,000 beasts hard art. Do not forget. With that he blurred, vanishing instantly from sight. Faster than sound, yet producing no sonic boom. Uncanny. beyond explanation by mere martial technique. Victory. Victory. In the darkness, the martial artists hidden within the houses on both sides of the street quietly opened their windows to investigate the situation outside. They were all members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. Ah yes, those low-level martial artists and disabled individuals. As for intermediate and advanced martial artists, they were few and far between. When the battle broke out as members of the Liao Yuan battle gang, they fled at the fastest speed, hiding in safe places to observe secretly. Not a single one came out to fight. We won. We really won. The Liao Yuan battle gang has triumphed. Our battle gang's extraordinary realm is too strong. Great. Finally, there are strong individuals willing to protect us. The houses opened and thousands of gang members emerged celebrating together. They were incredibly excited with tears of joy welling up in their eyes. As the so-called waste, they had been living on the brink of survival, many unable to guarantee that they would see the sun rise the next day. The fact that the Liao Yuan battle gang could win this battle, while being able to have the Lutan battle gang acknowledge their legitimacy, was already a victory in itself. From now on, they would also have someone protecting them. These useless scum. Chen Huangsha looked at the gang members shouting and celebrating in the middle of the night, his expression darkening. Truly useless, these people. During the battle, they were of no help at all. After it was over, they rushed out to celebrate their victory. It was simply, what else could we do? Do you want them to go to the battlefield? A classmate beside him asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Huangsha shook his head rapidly. Are you kidding me? Let these useless people go to the battlefield. They can barely take care of themselves. Chen Huangsha had no protective feelings for the Liao Yuan battle gang's useless members. He recruited them only to fulfill the conditions for building a force, and he didn't want to get involved beyond that. Oh right, he also needed them to help him build wonders. This was another significant expense. After the battle, Daicang's expression was somewhat conflicted. Nothing else, his performance was just too outrageous. Everyone saw it. A fifth-stage ordinary realm A-grade talent, an incredibly average configuration, yet he achieved results comparable to an extraordinary realm. Anyone would find it absurd. He was pondering whether he could throw this burden onto the realm of ideology martial arts. After all, ideology martial arts were incredibly mysterious, with a high threshold. Fighting beyond one's rank was like a daily routine for ideology martial artists. Just then his classmates gathered around. I can explain. Daicang was contemplating how to respond, ready to use a fabricated excuse to handle things. But then Shi Xingqiong spoke first. Little Chun, the Lutan battle gang, wants the Liao Yuan battle gang to select 10 martial artists to cultivate the heart of all beasts as bait for exotic beasts. What do you think? He directly bypassed Daicang's worried topic. Chen Huangshan nonchalantly replied, let them have it. The fact that we can protect those useless people is already the greatest grace we can offer them. In the future, they want need to serve as bait for exotic beasts. Do you expect us to use our own people? This was indeed one of the reasons for forming a battle gang. Thus no one asked why Daicang was able to unleash such terrifying combat power, nor did anyone question why Shi Xingqiong was so outrageously strong. This made Daicang feel somewhat insecure. No, do you really not care at all? Regardless, everyone's focus was on another map. Cultivation method, heart of all beasts, yellow grade technique. By practicing countless forms of animal shapes, one can achieve the power to suppress all beasts. Those who cultivate successfully can intimidate animals through their aura, but for more powerful wild beasts, it is rather a disrespectful provocation. This technique is quite simple. Oh, I can practice it. Wu Taotian was the first to speak after looking at the technique. I forbid it. Daicang glared at him, saying, it's deadly to let cannon fodder do it. Your life is much more precious than theirs. This guy was planning to take matters into his own hands again. Indeed, the extraordinary realm is strong, but what does it count for in front of exotic beasts? The notion of seeking death must be extinguished in its infancy. Speaking of the heart of all beasts, the principle of the technique is quite simple. It begins with shape intention boxing, mimicking the aura of various animals to achieve the effect of suppressing beasts. Of course, if one's strength is not strong enough, then recklessly releasing one's aura is no longer suppression, but provocation. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Mindless exotic beasts provoked will naturally come seeking the source. Once they dive headlong into the traps, the battle gang can easily harvest them. It sounds simple. However, a single aura has no effect. It requires hundreds of martial artists to connect their energies and collectively emit the pressure of wild beasts to attract exotic beasts from the vast wilderness. Most traps only work on micro-exotic beasts. If a small exotic beast is attracted, it's a life order. The casualty rate is too high for bait. Yet, this is precisely the objective of many battle gangs. Bait is not only bait, they are also traps and poison. They also serve as a mechanism for gathering to eliminate the useless. Listen well, hunting exotic beasts is far too dangerous. According to statistics, more than 5 million people die from this each year in this outer city. Even the extraordinary realm can meet its demise. But hunting exotic beasts is precisely an important source of income for the outer city. Moreover, if we allow the exotic beasts to grow, it will eventually lead to an exotic beast attack on the city, resulting in even more deaths. So next week, the Liao Yuan battle gang must participate in hunting exotic beasts. Besides the 10 pieces of bait, I will accompany Wu Taotian. Daicang habitually issued orders. However, you are coming. Wu Taotian exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Daicang. No, you can't come, you're too weak. Daicang replied, "Are you serious? My punching power is comparable to a strength-type extraordinary realm. Am I weak? You still think I'm weak? Come, let's have a spar. You won't let me go? With no one watching, you're mixing with a group of unfamiliar extraordinary realms. Aren't you afraid of someone backstabbing you during exotic beast hunting, dying alone outside? This martial artist truly has nothing but water in his brain." Daicang turned around and was just about to showcase his 100-ton strength when he heard a crack. The ground split open. The center of the crack was the ground where Daicang's foot had landed. He looked down and realized that his battle boots had already been damaged in the previous battle, and his immense power had penetrated the sole, leaving him barefoot on the ground. Excessive strength directly shattered the ground. "Digu, I wasn't lying, you really can't do it," he said, pointing at Shi. "Let him come, he's more reliable than you." Daicang. The next day in the morning, the territory of the Liao Yuan battle gang had been cleaned up. No matter how useless the gang members were, they could at least handle logistics and clean up the battlefield. Looking at others, Daicang's arm had nearly healed, the new skin as tender as a baby's, and he looked much more normal. At this moment, he was cautiously practicing his punches and cultivating. During his punch practice, his body would occasionally tremble. The next moment, the ground would crack and stones would fly under the immense power. Daicang's expression stiffened. The power was too strong. Yes, he had opened a slaughter yesterday with thousands of lives perishing at his hand, and the boost had granted him immense strength. But his boost was too simple and crude. It only increased strength, nothing else. The suddenly surging power made it difficult for Daicang to walk without leaving deep footprints. Controlling this overflowing power was exceedingly challenging. He could only gradually gather and control it. Meanwhile, during Daicang's punch practice, many classmates, even while minding their own morning routines, couldn't help but glance at him. "I knew it, Digo isn't weak either," Shun Huangsha muttered. "I wonder how Di Guess current power compares to Wu Guess, who's stronger, who's weaker." "Wu Taotian is stronger." From beside him, Shi Xinqiang's voice rang out. "The extraordinary realm can not only control their own strength, but also harness their aura. The combat power of the two is worlds apart. With the same strength, Wu Taotian is far superior." This perspective, as an old reincarnate, can't be wrong. However, compared to Daicang, Shi Xinqiang was more focused on Wu Taotian. Why is this boy so certain that he is more reliable than Daicang? Did he see something? Or is it purely instinct and intuition? If the former, it only proves that Wu Taotian is a fool, but if it is the latter, then it's not simple, quite complicated. Time passed. The blazing sun shone high and the daily morning practice was over. Daicang, quite dissatisfied, stopped his morning practice. He discovered that his strength was astonishing, and just a slight movement could leave deep footprints on the ground. If uncontrolled, he could leap more than 10 meters away. The uncontrollable power. Although it wouldn't harm himself, he was worried about injuring his own people. Forget it, it's not something that can be resolved overnight. I remember there are techniques to enhance body control, and quite a few of them. Shaking his head, Daicang temporarily chose not to dwell on this matter. It's difficult to control power, so he would strengthen his training. Daicang took out a nutritional paste to eat, occasionally sipping plain water, and walked over to his classmates. He said, "Now that we have established ourselves in Lutan City, how about this? They'll go back and bring everyone. It's unsafe out there in the wilds. Although Lutan City and its surroundings can be considered part of the outer city, there are still many exotic beasts roaming around. They simply don't dare approach densely populated areas. If you dare to set up a tent outside, you'll be ambushed." Once he spoke, no one opposed. Because with Daicang's strength, he could easily dominate outside the city. "Digo, are you going back alone?" As he prepared to set off, a male classmate approached and said, "If it's convenient, can you take me along?" Daicang looked at the speaker. Mo Hung, a 4th stage ordinary realm, notorious in the class for his obsession with cultivation. Unfortunately, his aptitude was lacking, comprehension low, and his grades even below Daicang. Of course, in terms of the total hours spent cultivating from childhood, he couldn't compare to Daicang. But being only a 4th stage ordinary realm at 16, combined with his longer cultivation time than his peers, was enough to prove his aptitude. "Take you along." "Fine, keep up. Is there anyone else who wants to go back together?" Daicang thought little of it, and he also asked others. After going around, he found that only Mo Hung wanted to leave, the rest planned to stay. Mo Hung, having received permission, was quite happy. He was lightly equipped with a battle knife at his waist and a bow and arrows on his back as he followed along. After exiting the city, they gradually left Lutan City until the city was completely out of sight. At this point, the surroundings were desolate, with things like cockroach rats rushing by not far away, which was quite disgusting. But Mo Hung's mood was even more agitated. He looked around as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Daicang asked directly. Mo Hung replied, "Exotic beasts. Not the garbage like cockroach rats, but real exotic beasts. No matter what, I must kill one to try." "Why?" "Good." Daicang, upon hearing this, was even more puzzled. "Why?" "Okay, when we run into one, I'll let you have your fill of killing." He initially wanted to dig deeper. But seeing Mo Hung's expression and recalling how these people clearly saw his abnormal strength, yet remained silent, he decided not to pry into others' secrets. Wu Taotian was one thing, but Shi Xinqiang genuinely surprised him. Now Chen Huangsha's creation of a battle gang was also incomprehensible, and now Mo Hung was jumping out wanting to kill exotic beasts. "Kill, just kill until satisfied. If you can't kill, just call me, I'll help you injure the exotic beasts." Daicang understood that exotic beasts were not the same as the wild beasts of his previous life. In front of exotic beasts, even the elephants of his past life were merely children. With Mo Hang's current status as a fourth-stage ordinary realm, if he faced a micro-exotic beast, he could at most achieve a mutual destruction. As for creatures like cockroach rats, although they too count as exotic beasts, they are not included in the statistics. Until they returned to the initial forest, the two had not encountered any exotic beasts. After all, this area could still be considered part of the outer city, not true wilderness. It was not a territory where exotic beasts roamed. It's fine, maybe we'll encounter some on the way back to the city. Seeing Mo Hang sigh with regret, Daicang casually consoled him. As they spoke, they had already walked out of the woods and arrived outside the cave's entrance. Suddenly, their conversation came. What lay before them was a scene of devastation. The ground was destroyed and trampled by heavy objects. Scattered around were several broken weapons. As for the stone that Wu Taotian had split in half to intimidate outsiders, it was now reduced to a pile of rubble. Surrounding it was even more blood, yet no trace of any person could be seen. Seeing this post-battle scene, both of them felt a surge of anger and anxiety. How dare they? Mo Hang's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. Knowing that there is extraordinary protection, how dare anyone do this? Daicang frowned tightly, deeply inhaling before saying, "No, there is a scent of animals." The attackers of the camp were not martial artists, but exotic beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from the depths of the cave. The two looked over and saw, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a figure that was 4 meters long and weighed several tons, as robust as a rhinoceros, stepping out from the shadows of the cave. A rhinoceros? No, it was a wolf. A wild wolf covered in black scales as large as a rhinoceros. A colossal beast. Its gigantic size radiates a fierce, killing intent. There's no mistaking it. Daicang's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the spear. Damn it, how could there be such a dangerous beast outside the city? What are the warriors in the outer city doing? It's just a wolf, merely a wolf. But it is an extraordinary beast. Its body, as large as a rhinoceros, grants it a weight of several tons. The black scales on its surface are the most prominent feature of this wolf. Its unique structure provides formidable defense, rendering it impervious to blades and spears. Miniature beast iron scale wolf, an extraordinary beast contaminated by the aura of a stellar giant inheriting the bloodline of the Black Abyss demon wolf. Its scales granted immense defensive power, and it is social. As Daicang and Mo Hang gazed at it, the interface conveniently displayed the information about this wild wolf. An extraordinary beast. Indeed, it is an extraordinary beast. Moreover, it has inherited the bloodline of the Black Abyss demon wolf. It must be noted that any creature infected by the aura of a stellar giant may become an extraordinary beast, but that's all. However, if that warrior transformed into an extraordinary beast after a failed breakthrough, then this beast would possess a divine bloodline. If it were to bear offspring, its progeny would naturally inherit part of that divine bloodline. Its power is far more terrifying than that of an ordinary animal extraordinary beast. Just like this iron scale wolf. Roar. In an instant it moved. The extraordinary beast's perception allowed it to instantly discern the strength of its prey, a frail body, weak vitality. Like those upright apes before, they are all worthless. The body of the iron scale wolf shot out like an arrow, and with its rhinoceros-like bulk and several tons of weight, it burst forth at speeds exceeding 20 meters per second. In just a few seconds, it easily crossed dozens of meters. Go. Get out of the way. Without a second thought, Mo Hang quickly sidestepped. His expression was filled with trepidation. If they don't run, are they really going to confront the miniature extraordinary beast Hedon? In the virtual training ground back at school, Mo Hang had simulated many miniature extraordinary beasts and fought against them. It can be said that no one in the class understood extraordinary beasts better than him. Just by sight, Mo Hang could tell that this iron scale wolf weighed at least 4 tons. Its physique allowed it to run at 20 meters per second, proving its strength must be at least 80 tons. Any martial artist at the ordinary realm who dared to engage at Hedon would only end up crushed or bitten to death. Faced with such extraordinary beasts, martial artists should make full use of their agility, relying on their speed of nearly 30 meters per second to evade and outmaneuver. He pushed off with his legs, evading 10 meters away. Then he suddenly widened his eyes. Because not far away, Daicang stood firm, gripping his fists and charging forward. His body turned into an afterimage. The ground cracked instantly, and a massive force exploded forth as his fist struck fiercely against the iron scale wolf's head. As the saying goes, wolves are tough-skinned and brittle in the waist. But under Daicang's punch, even the iron scale wolf's hardest skull, including its proud iron scale defense, crumpled, shattered, and broke apart under unreasonable immense force. Blood mist erupted and shattered bones mixed with brain matter burst forth. The iron scale wolf's massive body came to a halt, forcefully smashed into the ground, causing it to tremble. Mo Hang was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is he that strong? Earlier, Daicang hadn't used his full strength while dealing with weaker foes, but now, upon discovering that many of his classmates were in peril, he unleashed his full power without holding back. One punch, and he directly exploded the iron scale wolf's head. The latter offered no struggle and died instantly. Daicang, The interface remained unresponsive, as extraordinary beasts are not sentient beings. But Daicang had no time to care about that. He kicked aside the iron scale wolf's corpse and gloomily headed towards the cave. Just an iron scale wolf, it couldn't possibly threaten everyone. It was too heavy, too slow, inferior to martial artists. However, the iron scale wolf is social. A woo. As expected, just as he stepped to the edge of the cave, a long, piercing howl of wolves echoed from the dark depths of the cave. The ground trembled as if a herd of rhinoceroses were galloping. Of course, the ones charging weren't rhinoceroses, but a pack of wolves. Iron scale wolves. A second iron scale wolf leaped out of the cave, opening its massive jaws. Die. Daicang's expression remained unchanged as he thrust out his spear, which plunged directly into its gaping mouth, reaching deep into its skull. The attacking form of the wolf came to an abrupt halt, motionless. He casually flicked the spearhead, tossing the not yet dead iron scale wolf behind him, continuing to watch the cave. One comes, one kills. These beasts must all die. Mo Hung silently followed behind Daicang, delivering a finishing blow. The life of extraordinary beasts is quite tenacious. Unlike their kin, who had their skulls smashed directly, these iron scale wolves didn't die instantly, even after being pierced through the skull. This actually benefited Mo Hung, who also held a spear. He plunged it into the iron scale wolf's brain through the wound, stirring it around before it finally breathed its last. And when Mo Hung killed his first extraordinary beast in life, he was left in a daze. Killing a miniature extraordinary beast. Cultivation space. Open cultivation space. Level LV1, 11,000. Time flow 1365. Available time 1 year. Did I get tricked by the interface? Finally, after 16 years of anticipation, the interface awakened. Mo Hung also smiled, feeling relieved. He had cultivated day and night, enduring countless hardships, thinking that awakening the interface would lead to an easy life. But instead, what awakened was a cultivation interface. In the cultivation space, can one cultivate without eating or drinking, treating 1 day as a year? Where's the spirit time house? He thought he would reap the rewards after suffering, but he didn't expect there would still be endless hardships ahead. Looking at Daicang, who had been killing people all night, his strength surged like a rocket. Then he looked at himself. What a useless interface. Forget it, forget it. Having something is better than nothing. Comforting himself, Mo Hung continued to scavenge behind the dead extraordinary beasts, transformed into available time in the cultivation space, accumulating until it reached 25 years, after which no new extraordinary beasts emerged from the cave. Only then did Mo Hung stop his harvesting, looking towards Daicang's back. Daicang. The latter approached the corpse of an iron scale wolf, squatting down to take out a dagger, and with immense strength, he forcefully cut open its belly. Then he opened its large stomach. Instantly, an unbearable stench rushed towards him. Daicang searched for a while, shaking his head and saying nothing. Ugh. Next one. There was no choice, the smell was too overwhelming. Even his cold and solemn expression was ruined. Daicang had to seal his sense of smell with vitality to continue dissecting. Soon, including the first one he had smashed, he had cut open the bellies of 26 iron scale wolves. Fortunately, none of them contained what Daicang was looking for. Daicang let out a sigh of relief. Let's go, come with me to take a look. This cave should have something special inside. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the cave. Mo Hung quickly followed. Previously, Wu Taotian had investigated, and the cave was several hundred meters deep, and it was well ventilated inside, proving it wasn't lacking oxygen. However, the deeper they went, the darker it became. The cave was pitch black, and they could not see their hands in front of their faces. They could only explore in utter darkness using their hearing and the martial artist's perception. Daicang believed that humanity in his past life could not achieve this. But the martial artists of this world were different, relying on echolocation like bats to discern directions and observe the environment was basic. After delving several hundred meters deep, Daicang halted. Crack. The sound of a packaging bag being stepped on echoed beneath him. There was still a faint scent of blood lingering around. Was this where Wu Gu broke through? Mo Hung kicked aside the surrounding nutrient-paste packaging bags knocking around nearby. Then he said, found nothing. Daicang, what about you? On the surface, this seemed to be the end of the cave. The two had reached the bottom, and there was no way to continue. Boom. Suddenly, Daicang punched out, and 100 tons of force erupted, causing the cave's walls to collapse and explode, revealing deeper rock. Solid. Daicang shook his head, frowning, and saying, strange, there should be something special inside. After all, it's well ventilated. According to speculation, the big fellows should have retreated deeper into the cave, while fending off the hunting of the iron scale wolves. Then the iron scale wolves followed them in. Now with the wolf pack completely annihilated, yet they could not find the traces of the group, it was all very peculiar. Hiss. Calm down and think it through. Daicang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the air flowing around him. His perception was not outstanding. The interface only enhanced strength and the corresponding defense. He did not care about anything else. Therefore, this matter required the use of human wisdom to deduce their movements carefully rather than blindly flailing about. Crack. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the dark corner. It was the sound of stones falling. Then the ground trembled slightly, as if a mechanism had been activated, and the sound of doors opening spread throughout the cave. Daicang, look what I found. There's a mechanism here. Mo Hung's excited voice came through. Daicang. To hell with human wisdom, to hell with reasoning. He only heard Mo Hung happily approaching. This guy walked over from the nearby rock with a very smug tone. I was so lucky. I didn't expect that there was a lever hidden under that stone. I just pulled it, and the mechanism activated. Mo Hung said. Daicang, speechless, looked towards the source of the sound. The door that was shaking open was not the sound was coming from above. No who would put a door on top when setting up a secret passage. At the bottom of the cave, the ceiling was at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and after the upside-down door opened, there was no elevator descending. You have to jump up yourself. Fortunately, this is a high martial world. The two jumped up from their original positions. Indeed, there was something special inside. Unexpectedly, a randomly selected cave contained traces of human activity. They had no idea which force from the outer city left it behind, nor did they know what secrets were hidden inside. Could it be a secret base of a large battle gang? Or perhaps a small treasury belonging to some extraordinary being? It can't be the sacrificial ground of the followers of the evil god, right? The secret chamber was still pitch black, and Daicang and Mo Hung continued to delve deeper, relying on echolocation to navigate. From here, the terrain became increasingly flat, with all signs of human construction. The two walked silently in the stillness, trying to keep their footsteps as quiet as possible, not even exchanging words. They walked for over an hour like this. As they continuously ventured deeper into the darkness, Daicang felt as if he had walked at least several kilometers, arriving at an unknown depth underground. Finally, ahead, a flicker of light dispelled the darkness. A gentle breeze wafted from the bright end. Daicang, let's go take a look. Mo Hung nodded. All right. Their voices were as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The further they advanced, the more pronounced the brightness became, until another door appeared before them. Light seeped through the door, revealing an intense heat like lava behind it. With the breeze blowing from the great door, it transformed into a fierce hot wind. Something's off. 9 parts out of 10 are wrong. Even before reaching it, his instincts warned him, as if behind this open door lay a being of extremely high bloodline status. Under normal circumstances, Daicang would turn and leave without hesitation. Unfortunately, he couldn't walk away, because thanks to the light, Daicang finally noticed the numerous fresh footprints lingering around the door. There were even packaging papers from nutrient paste. No doubt about it, they have been here. Mo Hung stepped forward, kicked the packaging paper, and whispered, "Could those reckless ones not just wait for us to come back? Why did they have to push forward?" Saying this, he also paused in front of the open door. The two exchanged a glance. Mo Hung spoke first. You wait here, I'll go take a look." Daicang interrupted him, stepping forward first. His figure vanished several dozen meters to the edge of the door. Then he cautiously poked his head out. Several seconds later, he slowly pulled his head back. His face had turned pale. Eyes. Daicang took a deep breath, trembling as he pointed below. "There's an eye down there." "An eye?" Mo Hung, who had followed closely, was puzzled. "It's just an eye, isn't it? Look how scared you are. I'm super." When he imitated Daicang and poked his head out, he was startled to find the door hanging like a cliff on the rock face, and below the cliff were surging flames and lava. As for the rooms, stairs, and facilities built along the cliff, he didn't pay attention. Mo Hung's gaze was entirely captured by the scene below. It was as if a monstrous entity was buried deep underground, with only one eye breaking through the encasement of lava and earth presenting its. It was as if a monstrous entity was buried deep underground, with only one eye breaking through the encasement of lava and earth presenting itself before him. Roughly calculated, just this crimson eye had a diameter of at least 1 kilometer. From this, one could estimate the size of the eye's owner. A colossal, extraordinary beast. He couldn't hold back his face turning grim as he blurted out, "Heavens, we have a colossal, extraordinary beast on our planet." Outside the door lay a massive pit resembling the mouth of a volcano. Daicang and Mo Hung stood on the rock wall with a diameter of several kilometers. When they looked down, all they could see were the raging flames and magma below. A gigantic blood-red eye resembling an abyss was buried deep underground. Whatever flames or magma approached the blood eye were instantly blown away. No, even the surrounding surging flames and magma had a significant connection to this blood eye. Gazing at that blood, I felt like staring into the abyss. The scum of the inner city deserves to die. Mo Hung couldn't help but curse. I wonder which transcendent being failed their breakthrough and ended up transforming into a monstrous beast. So what if he failed his breakthrough? How could it involve us? Breaking through on the planet is illegal, do you understand? Mo Hung asserted that it was undoubtedly a disaster caused by the inner city. Yes, after a failed breakthrough, the divine bloodline goes berserk, and coupled with the aura of a stellar beast transforming into a monstrous beast is quite normal. Only a powerful transcendent being who fails their breakthrough would transform into such a terrifying, supersized, monstrous beast. The outer city has no transcendent beings, so it must be from the inner city. The inner city knew full well that there was a supersized, monstrous beast on the planet, yet kept this secret hidden. It's as if they don't care for the lives of billions on the planet. Daicang couldn't help but also voice his condemnation. After all, he truly lived on the habitable planet No. 405. He looked down and locked eyes with the blood eye. Although it had not closed, it showed no reaction to the arrival of Daicang and Mo Hung. It seemed as if it were asleep, breathing evenly in its slumber. Fortunately, this creature was in hibernation. Daicang shook his head and looked around. Indeed, the rock walls in all directions were riddled with openings, all showing signs of artificial construction. It's just that no one was here now. It seemed they had abandoned this supersized, monstrous beast. Mo Hung and his companions had probably just taken one of many openings, or it was an escape route built by some powerful warrior. Go look. Mo Hung's voice came through. He pointed at the surrounding rock wall and said, "There are signs of pressure on the nearby rocks." "It's them. My dear boys are indeed still alive," Daicang exclaimed, focusing his gaze. It was indeed. Not only were their handprints pressed into the rock wall in certain spots, there were also footprints indicating that someone had recently. "Let's go, we'll check it out via the stairs." With that, Daicang lifted Mo Hung and leapt out. This light jump took them several dozen meters away. The two landed on a piece of alloy steel plate that was half embedded in the wall with the other half remaining outside. This was the staircase. It appeared that someone had forcefully driven several tons of alloy steel plate into the rock wall, leaving the protruding half to serve as steps of the staircase. The construction method was quite crude. Brute force was the name of the game. One could only say that the martial artist race was like this. Due to their strong physical capabilities, there was no need for conventional stairs. It was already a sign of transport facilities to be able to insert a steel plate into the rock wall. Otherwise, everyone could easily run up nearly vertical rock faces, so why would they need stairs? Of course, the martial artists of the inner city were at least of the illegal realm. Thus, the design here did not consider ordinary realm martial artists. Therefore, for ordinary realm individuals to get through, they would have to press themselves against the wall using their meager one-ton strength to climb slowly. The nearest cave was merely a few hundred meters away. Daicang and the others jumped a few times and easily reached it. The first opening was unoccupied. Just like the path they had taken, the cave led into an unknown darkness, merely a passage with nothing special. He noticed that the traces of the group had stopped here and then left. "This shouldn't be." Mo Hung murmured, "There are clearly traces of artificial signs everywhere, and the inner city knows there's a supersized monstrous beast here. Why is there not a single person in sight now? This place is like a large underground base, full of the martial artist race's style. But now this underground base built against the rock wall is completely deserted." Daicang observed for a long time and frowned. There aren't even any surveillance facilities. Was it to hide something? Although this place was filled with artificial traces, there were clearly no technological creations. It was evident that it was to isolate the surveillance of technological martial gods. Otherwise, the moment they intruded, it should have triggered the base's alarm. Everything about this situation felt off. However, it had nothing to do with his current self. So Daicang continued searching along the traces. After jumping along the rock wall for several kilometers and passing through 3 caves, he finally stopped in front of the 5th. A 10-meter-high opening stood with a massive door. This giant door was now pushed open just a crack. The traces extended from here into the door. He could even faintly hear sounds coming from within the door. No surprises here. Daicang entered through the gap and immediately saw a few familiar faces. Under the radiant glow of luminous pearls, the scene inside the cave was fully visible. In the several hundred square meters of room, the ceiling covered with unknown illuminating stones emitted light continuously, surrounded by chaotic tables and scattered documents. The most eye-catching was a wall with a blackboard hanging on it filled with dense formulas and scrawled handwriting. In the room, there were even 3 familiar classmates. "Daicang, how did you guys get here? Wait, why are you and Mo Hung here?" In the room, the 3 classmates who heard the commotion paused their reading of the documents and turned to look at Daicang and Mo Hung. The one who spoke was Go Changchun. "You're not dead." Mo Hung stepped out from behind Daicang, examining Go Changchun and the others. "I thought you guys were eaten by a wolf pack." Go Changchun replied, "Can you hope for something good?" Before Daicang could ask, he slowly recounted the events of recent. In short, they had been very unlucky. Not long after Daicang and the others left, 2 batches of slave-catching teams arrived, but they were deterred by the scars left by Wu Taitian. These 2 batches of slave-catching teams dared not act. However, the commotion created attracted the scouts of the wolf pack. Before long, the iron-scale wolves came sniffing around. Fortunately, we discovered this secret passage in the cave beforehand. Seeing that we couldn't fight, we withdrew. Those foolish wolves are not as agile as us. Go Changchun chuckled and then revealed a puzzled expression. "However, it's strange. The inner city people secretly dug a tunnel in the wild, and we just happened to discover it." Mo Hung could no longer hold back. "Old Go, are you having delusions of persecution again?" This was an old habit of Go Changchun. He valued his life greatly and always felt that there were malcontents out to harm him. In a world where everyone practiced martial arts, he seemed too timid. Daicang interrupted their chatter, saying, "All right, enough about that. Where are the others? Why are there only 3 of you?" Go Changchun replied, "The original exit was blocked by those foolish wolves, so we naturally had to seek another route." They had split into groups to search for other exits. How many tunnels had been dug along the rock wall? Even if each one was over 10 kilometers, they would certainly find a few safe exits. Time was plentiful, they could afford to wait. At this point, Go Changchun chuckled and said, "However, since you 2 could come here, it must mean that those foolish wolves have already left." "What about Wu Taitian? Didn't he come with you?" Without the protection of a transcendent being, Go Changchun always felt uneasy in the outer city. "Wu Taitian is in Letten City, only we came." Daicang said casually, "Don't worry, I'm not the same as before, keeping you safe is no problem. By the way, what are you looking at?" He glanced at the documents held by the other 2. One of the classmates with a grim expression handed over the document and said, "Daicang, things are a bit dire. According to the records, this place has existed for hundreds of years. Originally, this monstrous beast had been in deep slumber, but recently, for some unknown reason, it has shown signs of awakening. 3 years ago, a grade-gifted seer in the inner city issued a warning stating that this supersized monstrous beast would awaken within 10 years, and the entire habitable planet, 405, would face a catastrophic end. Upon hearing this, Daicang's eyes widened in shock. What? Soon he calmed down. No. It's fine, it's just a supersized monstrous beast. As long as we report it to the military, strong beings will naturally come to handle it. As long as the people on the planet evacuate to space or shelters in advance, the human race's strong ones can act without restraint. A mere supersized monstrous beast is nothing to worry about. Daicang had long remembered similar procedures. This was the standard method mentioned in textbooks. Thinking of this, he felt more at ease, even beginning to calculate whether he could use this opportunity to join the military. Daicang, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Another classmate holding the documents spoke. It seems the inner city people are covering this up. The research here, I can only understand a little of the theory. They are not trying to seal this monstrous beast, but rather to awaken at a specific time. Daicang took the documents handed to him by the two and frowned as he read. A lot of specialized terminology made his head ache. Fortunately, the passage of countless years has allowed human technology to develop sufficiently methods to directly impart knowledge into the brain are abundant in schools. Thus, Daicang's mind was filled with theories he might never use in this lifetime. Relying on the education of the school, he barely managed to understand the content of the documents. The more he read, the more his heart raced. What the hell? What a joke. Have the people of the inner city gone mad? The documents were filled with research aimed at stimulating the awakening of this monstrous beast. The inner city people kept it in a half-asleep state, merely hoping to awaken it at a critical time, breaking free of its seal. And what kind of catastrophe would the awakening of a supersized monstrous beast bring to this planet, and how could people prevent it? Wasn't written above. However, what Daicang could understand was its predicted awakening time. As short as 8 years, as long as 10 years. The more it was stimulated, the shorter the awakening time would be. Moreover, the timestamp left on this stack of documents was 3 years ago. This meant that in the worst-case scenario, in 5 years, a supersized monstrous beast would awaken and bring about a catastrophic end to this planet. We need to report the situation here to the military. Let those scum from the inner city run wild. Everyone. Daicang took a deep breath and set down the documents in his hand. This was hell starting out. He initially thought he could slowly develop with an external aid and eventually become a god standing at the pinnacle of the human race. But now you're telling me that in at most 7 years, well, I'll be dead. Go. Go Changchun cautiously reminded the communications between the inner city and the military are controlled by the higher-ups. To bypass them and report to the military, we would have to wait for the military's 10-year draft. And the draft will not only be held in the inner city, but the conditions for drafting are at least the transformation realm martial artist or hold great talent. Our kind of outer city scraps, the military wouldn't even look at us. Hiss. That makes sense. With a bunch of ordinary realm wastes in the outer city, but the military wouldn't even look at transcendent realm, the draft location would naturally have to be in the inner city, right? Otherwise, do you think everyone qualifies to participate in the expansion war? Must it be through the draft? Mo Hung suggested, can't we report directly with evidence when the military comes for the draft? Daicang shook his head. Not possible. That group of scum in the inner city wouldn't give us a chance to approach the military, and the military wouldn't care for weaklings. Unless we pass the draft examination and thoroughly earn the military's mark, we would have the qualification to report to the higher-ups of the military. When does the military draft? Daicang asked. Go Changchun replied, I don't know, the school didn't teach us. Daicang. Right. He decided to try to contact Qian Xiaoxing after a while. Although the outer city and inner city were separated, there was not completely no communication. For example, the leader of the Letin battle gang, after learning the military's draft time through inner city news. The military's requirement is at least transformation realm. But the military does not strictly adhere to realms. They would use assessments that only transformation realm could pass to filter talents. Transformation realm is not a hard requirement. As long as one is strong enough, they can still pass the assessment. Of course, besides saving the world, he naturally had his own trivial selfish motives for joining the military. The expansion war. The human race's opponents are other civilizations. My goodness. How many intelligent lives must that be? After joining the military, wouldn't he be able to advance rapidly? Just thinking about bravely fighting and achieving great military exploits while upgrading through his external aid toward a bright future made Daicang unable to contain himself. He thought to himself, as a member of the martial artist race, he was eager to contribute to the human race. The matter of enlisting will be discussed later. This base established to observe the enormous exotic beasts is now deserted with only the passage in the inner city remaining. One wonders if they should have destroyed this broken place to cover it up. Perhaps they have their own considerations, but it is not something Daicang should ponder at the moment. Since he knows that his classmates have not fallen prey to wolves, and that one by one they are still surviving, Daicang is no longer in a hurry. The 5 of them are inside this cave, sifting through the materials left behind in the inner city, waiting for their return. Thus, several hours later, Daicang looked. The material mentions that although this exotic beast below is still in slumber, its eyes can actually observe everything around it. That's not all, it also has special senses. In short, it can detect the strength of nearby creatures. If it senses the aura of a strong being, it might trigger its early awakening. Do you think we might At this point, the student flipping through the materials sighed in relief and said, "Fortunately, unless it senses the aura of a transcendence realm expert or detects a large gathering of extraordinary beings, it won't be stimulated. As for us ordinary realm wastes, we might be no different from dust in the eyes of this exotic beast. We want Daicang, sitting at the cave entrance and looking down at the giant eyeballs several kilometers below, said, "Is that so? No wonder they placed the passage in the outer city. This broken place can't muster even a few extraordinary beings. But still, that doesn't seem right. Would they have died if they destroyed the passage before leaving? Did they have to withdraw completely, leaving no one behind? After all, it's an enormous exotic beast. What if it wakes up early without anyone watching?" Daicang was almost, "The scum of the inner city truly don't treat people as human." Just as Daicang was lamenting, noises gradually began to emerge around them. Daicang turned to see several familiar figures emerging from the cave openings in the rock walls. It was indeed the classmates who went to scout ahead. According to Go Changchun, there are as many as 30 similar passages in this place, and to ascertain where these tunnels lead, everyone was divided into 30 groups. Now the students who had explored the passages were gradually returning. They saw Daicang sitting at the cave entrance. "Di Gue, why are you all here too? I know Di Gue and Wu Gue must have discovered the marks we left behind, and after defeating the wolf pack, opened the mechanism to catch up with us." The few of them exchanged words as they slowly climbed closer to the rock wall. Hearing their words, Daicang's expression flickered. "Did I leave any marks? Imoheng merely happened to activate the mechanism. I thought you might be inside, so I came looking." "Di Gue, where's Wu?" A female classmate jumped from the rock wall landing next to Daicang after crossing a distance of over 10 meters. As soon as she landed, she began to look around. "Wu Taodian didn't come," Daicang replied. The female classmate asked in surprise, "Didn't come? How could that be? There were so many iron scale wolves. If Wu Gue wasn't here, how did you all get past?" In the room, Imoheng interjected, "Isn't it possible that Di Gue and I showcased our skills and eliminated the wolf pack before coming through?" As soon as he said this, the three classmates who had just returned exchanged glances. "Are you hallucinating from the exotic beast? Your mind seems a bit muddled. The iron scale wolf pack must have left. Fortunately, you didn't encounter them. Those things travel in packs and are not something ordinary realm warriors can handle." The three of them began to piece together the reasoning. After all, they were well aware of Daicang and Imoheng's strength. It wasn't difficult to dodge the iron scale wolves and escape their pursuit, but slaughtering the iron scale wolf pack was some— "Imoheng is right, we killed the wolf pack cleanly. This matter couldn't be hidden and Daicang had no intention to conceal it, but he changed the subject. That's not important. Have you clarified the road conditions? Where does the passage lead?" The female classmate nodded and casually said, "Oh, that tunnel is about 20 kilometers long and the exit seems to be in the wilderness at a waterfall cave far from the city. There are exotic beasts around, so we didn't explore it closely and returned." "The wilderness, huh? So the tunnel doesn't just lead to the outer city. I wonder if there is a road leading to the inner city." "Wait, Di Gue, wait a moment. You two killed the wolf pack cleanly." "What?" Suddenly, an incredulous howl came from behind. Turning around, they saw Go Changchun approaching with a look of disbelief and shock. "How is that possible? That was an iron scale wolf pack, and a large one at that. As ordinary realm warriors, we can only run when encountering them. How did you two manage to wipe them out?" "What's not important? This matter is clearly the most important." Imoheng helplessly stepped forward, grabbing Go Changchun by the neck. "You talk too much. Then let me ask you, back when we were in the orphanage, you said you could not only live forever, but also—" Before he could finish, Go Changchun's expression changed dramatically. He elbowed Imoheng in the side, using the latter's moment of pain to escape, then quickly turned and covered Imoheng's mouth. "All right, I understand you. Shut up. I think it's perfectly normal for you and Di Gue to wipe out the wolf pack. I have no doubts whatsoever. Let's not mention this anymore." Daicang. He looked at the glowing stones on the ceiling, pondering how these stones could emit light without containing any technology. What could be the principle behind this? "I feel a bit itchy all over." Before Daicang could figure it out, another group of classmates returned. Moreover, it was one group after another. After summarizing the previous events, they reported their findings. "The end of the passage is in the suburbs. I'm exhausted. This tunnel is at least 30 kilometers long. Nothing special. The end is also a cave." Daicang took out a paper and pen he carried with him and began to draw a map. Yes, this is a basic operation learned in compulsory education. Based on everyone's descriptions and the precise grasp of locations, Daicang centered the map around the enormous tunnels branched out in all directions. The shortest was less than 10 kilometers and the longest exceeded 30 kilometers. The ends of the tunnels were either in the outer city or in the wilderness. In any case, they all lead to uninhabited places. This outcome was not beyond Daicang's expectations. No matter how foolish, these tunnels must be far from human populations. As for the exotic beasts, the tunnels are only 2 or 3 meters high and most exotic beasts cannot enter. Even if some squeeze, and they would be frightened away by the aura of the enormous exotic beast as they go deeper. Thus, with the descriptions of the crowd, Daicang completed the map in his hands. Looking at the intersecting map with a diameter of over 50 kilometers, Daicang nodded and said, "This place can indeed be used as a concealed shortcut, even a secret base. In any case, no matter how many ordinary realm warriors there are, they won't disturb the exotic beasts." "Wait. Daicang raised his head, counted the people, and then frowned. 2 people are still missing. In a class of 100 including himself, Daicang, as a martial artist with a photographic memory, naturally remembers everyone in the class. Everyone has returned except for those 2. Which passage did they go to? Daicang directly asked. Go Changchun marked the place they had left, the opposite rock wall at the largest cave opening. A large passage 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. Wait here. He'll go bring them back. After saying this, he knelt down and shot up. The ground exploded instantly, dust flying and the wind howling with a force of at least 300 tons under his feet, propelling his 70-kilogram frame like a cannonball. He leaped several kilometers in one bound. With the wind howling, Daicang carved an arc in the air before landing steadily at the entrance of the cave on the opposite rock wall. Damn, the others in the room almost popped their eyes out. A multitude of physics formulas they had learned flashed through their minds along with other extraordinary realm data. What kind of ridiculous jumping power is this? Even extraordinary beings can't do this. Even if Wu Gu were here, he couldn't jump this far. Because Wu Gu is heavier. That's true. Gu truly lives up to his name. Even his advantages are so absurd. While the crowd marveled, Daicang had already entered the cave, unable to stop the inertia that made him skid for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. He frowned. Great, the newly changed shoes have been worn out again. But that's fine. Strength and defense are proportional. The greater his strength, the stronger his defense naturally becomes. The stones and soil of the rock wall can't harm his skin. Barefoot, Daicang propelled himself out into the unfathomable darkness. Darkness represents the unknown. Creatures fear darkness. It is a built-in instinct in their genes. At least in his past life, this was common knowledge. But now as Daicang ran alone in the pitch-black tunnel, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Is it because he has become incredibly bold since practicing martial arts? Or is it that after he has shed blood, he fears nothing? Or is it due to his absolute confidence in his own strength? None of these. The reason is simple: the genes of primitive humans are no longer suitable for the interstellar age. At least this is true for the martial artist race. After countless years of interstellar existence, the genes of humanity have been thoroughly reshaped by the martial gods, and today's humans not only have prolonged peak periods, but also shortened aging phases. Fears of fire, darkness, heights, and even death. These genes have almost been entirely purged. Fears like claustrophobia or deep-sea phobia have become terms only found in history books. Just like before, whether it was Daicang or others, when climbing the rock wall, they remained calm, as if walking on flat ground. Of course, with these genes removed, wouldn't that be detrimental to survival? Well, regarding such matters, humans are wise creatures, not animals driven solely by instincts. Even without these instincts, those who have undergone compulsory education understand how to pursue benefits and avoid harm. They wouldn't deliberately seek death while living. Aside from this, there is another important reason. Warriors are very resilient. Ordinary natural environments cannot kill them. Therefore, fear of nature becomes somewhat unnecessary. Looking at Daicang now, he runs at a speed of 100 meters per second, jogging. Although he cannot see, his ears can hear the echoes, and his brain instinctively constructs a three-dimensional map based on the echoes presenting the shape of this tunnel. In nature, this is a bat's ability. Naturally, it is also the instinct of the martial artist race. Occasionally, when distracted, Daicang would bump into the wall. However, the once solid rocks felt somewhat soft to him now. Even crashing into them at high speed wouldn't cause harm. After jogging for an hour and a half and covering hundreds of kilometers, the echoes revealed 2 figures moving relative to one another. Daicang was delighted. It seems they are safe. The next moment, he accelerated, instantly closing the hundreds of meters distance. Soon he arrived before the 2 figures. Who? What speed? Wu Gu. Is that you, Wu Gu? In the darkness, the 2 figures also heard the voice. Daicang's speed was so fast that they mistook him for someone else. One of them suddenly became serious. No, Wu Gu is heavy. He can't run this fast. The other one also realized a speed-type extraordinary realm. The 2 immediately heightened their vigilance. Such speed, even among speed-type extraordinary beings, would be considered experienced. The other one also realized a speed-type extraordinary realm. The 2 immediately heightened their vigilance. Such speed, even among speed, he had already recognized their voices. In the dark space, voices stood out, confirming their voice prints. They were acquaintances. Daicang, you also broke through. No, your vitality is still in the intermediate ordinary realm. Oh, I understand, the mindful martial path. It must be the mindful martial path. In the darkness, their voices echoed from left and right. Daicang. Yes, it is the mindful martial path. He didn't dwell on this matter and directly asked, you have been gone for so long, everyone is worried. What happened? This tunnel is unusually long. This is abnormal. Such a long tunnel coupled with its direction. Everything points to a certain possibility. Daicang, you may not believe this, one classmate said. If you go another 10 kilometers ahead, the end of this passage is the sewer of the inner city. Can you believe it? This passage leads directly to the inner city. I said that the passage cannot be entirely located in the outer city and wilderness. At the very least, this is a base established by the old things of the inner city. But it actually leads only to the sewer. It seems that the establishment of this base is quite disreputable even within the inner city. Heaven helps me. Daicang's eyes lit up. Perfectly, Qian Xiaoxing is also in the inner city. We should find a way to contact her, and then we can use this tunnel for smuggling. Yes, smuggling. Although it sounds rather low class, it is something that must be done. I want to establish a proper large-scale battle group in the outer city similar to the Lu 10 battle gang. At the very least, there needs to be a smuggling route directly to the inner city. Without the technology and resources of the inner city, the warriors and wild men of the outer city are hardly different. To ensure the integrity of this smuggling route, Daicang specifically went to explore the endpoint, just as he observed with two classmates. Upon reaching the endpoint and uncovering the mechanism, everything became clear. A pungent stench assaulted him. It was definitely the sewer. Shielding his sense of smell with his vital energy, Daicang sprinted along the path until he reached the exit of the sewer, then paused at the edge of the light. He saw towering buildings piercing the sky. The sky was tinged with a faint blue energy shield. Everything was in stark contrast to the shabby and backward outer city. It was definitely. Even though it was his first time here, Daicang could clearly sense that this was the appearance of the inner city. The feeling is not as good as the campus, Daicang casually remarked. This statement was redundant. The campus was crafted by the technological martial gods with mechanization, making its technological advancement the best in the planet. The inner city doesn't even have the qualifications to engage in petty tricks. Overall, the inner city is advanced by countless years in both technology and environment compared to the outer city. However, Daicang had no intention of sneaking in to observe, as he was merely a martial artist of the mundane realm, too conspicuous in the inner city. Memorizing the location and the direction towards the inner city, Daicang then turned back and proceeded along the deep tunnel. Directly to the inner city. What a joke. Would the inner city allow such a blatant flaw? After returning, Guo listened to the three's recounting. He was quite surprised, then pulled at his hair and thought, No, there are problems with this matter. There's something fishy. Can we change to another smuggling route? What if the owner of this base suddenly returns out of the blue? Wouldn't we all be doomed? As the saying goes, fortune comes with risk, and life may be lost in peril. Guo had long since maxed out his desire for self-preservation. He would rather opt for lower returns with safety than risk high returns. Old Guo, what are you thinking? Immediately, Mo Hung countered. That beast below will awaken in no more than 7 years. Our only chance of survival is in these short years. Isn't it normal to take risks? If we don't take risks, whether that bunch of scum in the inner city lives or dies is uncertain, but us outer city wastes will definitely. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a big gamble. His words garnered agreement from everyone. Guo pondered for a moment, feeling that it seemed to make sense. He ceased to argue, instead thinking about what to do in case of unexpected events. At the very least, he needed to leave some. With the group's opinions unified, there was nothing more to be said. Everyone returned the way they came. This time, due to familiarity with the route, their speed was significantly faster than before. Just as they exited the cave, they were stunned by the sight before them. Outside the cave, there were wolf corpses everywhere. Each iron-scale wolf was about the size of a rhinoceros, and their combat power far surpassed that of mundane realm warriors, yet they had been slaughtered so decisively. Most had their heads pierced through with signs of follow-up strikes. Digo, impressive. A female classmate stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Digo, I know these corpses can fetch quite a price for nutritional paste in Lu 10 City. However, if you trust me, could you possibly give me these corpses? I have great use for them. Daicang. Just corpses, what do you want them for? Daicang sized up the female classmate speaking. By Aoshue, a 7th-tier, mundane realm warrior ranked 5th in the class, cheerful in demeanor, fond of researching bloodlines. It was said she had recently perfected the yellow grade bloodline summoning. Forget it, she is a classmate after all. As the saying goes, classmates are the closest people to you, so Daicang naturally agreed to Bai Aokshu's request. It's yours, he said. After all, the beast corpses were of no use to him. Mo Hung only cared about defeating beasts indifferent to their corpses. Bai Aoshue happily walked over to the wolf corpses while everyone, understanding each other, turned their gaze elsewhere. In less than half a minute, Bai Aokshu's voice rang out again, all done. Everyone turned back at the sound, only to find that all the wolf corpses in the open space outside the cave had vanished. Daicang asked, all done? Bai Aoshue nodded, then reached into her clothes and immediately pulled out a black pill. Her expression was filled with excitement and anticipation as she placed the black pill into her mouth under the watchful gaze of everyone. The next moment, her skin turned red, steam emitted from her body, and she trembled uncontrollably. She shouted loudly, preventing others from approaching. Don't worry about me, it'll be fine soon. Thus, those who were preparing to rush forward to help halted their steps. Everyone anxiously watched the peculiar scene before them. Old Guo, what do you think that is? Mo Hung casually inquired. Guo. Steam fairy. Who knows, I certainly can't understand. Thus time passed, and after half an hour, Bai Aokshu's steamy state finally ceased, and she began to breathe heavily, but the brilliance in her eyes only grew brighter. I did it. Bloodline mode activate. The next moment, black fur and scales instantly appeared on her body, her height rapidly growing to nearly 3 meters, and her aura became immensely powerful. Everyone's eyes bulged out. What the heck? Bloodline mode. She actually activated her bloodline. What on earth was that pitch black pill she consumed? No one answered. Bai Aoshue kicked off the strength in her bloodline mode, rivaling that of a heavenly demon's dissolution, causing her to almost turn into an afterimage. With a single kick, she unleashed nearly 10 tons of force. Under that immense strength, she covered 50 meters in just a second. After running back and forth a few times by Aoshue, finally slammed to a stop, returning to the group. So exhilarating. So exhilarating. Is this the feeling of activating a bloodline? So amazing. She was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. After a while, she finally exited the bloodline mode, and as her strength and physique returned, the feeling of weakness made by Aoshue frown. The human body is so weak. If it weren't for the significant energy drain of the bloodline mode, she would have preferred to stay in that state permanently. Wow. Facing the unusual behavior of his classmates, Daicang was no longer surprised. While on the campus, everyone was just like normal people. Upon reaching the outer city, they each began to let loose, didn't they? The continuous occurrence of such events made Daicang reflect this class with so many talented individuals gathered together. It was probably a deliberate arrangement. Looking at the cave not far away, a place that seemed ordinary with just a bit of exploration, they inadvertently discovered a disaster capable of threatening the entire planet. Could it really be such a coincidence? Is it fate in the dark? No, no, no. Ever since awakening his talent through the spirit awakening ceremony, the concepts of luck and fate have become estranged from the martial artists. Then the only possibility left is martial god. Oh mother, what do you want us to do? Just say it directly. Why go around in circles? Daicang shook his head, murmuring softly. He then turned his gaze to Bai Aoshue and said, Aoshue, congratulations on awakening the wolf bloodline. It seems to be the Black Abyss Demon Wolf. The bloodlines that martial artists can awaken are at least divine grade. The Iron Scale Wolf carries the bloodline of the Black Abyss Demon Wolf. The latter nodded right. Guochangchun from behind Daicang asked, what was that pill you just ate? It was mud scraped off my mother. What do you want some? Bai Aoshue said as she tossed out another black pill. Guochangchun caught it with disdain. Upon closer inspection, what rubbish mud. This thing faintly exuded a medicinal aroma. It was clearly a pill. I won't even ask where this pill came from. I don't want to dwell on why the wolf corpses disappeared just as you activated your wolf bloodline. Can you awaken a bird bloodline? The wolf bloodline is too slow. If danger strikes and I can't fly, it's quite insecure. Wow, he still has demands. You can eat it or not. Mo Hung snatched the pill from Guochangchun's hand and swallowed it without a second thought. Then came another round of steam emanating from his body. Bai Aoshue was very generous, not hiding anything, distributing pills freely. From 20 or so wolf corpses, she handed out 4 pills in total. 5 wolves, 1 pill. When it was Daicang's turn, he shook his head and said, thanks, but I don't wish to activate the wolf. Aoshue, if I want to precisely control my Bodis power, which bloodline would be the most suitable? He didn't lack the bit of strength that came from bloodline enhancement. Daicang was more concerned about control. His external enhancement only increased strength, but neglected everything else, thus control naturally became a flaw. Precise control of the body. Bai Aoshue, after passing the unwanted pills to others, fell into thought. She considered that in terms of precise control of the physical body, the animal most adept at it was none other than humans, right? After all, everyone is far superior to animals in this regard. Common animal bloodlines, including phoenixes, cheilants, and dragons, are actually not suitable for fine control of the physical body. Wait, I hit a dead end. There are countless divine realms among humans, and it's not just limited to animal. Bai Aokshue's flash of inspiration struck. She was well-read, and her research on bloodlines was second to none in the class. Animal bloodlines are suited for combat. However, there are also bloodlines suitable for logistics and work. Superbrain. The human brain may not rival machines, but there are bloodlines that enhance the brain, allowing thinking to rival artificial intelligence. Superbrain bloodlines are typically used to adapt to technological modifications, so awakening such bloodlines won't enhance strength, speed, or physique. When Bai Aoshue spoke about bloodlines, she was truly eloquent. She recounted, for instance, the time-sensing superbrain can slow down the perception of time 100-fold. Oh, everything in the world appears as slow motion to you. Oh, of course you yourself will also be in slow motion. Then there's the multi-thinking superbrain. It can develop independent thoughts, achieving true multitasking. They can also interlink and coordinate, improving human adaptability by more than 10-fold. The source-revealing superbrain can integrate information received, amalgamating even subconscious memories that one could not perceive, deducing vast amounts of information. The resonance superbrain can transmit thoughts across distances through brainwave frequency resonance, even reading others' memories. The calculation superbrain can simulate future event trajectories by inputting existing information akin to a prophetic talent. She passionately described dozens of types of superbrain bloodlines. Yes, the superbrain bloodline does not aid in combat power enhancement. Thus, for the warriors of the outer city, the abilities of the superbrain bloodlines are quite useless, which is why very few awaken such bloodlines. Of course, perhaps the inner city presents an entirely different scene. From Bai Aokshue's narrative, Daicang captured what he desired: microscopic superbrain. It grants the awakened detailed observation and control ability capable of perceiving the flow of qi and blood flaws in martial arts, and even the tremors of muscle fibers, providing the awakened with matching fine control. The cultivation methods that stimulate this superbrain awakening are bloodline summoning technique, microcontrol. Well, this was the information Daicang gathered from the panel. Among them, bloodline summoning technique is the most common. If perfected, one can awaken a bloodline suited to them within 3 months based on the martial artist's own inclinations. And microcontrol will is a bloodline technique specifically designed for the microscopic superbrain. The deeper one cultivates it, the greater the chance of awakening the microscopic superbrain. Of course, precisely awakening a bloodline also means spending more time cultivating another technique. On the habitable planet 405, especially for this batch of mundane realm warriors from the outer city, very few possess such leisure. Good, there's a shortcut. Bai Aoshua whispered, if I have a complete corpse of 100 mini-beasts, I can eliminate impurities and refine a neutral bloodline pill. If I have 10,000, I can specifically formulate bloodlines for awakening. Bloodline pill. Fine, since her abilities were too evident and quickly manifested by Aoshua, stop pretending. Of course, that's not important. What matters is that Daicang heard by Aokshu's request. 10,000. Are you sure that killing 10,000 mini-beasts, how long would that take? Moreover, mini-beasts also vary in strength. The iron scale wolf is merely a wolf. It's the weakest type of mini-beast. If he encounters ferocious tigers, savage giant crocodiles, or brutal lions, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex from his past life could be hunted at will. He wouldn't even dare to guarantee his own safety. In short, let's take one step at a time. Time flowed, and as the sun set, the group had already crossed mountains and arrived at Lutin City. Bang, bang, bang. In the training ground, Wu Taotian was engaged in combat with someone. His opponent was none other than Shi Xingqiu. It was quite normal, as Wu Taotian, being at the extraordinary realm, could provide high-level guidance to martial artists of the ordinary realm, resulting in remarkable efficiency. However, it seemed they were not merely providing guidance on cultivation. They were in a real fight. At this moment, Wu Taotian was not using any advanced energy techniques, but his body was enveloped in steam and his blood was surging. 100 tons of immense strength was unleashed without reservation. Explosive steps, powerful fists, all were perfected Huang-grade martial techniques. In Lutin City, any ordinary martial artist facing Wu Taotian's attacks would be turned into minced meat on the spot. But the situation on the training ground was quite different. In fact, Shi Xingqiu seemed to have the upper hand. Opposite him, Shi Xingqiu didn't even utilize his bloodline mode. Facing Wu Taotian's fierce assault, he merely waved his hand. Each move appeared to be slow, yet it deflected Wu Taotian's surging violence and even struck back at him. It was not merely countering attacks. It was as if he had already predicted Wu Taotian's next several moves, even dozens of moves ahead. It was like he had prophesied the entire direction of the battle. Is Shi Xingqiu really this formidable? The students who had just returned gasped in awe, especially Guo Changchun, whose eyes widened in disbelief. His qi and blood are merely at the ordinary realm, yet Wu Gu is at the extraordinary realm. Could it be a matter of mindset in martial arts? The person beside him, Mo Hung, shook his head. Don't ask me, I can't understand. If it were some kind of cheat, at least there would be a trace to follow. But Shi Xingqiu was different. It didn't seem like a cheat. He could only see the sweat and hard work. So that's how it is. In the midst of the fight, Wu Taotian's gaze became incredibly clear, as if he had realized something. By controlling the flow of power, I can grasp the direction and intensity of my opponent's attacks and intercept them in advance. I understand now. In the next moment, his powerful fist suddenly softened, transforming from a fist into a Huang-grade powerful fist. Perfection, sublimation technique, harmonizing rigid and soft. With this realization, Wu Taotian's martial technique transcended a crucial threshold. From perfection to sublimation, it was no longer merely an enhancement in proficiency. After sublimation, this martial technique could be said to have reached half a step into the Xian grade, and the sublimation technique Wu Taotian comprehended was not fixed, but unique to himself. In the blink of an eye, Wu Taotian's fist transformed into a palm, swiftly breaking free from Shi Xingqiu's hands, and then he struck Shi Xingqiu's chest with a powerful palm. Bang! The next moment, Shi Xingqiu was sent flying. He released his force in midair, flipping several times before landing about 7 to 8 meters away, untouched by dust. But Shi Xingqiu's expression was completely dazed. What just happened? You. Shi Xingqiu looked at Wu Taotian. He saw Wu Taotian assume a boxing stance, a seemingly ordinary posture that appeared to have countless variations, the shadow of Wu Taotian's attacks, which Shi Xingqiu could originally predict dozens of steps ahead, gradually blurred until only a few remained. It was as if he was enveloped in a layer of mosaic. This made it difficult for Shi Xingqiu to predict his next move. Have you already mastered it? No, I was just about to teach you a few principles. He felt something was off. That was a realm he had achieved after countless years of actual combat in his past life. Yet Wu Taotian had casually grasped the basics after just one fight. No, it wasn't that simple. Mastering it isn't that hard. Just make your movements elusive, avoid being straightforward, and that will make it hard for you to predict. It doesn't seem that difficult, Wu Taotian said honestly. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiu smiled in relief. What the hell, I'm done. Let's stop fighting. At this rate, you'll soon exhaust all my resources. He unilaterally announced the end of the match. As he left the training ground, Daicang and others approached him, handing over the materials and maps they had. Shi Xingqiu took the materials and glanced through them. What the hell? An ultra-large beast. It will awaken in, at most, 7 years. What the hell is going on? He immediately became agitated. If it were his past self possessing peak foundation establishment battle power, an ultra-large beast would be no trouble at all. He could split the beast and the planet beneath it in half. But now, An ultra-large beast could easily crush him. Soon with the class meeting convened, all 98 students in the class were aware of the situation. Kill an ultra-large beast within 7 years. Wu Taotian frowned and muttered to himself, that's a bit difficult. Shi Xingqiang replied straightforwardly. This matter is of great importance. Waiting for the military to send reinforcements is a last resort. If we can escape in one piece, we should find a way to interstellar migrate. At worst, we won't stay on this planet. How much is an interstellar ticket again? Guo Changchun couldn't help but remind him, sure, we outsiders don't have the right to buy tickets. We need an ID from the inner city. Oh right, I forgot about that. Truly, the Outer River System Pioneering Group has rules that are completely opposite to the main river system. It's my fault for being born in the wrong place. No, I'm not an illegal immigrant, but I was born through the proper channels. Yet I ended up on a rotten planet like this in the Outer River System Pioneering Group. The martial god is a powerful being on par with nascent soul ancestors. He should not make such a low-level mistake. So this is intentional. Then we must report to the military. No matter how difficult it is, it must be done. Shi Xingqiang's tone became incredibly resolute. Even if everyone else refuses, with just over 90 of us, we must find a way to eliminate that ultra-large beast within 7 years. Oh, is this a show of great righteousness? Daicang glanced at Shi Xingqiang in surprise. Then he noticed the helpless look in Shi Xingqiang's eyes. Indeed, an ultra-large beast, if it awakens, could easily devour the Earth's core like a soft-boiled egg. If everyone cannot leave this planet, they must find every means to kill that beast. But considering their current strength, this matter was not to be taken lightly. Thus this topic was shelved. Now the next topic. The bloodline pill that Bai Aoshue couldn't hide. I discovered that our classmates are all hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Shi Xingqiang couldn't help but sigh. With so many talents gathered in one class, could it be coincidence? With his experience of cultivating for 10,000 years in his past life, there must be a backup plan. Even the backup plan is an open card. Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. Shi Xingqiang scanned the crowd and said, taking shortcuts may provide temporary gains. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better to avoid shortcuts. Daicang smiled. What do you mean by absolutely necessary? Shi Xingqiang replied, naturally, it's a matter of life and death. All right, I'm being overly cautious. We are in a situation that is absolutely necessary right now. Use it freely, use it to the maximum. We must enhance our strength at the fastest speed. Indeed, when an ordinary realm martial artist awakens their bloodline, even if the maximum is only 0.01, activating the bloodline mode will significantly boost their combat power. If the entire class can activate their bloodlines, their foundation would not be inferior to that of a large battle group. Coincidentally, the Chuan Huangsha group formed a battle group, and the endless bloodline pills can be traded. All our resources, all our money. The outer city is not just a place to consume nutritional paste. As long as the resources are sufficient, everyone can level up at an astonishing speed. Daicang turned to Bai Aoshue and said, in the future, if you need any materials, just say it. Oh, we will find a way to get them for you. Bai Aoshue nodded. Okay, I won't be polite. You don't need to explain in detail what pills you can refine. Oh, just list. Daicang added. Bai Aoshue naturally agreed. Everyone has their secrets. If it weren't for the imminent crisis of the ultra-large beast, they would have planned to turn a blind eye to their classmates' anomalies. The discussion continued. This is 100 chi and blood pills. There are still 20,000 nutritional pastes in the warehouse, a compensation from the Letten battle group. Wu Taotian took out a box. He opened the box, and inside were round crimson pills. Chi and blood pills. They could support extraordinary realm powerhouses in their cultivation, equivalent to nutritional paste for the extraordinary realm. Consuming one would suffice for 3 days of cultivation. Ordinary realm martial artists can drink it after soaking it in water, which can accelerate the efficiency of transporting chi and blood and breaking limits, allowing for rapid upgrades. Plus, there are 20,000 nutritional pastes. The compensation seems substantial, but if divided among the members of the Liao Yuan battle group as basic wages, it wouldn't last long. After all, the Letten battle group is a large battle group. Although labeled as compensation, they didn't actually provide many resources. The recipe for the chi and blood pill is quite simple. I can refine it too. Bai Aoshue suddenly spoke up. I can refine one from a body of an iron-scaled wolf. Oh, it's much cheaper than bloodline pills. But bloodline pills are not that easy to find on the market. Without at least 1,000 pastes, you can't get one. Of course, anything over 1,000 pastes is out of the question, since 1,000 pastes would allow a high-level martial artist to cultivate without distraction for 2.5 years. Additionally, with the high-level guidance from the Extraordinary Realm, one could cultivate the bloodline summoning technique to perfection and activate their bloodline independently. Thus, Daicang, Shi Xingqiang, Chun Huangsha, and Bai Aoshue held a small meeting behind closed doors and initially finalized their 7-year plan. As for Wu Taotian, he had merely thrown out a box of chi and blood pills and then went off to cultivate by himself, showing no intention of participating in the meeting. Time passed. Those who needed to cultivate did so, and those who needed to farm did their farming. On the surface, everyone's daily life was no different from when they were at school. Behind the scenes, the students who had come to the outer city began to exert themselves in secret, while Daicang, Bai Aoshue, and Shi Xingqiang merely stood in the spotlight. Among them, the one who trained the hardest was Mo Hung. Name Mo Hung, race human, bloodline black, abyss demon wolf 0. 01. Talent. The Way of Heaven rewards diligence. F realm. Ordinary realm stage. 5 fist power 1301 kilograms. Technique. Basic martial arts. Great accomplishment. Huanggrade bloodline summoning technique. Great accomplishment. Fighting style. Huanggrade Gale. Phantom body perfection. Huanggrade blood battle god spear. Great accomplishment. Killing technique. Huanggrade boiling blood perfection. Living method none. With eyes wide open, Mo Hang's gaze flashed with confusion. How long has it been? Oh, it seems like half a day, 12 hours. In the cultivation space, that translates to half a year. Half a year. Mo Hung finally managed to articulate. In half a year, he had advanced a stage, the Gale Phantom Body, reached perfection, and the killing technique, Boiling Blood, also reached perfection. As for the technique, Bloodline Summoning Technique, relying on the bloodline pills after awakening the Black Abyss Demon Wolf bloodline, it automatically upgraded from minor achievement to great accomplishment. But half a year of cultivation. It truly was unbearable. The cultivation space required no rest, and with the thought he could recover chi and blood and spirit, making the cultivation efficiency several times higher than outside. However, after half a year, most of the time was spent on cultivation. The remaining time was spent battling the manifested enemy Iron-Scaled Wolf in the cultivation space to verify his cultivation results. How should I put it? This broken cheat has indeed made him suffer endlessly. Although the results are remarkable, the suffering is truly hard to endure. Mo Hing thought that if he continued to cultivate like this, he would definitely have psychological issues, so he decided to go out for a walk and ran into Daicang, who had just returned to the city. Daicang was not alone. He was followed by a group of useless martial artists from the Liao Yuan battle group, each dragging a cart filled with the corpses of large beasts. All were the spoils of war from Daicang's hunt outside the city. In the outer city, although there were beasts in the suburbs, they were at most only micro-sized beasts. He could hunt beasts outside the city, and upon returning could bring back dozens of beast corpses. Xiaoheng, you don't look well. Daicang looked at Mo Hung, frowning. Have you been pushing yourself too hard in your cultivation? It's okay, you don't need to rush. Cultivation should be balanced, rushing won't help. As for that ultra-large beast, well, find a way and don't take it to heart. Mo Hung, do I look that bad? I've indeed been working hard in cultivation, but it's not as Daicang thing. Understood, Digo, I'll take it easy. Mo Hung nodded, but he didn't take it to heart. So he returned to his daily routine. Mo Hung trained for 18 hours a day, which translates to 270 days in the cultivation space. As for the remaining 6 hours, he needed to unwind in reality. Otherwise, one would go mad. A week later, when Mo Hung returned from the cultivation space again. Realm, Ordinary Realm, Stage 9 Fist Power 2. 1 tons. Technique, Basic Martial Arts Perfection, Huanggrade Bloodline Summoning Technique Perfection, Fighting Style, Huanggrade Gale, Phantom Body Perfection, Huanggrade Blood Battle God Spear Perfection, Killing Technique, Huanggrade Boiling Blood Perfection. He had spent 5 years in the cultivation space. With Mo Hang's low talent, reaching perfection in one martial technique or skill would take at least 4 years in reality. In the cultivation space, even without sleep, the efficiency is extremely high, yet it still took half a year. After perfecting all techniques, he began to painstakingly refine his realm, polishing it bit by bit until now. Finally, he reached Ordinary Realm Stage 9, equivalent to the level of an outstanding student at 16. If it were in reality, he would probably have to cultivate until he was 40. However, it was worth it. Glancing at Guo Changchun, who was still sleeping soundly in the dormitory, Mo Hung grinned. Old Guo, wake up and guess your father's realm. He paused. Warm liquid dripped from his nostrils and fell onto his clothes. Touching it with his hand, I have a nosebleed. Radiation sickness. Am I sick? No, I'm a warrior. Ooh, I've never heard of a warrior falling sick. Could this broken cheat have side effects? Mo Hung murmured to himself, feeling incredulous. To be honest, he had been feeling a bit under the weather these past few days. He thought it was just psychological. Could it be that spending too much time in the training space truly? Cough, cough. Shut up, Mo. I've been practicing recently, and my energy is off. Oh, I feel really unwell, so don't disturb me. From beneath the covers, Guo Changchun's coughing could be heard. Mo Hing instantly felt that something was wrong. He lifted the covers and saw Guo Changchun's energy fluctuating, his face pale, and a hint of red appearing as he coughed. What? I coughed up blood. Guo Changchun was so frightened he sat up. But as soon as he did, he felt weak. Seeing this, Mo Heng's sense of vigilance shot up. Something was wrong, something big. Was his own nosebleed not a side effect of the training space? Was it bloodline pill? But Guo Changchun hadn't taken any bloodline pill, so why was he also sick? Moreover, warriors have a high body temperature during cultivation, enough to kill any virus. With their absurd immunity, it was almost impossible for them to get sick. Without hiding anything, Mo Hung immediately reported their conditions, and soon Daicang rushed over with a group. You and Guo Changchun are also sick. Daicang's first question left Mo Hung bewildered. Also, besides himself, were there others who were sick? And with the same symptoms? In the past few days, Mo Hung had been training like crazy, not paying much attention to the outside world, so he had no idea of the situation outside. As for Guo Changchun, he truly thought he had made a mistake while practicing and intended to rest for 2 days, unaware that his condition was worsening. As they spoke, the bewildered duo was also moved out of the dormitory. Upon arriving at the sick room, they realized just how bad the situation was. Over a dozen classmates were already in the room. Each of them had a pale complexion and some had skin that was beginning to rot, occasionally coughing out blood. We haven't found the cause. And all those affected are from our class. I suspect someone has poisoned us deliberately. Perhaps it's the Lutan War gang. After all, they have suffered losses. Daicang's expression was serious, his tone carrying a hint of murderous intent. Just after bringing the classmates back, everything was steadily improving. But then this happened. He vowed that if he found out who was responsible, he would unleash a massacre causing rivers of blood. Is there no doctor in Lutan City? Go Changchun leaned against the wall, weakly asking. There are plenty of doctors for injuries, but for illnesses. What warrior gets sick? Daicang was stating a fact. Warriors are too resilient. Whether it's cuts, bruises, internal bleeding, or fractures, there are many experienced doctors. But for treating illnesses, it's still too niche. However, it's not entirely hopeless. Make way, everyone. The doctors from the Lutan War gang are here. The crowd parted and Wu Taishan's massive 4-meter frame made way, followed by several young people in white coats. Of course they looked young, but their ages were uncertain. After all, in the outer city, doctors with healing talents were quite sought after. They were always recruited by the war gangs and avoided the wilderness, enabling them to live long. Wu Taiqian, using his extraordinary status, specifically hired several doctors from the Lutan War gang, each reportedly possessing great healing talents. Where are the patients? Let me take a look. A female doctor curiously spoke up, eager to see. Sick warriors were indeed a rare sight. She wanted to see for herself. Holding advanced equipment from the inner city, she began checking the others, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Something is off. Abnormal white blood cells, reduced immunity, damaged intestinal mucosa, cancer cells, exceeding the threshold, damage to the central nervous system. This doesn't seem like it's solely caused by a virus. As they spoke, Wu Taitian was also observing closely. From their micro-expressions, it was evident that these doctors were clueless about the situation. Perhaps it wasn't the Lutan War gang who poisoned them. No, they still needed to observe carefully. It's radiation. A male doctor opened a classmate's DNA projection, frowning. His DNA is riddled with holes. It's evident that he has been exposed to significant radiation for an extended period. Did you guys have a fight with a radiation beast? Radiation. The crowd exchanged glances. Yes, this world does have radiation beasts, and even the human race has specialized radiation bloodlines. However, Daicang had not encountered such things. After receiving a negative response, he continued measuring everyone's DNA with inner-city equipment, soon arriving at a completely consistent conclusion. They all had radiation sickness. Everyone's DNA was riddled with holes. That they had only begun to show symptoms now could only indicate that warriors were extremely resilient. If it had been primitive humans from Daicang's past life, they would have already kicked the bucket. What the hell, radiation? This is a mess. Where did the radiation come from? Is someone deliberately targeting us? Go Changchun was at a loss. He valued his life the most, and thought that awakening the death rebirth talent would augment his survival ability, only to suddenly find himself ensnared by radiation. Moreover, the ones who got caught were all his own people. This was so hard to guard against. Wait, suddenly he remembered the base that observed the super large radiation beast, and that room filled with data. To be clear, in order to block the gaze of the technological martial gods, that place had no high-tech equipment that could conduct electricity. Even the lights were replaced with a naturally glowing stone. Damn, the inner city trash really don't consider us humans. Using radioactive materials for lighting. How could Go Changchun sighed, deeply looking at Daicang, making eye signals. Daicang understood and dismissed the doctors, gathering everyone together. He soon received a guess from Go Changchun. In an instant, Daicang realized. So that's how it is. No wonder the ones who fell sick were all classmates, and counting their common point was all had entered the base. No wonder when I was in that room, I felt a slight itch. So it was because of radiation. Daicang was he had been careless. He should have thought of it sooner. After all, radiation in the warrior race is known as the weakness repulsion device. Those warriors who haven't awakened their bloodlines have fragile DNA that can't withstand radiation. As for those who activated their bloodlines, even if it's only 0.01, it is a divine-level bloodline. Its DNA is extraordinarily tough. How could mere nuclear radiation shake it? Of course, unfortunate ones like Mo Hung, although he awakened his bloodline with the bloodline pill, had already contracted radiation sickness before that. The bloodline delayed his symptoms, but didn't completely cure him. As for why the inner city dared to use radioactive materials for lighting, obviously they were all extraordinary realm. Who doesn't have a divine-level bloodline? Moreover, it would only be denser and tougher than ordinary realms. But wait, Digo, weren't you there too? Mo Hung asked curiously. And everyone else too. There are clearly quite a few who were affected by radiation sickness. My talent is immortal and indestructible, which has self-healing abilities, Daicang explained. Others are similar, and Flevel's self-healing ability is sufficient for surviving radiation. The moment high-energy particles shatter DNA, it can restore to its original state. For self-healing talents, recovering from such minor wounds is far easier than treating severed limbs. That is also true. In any case, don't worry, nuclear radiation sickness is just a minor issue for those from primitive civilizations. Just follow the doctor's advice. Daicang smiled at everyone, offering reassurance. After leaving the sick room, 100 meters away from the sick room, in another room. Can it be cured? Daicang took a deep breath, trying to maintain. The sickness has persisted too long. The DNA is completely disordered. With our talents, it can't be treated. The male doctor who discovered the cause said, "My talent can regrow severed limbs, but that relies on the cell's self-repair. However, DNA breakage has already affected the essence." The female doctor also shook her head. "My talent suppresses viruses, allowing the immune system to exert its own strength, but given their condition." Do they even still have an immune system? The other two doctors provided similar reasoning. In short, relying solely on talents, there was no hope for a cure. What about alternatives? Daicang rubbed his forehead asking, "Your war gang and the inner city have trade relations. Surely there must be some advanced medical equipment. For instance, nanobots. I remember they can repair genes and can even bring someone back to life, even if only their brain remains." The male doctor shook his head. "Such life-saving things, even if they exist, won't be brought out. Moreover, even if they do exist, there won't be enough. You have 18 sick patients. The nanobots required to cure them are astronomically priced. You must know that this type of technology is tightly controlled in the inner city, though very few make it to the outer city." Damn, Daicang suddenly felt an impulse to raid the inner city. Clearly, for the inner city, radiation sickness is just a minor ailment, but for the warriors in the outer city facing such minor ailments, they can only wait to die quietly. "Is there any other way?" Daicang asked. If there truly was no way, then he would resort to robbery. Yes, perhaps sensing the murderous intent, the female doctor hurriedly spoke. "There are several ways. The first is to break through to the extraordinary realm. As long as you successfully break through, you can fundamentally reshape your body, and the radiation sickness will resolve itself." Daicang: "That's nonsense." Next one. Then she continued, "There are over 200 million people in the outer city. Even if Lutan City doesn't have any other cities, must have awakened talents specifically targeting bloodlines. Such talents can certainly repair genes." Daicang: "That makes sense. Keep it in reserve." Did he shift from robbing the inner city to robbing other outer city gathering places? The difficulty had indeed decreased significantly. The male doctor also chimed in another method. "A hibernation device can freeze the patients in stasis until you find a cure and then thaw them out. Lutan City has hibernation devices. The rental price is 1 Qi and blood pill per day, and they can easily provide 18 hibernation devices." Daicang: "What are you saying?" "That's a good plan. Keep it as a backup. Don't forget, this is the interstellar era. There are plenty of cryogenic pods and hibernation chambers. The charm of technology lies here." Soon the doctors were exchanging ideas, and Daicang found that there were indeed several methods available, but either they were impractical or extraordinarily expensive. Not long after, the doctors collected their consultation fees and left, leaving Daicang and the others sitting in the room dazed. "Did you all hear that?" He gathered everyone except the sick, saying, "Does anyone have any other ideas? Speak up." He knew that his class was filled with talented individuals. Perhaps they would have a solution. Chen Huangsha quietly muttered to himself, "How about we build a hospital marvel? No, that would enhance self-healing, but wouldn't repair genes." Sure, Xingqiong gently tapped her temple. "What if we absorb spiritual energy? No, to repair life factors requires methods at the peak of gas refining that's too far away." A group of people were racking their brains. Among them, Bai Aoshue quietly raised her hand. She said, I think I might have a way." Daicang was instantly puzzled. "Can pills repair genes?" Bai Aoshue replied with displeasure, "No. Bloodline pills are precisely targeted at genes, which is why they can stimulate our bloodline awakening." That makes sense. Daicang nodded, indicating for her to continue. Then Bai Aoshue continued, "In addition to bloodline pills, there's also the reset pill that can completely cleanse an awakened bloodline and return to its original state. Its principle is to disrupt the DNA sequence and reshape it according to the state before being infected by the bloodline. Since this is the principle, then it should also be possible to reassemble damaged genes." The more she spoke, the brighter the spark of hope in everyone's eyes became. "This method?" Daicang directly asked, "What's the price of the reset pill?" Bai Aoshue replied, "Taking the iron scale wolf as an example, you would need at least 1,000 iron scale wolves to refine one reset pill. Diga, the materials you've collected these days can probably yield half a pill. And I've already converted the materials into bloodline pills." Wow. At his efficiency, even if he collected every day, it would take 2 weeks to refine one reset pill. For 18 people, it would take 9 months. "If I remember correctly, tomorrow we will join the Liao Yuan War Gang to hunt beasts with the Ashes War Gang and Lutan War Gang." Daicang looked at Wu Taitian beside him. "Tomorrow, you, me, and Shi Xingqiong plus half of Liao Yuan War Gang's members will have to go out and join the hunting team." Wu Taitian opened his mouth to speak. "There's no discussion on this. Given the urgency, we must take extraordinary measures." Daicang hurriedly added, fearing he would refuse. Wu Taitian fell silent. However, Chen Huangsha spoke up. Good brother Wu means, would sending half the people be too few? In my opinion, whether injured or of low realm, they should all be treated equally. All 1346 members of the gang must go. In the cultivation space, Mo Hung sat cross-legged. He was breaking through. Mo Hung's body twitched as his DNA rapidly reorganized under the dual enhancement of the breakthrough and the divine bloodline, causing him to swell and shrink like an inflated balloon. After several back and forth attempts, roar. Mo Hung let out a long howl, and his body rapidly enlarged, fur and scales covering his surface, his hands transforming into sharp claws and fangs sprouting from his mouth. Breakthrough failed. Transformed into a beast. The beastly nature quickly overwhelmed his humanity, and Imo Hung felt as if he had cast off a heavy burden, feeling unprecedentedly comfortable. The world seemed to become chaotic. The logic that was once easily understood collapsed, and the wisdom that humanity prided itself on rapidly disintegrated and vanished. Fortunately, humanity is not truly just animals. The remnants of rationality brought Imo Hung back to consciousness, refreshed. In an instant, like the flow of time reversing, the cultivation space rapidly returned to its original state. Including Imo Hung, he reverted back to being human from the time reversal. In that moment of recovery, he was drenched in cold sweat, gasping heavily. It was terrifying, truly frightening. Is this the feeling of transforming into a beast? That gradual transition into dullness, the world becoming simple, everything relying solely on instinct, felt simply both horrifying and somewhat enticing. It's okay, it's all over. You can do it. If one time doesn't work, then try twice. If that doesn't work, then 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. There will definitely be a moment when I can succeed. After a long period of calming down and erasing the strange feeling from the failure, Imo Hung dared to attempt the second, third, fourth attempts. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. If it were in reality at school, a failed breakthrough could still be salvaged, and the body would remember the sensation of the breakthrough, making the next attempt easier. But there is no such convenience in the cultivation space. Every breakthrough is a fresh start. One must strive for success in one attempt, just like Wu Taitian. Finally, after repeating the attempts over 90 times, buzz. In reality, Imo Hung suddenly opened his eyes. Name: Imo Hung. Race: human. Bloodline: three-headed hell wolf. 002. Talent: heaven rewards the diligent. F realm: extraordinary realm. Speed: type: punching power. 50 tons. It worked. After nearly 100 failures, success finally came. Although his aptitude was low, the talent of heaven rewards the diligent still held some merit, even if it was only grade, as long as one repeated a task enough times they could achieve small results. After the fortunate breakthrough, Imo Hung checked the time. It was already the next day. In reality, according to the plan, they would leave the city today to hunt beasts. Hunting beasts. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Although he had a lucky breakthrough, the bloodline concentration was only 0.02, which was inferior to the recently transformed Wu Go, the mutated bloodline after the breakthrough. How should one say it? Although it was not what he desired, it was still usable. Let's go with this. Synchronize cultivation. Imo Hung gave the command. The next moment, his consciousness returned to reality, and he stood up. He glanced at his classmates in the isolation ward who were sleeping in meditation, their metabolism reduced to a minimum, and just hold on a little longer. I will find a way. With that said, Imo Hung disappeared from the room. His form moved like the wind, leaving behind a shadow. In no time, he arrived in front of Daicang. It was already morning, the dawn light was faint, and the Liao Yuan battle gang had gathered and was preparing to head outside the city. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Daicang. Who? Imo Hung. You've advanced to the extraordinary realm. To be fair, he thought it was an assassin and almost acted. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was this kid, Imo Hung. Wait a minute. He was only at the 4th stage of the ordinary realm, having just been isolated due to radiation sickness. How could he appear before him as an extraordinary realm practitioner? Sensing the immense vitality and heavy aura from the other party, along with that speed exceeding 100 meters per second, Daicang could only make one guess. Imo Hung stammered for a moment before saying, actually, in short, I broke through. I want to join too. I want to hunt beasts. After not talking to someone for a long time, fortunately, after a moment of calm, there was no issue. On the other side, Daicang stared at Imo Hung, remaining silent for a long while. All right, you can join us. With Wu Taitian, Shi Xingqiong plus you and me, the 4 of us must kill 17,000 beasts in this hunting mission, no matter what method we use. Without asking any further questions, Daicang directly agreed. It shocked Imo Hung. 17,000 is the gap. It's no secret about the class. Even the patients know that the zeroing pill can cure radiation sickness, but they are unaware of how many materials are needed for just one simple pill. Imo Hung initially thought it would only involve a few hundred or 1,000 small beasts. Who would have thought Daicang would mention 17,000? Daicang nodded, a hint of impatience in his tone. No kidding, is the gap not big enough that we need the entire gang to mobilize? He was indeed a bit anxious. It should be noted that Lutan City manages the daily needs of 300,000 people, and to produce enough nutritional paste for a month, at least 100,000 beasts must be harvested. Even if the Liao Yuan battle gang could consume 1/10 of that, it would be considered an extraordinary performance. Even so, there would still be a shortfall of 7,000 beasts. Now that they could have one more person to help, Daicang had no reason to refuse. Time passed. Outside the city gate, over 10,000 people had already gathered. The hunting activity in Lutan City occurs once a month. In a city with approximately 300,000 people, at least 10,000 warriors would participate in this event. Most of them were mid to low-tier warriors, and they had all cultivated the technique of Heart of All Beasts. When this group of people gathered together, even Daicang felt an illusion. It was as if countless ferocious beast overlords had gathered, emitting fierce roars in all directions, driving away the small fry daring to intrude on their territory. Such a strong martial will. Feeling the vaguely formed phantom of a beast king, Daicang couldn't help but say, under the influence of this momentum, the strength of ordinary realm warriors will at least drop by 30%. Just gathering a bunch of ordinary realm warriors yielded such a terrifying force. One can only imagine how terrifying it would be in an army where hundreds or thousands of extraordinary realm powerhouses combined their might into a formation. Of course, military techniques cannot be learned casually, at least not by waste like himself from the outer city. As Daicang made this comparison in his mind, a question rang out not too far away. Did you guys from the Liao Yuan battle gang? Bring the whole gang up here. Hearing this, Daicang turned to look. The speaker was a tall, kind-faced young man, standing 3 meters tall. Extraordinary realm balance type. Who are you? Daicang asked. Gu Hui, the leader of the Ashes battle. The latter smiled warmly at Daicang and said, since the establishment of your Liao Yuan battle gang, I've been wanting to find a chance to visit, but unfortunately, I only managed to find time now. As he spoke, Gu Hui was also scrutinizing Daicang. He knew Daicang quite well. After all, he recognized Daicang because of this guy and Wu Taitian from the Liao Yuan battle gang. In the Death Prophecy, they destroyed the Ashes battle gang. This ordinary realm warrior named Daicang even killed himself. How should one say? Over the course of this week, he tested the Liao Yuan battle gang repeatedly. The youth before him was the focal point of his tests. After experiencing several death prophecies, Gu Hui no longer had the heart to face them heat-in. He had died too many times. Not only Wu Taitian and Daicang were strong. Others were even harder to kill. Some warriors appeared to be ordinary realm, but were not inferior to extraordinary realm at all. How did this group of monsters get matched into the same class? Junior, this is probably your first time in the wilderness. Let me give you a few pieces of advice. Don't think about clashing heat-in with the beasts. We humans can only rely on agile movements and scraping-style attacks to defeat them. Gu Hui smiled broadly, looking very helpful. Daicang glanced at him with confusion, although he didn't know why this person was trying to get close. One doesn't strike a smiling face. So he nodded, saying, I will. This basic knowledge. Did he need your instruction? In the past week, he had already killed quite a bit. He certainly knew that compared to the massive, extraordinarily powerful beasts, humanity's only advantage lay in speed and agility. Besides, Junior, if you encounter small beasts, run quickly, do not engage with them. The Lutan battle gang will handle it. We mid-sized battle gangs do not have specialized weapons, and we lack the capital to contend with small beasts. This was indeed refreshing. Daicang nodded in acknowledgement, and the two began to chat casually. It was his first time going to the wilderness. Having an experienced person willing to share knowledge made him extremely happy. Soon the army of over 10,000 people exited the city and traveled for several kilometers, with the scenery around them gradually changing as they moved away from the outer city. First was the vegetation. Whether it was the grass or the flowers, they grew taller as they approached the wilderness. By the time Daicang reached the edge of the wilderness, the surrounding grass had already exceeded 1 meter. Trees reaching 100 meters high were abundant. The vegetation seemed to have inflated several dozen times. Around them, occasional cockroach rats and the like dashed past, terrified by the imposing aura of the warrior's cultivating heart of all beasts, running faster than ever. Aside from the massive cockroach rats nearing 1 meter in size, Daicang also spotted 10-meter-long pythons, 8-meter-high giant apes observing from a distance, and 6-meter-tall giant rhinos, as well as many colossal creatures that were absent in his previous life. Humanity appeared so insignificant before nature. I heard that 300 years ago this planet was quite normal. But after we humans relocated here, the stellar beasts followed closely behind, continually infecting the habitable planet No. 405 with their aura. Moreover, those warriors who failed their breakthroughs ran into the wilderness, each and every one of them becoming beasts carrying divine bloodlines, further terrified by the stellar beast's aura. 300 years of accumulation led to this terrible place. Gu Hui was quite the chatterbox, continuously nagging Daicang's ear. If this were before, Daicang might have chatted a bit. But now, with patience at home and the task of killing 17,000 beasts weighing heavily on his shoulders, he truly had no mood for idle chatter. Liao Yuan battle gang. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Approaching was the leader of the Lu Tan battle gang, Song Lian. She had long since recovered from her injuries, but upon seeing Wu Taitian, the longing she had from days before had vanished. Instead, her face was full of indignation and a murderous gaze. She handed over a map, suppressing her displeasure, and said, "Here, this is the map." Then, pointing at the marked location on the map, she said, "Our destination is the mountaintop on this map, backed by a cliff with a depression at the top that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. However, our group has over 10,000 people, and our momentum is too overwhelming. Once we delve deep into the wilderness, we will inevitably attract the beasts." Wu Taitian casually took the map and then handed it to Daicang. The latter picked it up, glanced at it, and then asked, "So, from now on we must split our forces?" Song Lian cast a sidelong glance at Daicang and continued to address Wu Taitian. "Divide into 10 groups, reducing our numbers to 1,000 per group, with at least one extraordinary realm protector in each group. This way the chances of being attacked by beasts will greatly decrease. Even if we are completely wiped out by the beasts, we will not suffer total annihilation." After she finished speaking, Daicang scanned the surroundings. Indeed, they had already begun to split their forces. Watching their ease, it was clear this was not their first time. As for splitting the forces, "You guys from the Liao Yuan battle gang only need to take care of yourselves. We will regroup at the destination." After saying this, she turned to leave, not wanting to engage in further conversation. Beside him, Gu Hui chuckled and said, Junior, don't take it to heart. Song Lian is just that kind of ungrateful character. If it weren't for her connections managing a supply line directly to the inner city, she wouldn't even have been able to sit as the leader of the Lu Tan battle gang. Daicang nodded, indicating his understanding. He thought that once he contacted Qian Shaoxing in the inner city, it would be best to get a grip on the smuggling situation. Seeing that the splitting of forces was nearly complete, Gu Hui cupped his hands and said, "Juniors, I will take my leave first and see you at the mountaintop later." After saying this, he leaped into the air, his figure flickering away. Thus the army of over 10,000 people split into 10 groups. The Liao Yuan battle gang proceeded along the route after the split, taking only a few hours to reach their destination after passing through a valley. Right after splitting, Sister Tsang, do we really not need to inform the brothers and sisters in the gang about this backstabbing? Looking towards the direction of the Liao Yuan battle gang's departure, Gu Hui spoke uneasily. Beside him, Song Lian let out a cold sneer. "Humph. Those traitorous scum are not worthy of knowing. Gu Hui, you've done well. If your death prophecy is accurate, the few bastards from the Liao Yuan battle gang will definitely be ambushed by beasts when they pass through the valley. At that time, even if they don't die, they will be severely injured." With that, she glanced at Gu Hui and said, "You keep an eye on the team, I'll go take their lives. The trash from the Liao Yuan battle gang, especially that Wu Taitian, must die." Oh, indeed, Gu Hui and Song Lian share a close bond. Though they do not reach the level of a life-and-death friendship, they are nonetheless intertwined by mutual interests. For instance, after his death prophecy, the first thing he did was inform Song Lian of Daicang and the others' arrival. And now, having been violently beaten after failing to acquire what she sought, Song Lian harbors extreme hatred towards Wu Taitian and the Liao Yuan battle gang. Just like last time, she intends to go alone this time. Utilizing the advantages of the wilderness and the ferocity of the exotic beasts, she plans to ambush the Liao Yuan battle gang right here. If they survived, Song Lian wouldn't mind playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, thoroughly exterminating the weakened Liao Yuan battle gang. Of course, her private actions won't be agreed upon by the other members of the Lu Tan battle gang, as the extraordinary realm is a rare fighting force, and wasting it on internal strife is a pure loss. So Song Lian can only keep it a secret from everyone and proceed on her own. Taking a deep breath, her expression returned to calm as she said to Gu Hui, "Thank you for your assistance. You will not be without benefits once this is accomplished. My team will be under the protection of your Ashes battle gang." With that, her figure vanished from sight, moving so swiftly that she left no trace. Seeing Song Lian leave, Gu Hui couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Warriors emerging from the inner city are just so willful. What a fuss over such a trivial matter. The extraordinary realm is already scarce in Lu Tan City, not even reaching 1 in 10,000. Not only do they not band together, but they also fight amongst themselves. After all, outside the city, the extraordinary realm can be considered the elite among men. But in the wilderness, what does the extraordinary realm count for? Meanwhile, the Liao Yuan battle gang advanced according to the route on the map. On the cart carrying supplies, Wu Taitian suddenly frowned, a malevolent omen. "Someone wishes us ill." As soon as he spoke, Daicang and the others immediately perked up. "How do you know?" Mo Hung asked in confusion. Daicang expressed concern. "Brother Wu, if you're tired, you can rest more. Paranoia is a sickness, but it's not untreatable." Wu Taitian remained silent for 2 seconds before ignoring the two of them. He looked towards Shi Xingqiong, unseen and unheard, avoiding danger. Shi Xingqiong, being well-versed, exclaimed, "Brother Wu, when did you reach this realm?" He knew very well that the martial practitioners of the human race excel in perceptiveness, sudden inspiration, sensing danger before the autumn winds stir, and avoiding peril without awareness. Letting these brainless fighters immediately sense danger without reasoning leaves many schemers infuriated. You just laid out a plan, and the martial practitioners can sense it. They avoid it before you can implement your plans. However, even among martial practitioners, this level is not easily attained, at least not for those in the extraordinary realm. Of course, it is standard for those in the transcendent realm. Wu Taitian casually said, reaching this level. "Oh, just now it doesn't matter." He continued, "You all are clever." Daicang and Shi Xingqiong exchanged glances. As for Mo Hung, ever since establishing the training space, he felt his mind becoming less sharp. It's not a loss of intelligence, it's just that being away from society for too long has dulled his wits. Schemes. What a joke. Instead of wasting time on that, he might as well spend a few more years training to enhance his strength, and any schemes would fall apart on their own. Over here, Daicang responded, "Can we discern where the danger is coming from? Is it humans or exotic beasts?" Wu Taitian closed his eyes for a long time before opening them, and saying both. So Shi Xingqiong took over. Exotic beasts cannot cooperate with humans. This means humans are trying to use exotic beasts to eliminate us. Daicang, you are the fastest. Go scout the area nearby. See if there are traces of exotic beasts, especially social or small exotic beasts. Daicang nodded him. He thought so too. Although Mo Hung is also a speed-type extraordinary being, he has just recently broken through and cannot match his pure speed. Therefore, he was the only one suitable for reconnaissance. Daicang jumped off the cart, landed on the ground, bent his knees. The next moment, an immense force erupted. He leaped up like a rocket soaring into the sky. The ground rapidly shrank in his view. In just a few seconds, he had reached a height of 1,000 meters, overlooking the wilderness. At a height of 1,000 meters, the scenery of hundreds of kilometers was laid bare before him. However, the further away he looked, the less clear it became. After all, the boost only enhanced his strength, not his other faculties. Nonetheless, Daicang was still a martial practitioner. His vision was sharper and clearer than that of a hawk. Looking down, nothing within 10 kilometers was hidden from his eyes. Then gravity took effect, and Daicang naturally fell under the pull of gravity, ultimately crashing into the wilderness, leaving a depression of several centimeters. What did you see? Xingqiong asked, also carrying a hint of envy. Although his combat power was not bad, he did not possess the physical quality of an extraordinary being, so he couldn't jump so high. At 6 o'clock, 10 kilometers away, there's a canyon on our route. It seems like there is a group of beasts. I couldn't see clearly. I'll scout again. With that, Daicang shot up again. Mo Hung murmured, 10 kilometers isn't far. Wait, I'll go take a look too. With that, he jumped up as well. This time Daicang did not jump too high, only about 500 meters. As soon as he stopped, he saw Mo Hung quickly following him and grabbing his shoulder. Like a curious child, he asked, where is the group of exotic beasts? Daicang pointed towards the canyon ahead. The canyon is flanked by mountains hundreds of meters high. You jumping 500 meters is more than enough to clearly see the scene above the canyon. Daicang could barely see moving dots above. As an extraordinary being, Mo Hung had a perfect view. Mini exotic beast, wind-treading lion. An exotic beast tainted by the aura of a stellar behemoth inheriting the bloodline of the wind master lion. Even at an average weight of 25 tons, it can unleash a terrifying speed of 50 meters per second, and it lives in groups. Mini exotic beast, giant barbarian elephant. An exotic beast tainted by the aura of a stellar behemoth inheriting the bloodline of the divine prison giant elephant. Its trunk is incredibly agile and long, capable of lifting weights equal to its own, living in groups. He saw clearly, and the relevant information also appeared. As the two landed, Daicang was still pondering whether to get closer when he noticed Mo Hung's expression was somewhat grim and excited. On the left is the wind-treading lion, estimated to be over 1,000 heads. On the right is the giant barbarian elephant, at least 700 heads. If we unknowingly enter the canyon and get surrounded by these exotic beasts, we might escape, but the Liao Yuan battle gang will be completely annihilated. Mo Hung couldn't help but rub his hands together. The canyon is the only route for us. If we want to pass, we must clear out all the exotic beasts. No worries, leave it to me. Within 3 days, I can definitely wipe them out. Daicang then realized, oh right, he is in the extraordinary realm. His eyesight is far superior to his own. Not only did he see the types of exotic beasts clearly, but he also giving you 3 days to completely annihilate them. Daicang directly dismissed his idea. He added, let Brother Wu go with you. He will handle the giant barbarian elephants, and you will take care of the wind-treading lions. He'll give you at most an hour to lure them away. There's no time to delay on the road. The exotic beasts in the wilderness remain active at night, but the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang are not suited for staying up late. Wu Tatian frowned upon hearing the arrangement, but Xingqiong added, go, both of you are extraordinary beings. If you stay here, the ones you want to harm may not necessarily show themselves. Mo Hung reacted worriedly, asking, is it really okay if we leave and the enemy is extraordinary? Daicang glanced at him, have you mastered your energy? Mo Hung smiled awkwardly, not yet. Daicang replied, then it's fine, you can't even defeat me. So Mo Hung and Wu Tatian departed. Both were extraordinary beings, one strength type and the other speed type. Wu Tatian, as a strength type, weighed a full ton and could only cover 50 to 60 meters per second while jogging. Mo Hung, as a speed type, weighed only 200 kilograms and could easily exceed 100 meters per second. After leaving the team, Mo Hung moved at high speed quickly, leaving Wu Tatian behind, traversing the rugged mountain path as if it were flat ground. In just 2 minutes, he had crossed a distance of 10 kilometers. As soon as he leaped onto the peak, he beheld thousands of the wind-treading lions. These creatures are much more formidable than the iron-scale wolves. Just the weight alone showed a significant difference. On average, each wind-treading lion exceeded 10 meters in length and stood at least 4 meters tall, qualifying them as colossal creatures. A 2-meter-tall human standing before them would likely be paralyzed by the sheer pressure of their size. However, facing these exotic beasts, Mo Hung only felt excitement. Ever since he ascended to the extraordinary realm, he had grown stronger, and the time-flow ratio in the training space had drastically dropped. From the original 1365, it became 1365, a 100-fold decrease. The usable time also dropped by 100 times. Regarding this matter, Mo Hung had long anticipated it. Not to mention the realm, the efficiency with which the extraordinary brain processes information surpasses that of the ordinary realm by 100-fold. The sudden drop in the time-flow ratio and usable time was also within reason. Similarly, after the breakthrough, hunting exotic beasts became 100 times easier. He could hunt thousands of exotic beasts without any risk, replenishing the energy in the training space. Now looking at this, like a tiger entering a sheep pen, Mo Hung charged into the pride of lions. He drew his blade, his speed surged again by half, and with a swift slide, he completely opened up the belly of one wind-treading lion. The latter froze momentarily, only to see blood and entrails gushing out from beneath it, and it collapsed to the ground. Its breath weakened, gradually lacking even the strength to stand up. Let me give it another stab. Mo Hung appeared like a specter, stabbing his blade into its brain through its eye socket. The wind-treading lion met its end on the spot. Usable time 20 days. The pleasant notification sound made Mo Hung even more motivated. This creature is worth much more than the iron scale wolf. In an instant, he had eliminated an exotic beast much larger than himself, causing his first kill to stir the entire lion pride. Roar! And the howling echoed endlessly. The large number of wind-treading lions closed in their stampeding, shaking the earth, and the fury of the beast pack bore down on the diminutive human. Good. Come at me. Mo Hung grinned widely. The exotic beasts have tough skin impervious to blades. That's only true for ordinary realm warriors. For extraordinary realm warriors with sufficient strength and peak skills, they can easily pierce the skin of exotic beasts with metal weapons and cut through their flesh. As for the hard bones of exotic beasts, it must be said that as extraordinary realm warriors, avoiding the bones and striking vital spots is basic training. After all, the opposing creatures are just mindless beasts. 20 days. 20 days. 20 days. Oh, this one has 30 days. Mo Hung's ghostly figure traversed through the lion pride, and with every perfect strike, he would take the life of a wind-treading lion. At the very least, he could injure them fatally. Meanwhile, as he was rampaging through the pride, Daicang's team continued to advance steadily. Daicang remained extremely vigilant towards the exotic beasts. After all, humans have countless enemies in the starry sky, but the stellar behemoths are not to be trifled with. Even the exotic beasts infected by the aura of stellar behemoths would pursue humans with an adrenaline rush, vowing to hunt them down even at the cost of their own lives. Of course, those that aren't even classified as mini beasts are excluded. For example, cockroaches and rats. In summary, the 1,000-man team he led could not withstand an attack from exotic beasts. Whenever they encountered a group, they would either annihilate them or lead them away. What in the world is this? At the instant the beast-attracting powder detonated, Daicang saw only a veil of white mist descending from the sky. Carried by the wind, it swiftly enveloped the entire formation. It bore no discernible scent, nor was its pale hue anything more than an artificial marker meant solely for observation. What Daicang truly sensed in that rushing vapor was an overwhelming, intensely concentrated martial will. As if 10,000 cultivators, each having perfected the heart of 10,000 beasts, had gathered and simultaneously unleashed their auras with deliberate, unrestrained provocation toward every living being within range. At that very moment, as Daicang gazed upon the white mist, beast-attracting powder, the interface promptly displayed its identification. Not only Daicang, but everyone present instantly grasped what had occurred. In the next breath, chaos erupted. Who unleashed the beast-attracting powder? We're doomed. We're all finished. Who's that heartless wretch? What did we ever do to you? Panic spread like wildfire, discipline collapsed in an instant. It wasn't merely the formation. Indeed, the entire surrounding region seemed to convulse. Flocks of birds exploded skyward in frantic unison. Even scuttling vermin, cockroach rats and the like, dashed across the ground at blinding speed, their 6 limbs a-blur, desperate to flee as far as possible. One cockroach rat, sprinting at 10 meters per second, outpaced its kin with astonishing agility, surging ahead of the pack. Thwack! A massive beast paw descended, crushing it into crimson pulp. Lifting his gaze, Daicang beheld its owner, a colossal gray bear, 10 meters long, its fur thick and steely gray. The bear charged forward with thunderous momentum, its 40-ton mass hurtling at 30 meters per second, roaring like a freight train. Flattening flora and fauna alike, it emerged before them in terrifying grandeur. Every martial artist of the Liao Yuan Battle Guild, without exception, snapped into urgency. Loose arrows. Kill it. Kill it now. A horde of low-tier cultivators roared, drawing their bows. 100-gram arrows launched at supersonic velocity, underarms boasting near-ton strength. Their lethality rivaled even high-caliber rifles. Yet against the storm of arrows, the bear pressed onward unflinchingly. Most shafts slid harmlessly off its sleek, dense fur, those few piercing the hide lodged shallowly in muscle, not deep enough to hinder. Though the flesh and hide of miniature beasts fell short of steel, they surpassed stone in resilience. By far, the arrow barrage failed to fell the beast, and instead ignited its fury. The cultivators could only watch helpless as the gray bear burst through the volley and barreled straight toward them. Whoosh! An iron spear tore free from its wielder's grasp, shattering the sound barrier mid-flight, soaring over the ranks before striking the bear dead center. Its eye socket vanished beneath the blade, momentum carried it deep into the skull, erupting from the beast's occiput in a final brutal thrust. Blood bloomed, brain scattered. The bear's titanic frame crashed down, carving a deep furrow across the earth. Cultivators poised to flee froze. Hold your positions, now. Daicang drew his spear and bellowed, voice resonating like bronze bells. Prepare for the beast tide. We are already tainted by the beast-attracting powder. No one escapes. No one runs. Any who turn heel, I'll cleave him where he stands. His single-strike annihilation left the Liao Yuan Battle Guild utterly stunned. Only then did they realize the unassuming mortal-tier cultivator before them possessed power beyond the mortal realm. Instinctive reverence surged. Self-preservation instinct engaged flawlessly. A true powerhouse. We're saved. Someone cried out, elation blazing in his eyes. Where strength resided, hope followed. And with it, unity, not flight and despair. After all, fleeing alone would likely seal their fate just the same. On the verge of collapse, the cultivators found their anchor, and swiftly coalesced, dividing tasks with disciplined precision. Yet Daicang, brow deeply furrowed, stood apart from the triumph. Xing Qiong, did you see anyone? He asked the figure beside him. The other had already scanned the surroundings, and within moments locked onto a distant target. I see her. It's Tsang Lian of the Lu Tan Battle Guild. How could someone of mere mortal tier vision track a non-mortal tier master? The answer was simple. She hadn't fled at all. After detonating the beast-attracting powder, Tsang Lian stood boldly atop a 100-meter turtle tree, observing the 1,000-strong formation from a kilometer away, gazing down with undisguised arrogance. Her eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Around her, massive beasts surged forth, racing wildly toward the formation. It's her. Is the Lu Tan Battle Guild using beasts to exterminate us? But why? What do they gain from this? True, the Liao Yuan Guild contested territory. Yet additional non-mortal tier allies would vastly increase their harvest in the wild. What were a few plots of land worth in comparison? Logically, the Lu Tan Guild should not have acted so decisively. Daicang forcibly severed his own line of thought, because the beasts had already reached the front lines. Merely beasts. These mindless brutes could not enhance his strength. Though their corpses held undeniable value, arrows rained down, and in that same heartbeat Daicang leapt upward, landing squarely atop a weapons cart, snatching up a spear, and hurled it. Hurl, hurl. Raw titanic force erupted. Supersonic spears lanced forth, piercing through the aerostorm to obliterate beast skulls with surgical precision. Each spear claimed a beast weighing dozens of tons. Even in death, their colossal bodies carved terrifying furrows across the earth as they tumbled. Yet more beasts surged past the line, hundreds converging from every direction, a horizon-spanning. Weapons outnumbered beasts, but Daicang's throwing frequency had limits. The outcome was inevitable. The first beast broke through the arrow barrage. Horned rhinoceros. Herd dwelling. The earth trembled. Frontline cultivators stared and instantly calculated its shoulder height, length, mass, and velocity, formulas flashing across their minds. 15 meters long, 8 meters at the shoulder, nearly 50 tons in mass, charging at over 40, as fast as a 9th-tier mortal cultivator. Such staggering mass, such absurd tonnage. Its full-speed impact delivered kinetic energy exceeding 4,000 tons. For low-tier cultivators like themselves, even a glancing blow, let alone a direct hit, would leave them bruised black and blue in an instant. Run, for your lives. Without non-mortal tier masters holding the line, mortal tier cultivators broke rank without hesitation. The frontline cultivators shrieked, dropping their weapons and launching sideways with desperate explosive force. That single cry triggered total collapse. No cultivator dared stand firm and intercept. The 1,000-strong formation shattered, each man sprinting as if gifted 4 legs, fleeing madly to the flanks. The rhino hesitated, then seethed with rage. Sensing the strongest provocation, it targeted the cluster of cultivators practicing the heart of 10,000 beasts, lowered its horned head, and charged. In an instant, screams pierced the air, blood sprayed in arcs. Those caught in the rhino's path met a fate too gruesome to behold. Yet its momentum held. Executing a sharp, brutal turn, it veered toward Daicang, who stood tallest, hurling spears across the battlefield. Daicang watched the beast close in and sighed. I did my best. In the next breath, he gripped his spear in his left hand and snatched up Xing Qiong with his right. Then he ran. Ruawar. High above on the grassy plateau, overlooking the canyon, a giant savage elephant, 10 meters tall, 100 tons heavy, fixed its gaze on its prey and whipped its trunk downward. As a miniature beast, its trunk, composed of over 100,000 muscle fibers, could generate force exceeding its own body weight. Such a terrifying strike struck Wu Ta Tian. Struck? No. Wu Ta Tian lunged forward and seized the trunk barehanded. Then, Qi surged violently. With both hands he tore, splitting the trunk cleanly in two. Ruawar. The giant savage elephant stood stunned. Believing size equated to supremacy, it simply could not comprehend how this slender, hairless ape had ripped its trunk clean off in a single motion. Only then did searing agony pierce its awareness, triggering a deafening bellow. Enough noise. Wu Ta Tian launched himself skyward and drove a fist forward. His chi penetrated skin, muscle, and bone, piercing straight into the brain, liquefying its contents into viscous slurry. And thus, the giant savage elephant fell silent. Blood gushed from its orifices as it collapsed, life extinguished. Around it, more giant savage elephants converged, their mere movement shaking the earth like an earthquake, raising vast plumes of dust. Wu Ta Tian remained expressionless. To him, dominating beasts held no thrill. He leapt, bounding effortlessly across their backs and crowns, occasionally roaring to draw their attention. Intent on, as a non-mortal tier cultivator, even one specializing purely in brute force, his speed and agility far surpassed these mindless beasts. But suddenly, Wu Ta Tian whirled sharply. 10 kilometers away, he saw it clearly. Hundreds, thousands of beasts charging, while Daicang sprinted at breakneck speed, Xing Qiong slung over his shoulder. Fleeing. At their pace, the beasts couldn't catch them. Miniature beasts posed no real threat to them. Yet, Wu Ta Tian glimpsed another familiar figure. Who was that again? Ah yes, the leader of the Lu Tan. The moment Wu Ta Tian's gaze crossed 10 kilometers to settle upon her, she felt it, and turned to meet his eyes. two masters locked gazes across the vast distance. Then, Song Lian smiled. A cruel, triumphant smile, pointed at the fleeing Daicang and Xingqiong and swept her finger across her throat. In the next instant, she launched herself forward, bursting forth with palpable killing intent, openly hunting them down. Wu Tatian. Expressionless, he snapped off a tusk from a giant savage elephant and selected only its sharpened tip. He weighed it in his palm, roughly 1 kilogram. Yet its density rivaled forged metal. Sufficient. Then Wu Tatian performed something deceptively simple. He stood atop the elephant's back, unshaken even as the beast thrashed violently. He steadied his stance, aimed, and hurled. 100-ton force erupted. The tusk tip screamed through the air at over Mach 4, vanishing into the sky. Shoo! Song Lian moved with breathtaking speed. As a veteran non-mortal tier speed cultivator, she mastered both supreme body techniques and refined force. Her leg strength alone exceeded 350 tons. At full sprint, she rapidly overtook Daicang's steady pace, then skidded to a halt directly before him. I remember you too. You've slain many of my subordinates, so let your lives be the first payment. She hadn't finished speaking. Xingqiong. Daicang didn't hesitate. He hurled Xingqiong straight at her. Xingqiong. You really trust me that much? Midair Xingqiong activated his bloodline, and upon landing, unleashed the heavenly demon self-destruction. Nearly 40 tons of explosive force erupted, slashing toward Song Lian's throat. Simultaneously, his body began to unravel, skin-splitting muscles, tearing bones, fracturing organs, rupturing. Yes, the heavenly demon self-destruction technique was formidable, but its side effects were devastating. 1 strike inflicted grave injury, 2 brought one to the brink of death, 3 meant certain annihilation. Is that all? A final futile struggle. Song Lian sneered, dismissive. Even a bloodline cultivator's peak burst paled before her mastery. She swung her blade in return, swifter, heavier, clashing Hedon with Xingqiong's sword. Clang! His blade shattered instantly. How could a mortal tier weapon rival a non-mortal tier master's personal armament? Yet, the flying shards of broken steel behaved as if guided, harnessing the energy of the collision itself to spray directly toward Song Lian's eyes. And their trajectory struck precisely at her sight. Coincidence? Surely such precision lay beyond this youth's calculation. Song Lian's suspicion flickered, but she dismissed it. She halted instantly, ducking and tilting her head. 2 shards grazed her cheeks, leaving no mark. Unscathed, she smirked inwardly. No matter how brilliant your reflexes or tactics, raw power shatters them all. Just a provincial rustic mortal tier cultivator. How could he possibly fathom the supremacy of an inner-city master? A white tusk plummeted from the heavens, slowed by kilometers of air resistance and gravity, yet still struck Song Lian square in the face. Her triumphant grin froze. Her thoughts shattered under the sudden violent impact, and the chi barrier shielding her body fractured completely. In the next heartbeat, a spear thrust. 100-ton force erupted. Daicang's spear pierced her mouth and erupted from the back of her skull. Blood erupted, brain splattered. The spear flew free. Her body rocketed backward dozens of meters, the light of life fading from her eyes. No resentment. No fury. Her expression seemed to ask what just happened. Soon even that question slipped. Strength 1. 3 moves. The first move, feigned attack. Xingqiong took the initiative, shattering the blade during the clash, sending iron shards flying towards the enemy's eyes to divert her attention. The second move, surprise attack. Wu Taijian from over 10 kilometers away threw a piece of ivory downward with great force, its tremendous kinetic energy and sharpness breaking through the enemy's chi defense and causing a ringing in their brain. The third move, lethal strike. Daicang thrust his spear, the unadorned power striking at the most opportune moment, piercing through the enemy's mouth and brainstem. With the 3 sequential moves, Song Lian hadn't even exerted 30% of her strength. She died without a chance to fight back. Well done. Daicang gave a thumbs up. Just like before in class, Wu Taijian was indeed reliable. This fellow could always pull off astonishing maneuvers, turning peril into safety. Simply put, as long as something is theoretically possible, he could almost always achieve it. Even things that were theoretically impossible, he could occasionally accomplish. For instance, throwing ivory from such a distance of over 10 kilometers, factoring in wind direction, air resistance, gravitational potential, and the target's trajectory. To hit accurately was nearly impossible. Yet Wu Taijian managed to do it. Looking at the other side. Far over 10 kilometers away, Wu Taijian clearly saw Daicang's movements. Seeing them escape danger, he changed direction, moving away from the giant elephant herd. He thought that the Liao Yuan battle gang could still manage one more rescue. After all, with warriors fleeing all over the mountains, the exotic beasts would find it hard to hunt them down. The agility of the warriors was truly remarkable. The absurd weight of the exotic beasts brought with it even more absurd inertia. The warriors only needed to make a quick turn to evade a deadly pounce. Thus Wu Taijian headed back toward the Liao Yuan battle gang, while the 100-ton giants couldn't catch up to him. Hundreds of giant elephants were left far behind. Meanwhile, on Daicang's side, after Song Lian's death, the system also responded in due time. Power 1. What a joke. Daicang couldn't hold back any longer, cursing. She was at the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm. How could she be compared to the trash of the ordinary realm? The system remained silent. Forget self-awareness, it was utterly rigid, lacking even a hint of intelligence, and naturally wouldn't respond to Daicang's words. Diga, what are you saying? Shi Xingqiong coughed up blood as he approached. His disintegrating body had stopped bleeding and was visibly recovering. The Agrade self-healing talent had activated. Stop shouting. Let's go. That pack of beasts is chasing us. He hurried to remind Daicang not to forget the main objective. As for an ordinary realm fighting against an extraordinary realm, to him, it was a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Daicang turned to look behind Shi Xingqiong. Dozens of enormous exotic beasts had turned around, rushing towards the two of them. It was the heart of all beasts. Shi Xingqiong had cultivated the heart of all beasts, and with the scent of the beast attractant, he had deeply attracted this group of exotic beasts. Daicang thought since they had already killed Song Lian of the Lutan battle gang, he might as well go all out. He carried Shi Xingqiong, moving slowly, attracting the attention of numerous exotic beasts. The beasts lacking intelligence and driven solely by instinct were quickly swept along by the herd. In the end, over 70% of the exotic beasts were drawn in by Daicang and Shi Xingqiong. As for the other exotic beasts still rushing over, Daicang couldn't manage them. Life and death are fated to I have already done my utmost. At the very least, I can still take revenge for every. As he said this, he began to run towards the Lutan battle gang's group. With hundreds of furious exotic beasts and over 10 kilometers away, another group of over 2,000 people. A 9th-stage ordinary realm warrior activated his bloodline, his body covered in bird-like feathers, as he climbed a 100-meter-tall tree, looking down from above. In bloodline mode, his vision rivaled that of an extraordinary realm warrior. Thus, he could be part of the reconnaissance team. At this moment, as he usually did, he took in the surroundings. Not good. A pack of beasts is coming. Hundreds of exotic beasts were charging towards their side from 10 kilometers away. His face turned pale immediately. Without a second thought, he took out a flare and fired it into the sky. The yellow fireworks burst open, signaling an alarm. It indicated that a 3-digit number of exotic beasts were approaching. Damn it, I knew 2,000 people couldn't form a proper group. It must be that there were too many people attracting the beasts. Gu Hui cursed a few times and took to the air. With a leap, he arrived beside the scout. Following his line of sight, Gu Hui saw this scene. 10 kilometers away, a warrior was dragging another warrior running. Behind them, hundreds of exotic beasts were relentlessly pursuing. Further away, other exotic beasts were rampaging. A team was being utterly routed. Wait a minute. Isn't that the Liao Yuan battle gang's team? Where did that Song Lian woman go? Why isn't she stopping? Are they just going to let those two warriors attract the beasts? If this continues, everyone will suffer. Trying to use beasts to kill? Dream on. Gu Hui first ordered the entire army to form a defensive line. Then he took down his battle bow from his back. Dragon Tendon battle bow. Grade inferior. Crafted from the materials of dragon-type exotic beasts in the outer city of the habitable planet No. 450, it can withstand a maximum tension of 100 tons. There was no choice. The high-tech force field bow just out of school could only withstand 10 tons of tension and would be eliminated when reaching the extraordinary realm. In the outer city, the strong had to find ways to craft their own weapons. Among them, the Dragon Tendon battle bow was a weapon that Gu Hui had purchased from another city. Although it could withstand 100 tons of tension, its quality was too poor, making it lacking in precision and durability. Thus, it could only be considered an inferior weapon. However, it was sufficient for hunting exotic beasts. In the outer city, warriors capable of hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness almost all had great archery skills, and Gu Hui was no exception. Yellow-grade beast hunting archery perfect. The spiral arrows can easily pierce through the skin and flesh of exotic beasts, and his excellent sight and experience allow him to anticipate the movements of the beasts. As long as the beast you aim at is within 5 kilometers and moving at a speed less than 70 meters per second, your archery can hit where you aim. Gu Hui's expression was grim as he drew the bow and nocked the arrow. At this moment, he had clearly seen who was coming. It was the Daicang he dreaded immensely. All right, since it has come to this, you shall die here. Killing intent surged as Daicang entered his 5-kilometer shooting range. He fully drew the bowstring, a specially made 100-gram arrow poised to launch. There is killing intent. Daicang's body moved faster than his brain. His speed surged to 200 meters per second, in an instant disappearing in a blink. The next moment, where he had been standing, an arrow shot out at nearly 7 Mach, instantly embedding itself into the ground, leaving a conspicuous crater. Daicang broke out in a cold sweat. Who shot that arrow? If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hit in a vital spot and gone for good. On the other side, atop the 100-meter-tall tree, Gu Hui was also sweating. Oh no, it missed. His archery was meant for beasts, not humans. Warriors were simply too small a target, and their movements were hard to predict, which naturally made his aim poor. Moreover, that guy's speed was just too fast. Daicang's speed now maintained between 150 to 200 meters per second, employing textbook evasion techniques to dodge the arrows. Additionally, the warrior's perception of killing intent. Gu Hui shot multiple arrows, none of which hit. Aiming, it was evident how absurd Wu Taishan's throwing skills were. Hiss. This is absurd. Gu Hui sucked in a breath of cold air. Death prophecy flashed in his mind, showing the scene of Daicang killing him. He was certain that this guy's talent must be at least grade, whether it be speed or strength. It was possible for him to kill him, an extraordinary realm warrior, under explosive conditions. But An ordinary realm is still just an ordinary realm. By the time Daicang advanced to within 2 kilometers, Gu Hui had already abandoned the bow and arrow meant for shooting beasts and picked up the spear instead. At this moment, Daicang had already come into view of the crowd. He shouted, "Prepare the entire army. Aim and fire. This bastard in front of us is the root cause of attracting the exotic beasts. Kill him and the exotic beasts will surely disperse." The furious roar of the extraordinary realm resonated in the ears of over 2,000 people. Daicang heard it clearly. He couldn't help but think this guy named Gu Hui is quite clever. However, he had previously approached him for a chat quite warmly. Now he turns against him so quickly. And why was he mixed up with the Lutan Battle Gang's team? Forget it, the scheming behind it was no longer important. In the moment he shot his arrow, the outcome was already sealed. Throwing Shi Xingxiong into a nearby forest, Daicang immediately unleashed all his power, his speed increasing significantly. In less than 8 seconds, he could cross a distance of 2 kilometers. Fire! In an instant, arrows rained down. Last time, facing a rain of arrows, Daicang had a heavy shield to block. But now that was not possible. Even if he had a shield, the power of arrows from an extraordinary realm would penetrate through a metal shield. Even if he had one, he wouldn't dare to use it. However, facing thousands of arrows, Daicang remained calm. His current advantage was simply his stats. Stats. Under the swing of 100 tons of power, his spear created afterimages around him, with countless spear shadows forming a protective shield around Daicang. The arrows shot forth, being blocked by the spear in an instant. Not a drop of ink can penetrate. Gu Hui gritted his teeth. It must be a speed-related talent. But any technique is useless against absolute stats. He drew the bow again, aiming, and shot. The arrow tore through the air. Then, it landed in empty space. Daicang was not reckless. He could maneuver. Even so, Gu Hui's arrow was too fast. The arrow grazed his shoulder, causing a spray of blood and flesh. Hit! Gu Hui's expression lit up. He prepared to draw the bow again, but Daicang suddenly stopped and kicked a rock beside him. Bang! The rock exploded, sending countless fragments flying. A large number of stones reached the speed of sound in an instant, rushing towards the enemies within a kilometer in a fan-like wave. In an instant, blood mist exploded and wails arose. Power 1. Power 1. Power. All he could say was thank goodness for positioning. With one kick, Daicang managed to kill quite a few enemies. After doing all this, he gritted his teeth and charged again, aiming his spear at Gu Hui, throwing it out. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air, and Gu Hui immediately dodged to the side. Daicang was merely an ordinary realm warrior, and his accuracy was actually worse than Gu Hui's. This strike naturally didn't harm Gu Hui in the slightest, but it charged straight into the enemy lines, piercing through many. Power 1. Power. The distance between both sides was now less than 500 meters. This guy. Gu Hui's hair stood on end, gritting his teeth. In the Ashen Battle Gang, the second and third masters were in other teams. He was the only extraordinary realm warrior here. After all, his transaction with Song Lian was a secret. And now, facing the attacking Daicang, the earlier scene from Death Prophecy influenced his thoughts. As a warrior, his instinct screamed, go kill. Go fight. Kill that warrior who dares to threaten your life. But as they say, humans are rational beings, not beasts who succumb to instincts. Thus, Gu Hui forcefully suppressed his desire to fight and turned without hesitation to flee. He dropped his bow and arrows to lighten his load, then turned and ran. Without hesitation. Daicang. Even this move left Daicang baffled. They hadn't even fought yet. No matter how strong he was just an ordinary realm with a talent below grade. Why would he want to demean himself like this? He had no idea about Gu Hui's talent. Nor did he know that Gu Hui had faced death multiple times against the Liao Yu. Even with a 90% chance of winning, he wouldn't take a 10% risk. This was Gu Hui's life motto that had allowed him to survive until now. However, Daicang didn't care for Gu Hui's thoughts. Since the only extraordinary realm warrior had run away, these warriors became lambs to the slaughter. He's coming at us. Shoot. He has no weapon, shoot him. The archers in the back immediately stepped up. But at a distance of 500 meters, Daicang easily crossed it in less than 2 seconds. Arrows rained down with no way to evade. Daicang's face was as solemn as water. He immediately raised his hands to protect his vital points, but even with his serpentine dodging, he was instantly struck by a dozen arrows. The arrowheads sank into his flesh, becoming deeply embedded in his muscles. Not bad at all. The system enhances power naturally. It would also provide defenses to match that power. Thus, in terms of strength and defense, Daicang's physique was not much different from a powerhouse of the strength type among the extraordinary realm. He endured a wave of arrows and finally charged into the crowd. Then, with a powerful punch, the leading warrior's helmet caved in, and his brain instantly exploded as blood mist erupted, and he flew dozens of meters away. Power 1. Do you like archery? Daicang swiftly drew another warrior's battle knife from his waist, slashing around. Without any resistance, the surrounding warriors were instantly separated from their heads and bodies. Feeling the long-lost growth of power, a cruel smile appeared on his face. They all must die. Daicang had never shown mercy to his enemies. The moment he breached their formation, he seized an enemy blade in reverse and severed the arrows embedded in his body. Then his muscles rippled and swelled. Crack! The arrowheads buried deep within his flesh were forcibly expelled, without a single drop of blood. Wounds sealed before the eye, knitting shut at visible speed under the effect of his innate talent. Daicang launched himself forward like a coiled spring, snatching up another battle blade midair, surrounded on all sides by surging crowds. He spun, becoming a living meat grinder. Heads tumbled by the dozen. His speed defied mortal perception. Ordinary mortal realm cultivators could not even react before being cleaved cleanly in two. Yet, Daicang remained but one man, while the enemy host numbered over 2,000. Do not mistake this, it was not that Daicang could not defeat them all, but that they would flee. Their sole non-mortal realm warrior dropped his bow and ran first. The elite Blood Clan Overseer squad, each bearing ancestral bloodlines. The rear ranks turned without hesitation and bolted in unison. Then came total collapse, swift as an avalanche. For most, the chaos ahead remained unknown. Their true adversary was not Daicang, but hundreds of monstrous beasts drawing ever closer. No traps, no terrain advantage, no non-mortal realm cultivators anchoring the line. Are we truly expected to fight these beasts? The warriors' faces paled to sickly green. The guildmaster fled. The overseers have run. I'll fight them. No, wait. I'm running too. 2,000 of us. Even if every beast charges at once, they cannot slaughter us all. At least half will escape. Truly, those from the outer city were sharp-witted. None were fresh graduates, reckless and fearless. Instead, hardened reason suppressed the instinctive urge to die gloriously. One by one, they discarded weapons and armor, lightening their loads for flight. Yet, run. You still dare to run. A figure erupted from the front ranks. In an instant, blade light alone. No sword flashes, only blinding, relentless blade light. No technique. Only raw, overwhelming force. His blade shattered the air, cleaving a fleeing warrior's skull cleanly in two. His streaking form left behind a wake of rolling heads. Well, not quite rolling heads. Most were only half skulls. A decapitated body might linger briefly, but a bisected cranium bled out and died within seconds. From front to rear, he carved his path, even overtaking the fleeing Overseer squad. Daicang stood drenched in blood, his battle blade notched and dull. Behind him lay carnage, hundreds slain in his merciless, unrelenting purge. If not for that guildmaster's treachery, why would I resort to Plan B? Daicang roared, and yet a faint smile played upon his lips. What was Plan B? First, Plan A had been simple. With nearly 1,500 members of the Liao Yuan Battle Guild, and 4 of them working tirelessly, their sole objective was to amass enough beast carcasses through sheer slaughter. But plans falter before reality. The guildmaster of the Lu Tan Battle Guild placed personal grievance above strategic gain, and secretly sabotaged the Liao Yuan Guild. She laced their ranks, including Daicang himself, with beast-attracting powder. Out in the wild, such contamination meant certain death for any mortal realm cultivator. Thus Plan A collapsed. Daicang had no choice but to activate Plan B, the desperate final recourse kill. Over 10,000 souls had entered the wilderness together. If he slaughtered them all, or even half, he would trigger a quantum leap in his own combat power. With that surge, he could then turn upon the beasts, and perhaps gather the required quota even faster. Yet Daicang deemed the second option morally bankrupt. He believed in reciprocity. If none attacked him, he would not strike first. Wanton slaughter was unconscionable. You forced my hand. Daicang sighed, discarding 2 broken blades. Then he shuddered violently, blood coating his skin, instantly shaken free by the tremor. In his past life, such mastery might have been called harmonized force, though he was uncertain. Here among the martial human clans, it was standard practice. Not standard for mortal realm cultivators, but for pre-cultivation children undergoing bodyforging training. The blood shaking was mere fastidiousness. He retrieved 2 fresh weapons from the ground and gazed upon the disintegrating, fleeing crowd. I have slain that woman. I am now at war with the Lu Tan Battle Guild. Then there is no turning back. Daicang launched forward again, leaving behind a crater where his feet had stood, crushed into the earth by sheer explosive. Stone and soil exploded outward. Swish, swish, swish. Blades cut like wind, fierce, unrestrained. None lasted a single exchange. And worse, they fled with backs turned. Only when Daicang overtook them in an instant and cleaved half a skull from its owner did they realize in shock, oh, someone's hunting us. They ran. He pursued. Dozens fell. Hundreds fell. Legs blurred into afterimages, paths curved like arcs. Those who scattered saw only a streak of motion. His passage alone severed heads. Speed rendered reaction useless. Even if they turned, they could not block a single strike. The fleeing ranks dwindled catastrophically. Soon, beasts joined the chase. Their speed far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, so the warriors perished even faster. Back off, don't compete with me. Daicang roared. He hurled his notched blade. It pierced straight through a beast's skull, dropping the creature mid-hunt. A surviving warrior broke into relieved laughter. Then his grin froze. Daicang stepped forward and shattered his skull with a single punch. Strength 1. Humans must be slain. They were sentient beings, killing them amplified strength. Beasts too must fall, not only because they stole prey but also because their corpses served as vital materials for Daicang. Thus time flowed, measured only in slaughter. The hunted had overestimated themselves. Far fewer than half escaped. At least 3/4 would never leave this place. An hour later, a steelman tiger roared and lunged across the battlefield. Thwip! A spear thrust Hedon drove deep into its maw, piercing straight through its skull and scattering brain matter. An hour later, a steelman tiger roared and lunged across the battlefield. Thwip! A spear thrust around him lay a field of corpses. The stench of blood and decay hung thick. He calmly suppressed his olfactory sense to avoid retching. Perhaps vomiting after slaughter had less to do with weak resolve, and more to do with how wretched corpses truly were. Did you know corpses lose control of bladder and bowel? So do beasts. Leaning against a colossal tree, Daicang sank down, gasping deeply. His stamina remained insufficient. Fifth-rank mortal realm cultivation was still inadequate, suited only for bursts, not endurance battles. Chasing and cutting down fleeing men exhausted him tenfold more than the previous alleyway skirmish. Only after catching his breath did he slowly rise, and casually glanced at his interface. Strength 2155. Good heavens, a bountiful harvest. My power has doubled. Although this external aid seems rather inhumane, like how it offers the same reward for killing both mundane and extraordinary beings. But it doesn't limit levels. It won't be like some novels from my past life that claim one can't grow stronger until breaking. This external aid is very straightforward. Kill an intelligent life form, and my power increases by 1. Beyond that, there are no other requirements. If only I could do this a few more times. Daicang murmured as he stood up, casting a final glance at his power attributes, which had more than doubled before turning to look elsewhere. On the edge of the battlefield, dozens of captives knelt with their heads held, while beside them stood Xingqiong, monitoring the situation. Good brother, you really understand me. Daicang's eyes brightened as he picked up a spear from the ground and walked over, thinking that even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. In his thoughts, Daicang had already flashed to the side of the captive. He thrust the spear down. Ding. The battle blade was drawn directly, striking Daicang's spear. The one who drew the blade was actually Xingqiong. In the next moment, Daicang almost couldn't hold onto the spear as it was deflected away, landing beside the captive. With a loud boom, debris was thrown up in large quantities. Daicang exclaimed. He looked at Xingqiong, confused. What just happened? Though it seemed like a casual strike, it actually possessed tons of force. However, at the moment of contact between the blade and spear, an exceedingly refined force appeared, causing Xingqiong to misdirect Daicang's spear. It was as if 4 ounces could deflect 1,000 pounds. Even more exquisite. Reign in your killing intent. Xingqiong glared at Daicang and said helplessly, there aren't many left of the Liao Yuan battle gang. You've killed them all. Who's going to help us carry the beasts? I see, that makes sense. Daicang realized, thinking that you are indeed quite observant. It should be known that the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang have been affected by the beast-luring powder in the wilderness. A mere mundane realm warrior infected with this substance is basically sentenced to death. By now the scent should have dissipated. The Liao Yuan battle gang was severely weakened, with only 1 in 10 left. Therefore, the newly captured prisoners are quite useful. Daicang looked at the captives. That's right, big brother, I can help you transport the beast corpses. I have plenty of strength. Big brother, am willing to be your errand boy. This group of people chimed in, quickly forgetting their previous loyalties. They immediately expressed their desire to follow Daicang. After all, in the outer city, the lives of mundane realm warriors are truly cheap. A large number can die without warning. If they don't show their value and attitude, they really will die early. As for their own battle gang being slaughtered largely with the corpses still warm, they could only say they weren't familiar, not familiar at all. Mundane realm warriors go with the flow. It's already good enough to find a strong protector, so why have so many demands? Go and move the corpses. Daicang waved his hand, then added, it's the beast corpses we're moving, not human corpses, don't get it mixed up. Although Bai Aochu's abilities may not only target beasts, but no matter how chaotic the outer city gets, it hasn't reached the point of cannibalism. The environment dictates the bottom line, a simple truth. Don't worry, big brother, we understand. Leave it to us, we are all veterans. After receiving the orders, dozens of captives began to promise, showing no discomfort at the nearby gruesome scene. One could only say that they truly are veterans from the outer city. They are used to everything. They skillfully lifted the carts, disassembling and gathering the most valuable parts of the beast corpses. Daicang opened his mouth, intending to say he wanted all of it. But he wasn't foolish and knew that there were too many beast corpses. Each one weighed over 10 tons, and this small number of people couldn't move them. If only I had brought Bai Aochu along. No, the wilderness is too dangerous, and she is too weak. Without comparable strength to the extraordinary realm, Daicang couldn't trust any of his classmates to leave the city. Meanwhile, as the captives were laboriously moving the corpses, a group was seen slowly approaching from several kilometers away. Before long, the two sides met. The newcomers were Wu Taitian and Mo Hung, along with the remaining members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. Their numbers were fewer than 100, but they were fortunate to have survived until Wu Taitian and Mo Hung returned, slaying all the crazed beasts. After gathering and exchanging information, our campaign has encountered misfortune. Mo Hung scanned the surroundings and sighed. What is wrong with that woman from the Lu Ten battle gang? It's just a failed quest for seeds. Why must she oppose us over such a trivial matter? Now look, people are dead, and we have established enmity with the Lu Ten battle gang. What should we do next? With this limited manpower, we can't transport many beast corpses. The group fell silent. Indeed, transportation is a significant issue. Moreover, having killed their gang leader, one could say they are now completely at odds with the Lu Ten battle gang, let alone whether they would agree to lend people for transport. If they didn't start fighting on the spot, it would already be considered having a broader perspective. Even if they could manage to return safely, this time a gang war would be inevitable. Daicang decisively said. How about we take this opportunity to eliminate them all directly? He gestured with his hand, mimicking a cut across his throat, seizing the chance while 7 out of 9 gang leaders from the Lutan battle gang are still in the wilderness. We could take them all out in one go. Furthermore, we could take over their gang and turn the entire Lutan city into our own. Wouldn't that be splendid? Moreover, conflicts will inevitably lead to deaths. If I have the opportunity to slaughter the enemy entirely, wouldn't that allow me to level up significantly? Shi Xingqiang looked at Daicang, unable to keep his composure, wanting to speak, but hesitating. No, shouldn't you be acting as the commander? The focus is on rational thinking and decisive orders. However, ever since he took the shortcut, this fellow's thinking has become increasingly brutish. If this continues, he might just turn into a second Wu Taitian. Eventually, Shi Xingqiang seriously asked, "Are you really considering 4 of us taking on the Lutan battle gang? You should know that the gang leader Cang Lian is more of a mascot for the Lutan battle gang. Her only role is to facilitate trade connections with the inner city. In terms of strength, calling her trash wouldn't be an exaggeration." Daicang paused momentarily, then began to rethink. During his time in Lutan City, he had gathered quite a bit of information. Some of the outstanding Extraordinary Realm individuals had their information practically laid out in the open in Lutan City, making it easy to collect. For example, Daicang held up 2 fingers, pondering. The 3rd gang leader of the Lutan battle gang, Izun. Though a strength-type Extraordinary Realm individual, he possesses level speed-type talent, and it is said that his speed can surpass sound. The 2nd gang leader is even more remarkable, possessing the bloodline of the Light Dark Griffin, and his bloodline density has already reached 0.05. After activating his bloodline form, not only does his strength increase significantly, but he can also grow wings and fly. In the Extraordinary Realm, a bloodline density must reach the limit of 0.05 to activate the bloodline mode. Once the bloodline is activated, combat power naturally surges, and combined with combat techniques and killing methods, he could even directly confront small-sized beasts. For someone like me who wants to fight and win, that might be a bit difficult. After all, Extraordinary Realm individuals as foolish as Cang Lian are not commonly seen. Daicang thought for a moment and said, "What if we just sit back and watch the tigers fight? We can attract small-sized beasts." No, as a dignified Extraordinary Realm, if we can't beat them, we can at least run away. Unless they were insane, they wouldn't engage in a death fight with beasts. And if the other side fled, it would create an enmity for life and death. It really wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, I only killed their gang leader if one were to say it was a major issue, right? I propose that we regroup first and discuss. Shi Xingqiang calmly stated. As there is no conflict of interest, there won't be any enmity arising from our development. We Extraordinary Realm individuals band together merely to resist the beasts. In the future, the Liao Yuan battle gang will also remain stationed in Lutan City. Having one more Extraordinary Realm individual means one more force. They should be aware of this. At this point, Shi Xingqiang paused before continuing. After all, the unthinking few are not the majority, but they do. Evidently, he was thinking of a particular gang leader. One could only say that the thought process of that woman was something the 4 of them couldn't comprehend. It's still the same principle. There is no conflict of interest between Extraordinary Realm individuals. The reason for forming battle gangs and gathering mundane realm talents is not to hope for more powerful individuals to emerge from within. Otherwise, wouldn't Extraordinary Realm individuals prefer to act as lone wolves instead? Do they really think they care about the power of the gang? Once the goals were determined, the group set off again. Along the way, numerous beasts came to attack. Their frequency and numbers were even fiercer than during the previous large-scale expedition. It's simple, the more one advances in the wilderness, the more beasts they will encounter. Moreover, the heavy scent of blood naturally attracts beasts. However, without the beast-luring powder, the beasts merely attracted by the scent of blood are easy to handle. As long as Extraordinary Realm individuals take action, the beasts have no ability to resist. Time passed in this manner as they continued. They reached their destination. On the map, the pit at the summit of the mountain was right in. Looking down from the high ground, a large number of tents were set up like an ancient army, with nearly 10,000 people concentrated in the massive pit processing the recently slaughtered beasts. It was indeed a magnificent sight. Shortly after their arrival, a figure suddenly flashed by. Members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. You have suffered such a tremendous loss. Did you encounter a beast tide? As the newcomer steadied himself, he shocked. Daicang turned to look. The newcomer stood over 4 meters tall, exuding immense pressure. Coupled with such speed, it was indeed Izun, the 3rd leader of the Lutan battle gang, whom he had seen before. In his view, the Liao Yuan battle gang had invested most of their resources for this hunt, nearly 1,500 members. Yet they had only 1/10 left from the journey. This is bad. Did we give them the wrong route? If they take offense because of this, what should we do? Where is Gu Hui? Daicang looked around and asked, has he not arrived yet to inform you? Gu Hui. Oh, that weakling from the ash. His strength is not considered weak, but his mindset is very cowardly. Izun doesn't particularly enjoy interacting with him, though their leader has had private dealings with him. What on earth happened? Izun felt a bad premonition rising within him. It seemed that this group of people had not simply encountered a beast tide. Wait. Izun suddenly noticed that among the Liao Yuan battle gang's ranks there were faces of his own Lutan. Yes, although he couldn't recall their names, he recognized those people. After all, having the ability to remember faces is a standard trait among martial artists. This is especially true for extraordinary realm individuals. Your gang leader Zhang Lian used the beast-luring powder to plot against us, resulting in the Liao Yuan battle gang being slaughtered by the beast tide, with survivors being less than 1/10. Moreover, that woman even hid among the beasts attempting to take our lives through a surprise attack. Fortunately, we were skilled enough to counterattack. Daicang looked into the eyes of this third gang leader, speaking resolutely. As for Gu Hui, he is even more of Zhang Lian's accomplice. When we chased him, he abandoned the team and fled. I had thought he would arrive here early and pull a preemptive accusation, but unexpectedly, I haven't seen him. This is a bombshell. Izun frowned and suddenly approached. His imposing aura pressed upon them as he spoke seriously. Are you saying our gang leader is dead? Died at the hands of your Liao Yuan battle gang? Wu Taitian sidestepped and blocked Daicang, looking directly into Izun's eyes, calmly saying yes. Is there a problem? Silence. The oppressive atmosphere caused a group of warriors to hastily avoid the area. The two extraordinary realms clashed, their presence akin to an impending volcano seemingly on the verge of eruption. The situation has escalated. Izun suddenly retracted his aura and spoke. Without Zhang Lian to facilitate trade with the inner city, half of the 30,000 people in Lutan City will likely starve. Do you know that 80% of nutritional pastes and 90% of blood replenishing pills on the market come from the inner city? If Zhang Lian is dead, without this connection, even if we slaughter enough beasts, we won't have any means to liquidate our gains. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Taitian remained unfazed. The other three were stunned. You can't even ensure food autonomy. Imohan couldn't help but exclaim, I thought you all could at least piece together a production line for nutritional paste using the junk from scavengers. Izun glanced at him. Yes, he is also an extraordinary realm, qualified to converse with me. So he said, we have some, but it can only meet 20% of needs. The inner city strictly controls the outflow of food production waste, and even if there is any, it is incomplete. Without the detoxification function, nutritional paste made from beast meat can poison a 9th-tier mundane realm warrior with just half a piece. We, the warriors of the outer city, must trade with the inner city to survive. Now that Zhang Lian is dead, I don't care about the cause of her death, just tell me. Can you fill this void? Can you? It turns out that the life or death of the gang leader isn't important. However, the benefits she brings are crucial. Faced with the questioning of Izun, the third master of the Lutan gang, Daicang exchanged a glance with Shi Xingqiong, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. The autonomy of the outer city is worse than expected. Even basic nutritional paste cannot be guaranteed. No wonder millions die every year. What if there isn't one? Does that mean Lutan City has to wait for death? Shi Xingqiong asserted, I refuse to believe that there's only this one way out of the outer city. If there's truly only this one route, then Zhang Lian will only be treasured even more. At the very least, she must have 2 extraordinary realm bodyguards. A way out. Yaizen's face was grim. The cultivation resources for the extraordinary realm, blood vitality pills, spirit awakening incense, calming liquid, bloodline potions. Which of these doesn't come from the inner city? If there are no trading channels, we can only seek help from other cities, and the consequences are easy to imagine. What consequences? Daicang was curious. He genuinely didn't know, given his limited understanding of the outer city. The key is that schools don't teach this stuff either. We would be at the mercy of others. Izun snorted coldly. Becoming a vassal of other battle gangs, we would only be seen as cannon fodder. Not only would the resources for becoming stronger be withheld, but survival would also become increasingly difficult. Wanting to advance to the transcendence realm would be an even more distant dream. Do you think these consequences aren't terrible enough? Daicang nodded, indicating his understanding. Although one must at least be in the extraordinary realm to be a laborer in the inner city, those who rise to the extraordinary realm from the outer city carry a stain and cannot pass political scrutiny. Only by advancing to the transcendence realm can one qualify to enter the inner city. After reaching the transcendence realm, one can have access to more aspects of the martial artist civilization, thus gaining further opportunities. To be stagnant is worse than death. Lying flat. Are you crazy? Not to mention that the genes of martial artists dictate that if they do not strive for progress, they will feel constant discomfort, and given the advanced nature of this civilization, various longevity methods abound. Staying in the outer city, even without illness or disaster, one will truly grow old and die. However, the inner city is different. With money, one can live indefinitely. Who the hell wants to die while they can live? Thus, for Izun, the gang leader's demise, the closure of trading channels to the inner city, being at the mercy of others equivalent to cannon fodder, reduced resources, and increased survival pressure, a sharp decline in martial potential, a critical illness, notice a life and death feud that cannot end until one of them dies. Daicang has already realized this. This third master does not wish to discuss reason or law. In his eyes, there are only gains and losses. If he cannot come up with a good solution and is forced to be at the mercy of others. Although this guy would not directly kill him, he would definitely turn the Liao Yuan battle gang into his vassal. He would ruthlessly exploit their manpower to enhance his martial potential. That makes sense. This matter is quite serious. Daicang thought of this, his expression turning serious as he nodded. Then he spoke with certainty. As for the inner city trading channels and cultivation resources, that's nothing to worry about. If our Liao Yuan battle gang will make it up. As for how to make up for it, we have our channels, so you don't need to worry. If a month from now we haven't compensated for the loss of that Song Lian woman's death, you can take action against the Liao Yuan battle gang then. This statement is not meant to soothe. Daicang is genuinely confident that he can accomplish this. First is the smuggling channel. He has already thought of how to handle it. As for the supplier from the inner city, there is currently only one candidate, a classmate, Qian Xiaoxing. Whether she has broken through to the extraordinary realm, and if she has the qualification to act as a supplier after breaking through, is another matter. Daicang's confidence comes from Bai Ao Shui. The bloodline pills she produces can be sold externally. By exchanging goods with other cities, he can ensure the resources for Lutan City and even transform the Liao Yuan battle gang into a large battle gang, taking the place of the Lutan battle gang. Finally, Daicang's confidence comes from time. 1 month. Given free rein to develop, there are so many things that can. He knows that his classmates are all talented individuals. For instance, this Mo Hung just a week ago was still at the 4th stage of the mortal realm, but now he has directly leaped to the extraordinary realm. Who knows how much he could improve with another month. Izuin remained silent, repeatedly scanning the 4 individuals. According to intelligence, these 4 are the strongest combat forces of the Liao Yuan battle gang. Only they are qualified to communicate with him. From their subtle expressions, Izuin saw only confidence. It was as if this was just a trivial matter. It is unclear whether it is a case of the ignorant being fearless or if they are fully prepared. Then it's settled. Suddenly a kind smile appeared on Yaizen's face. As long as resource supply can be guaranteed, it doesn't matter if that Song Lian woman is dead. He extended his hand sincerely, saying, let's turn the page on this matter. I believe that in a month our cooperation will deepen. Daicang shook hands with him. Yes, I believe so too. The tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. The onlookers around sighed in relief. It's a pity it didn't escalate into a fight. Where else can I find a strong battle? They certainly did not know that if a fight had broken out, Daicang would have mercilessly slaughtered, hurting others to benefit himself. Without a conflict, they could all be at peace. Thus time passed. The members of the Liao Yuan battle gang also chose a spot to set up camp, and the Mortal Realm warriors quickly joined in constructing traps. The Extraordinary Realm warriors only needed to conserve their energy. During this time, Daicang curiously wandered around and found that among those building traps were being constructed the most. The shovels swung with a blur, and with a single strike the ground turned to stone. A group of warriors worked together, their efficiency surpassing that of an excavator. Various traps, some reaching several meters deep, and even 10 meters were quickly completed. Because the size of the alien beasts was enormous and their weight exaggerated, traps that were like mere flat ground to humans were perilous for them. As for the defensive works, they were only superficially constructed, at most serving as a warning. After all, the weight of alien beasts is incredibly high, and their kinetic energy, when running, is outrageous. No wall, no matter how thick, could withstand their charge, so they simply did not bother. Thus, after a day, the second master of the Lutan battle gang issued a gathering order. When everyone arrived, they found dozens of powerful individuals gathered in the center. Among them, the Extraordinary Realm members were the Ashes battle gang, the second and third masters, 2 individuals. The Liao Yuan battle gang, 2 individuals. 2 independent Extraordinary Realm individuals. The Lutan battle gang, 7 individuals from the 2nd to the 8th masters. A city with a population of 300,000 could only muster 13 Extraordinary Realm individuals for wilderness hunting. Such a scale is indeed quite shabby. The strength of a city is determined by the ratio of Extraordinary Realm individuals to the total population. Normally, it should be 1 in 10,000. Having 30 Extraordinary Realm individuals in 300,000 is considered average. From this, it is evident that Lutan City is undoubtedly a relatively weak city. As for the rest, they are Mortal Realm warriors. Including Daicang and Shi Xingqiong, these Mortal Realm warriors possess special abilities allowing them to match the combat power of Extraordinary Realm individuals and play a significant role in hunting alien beasts. The initiator of this gathering order is the second master of the Lutan battle gang. He stands in the center, slightly over 3 meters tall, and is a true, balanced, Extraordinary Realm individual. Though he is short, he resembles a sword unsheathed with an imposing aura that forces many Mortal Realm warriors to dare not look him in the eye. No need for sparring, just by feeling one can tell. This is an undeniable powerhouse. Peak Extraordinary Realm. Everyone as per usual. Upon seeing everyone gathered, this second master opened his eyes and said solemnly, "This hunting will still distribute resources based on contributions, so please do not lie before my break-heart toxin beast." Moreover, the Lutan battle gang provides weapon rentals. Renting is free, but repairs and damages must be compensated. This is something I hope everyone remembers. He glanced around the dozens of people present, particularly at the Liao Yuan battle gang. After all, they are newcomers, and he fears they may not understand the rules and needs to remind them. Now everyone can choose weapons. Finally, the second master pointed to the hundreds of weapons on the ground, signaling everyone to help themselves. Mo Hung's eyes lit up. Rent is free, only repair fees and compensation for damages. That's quite generous. He was completely unaware of who determines the value of the weapons. Daicang looked at the bizarre array of weapons on the ground. Yes, they were all designed for hunting alien beasts. Daicang picked up a large saber from the ground and examined it. Bone-cutting saber, grade yellow, length 4 meters, weight 500 kilograms, both resilient and sturdy, capable of slicing through iron like mud. A big saber. For some reason, when Daicang held this saber, a sense of deja vu surged within him. It felt like he had seen it somewhere before. He casually swung it a couple of times towards the sky. Hiss! It felt quite handy. A long spear weighing over 10 kilograms was already an outdated version. The 500-kilogram large saber, however, was a better choice. But it's still too light. Daicang frowned, realizing the weight is less than 1/4 of my arm strength, making it feel floaty when swung. It would be suitable for someone like Mo Hung, who is speed-oriented in the extraordinary realm. As for me, I need to choose something heavier. Suddenly a voice sounded beside Daicang. Junior, if you find it unsuitable, can you give it to me? He turned to see a mortal realm female warrior speaking. Though she is a female warrior, she is tall and slender, reaching a height of 2 meters and 2 centimeters, even surpassing Daicang by several centimeters. With a cheerful laugh, she introduced herself. My name is Miao Hong, a free agent in Lutan City with a great talent and divine strength. Although I can't compete with extraordinary realm individuals, hunting alien beasts is more than enough for me. Hearing this, Daicang tossed the bone-cutting saber over to her. He said, all right, here you go. The half-done saber arced through the air. The female warrior reached out with one hand and firmly grasped the handle. Upon receiving the saber, Miao Hong's eyes lit up. Good saber. She swung it a few times and then happily sheathed it, strapping it diagonally behind her back. Daicang observed and found that her speed in swinging the saber and her ability to handle it with ease indicated her extraordinary talent. Her arm strength should be around 60 tons. As she said, her talent is divine strength. But does this talent grant a fixed value increase in strength? Or is it a percentage-based increase? Or perhaps a timed burst? It's impossible to know. Miao Hong did not elaborate. She simply smiled and said, I can see that your arm strength is at least over 100 tons. Many melee weapons won't suit you. Come, I recommend you use this. Miao Hong handed over a large spiked hammer to Daicang. Skull-crushing hammer, grade yellow, handle length 2 meters, weight 10 tons, incredibly sturdy, capable of shattering the bones of small alien beasts. All this. Daicang looked at Miao Hong with suspicion. He could indeed manage to wield this hammer. But a hammer weighing 10 tons would significantly reduce his prideful speed to below 40 meters per second, which is against ordinary alien beasts. One hammer strike would naturally suffice. However, when facing small alien beasts or a large number of them, overly heavy weapons could become a hindrance. Could it be that this woman has ulterior motives? After all, the last person who was overly friendly to him, Gu Hui, turned on him without hesitation. Don't like it? Then how about this? Miao Hong seemed oblivious to Daicang's expression and handed him another weapon. A sword as large as a door. Putting down the hammer, Daicang took the great sword. Beast-slaying great sword, grade yellow, sword length 3 meters, with 2 meters, weight 5 tons, suitable for both offense and defense. With both hands gripping the sword, Daicang swung it a few times and found the weight suitable, but its enormous width obstructed his view, given that he is only slightly over 2 meters tall. Due to its excessive width, it also blocked his line of sight. This weapon is more suited for strength-oriented extraordinary realm individuals. Looking at this item in front of him, Daicang's expression grew colder. He felt that this woman was trying to harm him. Otherwise, why would she keep recommending unsuitable weapons? Could it be that she plans to ambush him while hunting? Hiss, time to be cautious. No need for recommendations. I will choose for myself. Daicang put down the great sword and suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving Miao Hong standing there, tilting her head in confusion. What just happened? Why do both of them act like this? I just wanted to chat and find a teammate. Why is it so difficult? On the other side. Force field battle bow, grade yellow. The force field serves as the string, does not wear out the bow body when left in the air, and can withstand a pulling force of 1000 tons. Good stuff. Mo Hung's eyes brightened as he picked up this battle bow. The previous graduation set had a maximum pulling force limit of 10 tons, which was sufficient for mortal realm warriors. But for extraordinary realm warriors, it is far from enough. When facing enormous alien beasts, bows and arrows are a powerful weapon. A force of dozens or even hundreds of tons can easily pierce through the skull of an alien beast. The only concern is the material of the arrows. If the speed is too fast, the arrows may even fall apart. But this flowing gold arrows, grade yellow, arrow length 2 meters, weight 1 kilogram, can withstand ultra-high-speed air resistance without deviating from its direction. Mo Heng picked up a tube of arrows next to the battle bow and strapped it on his back. Then he looked at Wu Taitian. He saw Wu Taitian merely surveying the surroundings without making any selections, ultimately focusing his gaze on the second master of the Lu Ten battle gang. Brother Wu, why aren't you choosing a weapon? Mo Heng asked eagerly. How about we stick together and shoot arrows from the back? I tell you, this force field battle bow is incredible. It can take down small alien beasts with a single arrow. Wu Taitian came back to his senses and turned around. He calmly shook his head and said, no need. I don't want to use weapons. Truly worthy of the title, Brother Wu, uniquely bold. Mo Heng maintained a solemn expression as Wu Tiantian believed all weapons were inherently impure. He preferred subduing opponents barehanded, embodying the creed that supreme power resides solely within the self. Only during team-based combat would he reluctantly compromise. Yet once beyond the outer city, and having ascended to the transcendent realm, Wu Tiantian finally unleashed his unrestrained spirit. As he laid down weapons, his martial cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. To walk the path of willful martial Tao was by nature to defy convention. Mo Hung paused, then mused if weapons were unacceptable, what of armor? He selected a pair of boots from the ground. Brother Wu, how about these sky step boots? Upon hearing this, Wu Tiantian fixed his gaze upon Mo Hang's hand, where rested a pair of battle boots appearing utterly devoid of technological sophistication. Sky step boots. Grade yellow tier. Activated by Qi infusion, when used midair, they briefly condense ambient air beneath the soles into solid platforms suspended in space. Each platform bears up to 600 tons, and a full charge generates 100 such platforms. Where massive weaponry spoke only of brute force, these unassuming boots embodied the pinnacle of refined and a fully charged set granted 100 solid air platforms, meaning 100 opportunities to push off midair. 100 aerial footholds conferred overwhelming advantage against monstrous beasts. As for flight, to any martial cultivator it remained the most unreliable mode of traversal. A flying device meant surrendering control, speed, direction, range, all dictated by machinery. Should it falter mid-flight, one would plummet helplessly. Thus cultivators preferred to run through the sky, not fly. Even so, Wu Tiantian's stance toward these boots remained unnecessary. Fists and Qi are more than sufficient. Wu Tiantian declared with grave sincerity, weapons armor. Any external aid merely compensates for what the cultivator cannot yet achieve alone. I disdain such shortcuts. His words left Mo Hung speechless. Without further debate, Mo Hung slipped the boots on himself. The moment they touched his feet, they sealed seamlessly, fitting perfectly. With a subtle surge of Qi, Mo Hung mastered their use after a single trial. Qi Yoi. Wu Tiantian's attention sharpened observing Mo Hang's motion. He praised warmly. You grasped Qi control on your very first day of breakthrough, far surpassing me. His tone rang with genuine admiration, leaving Mo Hung utterly flustered. Ah well. Mo Hung averted his gaze, murmuring, it wasn't quite one day. While others rested to replenish their strength, Mo Hung dared not pause. Instead, he immediately entered his cultivation chamber to consolidate his realm. Only after half a year did he attain true fluency in Qi manipulation, marking his full transition into a standard transcendent realm cultivator. Compared to Mo Hang's arduous half-year, Wu Tiantian had grasped Qi in a single flash of insight. Sight alone sufficed. The gulf in innate talent remained staggering. Soon the fervent equipment selection concluded. With far more gear than cultivators, no disputes arose. Mo Hung scanned the surroundings. Daicang had already donned the standard-issue sky step boots, and now strode forward gripping two colossal blades in his hands. Xiao Hengzi, what do you think of these twin blades? Kama Weasel, twin blades. Grade yellow tier. Forged from monstrous beast bone and alloy, each blade weighed 200 kilograms, blending razor-sharp lethality with uncanny agility, making them ideal for speed-oriented transcendent realm cultivators. Mo Hung stared blankly at Daicang. Put them down. Snatching up a weapon, Mo Hung waved it before Daicang's eyes. Here, try this cavalier's lance. Before him loomed a lance 4 meters long, also known as the cone lance. Clutching his twin blades, Daicang replied sternly, I refuse. Twin blades are my destined arms. Mo Hung could contain himself no longer. If I can't sway Wu Tiantian, surely I can persuade you. Destined? You don't even know swordsmanship. If memory serves, your mastery lies in spear techniques. This lance weighs barely 2 tons, perfect for your expertise. Those twin blades. You just swing wildly and cause chaos. His logic was irrefutable. Daicang opened his mouth, then fell silent. Still he stubbornly insisted, I can activate Ghostman transformation. What is that? I mean, they're perfect for back scrubbing. Back scrubbing. Why not give them a pedicure while you're at it? In the end, under Mo Hang's firm insistence, Daicang reluctantly abandoned the weapon he'd clung to from past life memories. Fine. A lance it is. At least it kills faster. Sighing, Daicang set aside his twin blades and accepted the lance. Examining it closely, he noted its exceptional durability and sharpness, and remarkably a chain integrated into its haft. The lance could be hurled like a javelin to pierce monstrous beasts, then reeled back instantly via the chain. A weapon ideally suited for strength-focused transcendent realm cultivators, both practical and formidable. When all were fully armed and prepared, Lutan Warbin's second chief stood at the forefront, voice booming like thunder, I hereby declare. The 70-second wilderness hunt of Lutan City commences, now. His proclamation reverberated across 10,000 souls. Many exchanged puzzled glances. Why the second chief? Where was the first? Yet their curiosity faded swiftly. Affairs within the transcendent realm were best left untouched by ordinary cultivators. Lutan City's 70-second hunt, meaning the city itself was barely 6 years old. Still, hunting monstrous beasts came naturally to martial cultivators. Transcendent realm cultivators conserved their strength. As for the ordinary realm, boom. From the crater's center, a titanic aura erupted, like a nuclear detonation, shattering the silence. Daicang whirled around. Nearly 100 cultivators, practitioners of the 10,000 beast hard art, sat cross-legged in meditation, spirits soaring, their collective auras interlocking and amplifying in cascading waves. Even from afar, Daicang's hairs bristled. Behind him it felt as though a peerless savage beast loomed, its oppressive presence urging him to thrust his spear instantly to resolve the threat at its root. Of course Daicang held back, for he was human, not beast. Or rather, beasts could not. This overwhelming aura surpasses even the efficacy of beast-attracting powder. Applying the aura attenuation formula, its effective radius spans 42 to 45 kilometers. A moment's calculation yielded the answer. Originally, the projected radius had exceeded 50 kilometers. But 3 squads had fallen to monstrous beasts, an unforeseen tragedy that significantly reduced the aura's reach. Beyond Daicang's sight atop a distant peak, a golden eagle deep in slumber jolted awake. Instantly, it unfurled wings over 100 meters wide, its towering body lifting into the sky as it gazed toward the surging aura. The golden eagle possessed no higher intellect. Territorial disputes were nothing new to it. Instinctively, it assumed another beast had encroached upon its domain. Yet, what met its gaze was not a rival leviathan, but tiny bipedal creatures. What? Hairless apes. Hairless apes, attack. Hairless apes, kill. Infected by the aura of stellar-level beasts, primal instincts dormant within its genes surged forth. The eagle spread its wings and launched toward the hairless apes, while nearby countless other birds rose simultaneously, drawn and provoked by that colossal pressure. They beat their wings skyward, converging on the distant source. Well, this was the drawback of the 10,000 beast heart art. It attracted avians. Creatures that flew ignored traps and answered only to raw instinct. For the aura was purer than any manufactured beast-attracting powder. Once unleashed, it affected all life, whether airborne or terrestrial. Low-tier beasts fled outright. Micro and small-tier beasts, however, perceived the aura as provocation and rushed headlong toward its origin. From every horizon, colossal beasts converged upon the crater's rim, thousands upon thousands raising dust clouds that blotted out the sun. A beast tied. His expression remained calm. After all, mindless beasts posed no mortal threat to him. Wait. He jerked upright, eyes snapping toward the distant sky. 10 kilometers away, a golden silhouette streaked closer. Its speed seemed slow, barely over 100 meters per second, yet given its immense size, that was deceptively. Yet those who beheld it thought otherwise. Stormwind Divine Eagle. That same small-tier beast again. Gasps of dread rippled through the crowd. Before the beast tied even made contact, the swiftest aerial predator descended, bearing down from the heavens with crushing, inescapable pressure. Clearly, everyone recognized this beast. Its arrival was expected. Make way. A heavy voice sounded from the side. Third Chief Izun stepped forward, placing himself squarely before the Liao Yuan Warband's quartet. Towering and resolute, he wielded a force-field bow and drew a tumter-long gilded arrow, then raised his bow, aiming skyward from 10 kilometers away. I'll draw it away. Izun's voice lowered, commanding. Hold this position. Under no circumstances let a single beast breach our base camp. Otherwise, you'll pay with everything you own. As his words ended, the Stormwind Divine Eagle closed within 5 kilometers. Its 100 softens mass required no deliberate attack. Merely crashing into the crowd center would inflict catastrophic damage, rolling through ranks like a living avalanche. Thus, this outcome must be prevented. Izun released his fully drawn bowstring. The arrow shot forth at 5 Mach, 5 times the speed of sound. All saw only a blur, the supersonic projectile carving a violent shockwave cone through the air. Only afterward did the deafening sonic boom arrive. At nearly 5 Mach, the 5-kilometer gap vanished in 2 or 3 seconds. And still the arrow struck true, though only its wing. After all, 5 kilometers was simply too far. Minor deviations sent the impact point veering wildly off. Fortunately, the beast's sheer size guaranteed a hit. High above, the Stormwind Divine Eagle felt only a faint sting in its wing, then instantly registered the assault. The arrow pierced its wing feathers. Blood sprayed, yet the eagle plummeted. Not at all. Scree. Enraged, the eagle flapped its wings, accelerating another 30%. As for the gilded arrow embedded, snap! It shattered cleanly, as if severed by an invisible blade. Then, as if compressed, the 2 broken fragments were violently expelled from muscle tissue, tumbling earthward. Daicang failed to comprehend. An ordinary cultivator, his vision and reflexes lagged behind transcendent realm peers. He only vaguely registered the broken arrow falling. What had transpired? Incomprehensible, utterly beyond grasp. But someone did understand. Cheech. Wu Tiantian frowned, then relaxed. That beast commands Qi. Excellent. Excellent. If even small-tier beasts wield Qi, where shall I find worthy opponents? No fear, only exhilaration. He brimmed with eagerness to rush forth and clash fiercely with the Divine Eagle. I told you, the beast is mine. Izun raised a hand, halting Wu Tiantian's advance. The Stormwind Divine Eagle carries a purple tire hunting classification. We cannot kill it, alone or together. So I will lure it away, and only I may do so. As he spoke, another arrow flew, brazen defiant. Again the eagle was struck, yet its speed never wavered. It snapped the arrow clean, expelled the shards, and now locked its gaze upon its tormentor, that audacious hairless ape. It tilted into a dive. Simultaneously, Izun bent his knees. Leap. As if activating an acceleration switch, his figure vanished, leaving only a conspicuous crater behind. A black streak blurred across the landscape, reappearing instantly atop a distant treetop, bow already 358 meters. Mo Hung calculated aloud, then exclaimed, no sonic boom. His body moves faster than acceleration itself. I see, it's a temporal affinity. No wonder his movement is so extraordinary. This time his speed unfolded openly before all, leaving no trace of mystery. Izun bounded between trees, firing as he ran, while the Stormwind Divine Eagle fixated and furious pursued relentlessly. Man and beast rapidly receded into the distance. He truly has some important matters to attend to. Watching the figure of the winged sovereign leading away the Gale Divine Eagle Mo, Hung couldn't help but praise. Of course this is quite normal. Speed-type extraordinary beings can easily evade small exotic beasts. Power-type extraordinary beings excel in PvP, specializing in human attacks. As for the balance type, they are suited for laboring in the inner city. The winged sovereign's talent allows him to accelerate beyond the speed of sound faster than the usual speed-type extraordinary beings, and naturally, he does not fear exotic beasts. Once the Gale Divine Eagle was led away, the first wave of contact was about to arrive. The first exotic beasts to arrive were birds. Thousands of birds weighing hundreds of kilograms spread their wings and descended from the sky, their sharp claws aimed at the countless hairless monkeys. Fire! In the ranks, the commander issued the order. Immediately, countless arrows shot through the air, bursting forth like a rain of iron. Arrows exceeding the speed of sound created a cloud of blood in the sky. Hundreds and thousands of birds were instantly injured, falling down. It was as if a rain of birds had fallen. Faced with the attack of the flock, Daicang didn't even spare a glance among the micro-exotic beasts. Birds were the most inferior, as they were too light and had no means of ranged attack. No matter how well you can fly, hunting still requires diving down to the ground. Those mere hundreds of kilograms, not even half a ton in weight, combined with their ineffective attack methods, destined them for failure. Even a low-level martial artist could easily kill them. What Daicang and the others valued all along were the terrestrial beasts. They're coming. The first wave of beast tide crossed the woods and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Their massive size in the thousands with extreme weight made the ground tremble even as they ran. Fire! Fire! Keep firing! The commander shouted loudly. The martial artists held their bows, and this time it was truly a rain of arrows. From above, thousands of iron arrows shot out, viciously piercing through the hide of the exotic beasts, and even penetrating deep inside. Many exotic beasts fell in pain. Countless others were thrown off their running rhythm. Even so, a massive number of exotic beasts leaped over obstacles, charging toward the mountaintop. They smoothly entered the trap zone. The trap was simple and pure. It consisted of multiple pits dug into the ground. The pits were not large, and in any case, they couldn't hold an exotic beast. After all, trying to use holes to contain these creatures with their physiques was simply delusional. These concealed little pits had only one purpose. Roar! The first one, the wind-treading lion, stepped in. Its lower leg fell into the pit, and its massive size along with its exaggerated weight provided it with great inertia. With its lower leg trapped in the trap, it couldn't exert force. Its body continued to surge forward, making it difficult to stop. Therefore, its fate was only one. Crack! Under the influence and pull of inertia, the wind-treading lion's lower leg fractured instantly. The entire lion fell to the ground, howling in pain. Then more exotic beasts pressed down, trampling over it madly. Soon this wind-treading lion fell silent. It was trampled to death. The path of the beast tide was littered with such traps, simple yet highly effective. Moreover, the martial artists kept firing arrows, the rain of arrows magnificent. Under the dual pressure, large numbers of exotic beasts lay dead on the battlefield. However, even so, some fortunate exotic beasts managed to break through the layers of difficulties. Thud! 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 The earth trembled. A two-winged flying tiger running with all its might shook off the exotic beasts behind it and reached the people with incredible speed. It stood 8 meters tall, nearly 20 meters long, resembling a moving small mountain. The moment it arrived, the oppressive feeling it brought made many martial artists' hearts tremble. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Goa. Hundreds of meters away, Mo Hung excitedly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. With at least 50 tons of strength, he pulled back the powerful war bow, and the golden arrow shot forth, surpassing the sound barrier, exploding forth in a conical mist. With one shot, it pierced through the flying tiger's skull. The tremendous kinetic energy shattered its brain. White brain matter mixed with blood mist exploded, and the massive and heavy body of the flying tiger softened, crashing to the ground. Weighing over 100 tons, it gave it immense inertia. The entire flying tiger, after falling, slid across the ground, instantly crashing into the wall at the edge of the giant pit and sliding down into it. The martial artists along the way saw this and hurriedly dodged. The martial artist's training was evident. If this exotic beast were alive, it would surely unleash a massacre. But it was just a corpse. The martial artist wouldn't be killed by the inertia of a corpse. Well, one shot, one kill. Seeing his achievement, Mo Hung nodded. He felt a surge of delight in his heart. Just this one flying tiger added more than 50 days of training time to him. Its value was even higher than that of the wind-treading lion. Thus, Mo Hung became more spirited and began inspecting more earnestly. The situation nearby was not optimistic. Although the traps had intercepted the vast majority of exotic beasts, fierce ones still crossed numerous obstacles, reaching before the people. Swish! An arrow shot through the air, piercing the skull. Mo Hung was very proactive in aiding, and even though his archery skills were not high, the size of the exotic beast was too large. Hitting a vital target within 500 meters was no problem. Looking at the others. Roar! A wind-treading lion broke through the traps, reaching the edge of the giant pit. In the next moment, a conical knight's spear flew out, piercing straight through the lion's brain. In an instant, the wind-treading lion lay dead on the spot. Daicang's expression was emotionless as he pulled the iron chain and yanked. The knight's spear was pulled back by him, carrying with it a spray of blood. So this is hunting. Trying it out isn't complicated at all. Such thoughts arose in his mind. Our side, engaging the enemy from a higher vantage, slaughtered countless exotic beasts with arrows raining down. The enemy with low intelligence charged forward despite knowing the traps. Naturally, the number of corpses left by the exotic beasts increased. As for whether our side could maintain high-intensity combat, well, everyone is a martial artist possessing not only speed and strength beyond humans, but also extraordinary endurance. At this rate, they could kill tens of thousands of exotic beasts in no time, and they wouldn't exhaust their stamina. Thus, hunting had already been going on for several hours. The martial artists who had cultivated the heart of 10,000 beasts had long since stopped releasing their aura and were now rejuvenating through deep sleep. The number of exotic beasts drawn in was increasingly sparse. It seemed that today's hunting was about to come to an end. Next would be the time to harvest the spoils. Thud! The earth trembled. The martial artists, still resisting the exotic beasts, suddenly tensed every muscle in their bodies. Even the exotic beasts charging below slowed down in an instant. Among the martial artists, those of extraordinary realm, or those with strong perception, tensed their muscles, their hair standing on end. What was happening? Thud! The earth shook again. This time the intensity of the tremor far exceeded the last. It felt as if it was happening right beneath their feet. Rumbling. In the next moment, within the giant pit among the martial artists, soil and stones were pushed up, breaking open a hole in the ground. A massive beast covered in silver scales, 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, burrowed up from the ground, immediately snapping at the nearby martial artists. Where did this pangolin come from? A martial artist exclaimed. At the same time, he drew his bow and retreated swiftly. Such a small exotic beast would not be able to take his life. All he needed to do was maneuver slightly. Swish! An arrow shot through the air. Daicang from a distance shot an arrow that pierced through the beast's body. The latter was pierced by the arrow and let out an ear-piercing shriek. TSK. Daicang, hundreds of meters away, showed a displeased expression. Not a one-shot kill, what a pity. The target was too small. Wait, that's not right. Daicang focused his gaze, and the panel displayed the incoming data. Micro-exotic beast, silver-scaled pangolin. This peculiar exotic beast can easily burrow through rocks and hollow out mountains. Most appear in groups, and they are accustomed to following their bloodline source and migrating. When you see one silver-scaled pangolin, it indicates that a group is nearby. Oh my, not just the other martial artists nearby also saw the panel's introduction. Among them, the fact that they appeared in groups was actually a minor matter, but the phrase following the bloodline source was the major concern. Everyone retreat quickly. We are surrounded by pangolins. A martial artist from the mortal realm shouted. In the next moment, he felt the ground tremble and sink. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet bulged up violently. A massive silver claw burst out of the earth. The claw was enormously large, and its speed was astonishing, instantly turning the recently vocal martial artist into a pile of martial artist fragments. Hiss! Soil and stone flew into the sky. A gigantic figure appeared in the dust, its silver scales untouched by any grime, accompanied by a high-frequency hissing sound. Martial artists within 100 meters, just hearing this sound, felt dizzy. Before the dust could settle, this exotic beast charged through the smoke, attacking with astonishing speed, crushing the martial artists beneath it into a puddle of minced meat. As the giant beast emerged from the smoke, it was fully revealed before everyone. It was a mountain-destroying beast covered in silver scales, its massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, and its claws incredibly sharp. A mountain-destroying terror. Small exotic beast, mountain-destroying terror. Length 90 meters, height 30 meters, weight 10 tons. This special exotic beast lives in groups with its bloodline offspring, and its scales have high defensive power, while its claws can easily cut through steel. The faces of the martial artists turned green. Oh no, it's a small exotic beast. Why are there small exotic beasts here? No, it's normal for small exotic beasts to be attracted here. Generally speaking, flying birds like the Gale divine eagle can be detected in advance and diverted. But the pangolin, one that burrows out of the ground, this thing, is impossible to guard against. The moment it appears, it brings destruction. Its massive body alone, just by running, crushed many martial artists. In the next moment, Daicang had already drawn his bow and shot an arrow. The supersonic arrow shot through the air, hitting its target. Ding! The arrow grazed the pangolin's scales, producing a spark. Daicang, is my archery this poor? No, that's not it. It's the armor. Its scales have a built-in force dissipation feature. The mountain-destroying terror, resembling a pangolin, did not change its attack after being hit by an arrow. Rather, it aimed to draw the exotic beasts away before they charged into the crowd. Once the exotic beasts entered the crowd surrounded by hairless monkeys, they would only become immensely excited and unleash a massacre. The hormones secreted in frenzy would make them forget pain, let alone a small exotic beast. This mountain-destroying terror lunged forward, completing its body roll in midair, exposing only its hard scales. Roll out. A massive creature rolled up. From the center of the giant pit it rolled all the way to the bottom of the giant pit, crushing dozens or even hundreds of martial artists along the way. Throughout the journey the rain of arrows continued, merely clanging against the surface. Even Imo Hung's arrows at most only managed to break a few scales. The martial artists showed distressed expressions. They were not afraid of wings or fur, but they feared those covered in scales. These types of exotic beasts usually had extremely high defenses, and arrows couldn't pierce through. Such as this mountain-destroying terror clad in scales that could easily dissipate force was purely a counter to ranged attacks. Looking elsewhere, the earth continued to tremble, not just once but shaking incessantly, as if an earthquake were occurring. Hundreds and thousands of soil and stones bulged up. A massive number of silver-scaled pangolins burst forth from the ground, and the moment they appeared they immediately bit at the martial artists beside them. Imo Hung took a deep breath. He drew his bow and shot a silver-scaled pangolin dead. Then he continued to draw and knock arrows, unleashing a rain of arrows. But soon dust flew up in the pit, visibility plummeted, obscuring the martial artists and the exotic beasts. Imo Hung stopped shooting arrows. Swish! A gust of wind blew and Daicang's figure appeared. He used his height to look far into the situation of the giant pit behind him and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Where did these exotic beasts come from? How did the exotic beasts refresh at our rear base?" Imo Hung also broke into a cold sweat. They're coming from underground. Check for silver-scaled pangolins. And there's a big one, a mountain-destroying terror. Daicang opened the panel and searched locally. My goodness, special exotic beasts that can burrow underground. My goodness, and they follow a bloodline source, small exotic beasts. Hiss. Don't panic, stay calm. If the sky falls there will be a tall person to hold it up. After quickly browsing the information he calmly said, "Don't panic, Aletan City has been established for 6 years and has conducted 72 hunts. It's impossible they haven't encountered such a situation. Just wait, the Letan battle group must have a plan and perhaps their second-in-command is about to take action." Hearing this, Imo Hung suddenly realized and nodded. Truly Brother D has a long-term vision and remains calm in the face of adversity. Not long after Daicang's words fell, the mountain-destroying terror completed its rolling and was stretching its body in preparation for another attack. Suddenly a figure burst forth from the thick smoke. It was the Letan battle group's second-in-command. His towering figure landed atop the exotic beast, surveying the entire battlefield from a high vantage point. Then his blood surged and his voice boomed like thunder. "All martial artists of Letan City, heed my command. The rear has been breached. This hunting expedition is declared a failure. Retreat." The roar reverberated at an extremely high decibel level, echoing across the entire battlefield. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the shadow of the mountain-splitting beast faintly emerged, evoking a profound, at least in terms of physique it was so. However, Daicang believed that the Lutan battle gang had contingency plans, as their city lord established in the outer city could not possibly be an amateur. "Retreat!" The second deputy shouted, pulling Daicang's thoughts back to reality. The mountain-splitting beast roared in fury at the resounding noise above its head. It flicked its tail and struck at its own head. With a loud bang, sparks flew, but the second deputy, who had just been above its head, had already sensed danger and leapt down, turning to flee. "Daicang! No! How could you run? How dare you run? There are still 300,000 people in the city waiting to be fed. After all these years of hunting exotic beasts, can a single mishap really lead to a complete collapse?" Daicang was incredulous. But looking around after the second deputy issued the evacuation order, many martial artists hurriedly set off, abandoning their gathered spoils and fleeing for their lives with whatever weapons they could grab. While the other extraordinary realm fighters able to contend with the exotic beasts all ran faster than the last. The female martial artist who had recommended weapons to him earlier was fleeing in such a hurried manner that she left most of the martial artists far behind. "Digo, it's hopeless, let's run. The resources of the Liao Yuan battle gang are all in there." Imo Hung spoke calmly to Daicang. Having said that, he looked as if he wanted to leave. Daicang widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. "Leave? Are you joking? How can we leave? We killed over 10,000 exotic beasts. There are more than 10,000 corpses of exotic beasts in this place, and they are not even the worthless iron scale wolves. If we transport them back to the city, our classmates will be saved. If we leave now, we won't gain any benefits, and they will be left to die." Daicang did not care what would happen to Lutan City. What mattered to him was only those classmates who could share life and death, and whom he could trust. Though they were called classmates in terms of blood and relationship, they were more like brothers and sisters. Daicang, a calm voice spoke from beside him. Daicang glanced over and saw that Wu Taitian and Shi Xingqiong had appeared. The four gathered together once more. Shi Xingqiong said calmly, "Don't let your emotions dictate your actions. No one could have anticipated that small exotic beasts would invade the rear lines. This failure in the hunt is not our fault. Let's retreat for now and discuss it later." Daicang suddenly turned his head, staring intensely at Shi Xingqiong. "Discuss later?" His words were almost squeezed out between his teeth. "If we delay for a few more days, we need to find a way to slay that beast. If it dies, all difficulties will be resolved." Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiong couldn't help but frown. Beside them, Imo Hung urged Digo. "As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. If we take a step back, there will still be a chance. There's no need to seek death. The mountain-splitting beast is a small exotic beast with incredibly tough scales. Even with all my strength, I can't break through its defenses with my arrows. It's already a stretch for us to escape or to kill it. At least 100 extraordinary realm fighters are needed to gradually whittle it down. Sure, Xingqiong added, Diga Xiaohong is right. Knowing something is impossible and still trying to do it is foolish. Our strength is limited. If we forcefully attempt to kill this exotic beast and end up dead, wouldn't that be a loss of both life and resources? Diga, you're usually so calm. How could you act so impulsively? Crack. Daicang clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. Indeed, acting on impulse. This was not in line with his usual image. But, in the past, his demeanor at school felt more like a facade. It was even a habit. Even though he had memories from his past life, he had been deeply assimilated by the martial artist race. Just after graduating, he was not much different from an ordinary martial arts graduate, with the same impulsiveness, the same fearlessness of death. And then, Duan Ming died. Like a ray of sunlight in the darkness, it gently illuminated reality in his heart, gradually allowing Daicang to realize. This is not the usual virtual training ground at school. This is reality. When a person dies, they are truly gone. Now 17 classmates are suffering from radiation sickness. If they die, it will be real death. Thinking of such a future, Daicang could not remain calm. But, sure, Xingqiong and Mo Hong were right. The greater situation matters. He could not let his blood-fueled bravery lead him to act foolishly in an obviously impossible situation. Such actions would not only cost him his life, but could also have a cascading effect. The entire class could be dragged into the abyss by his actions. In that case, even more people he cared about would. I was being unreasonable. Daicang exhaled deeply, saying, if we think about it, sleeping in the cryostasis capsule isn't so bad, or at least it can temporarily ensure their safety. His expression and muscles gradually relaxed. After his brain cooled down, his intellect regained its high ground. Reflecting on it, his recent behavior was indeed unwise. He had actually thought of killing a small exotic beast. As if I could kill it myself. Can I still transform into an overpowered hero? Let's retreat for now. Wuge, what are you looking at? As soon as he spoke, Daicang noticed that Wu Taishan's expression was not quite right. His eyes were fixed intently on the distant mountain-splitting beast, his gaze serious, yet clear. Then, seemingly ignoring the earlier debate among the three, Wu Taitian pointed at the mountain-splitting beast and said, you guys say. What if I deliberately let it swallow me and then wreak havoc inside its body? Can I kill this beast? Daicang, Mo Hong, sure, Xingqiong, hey, is your brain single-threaded? Can you only process the instruction? Find a way to kill that beast. Wuge, calm down. This plan won't work. Sure, Xingqiong quickly grabbed Wu Taitian, exclaiming, not to mention that beast's sharp teeth. Even if you successfully got swallowed, its stomach acid is highly corrosive. Even if we don't talk about that, the beast's digestive motions alone could generate hundreds of tons of pressure, enough to crush you into pulp. Moreover, its weight is outrageous. Just rolling around would turn you into mush, let alone getting into its belly, which is utterly preposterous. Don't think about such unreliable things. Hurry and come with us. Once we grow stronger in the future, we can gather hundreds of extraordinary realm fighters to take it down. He pleaded with sincere reasoning. Worried that Wu Taitian might do something rash, he went up to him. Brother, don't be foolish. Small exotic beasts can use energy blasts. Even if done instinctively, combined with their massive size and weight, they can easily crush ordinary extraordinary realm humans. If you really get swallowed, you'll definitely face a brutal combination of stomach acid crushing pressure and energy blasts, ensuring you die instantly. Oh, then you guys should run far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Taitian shot off like an arrow. Target mountain-splitting beast. What the a? All three stood frozen in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tian had already dashed forward. And wait, how dare he? Was this creature something that could be slain by a mere reckless charge? It stretched nearly 100 meters in length, weighed thousands of tons, instinctively wielded Kai-based force, possessed overwhelming defense and vitality, near zero margin for error, and its offensive power was utterly terrifying. Even a transcendent realm cultivator would suffer grievous injury, or worse, if merely grazed by it. Yet Wu Tian charged without hesitation. And wait, never mind. Daicang suddenly broke into a grin. And he could have intercepted Wu Tian. He now commanded over 200 tons of raw strength, double Wu's own. But, in the moment Wu Tian surged forward and Daicang felt only lightness. If the heavy suffocating weight that had gathered in his chest these past days had vanished entirely. Brother Wu, I'll back you up. In abandoning his knightly lance, Daicang shot forward like a streak of lightning, accelerating to 200 meters per second, swiftly leaving Wu Tian behind. The knightly lance weighed 2 tons. And though Daicang could lift it with effortless grace, carrying it would slash his speed to under 50 meters per second. To face the mountain-splitting dread beast at such sluggish pace, would be little different from courting death. Now unburdened, Daicang moved with absolute freedom. Before him sprawled countless silver-scaled pangolins hunting humans from every direction. Get out of my way. Bare-fisted Daicang unleashed a single devastating punch. One pangolin's skull shattered instantly, brains and gore splattered across the ground. Having struck down one, Daicang didn't slow, not even for a breath, as he turned his fury upon the next. With 200 tons of explosive force behind each blow, even their iron-hard scales crumpled like brittle glass. 1, 2, 3, in 10, 20, 30, in soon the path Wu Tiantian carved became a trail of carnage. Everywhere he passed lay heaps of silver-scaled pangolin corpses. In clearing minions before confronting the boss. This was elementary. In Wu Tiantian marched straight toward the mountain-splitting dreadbeast, disdaining to waste time on its lesser progeny. Daicang stepped in to finish the task. He struck one after another, soon drenched head to toe in blood. And as he drew nearer slaughtering its offspring, the mountain-splitting dreadbeast took notice. In SSSSS. And the beast roared in fury. In high-frequency sonic waves rippled outward as its mountainous form lumbered forward, its crawling gait appearing deceptively slow. Indeed slow. Its colossal mass limited its speed to roughly that of a strength-oriented transcendent realm cultivator, yet scaled to its 90-meter length and 30-meter height. Its movement became almost comically sluggish. And come on. In discarding a pangolin corpse, Daicang unleashed his surging aura toward the mountain-splitting dread beast hundreds of meters away. And among monstrous beasts, such a display was pure provocation. The beast said nothing, only accelerated. And then, a golden blur flashed across the void, striking the dread beast's cranial scales. With a sharp ringing clang, and the golden-tipped arrow ricocheted violently, leaving only a shallow dent in the beast's armored forehead. No penetration. And the archer, of course, was Mo Hong. And Brother Wu had gone mad. And Brother D followed suit. And what else could he do? That single arrow successfully seized the dread beast's attention. It turned its gaze toward Mo Hong. Infant immediately resumed its charge against Daicang. Mo Hong, hey. And this was outright insulting. And did it truly underestimate speed-oriented transcendent realm cultivators? And truly valiant. Just as Mo Hong gritted his teeth preparing to loose another arrow, a voice of quiet admiration rang out beside him. And he whirled around, toward the newcomer. The second lord of the Letten Battle Alliance. Mo Hong, you're the newly ascended transcendent realm cultivator of the Liao Yuan Battle Alliance, correct? Truth be told, we've never met. The man towered 4 meters tall as he declared, I am Gu Tianxiu, peak transcendent realm. Heh, no need for pleasantries. Since your alliance shows such valor, why shouldn't I lend a hand? And with that he reached out, and took Mo Hong's warbow. And Mo Hong frowned sharply. And how fast? And how? Mo Hong hadn't even glimpsed the motion, yet the bow still clutched in his grip moments before now rested firmly in the other's palm. In what profound cultivation. Wait, he claimed peak transcendent realm. And was he truly at the apex? Nor merely boasting. Minor beasts remain formidable. Even at close range they can unleash lethal bursts of power. For transcendent realm cultivators to confront them directly is bound to incur casualties. I'd assumed all elite warriors in Letten City would flee at the sight, but if you choose to lead the charge, then we shall return and stand with you. And as he spoke, he knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring taut. He drew back. On the force field bow the current tension glowed vividly. In 312 tons in what? Mo Hong's eyebrows shot upward. Indeed, peak transcendent realm. 4 strength-oriented transcendent realm cultivators, 300 tons marked the pinnacle, though individual variants allowed for a 20-ton range. And not enough yet. Gu Tianxiu murmured coolly, citing the mountain-splitting dreadbeast. The next instant, Ni's bloodline awakened. Ni's frame surged upward, reaching 5 meters in height. His skin erupted with sleek, bestial fur. And even his face transformed. Half-man, half-beast. Divine bloodline technique, heart-deceiving beast 005. And not only had his physique reached the zenith of the transcendent realm, but his bloodline purity too had attained its absolute limit. And as a boon of bloodline activation, Ni's physical prowess soared exponentially. The bow's tension indicator skyrocketed. In 312 tons, 544 tons, 781 tons, 920 tons, and 0 tons. The string reached maximum draw. Any further strain would shatter the force field bowstring outright. And at the limit, enough. Gu Tianxiu's expression hardened. Then, Ne released the string. A blinding white light flared, haloed in radiant brilliance as the golden-tipped arrow pierced the air at 10 times the speed of sound, blasting toward the mountain-splitting dread beast a kilometer away. Only a low, resonant hum lingered where the arrow had been. And meanwhile, on the other side, Daicang executed a swift backward step, leaping dozens of meters clear. Simultaneously, the dread beast's colossal palm slammed downward, where Daicang had stood moments before the earth collapsed inward. And shockwaves and jagged shards exploded outward in all directions. Truly troublesome. And he gave a wry smile. But before the words left his lips, a streak of light flickered across his vision. Then, it pierced the dread beast's scales in an instant, boring deep into its body, vanishing beyond measure. In SSSSS, ARGH. The mountain-sundering beast was wounded. Golden-flecked arrows, 10 times the speed of sound, pierced its flesh in a single shot. Blood spattered as the monstrous creature clutched its wound and shrieked its ultrasonic wail, forcing Daicang instinctively to cover his ears. He glanced backward, bewildered. Who had fired that arrow? Not Mo Hong. Certainly not Mo Hong. With limbs so slender and frail, how could he possibly launch such a devastating shot? From several thousand meters away, Daicang failed to see clearly. The equipment standard for mortal realm martial cultivators remained woefully inadequate. Don't stand there stunned. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Daicang's ear. In the next instant, a colossal shadow swept past, racing straight toward the mountain-sundering beast. Wu Tatian. He launched himself skyward, seizing the beast's moment of agony. In the blink of an eye, he landed upon its back. His palms fused into claws and struck downward with savage force. Barehanded. Indeed, barehanded. Though weapons offered undeniable advantages for transcendent realm cultivators, such as inherent high-pressure focus enabling effortless penetration of enemy defenses, Wu Tatian remained steadfastly devoted to barehanded combat. The reason was simple Kinergy techniques, uniquely accessible only to transcendent realm practitioners, could not project beyond the body. They flowed solely along meridians incapable even of adhering to wielded weapons. For most transcendent realm cultivators, Kinergy served merely as a substitute for armor and weaponry. Kishield's deflected impact, kind-fused strikes amplified compressive force, allowing fists and feet to rend flesh like blades or spears. Yet, even among transcendent realm practitioners, conventional armor and weapons often outperformed Kinergy, especially since Kinergy lacked any capacity for ranged assault. Thus, when Wu Tatian unleashed a 100-ton grip, his claws descending, instinctively the mountain-sundering beast activated its own Kinergy. And given the beast's sheer mass, its Kinergy was inevitably denser, thicker, and more potent than any human's. Upon contact, the outcome was decided in an instant. Blood erupted. Scales and flesh meters wide were torn clean from the beast's body. Human flesh stained crimson by the monster's blood. Such a spectacle could yield only one conclusion. Victory belonged to Wu Tatian. Daicang, what in the Mo Hung? Impossible. Both Daicang, standing nearby, and Mo Hung watching from afar, bore witness to this truth. They had both witnessed Wu Tatian tear through the mountain-sundering beast's armored hide and living flesh in a single breathtaking motion, a sight as staggering as a mouse drawing blood from an elephant. Even those who knew Wu Tatian well stood dumbfounded. How much more so for someone utterly unfamiliar with him? How did he accomplish that? Gu Tianxiu drew a sharp breath, then suddenly exclaimed, I see. It must be an explosive-type talent, or perhaps a slashing type. Damn it, still that shouldn't be possible. A Drank talent specializing in extreme close-range assault could indeed breach smaller beasts' defenses. But the cost of such proximity was inevitable counterinjury. The beast's Kinergy would strike back, guaranteeing mutual devastation. No, more precisely annihilating 100 foes, while sacrificing 1,000 of oneself. Among all present, only Shi Xingqiong understood what had truly transpired. Truly remarkable. Standing atop the skull of a fallen beast, he gazed into the distance, witnessing the entire sequence unfold before his eyes. That young man Wu Tatian possesses terrifying martial aptitude. He guided the beast's own Kinergy with his achieving the principle of moving 1,000 jin with Forliang. Such exquisite control, he wields it as if innate. And yet it's only been days. It seems I underestimated him after all. With those words, Shi Xingqiong exhaled in quiet relief. Truthfully, his heart had leapt into his throat the moment he saw Wu Tatian charge forward unarmed. He had never imagined the youth acted without calculation, but rather possessed the extraordinary foundation to justify it. His own anxiety, it turned out, had been entirely unnecessary. Yet still, what of the other? Shi Xingqiong's gaze shifted to Daicang, who now snatched up a discarded long spear from the ground and began circling the mountain-sundering beast, apparently waiting for an opening to thrust. Daicang. The boy possessed no distinguishing traits whatsoever: abysmal cultivation, aptitude, negligible insight, talents unworthy of mention. His sole anomaly lay in his inexplicable 210 physical strength. Frankly, at that magnitude, he already ranked among the veteran power specialists of the transcendent realm. Yet beyond raw strength, he possessed nothing else. Against even a small beast, a single misstep would mean certain death. Though Shi Xingqiong held this thought, he made no move to intervene. After all, a small beast could crush him flat with a mere roll of its body. As a mortal realm cultivator, best to stay clear. And thus, Wu Tatian somersaulted upward, landing squarely atop the mountain-sundering beast. Beneath his feet surged a relentless repulsive force, the beast's instinctively activated Kinergy. He stood as if balanced on a plank amid raging ocean waves. Any lapse would see him shattered by the torrent, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Merely maintaining balance demanded skill rivaling that of dancing upon a blade's edge. Yet, he not only held firm, he raised his palms once more. Thrusting downward, grasping, rending. Meters-wide swathes of hide and scale tore free in an instant. Blood sprayed violently in every direction. Several droplets even arced toward Daicang. Whoa! He recoiled, instantly flipping backward like a startled warrior facing imminent peril, then swept his spear sideways, deflecting a single drop midair. He glanced again at the beast's blood. On the ground it appeared unremarkable. Yet when several drops fell upon nearby corpses of mortal realm cultivators, the blood reacted instantly. Sizzling white smoke rose where it touched flesh. Yes, the blood and flesh of such beasts were toxic. Even miniature beasts possessed venomous tissue. Small beasts, however, bore blood, not only poisonous, but corrosive. Its potency fell short of sulfuric acid, but contact would still sear the skin. Wu Tatian remained unscathed. His Kinergy shielded him completely. Merely vibrating his frame dispelled every drop. Even should he truly be drenched, his transcendent realm physique rendered such corrosion utterly negligible. Meanwhile, the mountain-sundering beast thrashed violently across the earth, desperate to dislodge the human rider. Yet Wu Tatian leapt and repositioned with uncanny agility, striking repeatedly, inflicting fresh wounds each time. Soon the beast's entire hide ran crimson. This. Daicang's spear in hand fell silent. While the beast rolled uncontrollably, he found no opening to strike, helpless as a player confronting an unskippable cinematic sequence. Yet Wu Tatian rode the boss like a master, unleashing relentless assaults. Daicang stood utterly dumbstruck. Could the gulf between mortals truly be so vast? Still, this golden opportunity would not last long. As the saying goes, even the grandest cinematic sequences must eventually conclude. After futilely rolling and shrieking as a coiled sphere, the mountain-sundering beast abruptly surged upright, and its armored scales snapped open one after another. The boss had entered phase 2. The scales opened. What is this operation? Daicang and the others were still contemplating when they saw the skin and flesh retract from the open scales, revealing black holes. In the next moment, high-temperature steam erupted from the holes. A surging airflow. No, it should be high-temperature chi erupting from all the holes of the opening mountain beast, pouring out in a frenzied 360-degree assault. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the area was instantly filled with high-temperature steam. This is the heat dissipation function of the opening mountain beast. Of course, it wasn't usually this intense during heat dissipation. Now it was not only expelling steam like sweat, but also releasing chi, not to mention the immense physical toll. This lethal strike was aimed at only one person, Wu Tatian. Under the relentless jet, there was no way for him to evade, and he was immediately blown away. As the chi clashed, Wu Tatian's protective chi was torn apart on the spot, and more chi surged forward, torturing his body inch by inch. In just a few seconds, Wu Tatian was severely injured, blood spilling profusely from his body. He fell to the ground covered in wounds, and before he could stand up, he suddenly saw a figure burst out from the high-temperature steam, Daicang. In the high temperature, his entire body was covered in blisters. However, Daicang did not give up this excellent opportunity, charging in headfirst. His talent, immortal and indestructible, repaired his body in the high temperature. Then he was continuously boiled by the high steam. The indescribable agony was unbearable for an ordinary person, but Daicang was after all a warrior. As long as his body could still move, he could fight. He leaped into the air, instantly reaching a height of 100 meters. Immediately, the spear in his hand was thrown out. Even in the air where it was difficult to exert force, it carried over 100 tons of might, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. Targeting the head, the spear struck like lightning, arriving in an instant. Following the scales opened by the opening mountain beast and the opened holes, it pierced straight in. In an instant, the opening mountain beast, like a nerve being electrocuted, suddenly stiffened its body. Even the continuously erupting high-temperature chi came to a halt. The howling wind roared, waves of sound surged. From the mouth of this giant beast erupted a howl more painful than being shot by 10 times the speed of sound arrows. In the air, Daicang was suddenly blown away several meters. He landed covering his ears. His expression was one of disbelief. Did I hit its vital point? This was a question. But seeing the opening mountain beast no longer curled up, but instead the entire giant creature straightened out, quivering and rolling on the ground as if electrocuted. Daicang then knew his guess was almost right. Well done. In front, Wu Tatian, who looked like he had been through 1,000 cuts, gave a thumbs up. He stood up from the ground. The blood from his wounds had already stopped. Although he appeared severely injured with not a single intact spot on his exterior, in reality the wounds did not reach the bone, just minor injuries. Just luck. Daicang humbly waved his hand. Following his motion, the burnt skin stuck to his hand, continuously dripping as he moved. What a sight to behold. Daicang was indifferent. He had already become numb to the pain. Wu Tatian's injuries could only be worse after all he had endured. The high-temperature chi at close range, by the time it reached Daicang, the chi had long dispersed, leaving only high-temperature steam. In the distance, streams of golden arrows shot forth. Each one carried a massive force of thousands of tons. As the arrows struck, they exploded into splashes of blood on the opening mountain beast. It seemed that each arrow could deal a heavy blow to it. In reality, arrows that did not hit the vital point were merely fright. Everyone had been attacking for so long, the damage caused was not as severe as Daicang's stroke of luck with a single shot. After all, the opponent was standing still, leaving its weakness exposed, which was far too rare. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Gradually, the opening mountain beast stopped howling and rolling. It should be noted that even small beasts have strong self-healing abilities, and under the influence of hormones, they can ignore pain. It lay on the ground, suddenly opening its eyes. Its giant eye turned towards the one who had caused its serious injury. No, why are you looking at me? Someone is shooting arrows at you. Go look at him. Clearly, Daicang's thoughts did not resonate with the giant. It turned its body towards Daicang's direction, charging forward. The massive creature rushed over, and Daicang's hair stood on end. The terrifying death crisis felt as if the heavens were collapsing. His instincts were frantically warning, run. You can't match its strength. Touching it means death. Thus, Daicang immediately turned around, stepping, running. Now Daicang's speed was incredibly fast, and with all his might, he could even outrun sound, causing the ground to collapse and crumble under his tremendous force. However, the opening mountain beast had locked onto Daicang, relentlessly pursuing him. The hatred was palpable. Go. Well done. Let it in circles. Keep this beast circling. Everyone can output with confidence. Mo Hung was overjoyed to see this scene. Wu Tatian jumped directly onto the back of the opening mountain beast, taking advantage of its absorbed hatred to frantically tear at its scales and flesh. Meanwhile, from further away, the Liao Yuan battle gang. You all did great. Gu Tianxiu was overjoyed. How fortunate was Lutan City to have gained such talent. Someone who dared to disturb a beast and could break through the defenses of small beasts with their bare fists, while also being able to predict and evade all of the beast's counterattacks. Other extraordinary beings who dared to come into close contact with small beasts were either crippled or dead. After all, the tonnage of small beasts was right there, and even a bit of chi could easily inflict severe damage on extraordinary beings. Being close was practically akin to seeking death. And from a distance, whether shooting arrows or using other methods, as long as the vital point was not struck in one blow, the small beast's robust vitality would allow it to recover quickly. The kite-flying strategy required cooperation from the beast. Otherwise, it could ignore extraordinary beings and go on to massacre many ordinary warriors, potentially attracting even more small beasts. No matter how strong an extraordinary being was, they would still be helpless. But now this rare opportunity, the opening mountain beast was likely driven mad by its injuries and was fixated on Daicang in a frenzied pursuit. This gave him a chance to output. Die, die, die. Gu Tianxiu's serious expression grew even more ferocious. One arrow after another shot out. Each one seemed capable of achieving a noticeable effect. Time passed. Under the attacks of Wu Tatian and Gu Tianxiu, the opening mountain beast continued to accumulate new wounds, blood flowing. Soon it stained the depression on the mountaintop red. And in front of this giant beast, Daicang was fleeing. I feel like it's about to lose its hatred. Daicang occasionally looked back at the giant beast pursuing him. This opening mountain beast, although filled with killing intent, was no longer comparable to the early stages. It even occasionally swatted its tail at Wu Tatian, who was constantly causing damage. At this moment, the opening mountain beast had most of its scales stripped. Its body was drenched in bright red blood. Daicang understood that the beast's attention was dissipating. The occasional swats at Wu Tatian were the best proof. It would occasionally spasm, using unimportant areas to take the brunt of the golden arrows. And the long arrows that pierced into its body seemed to have not caused much impact, with the frightening holes continually being repaired under its powerful self-healing ability. It left Daicang speechless. Truly hard to kill. Heavy tonnage, large size, strong self-healing. And it preferred to target ordinary warriors in groups. A super dung beast, was there any need to fight it? Daicang understood. No wonder the extraordinary beings of the Lutan battle gang had no intention of fighting small beasts. It turned out they couldn't be killed. Wu Tatian was an exception. No one but him could engage in close combat with small beasts. Even so, the vitality of the opening mountain beast remained robust. Even the brain damage caused by his luck was gradually healing over time. He believed that soon he would recover completely. Never mind. Taking this opportunity, he'll fight for it. Daicang resolved. He casually picked up the battle knife on the ground, then unleashed a force of 200 tons, directly throwing the knife. The blade's light crackled and struck the unscaled cheek of the opening mountain beast. It sank deep into its flesh, leaving only the handle exposed. Hiss! The giant beast, in pain and anger, had its killing intent significantly elevated. The opening mountain beast continued to bite at Daicang without letting go. Good, come on. This time Daicang chose not to run in circles. He even slowed his pace to attract the opening mountain beast's attacks. The opening mountain beast indeed took the bait, repeatedly swatting down with its palm while running each strike, carrying over 200,000 tons of force. With each slap, the ground sank and debris flew. It was like a meteor crashing nearby. With each strike, Daicang could dodge thanks to his incredible speed, but the shockwaves and debris would catch up to him even faster. These supersonic aftershocks were not to be underestimated. On the head of the giant beast, Wu Tatian frowned. He realized what Daicang was trying to do. Meanwhile, Daicang was leading the opening mountain beast to the edge of the cliff. Don't forget, this is the mountaintop. On the other side of the depression is a cliff that plunges thousands of meters deep. Come on, kill me. At the cliff's edge, Daicang raised his head provocatively. The response to Daicang was a frenzied, irrational onslaught. Bang! The earth shattered, the mountains shook. The shockwaves spread with the sound of an explosion. A large number of stones flew. At the same time, to avoid the giant palm slamming down, Daicang leaped without hesitation towards the cliff behind him. His body was instantly suspended, retreating hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, the shockwaves surged and countless debris shot out in all directions. Among them, a stone shot out and struck Daicang's shoulder. His left shoulder instantly caved and fractured and was covered in blood and flesh. Although injured, Daicang smiled, because with the giant forces strike the edge of the cliff, unable to bear the burden, trembled violently, and then broke. Only then did the opening mountain beast snap back to reality. Hiss! Then its body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, immediately plummeted from the height of 10,000 meters. Then there is a new map. A small extraordinary beast weighing 10,000 tons is immense beyond measure. Its outrageous weight also becomes its greatest weakness. Such a gigantic size and mass firmly restrict its speed to below 100 meters per second, making it challenging to cope with the harassment from speed-type extraordinary beings. Although their formidable defense and self-healing abilities compensate for this. However, accidents do happen for instance right now in the midst of a plummet. The Daicang mount-splitting beast begins free-falling under the force of gravity at the instant the cliff collapses. Falling, falling, falling. The massive body twists in the air like a worm, and the mount-splitting beast's eyes are filled with terror involuntarily, emitting a long, piercing scream. GG, its figure rapidly disappears into the abyss-like darkness. Then, if the camera turns to the bottom of the abyss, a Daicang giant beast crashes to the ground from a height at a speed exceeding 100 meters per second. Boom, like a meteorite falling, the earth instantly sinks and cracks, countless fissures spreading, and the mount-splitting beast's body bursts forth with fresh blood. Blood seeps from its mouth, ears, and nose continuously. Its entire body convulses and trembles. Only a faint breath remains struggling to persist. Time rewinds just before the giant beast strikes the ground. The mount-splitting beast falls under gravity. Soon to follow in the giant beast's footsteps is Daicang. As he glides through the air, he glances at the shattered cliff. There Wu Taitian had already leaped out before the mount-splitting beast fell, now standing steadily at the cliff's edge, staring back at him. The latter pretends to jump. Don't. Daicang, using the momentum from his previous jump, is still in the air, knowing the fall is inevitable, so he stops struggling. Instead, he raises his middle finger at Wu Taitian. Don't you dare come over. My group of useless classmates are still waiting for the elixir to save them. You need to go back to protect them. Wu Taitian's jumping motion falters. He awkwardly retracts his foot and scratches his head. It seems that's how it is. Thus, he stands motionless at the cliff's edge, watching Daicang fall, the destination, an unfathomable abyss. Wu Taitian ponders. At such a high cliff, Daicang has lost a hand. He wonders how much effort it would take to climb back up the rock face. Why isn't he worried about Daicang getting killed? One can only say it shouldn't be that serious. Free fall has its limits. When a person falls, the speed balances with air resistance, and the falling speed remains constant. Even if falling straight down, this speed won't exceed 100 meters per second. Hitting the ground would be comparable to a martial artist of the same weight colliding at a speed of 100 meters per second. For a martial artist of mundane realms, such a height would likely lead to death. But for an extraordinary being, it's merely a splash. Daicang's punch strength exceeds 200 tons, meaning his bonus defense is higher than that of an ordinary extraordinary being, naturally dismissing the free fall. So after the jump's force is spent, he begins to fall in an arc. And directly beneath Daicang, the mount-splitting beast screeches wildly, desperately flailing and rolling in the air, unable to stop its downward momentum. Well, extraordinary beasts. It is precisely because of their immense weight that the damage caused by free fall can be fatal, because they are too heavy to maintain their footing. This is one of the rare reasons extraordinary beasts can self-destruct in nature. The surroundings grow deep and profound. On the other side of the mountain is a cliff, and beneath the cliff lies an unfathomable black abyss, dark enough to seem like it could swallow all light. No one knows what lies beneath the black abyss. At least in Leton City, this towering mountain forms the boundary of the map. As for what lies beyond the map, remains unrecorded. Following the free fall downward, when the sunlight no longer exists, faint glimmers appear around the black abyss, emitted by the moss clinging to the cliff, glowing with a green phosphorescence. Wow, radiation. Or maybe it's not radiation. Daicang feels no prickling sensation. He carefully observes his surroundings, eventually sinking to the bottom of the abyss thousands of meters deep. Boom. The ground is smashed into a large pit. Moments later, Daicang shakily stands up, expressionless, as he adjusts his shoulder back into place. The talent, immortal and indestructible, is still at work healing his injuries. Standing in the abyss, the ground beneath his feet is not desolate rock, but soft earth. Quite unexpected. And when Daicang disperses the dust and gazes around, what fills his eyes is a vibrant green painting. The rock walls are filled with glowing moss, flowers and grasses several meters high emit a soft green light, and even green fireflies float in the air. Beautiful. I didn't expect this desolate place to be so enchanting. Just like the wilderness outside, whether it be flowers, grass, trees, or insects and small beasts, all appear immensely large. The faint light they emit illuminates the depths of the abyss. An incredibly harmonious scene. Daicang doesn't even sense much danger, as if there are no terrifying extraordinary beasts here. Even the fireflies in the sky and the insects and beasts around don't seem frightened enough to flee wildly at the arrival of him and the mount-splitting beast. So harmonious that it feels somewhat unnatural. Of course, what Daicang is most concerned about now is not this. He looks towards the distant dust-filled area, his figure vanishing from the spot as he directly charges into it. Indeed, the plummeting mount-splitting beast is located here. In the very center of what resembles a meteorite crater, the battered giant beast lies on its back, convulsing and trembling. Around it, a large pool of blood has already accumulated. Blood seeps from its mouth, nose, and ears. Clearly, this creature is suffering from severe internal bleeding. A weight of 10,000 tons crashing down its fate is not as nonchalant as Daicang's. To survive is already a sign of good constitution. Daicang does not hesitate, planning to deliver a fatal blow. Bling bling. A buzzing sound resonates from all directions. Accompanied by strange sound effects, Daicang notices that as the dust slowly thins, those fireflies flying in the sky gather one by one. They are not afraid of humans or extraordinary beasts. Fireflies the size of basins approach, exceeding the normal size of insects, gently attaching themselves to the wounds on the mount-splitting beast's exterior. Then a burst of green light. The mount-splitting beast's wounds visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Daicang, no, what does this mean? So these fireflies have a symbiotic relationship with the extraordinary beast. No wonder they are not afraid of it. No, wait. Daicang stares at this mass of fireflies, opening his panel. Unrecorded extraordinary beast as the first discoverer, please name it. Currently, the origin and effects of this extraordinary beast are unknown, and you may write related information about it. Note, this extraordinary beast appears to have the ability to heal wounds. Don't you dare heal it. Daicang temporarily lacks the leisure to name it. He approaches this mass of fireflies and suddenly kicks out. Bang! The fireflies explode on the spot, splattering green glowing liquid, illuminating a surrounding area. A drop of green liquid is intercepted by Daicang's hand. At the moment of contact, he feels a jolt throughout his body. Hiss, what a vigorous vitality. Just touching it makes him feel invigorated. However, this glowing green liquid also emits a strange odor, not only strong, but dispersing rapidly. Daicang furrows his brow. Even more strange. He initially thought that the death of this mass of fireflies was a warning. Other fireflies would at least keep their distance from the scent of their kind's bodily fluid, but this is not the case. More fireflies come as if they haven't smelled or seen anything. They flock to the mount-splitting beast's body, treating this giant beast in a way Daicang cannot comprehend. Something's off, very off. This group of fireflies is fearless. Can insects like this truly appear in nature unafraid of death and selflessly dedicated? Time is of the essence. Daicang dares not delay further. He leaps up to the head of the mount-splitting beast, aiming directly at its enormous eyeball, and delivers a punch. Puff! The giant beast trembles slightly. Daicang has already extracted its entire eyeball. Holding up an eye larger than a human, Daicang casually tosses it aside and glances at the increasing number of fireflies. Life firefly. Inspiration strikes him, and he suddenly speaks. Thus, recorded. Extraordinary beast life firefly. Fireflies suspected to have healing abilities, radiating green light, non-aggressive, and other details unknown. Fortunately, this group of life fireflies currently seems able to only heal external wounds, while the mount-splitting beast's internal injuries won't be healed anytime soon. After all, this creature is too large. Daicang leaps into its hollow eye socket, seeing the bony cavity connecting to its optic nerve, and then raises the intact arm. With 50 punches per second, each punch exceeding 100 tons, Daicang strikes at high frequency within the bone cavity of the mount-splitting beast, pounding against the bone wall. The recoil causes his fists to ache and tingle. But he remains expressionless, continuing to strike heavily until cracks begin to appear and spread. Collapsing. The bones within the mount-splitting beast's eye are shattered by Daicang. The unprotected brain comes into view. He does not hesitate for a moment, takes a deep breath, and charges directly inside. As long as he destroys its brain, he can kill it. At least small extraordinary beasts are that fragile. Opportunities are fleeting. This giant beast currently has no means of resistance, and he must take advantage of this chance to finish it off. Boom. The brain matter explodes, and Daicang's entire being pierces through its brain. Suddenly, he feels that the sensation in his hand is not quite right. Reaching out to grasp. In the pitch-black space, Daicang closes his eyes, feeling as if he has grabbed hold of a slimy tentacle. Daicang. In that instant, the owner of the tentacle seems to go into a seizure, and then the shaking tentacle suddenly... It turns out to have been severed by its owner. This revitalizes Daicang. A small extraordinary beast. Is there something else hidden within the brain? He unleashes his full strength, swimming through the brain matter, and with a surge of momentum, he grabs the slimy feeling once again. Grip tight. With this object, Daicang swiftly leaves the shattered brain of the mount-splitting beast, retracing his steps and exiting the eye socket. Daicang trembles all over, the goo on his body automatically shedding in the fine vibrations of his skin. He still knows the basics of transformation techniques. Now he looks at the item he is holding. GG. It's a flat creature, an octopus. About the size of a human, but with dozens to hundreds of tentacles. These tentacles vary in size, flailing and struggle. Could it be because Daicang is gripping its body tightly? What is this thing, he wonders, confused. Can aquatic creatures also come onto land? Unrecorded extraordinary beast. Note, this extraordinary beast appears to be able to parasitize the brains of small extraordinary beasts. Also, it's a parasite. Daicang has no desire to continue exploring, intending to crush it directly. Jeho. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent. The flat octopus goes mad, followed by a sound cutting through the air, as if a sharp cone is piercing through the air, aimed at it. Daicang furrows his brow. Following the sensation, he throws a punch. The conical object of formless material explodes with a single blow. GG. The flat octopus struggles even more violently. The next moment, its body is crushed by immense force, then explodes. Putrid liquid splatters everywhere. Killed a sentient life, form strength. One familiar notification sounds ring out. Daicang is taken aback. What does this mean? This octopus has intelligence. He hurriedly tosses aside the corpse in his hand, feeling it truly is strange. Why is there a living aberration on the habitable planet of the martial artist race? although he doesn't know the reason well. The mount-splitting beast that appeared suddenly. A peculiar world beneath the abyss that has its own ecosystem. Fireflies that can heal injuries. And the flat octopus that can control small, extraordinary beasts. When Daicang connects these clues together, strange hypotheses begin to emerge in his mind. Could it be that these fireflies are actually? Without a second thought, Daicang takes off running. As for the bodily fluid of these fireflies, although it possesses vibrant vitality and healing abilities, Daicang does not intend to use it. Who knows if it contains toxins specifically targeting the martial artist race? His immortal and indestructible is only a grade, so he cannot afford to take reckless risks. However, while his thoughts are correct in the face of such unknown circumstances, remaining could prove to be quite dangerous. But just talking about fleeing. In this unfamiliar territory, where should he run? He has no choice but to pick a random direction. Thus, after only a few minutes of running, a batch of fiery red lights suddenly appears in the distant sky. It's fireflies. Fireflies emitting crimson light. Along with this batch of hundreds of fireflies, there are 3 enormous, extraordinary beasts. They almost collide directly with Daicang. A colossal beast over 1,000 meters in length lay dormant at the bottom of the abyssal depths. The beast slept deeply, its body radiating a soft emerald glow, blending with nearby bioluminescent moss and green fireflies to illuminate the otherwise pitch-black land. Around it stood strange alien structures. Countless flat octopus-like beings hovered silently in midair, their tentacles and bodies rhythmically contracting and extending as they moved fluidly among the buildings. They drifted as if swimming through an abyssal sea. Occasionally they emitted contented chirps, yet they possessed no true spoken language. Or rather, communication did not require mouths or sound at all. These centipedal octopuses swam effortlessly through the air, without wings, defying gravity for reasons yet unspoken. Enough circling. The answer is telekinesis. From the air glided a smaller centipedal octopus, its arrival accompanied by a gentle wave of psychic resonance. Thoughts were imprinted onto mental waves and transmitted across minds. This was their race's mode of communion, information born from the subtle vibrations between thoughts. The small octopus spoke. The crimson high priest's soul lamp has vanished. At those words, the very air seemed to boil. It was the turbulence of unstable consciousness, the ripple of agitated thought. From the direction of the great beast came a powerful psychic surge. How could this be? The mountain-splitting war beast under the crimson high priest's command possesses extraordinary survival instincts. Even against formidable predators, he had every confidence to endure. Even I would find it difficult to slay him outright. Its voice resonated, but no form appeared. For the grand high priest dwelled entirely within the 1,000-meter beast bound to it, unable to depart. Should his control falter even slightly, the seemingly docile guardian beast would instantly transform into a ravenous scourge, annihilating their entire settlement in moments. I do not know, replied the reporting octopus. Grand High Priest, you may have overlooked this. 100 days ago, the Crimson High Priest assumed command of the Outer Realm Exploration Initiative. He led the offspring of the mountain-splitting war beasts in carving a tunnel straight into the Outer Realms. The mission proceeded flawlessly until now. The Grand High Priest recalled the detail. Ah, I see. The Crimson High Priest's soul lamp extinguished, likely during combat with a formidable foe beyond the realm, perhaps a far deadlier beast. Yet even as he spoke, doubt flickered in his mind. Then his psychic energy surged violently. His mental projection, refined through arcane application, revealed within his perception a titanic centipedal octopus, its body a fusion of indigo and violet, towering like a celestial pillar. No change. Since our exodus from the deep sea onto land, our clan's fortune remains abundant. Indeed, it thickens with latent momentum. As a priest of our people, the Crimson High Priest bore a substantial share of that fortune. He should have weathered calamity and sailed smoothly forward. To vanish so quietly, this is deeply unnatural. Divination of fortune. This ability belonged exclusively to priests among their kind. Whether psychic power or parasitic symbiosis, both were innate gifts, cultivated and strengthened over time. But perceiving, borrowing, and guiding ancestral fortune through pure will, that was exceedingly rare. Each such individual was honored as a priest, observing fortune, channeling fortune, guiding fortune, sheltered by fortune itself. Priests were the very children of their race. Evading disaster was second nature. Every priest was extraordinarily difficult to kill. Thus, observing no diminishment in their collective fortune, the Grand High Priest felt only bewilderment. This makes no— Could it be that some existential threat looms upon this land, so dire that only the Crimson High Priest's death could spare our entire race from annihilation? Yet if so, our fortune would have issued a warning, surely manifesting some sign immediately after his death. But why did fortune remain utterly unchanged, neither waning nor swelling? That defied all logic. In the Grand High Priest's perception, fortune simply was unchanging, unmoved. Still, the portion once held by the deceased Crimson High Priest now floated unclaimed, leaving even fortune itself uncertain. So that surplus was redistributed. Soon a new priest would emerge among them. But the future remained just that, the future. The Grand High Priest stared at the extinguished soul lamp, still baffled. Meanwhile, elsewhere, boom, a searing crimson explosion erupted. Incandescent viscous flames spraying outward like burning oil, engulfing everything nearby in blistering conflagration. That dazzling detonation occurred directly before Daicang, precisely aimed at him. Xenobeast's self-detonating firefly, capable of self-immolation, upon explosion combustible fluid sprays radially, extremely hazardous. In that instant Daicang retreated faster than sound itself. Frowning, he gazed into the distance. The creature that had just detonated toward him was merely a basin-sized crimson firefly. The moment it saw, or rather scented, the live firefly essence on his body, it charged without hesitation, its luminescence intensifying rapidly. At peak brilliance, detonation. Within 10 meters, all turned to ash, splattered incendiary fluid sprayed over 100 meters, each droplet scorching with the heat of ignited gasoline. Truly, Daicang was left speechless. Fortunately, as a martial cultivator of the human race, his instinct for danger remained razor-sharp. He'd already leapt far beyond the blast radius. Understood. They came to kill me. He watched more self-detonating fireflies dive toward him, and 3 other xenobeasts charging straight at him. Killing intent. Pure unadulterated killing intent. No. Compared to the primal ferocity of ordinary beasts, the murderous aura emanating from these 3 was strangely muddled. An ineffable sensation, yet Daicang perceived it with absolute clarity. After all, martial cultivators of humanity excelled precisely in such perception. Whatever the nuance, the outcome remained unchanged. In the next breath, he vanished from where he stood, and reappeared beside a miniature xenobeast 15 meters long, 6 meters tall, whose skull he shattered with a single strike. Bone crunched inward, gray matter burst forth. Without pause, Daicang plunged his hand deep into the ruptured brain, immediately grasping something slick and familiar. He yanked hard, and out tore a flat centipedal octopus barely half a meter long, though its longest tentacle stretched over 5 meters. Instantly it shrieked wildly. Crunch. Daicang squeezed, obliterating it utterly. Slain a sentient life form. Strength when I knew it. A gleam flashed in his eyes, excitement stirring. So xenobeasts haven't evolved subterranean ambush tactics. It's this. A nest of intelligent parasites. With the beast's massive corpse collapsing, the spectacle alone would daunt most foe. Yet, the remaining 2 xenobeasts' killing intent dimmed, but their charge did not cease. A serpentine xenobeast lunged, jaws unhinging wide. Slash. Daicang seized the serpent's jaw hinge, then wrenched violently. The maw split cleanly in 2. He thrust his hand into its skull, and indeed gripped another centipedal octopus. Without effort, he crushed it. And the 3rd charging xenobeast, astonishingly, slammed to a halt mid-stride. Its killing intent remained, but perhaps primal dread surged, instead forcing its body to freeze, even as its aura flared defiantly. Daicang glanced at it, silent, then stooped, picked up a stone, ground it into coarse gravel, and hurled it toward the swarm of incoming self-detonating fireflies. Kaboom! The gravel, propelled with tremendous kinetic force, struck dozens of fireflies like shrapnel. Most dropped instantly, stunned or inert. Only a few, already teetering on the brink of detonation, overreacted to impact and exploded. Thunderous blasts shook the earth, flames rained down like fiery hail. Daicang calmly approached the last xenobeast, sidestepping cascades of black abyss celestial fire. Then he patted its massive head. No need to hide. Come out, let's talk. First tell me, who or what exactly are you? The sound of the 100-legged octopus echoed softly, accompanied by imperceptible waves of thought. Upon hearing the command, the countless self-detonating fireflies ceased their dive-bombing actions, hovering in the air. Within the sea of flames, only Daicang remained, and the lucky survivor, the 100-legged octopus which he had forcibly pulled from the mind of the beast. As everyone knows, all the races in the universe speak Chinese. After my reincarnation, the language transitioned seamlessly. So why are you babbling here? Do you really think I won't slap you into 2 pieces? Daicang shook the 100-legged octopus left and right. Once he let go, the octopus floated in the air, appearing as if it were drunk, cautiously watching Daicang with a hazy, fearful, and melancholic gaze. Then it emitted a weak, animal-like sound. It was meaningless, merely a sound. It was precisely because of this that Daicang became furious. Although the seamless transition to Chinese after his reincarnation was true, the idea that foreign races also spoke Chinese was a joke. There had even been linguistic studies in schools. Daicang clearly knew that the octopus cry contained no language. It was merely mimicking a beast to fool itself. If it weren't for the system's hint indicating that it was an intelligent life form, he might have truly been deceived. Slap. With a gentle slap, the 100-legged octopus, weighing dozens of kilograms, spun in the air like a top, letting out a more mournful cry. Yet it still showed no desire to communicate. You have guts. Would you rather die than surrender? Daicang's gaze turned serious. He hadn't expected this creature to be so bold. It remained unresponsive despite his repeated questioning and threats. However, admiration aside, since communication was impossible, it still had to die. Jig. The killing intent. The captured 100-legged octopus sensed the suffocating killing intent. It almost plummeted to the ground, kowtowing to Daicang like a garlic clove, its large head striking the ground with a loud thud. Such behavior surprised Daicang. Using its vital head to strike the hard ground represented submission in many interstellar civilizations. Could it be that he misunderstood it? Had this octopus already submitted? Perhaps. Although it was an intelligent life form, its civilization was too primitive, lacking even the development of language. Tisk, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were a tough nut to crack. Shaking his head, Daicang realized this creature seemed unable to communicate sooner. After all, it couldn't speak at all. As the killing intent dissipated, the 100-legged octopus felt as if it had received a great pardon. It let out a heavy sigh and then used its psychic power to disperse the surrounding flames. Seeing its actions, Daicang furrowed his brow. An invisible force was leaving traces in the air perceivable by— how convenient. Was this the racial characteristic of this species? Immediately, the invisible force exerted itself again, carving patterns into the ground. Oh, the uniform patterns were not mere lines, but characters. This octopus civilization had actually developed to the stage of written language. Yet it couldn't speak. Hiss. This alien civilization was a bit lopsided. While memorizing these strange symbols, Daicang also took out a panel to record them, trying to understand the writing of the alien civilization. To be honest, at this moment, Daicang's mindset was very calm. Despite having just experienced a life-and-death battle and discovering the disgusting alien creature, he had no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering. Instead, he actively chose to communicate after the battle. This was the mark of an excellent student of the martial arts human race. Qing M855 felt a great deal of pressure. In the tentacle branch of the Land clan, besides the Grand Priest, there were also 9 major priests: orange, red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. Each priest held a part of the branch's functions. Among them, the Green Priest system was responsible for law enforcement and stability, and Qing M855 represented not only its position but also its name. In this branch, it was just an ordinary law enforcement officer. It had originally come here to investigate why the life fireflies were dying in large numbers, but unexpectedly encountered a hairless monkey walking on land. This was just a minor issue. The moment it discovered this hairless monkey, the war beast, it was parasitizing, went berserk frantically, trying to kill the hairless monkey. It was as if there was a deep-seated grudge between them. Even it was affected by the war beast's emotions, becoming extremely irrational, until that hairless monkey displayed strength comparable to the war beast. Along with the deaths of 2 colleagues, Qing M855 suddenly came to its senses. "Spare my life, my lord." Qing M855 knelt down on the spot. But before it could fully adopt a posture of submission, the hairless monkey ignored its surrender and gave it a sound beating. Until now, Qing M855, suddenly enlightened, realized that there was a language barrier. No, it wasn't just— this hairless monkey didn't even use psychic power. Was it really an intelligent life form like itself? In any case, with its humane nature, Qing M855 used all its wits to finally gain a chance to survive. And now what was it doing? In the abyss, a cave devoid of any life. The meaning of this word is cave. This word means rock wall. This is the sky, this is the earth, this is our Land clan, this is the war beast. The 100-legged octopus Qing M855 danced around, attempting to teach the hairless monkey before it the writing of its race. As for Daicang, after all, he was a martial arts human with an excellent memory and the ability to draw inferences from one example. Plus, with the panel recording, he easily learned a lot of alien characters from the 100-legged octopus gestures. Originally curled up in the cave, there was nothing to learn from without a reference object. But this 100-legged octopus could use psychic power. That meant it could draw. In an instant, it painted on the ground with psychic power, using images to complement the text, and Daicang learned. Days later, our race originally lived in the deep sea, spending our days among those ocean beasts, worshipping the source of those ocean beasts, the stellar giant beasts. However, our ancestor believed that neither those ocean beasts nor their source, the stellar giant beasts, were worthy of our faith. They were merely a group of unintelligent beasts. To this end, the ancestor perceived the true divine being from the starry sky. Within the cave, using the light from the moss, Qing M855 vividly gestured, combining text and patterns. This was the history of their race. Seeing an alien being for the first time, Daicang felt it was very novel, thus, he patiently watched without interrupting. He listened as the 100-legged octopus continued. The ancestors' theory was rejected by the old stubbornness of the sea race. We clearly worshipped the true divine being, yet we were still excluded by the main race and exiled to the land. After that, the sea race continued to occupy the ocean. We renamed ourselves the Land clan, occupying the earth. Daicang couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a minute. The sea race worships the stellar giant beasts. Well, that's understandable. What I want to know more is, what do you Land clan worship? The divine being perceived from the starry sky. Qing M855 asked curiously. Yes. The true divine being resides in the boundless starry sky. It responds to our prayers and sacrifices, granting us power and knowledge. No matter how you look at it, it's much better than worshipping a beast. Now it made sense. Daicang understood. This group of spawn worshipped an evil god. What is an evil god? Aside from the divine realms recognized by the human race, all other divine realm powerhouses are evil gods. The divine realm is on par with the stellar giant beasts, but the divine realm possesses wisdom, while the stellar giant beasts are merely beasts. The latter are the darlings of the universe, and ordinary divine realm beings are not their match. However, stellar giant beasts do not respond to their believers. They lack that intelligence. Offering faith to it will only indiscriminately infect you, ultimately making you one of countless alien beasts. In contrast, although the evil gods have ulterior motives, at least they provide benefits. Understood, you may continue. Daicang nodded. Thus, Qing M855 continued to explain the history of the Land clan. 100 years ago, the Land clan was exiled to the land, and after changing their faith, they gradually became targeted by alien beasts, making their living conditions quite poor. They prayed and offered sacrifices. The starry divine being responded to their hopes, granting the land clan the ability to program genes, modify alien beasts, and artificially create alien beasts. Those self-detonating fireflies, life fireflies, and the glowing moss around them were all products created by the land clan after receiving gifts from the evil god. Over the span of 100 years, the exiled evil god's believers divided into 7 major branches, exploring the land in 7 directions. These 7 branches were tentacles, appendages, suction cups, macro thoughts, crystal eyes, head sacs, and spiral teeth. Among them, Ching M855 belonged to the appendage branch. They spent 100 years exploring the land and took root in this sunless abyss, gradually transforming the surrounding environment into what it is today. How many land clan members are there in your appendage branch? Saying this, Daicang couldn't help but ask, in this overly green abyss, how many people live in total? He naturally asked in writing. For convenience, he wouldn't elaborate further. Ching M855, naturally unreserved, replied, in my appendage branch, there are millions of compatriots. If it weren't for the recent urgency of the divine offerings from the divine being, the population might have exceeded 10 million. Listen, I told you the evil god has ulterior motives. The ones who reach the divine realm have high demands for offerings. If suitable resources are lacking, then the believers themselves are resources. From this octopus few words one can judge. The appetite of the evil god is on the scale of millions. Of course, the annual death toll in their outer city is in the tens of millions. Oh, that's nothing then. Oh, that's nothing. Daicang's expression softened. Millions. What is your lifespan? What is the growth cycle? I know. How long does it take for the embryo to hatch? How much time does it take for a land clan member to grow from ignorance to initial wisdom? You don't need to worry about it. I was just asking. At this moment, Daicang's eyes were filled with anticipation, and in recent days, the peripheral branches of the Liu clan have experienced extraordinary turbulence. This unrest stems directly from the sudden death of the Red Priest, who oversaw reconnaissance and external exploration. His corpse lay beside that of his mountain-splitting war beast. 2 bodies, one large and one small, stretched across the crater in a grimly spectacular tableau. A Red Priest, one who stood beneath a single Liu and above a million others, had perished silently and violently. No one knew what torments he endured in his final moments. The external wounds on the mountain-splitting war beast have been healed by luminescent life fireflies, yet its interior bears numerous penetrating injuries, and within it investigators recovered multiple steel artifacts. Moreover, forensic analysis confirms the Red Priest was forcibly extracted from his body, then crushed under immense pressure until his form exploded. The method is shockingly brutal. Based on traces at the crime scene, the perpetrator is likely an ape-like entity, 2 meters tall, weighing no more than 70 to 80 kilograms. No primate hair was found at the site. Instead, blood samples originating from beyond the Black Abyss ecosystem were recovered. The Green Priest Division is now conducting cellular cloning to reconstruct the assailant's appearance and species. Inside the chamber, the Blue Priest reviewed reports submitted by his subordinates. As he lifted one of the iron artifacts recovered from the warbeast's body, his brow furrowed. This object is not something any beast could forge. Could it be that intelligent life exists upon this land, other than our own? He could not fathom the purpose of these steel projectiles. After all, the Liu clan had never invented bows or arrows. Their methods of combat relied solely on telekinetic force and parasitic symbiosis. Yet his vision remained sharp. Every Liu clan priest was a child favored by the clan's celestial fortune, endowed with peerless intellect, temperament, ability, and strength. At that moment, the Blue Priest understood another intelligent species dwelled upon this land. 2 meters tall, ape-like in form, hairless, and capable of crafting tools. According to the autopsy report, this hairless ape possessed terrifying physical strength, comparable to that of an ordinary war beast, enhanced further by its compact frame and light weight. An ape devoid of fur, wielding the raw power of a war beast. By any measure, an exceptionally formidable adversary. How astonishingly potent this alien race truly is. No trace of telekinetic residue remains, yet it overpowered a war beast through sheer physiology alone. Such mastery is unprecedented. Were our Liu clan to? Here the Blue Priest paused. He reflected the Liu clan's anatomy was fundamentally unsuited for close-quarters combat. Even with superior strength, they relied entirely on telekinesis. Of course, if such aliens could be captured and subjugated, as vassals or even slaves, the Liu clan would draw significantly closer to dominion over the land. Even a counteroffensive against the Sea clan might become feasible. As the Blue Priest imagined these possibilities, he meticulously assessed the hairless ape's capabilities and simultaneously drafted a warrant preparing to mobilize the full resources of his branch to hunt the creature throughout the Black Abyss. Capturing it alive would allow him to extract vital intelligence about its species traits, enabling the Liu clan to decide conquest or alliance. Regarding the final outcome, the Blue Priest felt profoundly confident, because as he expanded his perception and probed the ethereal currents of fate with his telekinetic sense, he beheld a colossal, sky-piercing phantom, a 100-limbed octopus, its hue a seamless fusion of azure and violet, the very embodiment of the Liu clan's celestial fortune. Azure and violet intertwined signified flourishing ascendant fortune. The azure stream represented the vast populace of ordinary Lu clan members. The violet, the transcendent priests. Their confluence revealed harmony between priest and commoner, unobstructed pathways to advancement, rendering the hundred-limbed octopus phantom robust, powerful, and flawlessly unified. The stronger a clan's celestial fortune, the brighter its future, and the greater the number of exceptional individuals destined to emerge within it. Those blessed with extraordinary fortune are shielded, turning calamity into salvation. Naturally, under such conditions, the death of the Red Priest, a major vessel of the Lu clan's celestial fortune, would inevitably disrupt the collective auspice. In the past, during the Lu clan's wars with the Sea clan, the vanquished clan's fortune was devoured by the victors. Now, despite the Red Priest's sudden and violent demise, the clan's fortune remains utterly undiminished, filling the Blue Priest with profound reassurance. This indicated that the Hairless Apes clan likely possessed only feeble, negligible fortune, utterly incapable of challenging the Lu clan's celestial might. Hairless apes, intelligent beings, fortune weak. Truly a gift bestowed upon us by the stellar deities. Red Priest, rest peacefully in the embrace of the stellar deities. Your clan shall honor the intelligence you sacrificed your life to deliver, and restore the Lu clan's greatness once more. The Blue Priest's eyes blazed with unshakable confidence. Our clan's fortune surges, brilliant as the midday sun. Victory lies with us. My lord, ahead lies our clan's sacred hatching sanctuary. As you know, genetically the Lu and Sea clans share little distinction. Each spawning yields tens of thousands of eggs. Were every Lu clan member to reproduce so prolifically, we would lack the resources to sustain even a fraction of. Thus, reproduction among our kind undergoes rigorous evaluation. Only the most exceptional are granted the privilege of bearing progeny. One man and one octopus moved forward in stealth. Qing M855 enthusiastically briefed Daicang on his clan's customs, and everything he described struck Daicang as perfectly reasonable. Qing M855 enthusiastically briefed Daicang on his clan's customs, and everything he described struck Daicang as perfectly reasonable. Ecological limits. Black Abyss's territory and resources are finite. Even so, our clan produces 10 million Lu eggs annually. Upon hatching, each newborn undergoes a year-long, brutally demanding trial. Only less than 1% of candidates are selected for cultivation. Those failing the trial are offered as sacrificial trimmings, directly presented to the stellar deities. At this, Daicang could barely contain himself. He quipped, "Is your deity a scrap collector?" Qing M855 blinked, innocently, merely scraps. Most are consumed as fuel during the ritual. The deities are ever generous, and would never reproach us for such offerings. Moreover, beyond those who fail the trials, our clan enforces a bottom-tier elimination system, ensuring 20,000 Lu clan members are offered annually as true sacrifices to the deities. As he spoke, Qing M855's tone carried unmistakable pride, as though declaring, "Behold our Lu clan's unparalleled efficiency. 20,000 per year, 600,000 over 30 years, precisely matching the Lu clan's natural lifespan limit of 3 decades. Over 3 decades, the entire clan could be cycled anew." They treated the dread deity less as a god, and more as a euthanasia mechanism, annually discarding the elderly, infirm, and frail into divine sacrifice. Did they truly mistake the deity for a municipal recycling depot? Indeed. You are brilliant, Daicang praised, raising a thumb. Why not toss your criminals straight into the deities? Qing M855 looked genuinely surprised. How did you know? Yes, we do offer criminals as sacrifices, allowing them to cleanse their sins through the deity's boundless mercy. Daicang, forgive me, I underestimated you utterly. Truly, no civilization capable of establishing itself upon a planet ravaged by stellar leviathans can ever be simple. Daicang also knew the Lu clan's growth cycle was astonishingly rapid. Sapience emerged at 3 months, formal learning and examinations began at 6 months, and passage of the trial at 1 year marked full adulthood. Adulthood naturally entailed immediate labor. Only those demonstrating exceptional aptitude qualified for state-sponsored cultivation, free from occupational duties. Those assigned to labor were far from idle. To avoid becoming one of the 20,000 culled annually in the bottom-tier elimination, they studied diligently, even during rest periods. The entire Lu clan functioned like a colossal examination engine. For here, failure to outperform truly meant death. Reflecting upon this, Daicang could not help but marvel at the superiority of the martial Dao human race. At least their children survived until age 16 before being expelled to the outer city to fend for themselves, and only 1 in 1,000 gained entry to the inner city as elite scholars. Tenfold more stringent than the Lu clan. At this thought, Daicang's smile vanished, and so their conversation continued as they advanced. Soon a verdant architectural complex emerged before them. Qing M855 explained the Yellow Priest lineage oversees hatching, nurturing, and education. The Green Priest lineage governs biological modification and scientific research. Their administrative districts occupy the same compound. When hatchling numbers exceed the Yellow Department's capacity, surplus candidates are allocated, via bottom-tier elimination, to the Green Department for experimental use. Hence, their offices were merged for convenience, allowing Green Department researchers immediate access whenever needed. Should anyone attempt to steal our embryonic eggs or abduct our children, they will face coordinated resistance from both Yellow and Green Departments. Qing M855 delivered this statement with utter calm. once again leaving Daicang speechless. I see. Truly, it must be a blessing to be born into your Lu clan. Qing M855 nodded approvingly indeed. Those who fail the trials bathe in the deity's radiance. Those who pass contribute to expanding our clan's dominion. Even those deemed superfluous find acceptance among the Green Department's researchers. To be born a Lu clan member is nothing short of a tripartite blessing. Then, as if recalling something, Qing M855 snorted coldly. By contrast, the Sea clan's wretches practice reckless, unregulated breeding, claiming life and death alike are ordained by heaven. They spawn indiscriminately, tens of thousands of embryos per cycle, most devoured immediately by sea beasts or lost to countless disasters. Fewer than 1 in 10,000 survive to reach even rudimentary maturity. Compared to our Lu clan, the Sea clan are little more than untamed beasts. Such callous disregard for their own bloodline will surely invite retribution, sooner or later. Mention of the Sea clan ignited Qing M855's indignant fury. Daicang stood awestruck. Good heavens, fewer than 1 in 10,000 survival rate. I'd assumed the martial Dao human race's attrition rates were monstrous, but clearly masters still walk among us. Shaking his head, Daicang gazed toward the distant architecture, ready to attend to business. His objective was straightforward egg theft. There was no choice. The growth cycle of the 100-limbed octopus was simply too rapid. Its pace left Daicang breathless with envy. If I cultivated such a cohort of intelligent octopuses and harvested them daily once mature, could I not ascend instantly? After all, the system demanded only that he slay sentient beings, not that he refrain from raising them. Moreover, with each brood yielding tens of thousands of eggs, the compounding effect promised staggering power accumulation. Within a few years, even colossal aberrant beasts would fall before a single blow of his fist. The plan is simple, but the execution is arduous. Daicang gazed around, observing countless unfamiliar creatures, with the bioluminescent fireflies being merely a trivial part of them. Clearly, the Lu tribe represents a biological civilization. Many of the creatures within sight, Daicang had no idea what their individual functions were. Even Qing M855 recognized only a small fraction: cleaning ants, garbage spiders, gecko cars, scouting dragonflies, swift mantises, delivery bees, meal-enhancing mosquitoes, jumping locusts, charging centipedes, and plowing beetles. As for their purposes, one could discern from their names. After broadening his horizons, Daicang remarked, "This is true. By all rights, the creatures on this planet, as long as they lack intelligence, should fall victim to the infection of the creatures you created should also be the same," he continued. Upon hearing this, Qing M855 stood tall and responded that should indeed be the case. However, our tribe is favored by the star god, and the knowledge bestowed personally by the divine allows us to be immune to the infection of the stellar behemoths. Your Excellency, I sincerely suggest that you join us in worshipping the star god. The divine will never treat his followers. He spoke with utmost sincerity, treating Daicang not as an enemy at all. Let's discuss this later. Daicang set aside his request. To believe in the evil god in this lifetime is quite a burden. He almost overlooked that the biological technology of the Lu tribe came from the evil god. Could the evil god possibly be something good? Indeed, the aura of the stellar behemoths can infect non-intelligent life. Whether it be flora or fauna, they all fall into this category. This includes even martial artists who have failed to break through. Now, with aberrant beasts rampant across the planet, one can only blame the stellar behemoths. As for the evil god, the power to resist the pollution of the stellar behemoths is not unparalleled biological knowledge, but rather a damn corruption. All these creatures, including the knowledge bestowed by the evil god, are infused with corruption, every single one of them. Why are these creatures not infected? They have long since taken the shape of the evil god. Only the power of the evil god can make them ooze. The stellar behemoths. Unfamiliar. This is also why Daicang remains extremely vigilant towards those bioluminescent fireflies, not daring to use their life fluid for healing. Now that he knows the answer, he only feels grateful. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively. Using something corrupted by the evil god for healing would cost him more than just Seeing Daicang's expression change repeatedly, Qing M855 seemed to grasp something and spoke. "Your Excellency, are you worried that our tribe might be detrimental to you? If you are concerned about this, I can handle it for you. I do have some savings within the tribe. Purchasing a few thousand eggs is no problem, even though it doesn't comply with the rules. However, the comrades from the yellow and green divisions typically turn a blind eye to such matters. Selling genetic fish eggs privately is also a source of income." Upon hearing this, Daicang stared at the hefty centipede octopus with disbelief. "Everyone's not foolish. Why utter such nonsense?" He sighed, giving the creature a mental blow. "Once I let you go, you'll immediately lead an army to hunt me down. Do you really think I don't know your little schemes?" Qing M855 replied. He indeed thought so. After all, even among intelligent beings, there are varying degrees of intelligence. Perhaps you are one of those with muscle for brains. Your Excellency has misunderstood. Qing M855 wrote with utmost sincerity, "To survive, I have already betrayed the Lu tribe. My kin will never forgive me, and the divine will not pardon me. Thus, fulfilling your wishes is my purpose. Only by making you happy and gaining sufficient benefits, perhaps I won't miss out on future rewards." He displayed such a facade. Daicang pondered. "I can't believe it, a Lu traitor." Of course, regardless of what this octopus said, he would not change his mind. As a martial artist, discerning a lie based on intuition is quite simple. Anything that makes Daicang feel off. Thus, Daicang's actions were straightforward. He simply had Qing Im 855 recall his childhood in detail to sketch the general map of the yellow and green divisions. He aimed to understand all the arrangements thoroughly. The stealthy Daicang said, "Wait here, I will return shortly." Having said that, he left no backup plan. In the blink of an eye, he dashed through the glowing moss and vanished from Qing Im 855's sight. He looked left and right. The person had indeed left. Naturally, he did not obediently comply. Instead, he cautiously felt his way out. After having traveled a considerable distance without encountering an attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A hairless ape has breached the hatching grounds. The message reverberated, echoing far and wide. One spread to 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Soon after, the entire Lu tribe in the Black Abyss erupted with commotion. That Lu tribe captive must have fled. He might be proclaiming his arrival throughout the Black Abyss. However, Daicang was unconcerned about this. Rather, it was the octopus that he had intentionally let loose. Now Daicang moved like a phantom, swiftly navigating through layers of arrangements. Many stationed creatures felt merely a gust of wind. In the hatching grounds, two sentinels of parasitic battle beasts exchanged glances. A canine battle beast sniffed the air, puzzled. "Do you feel something is off? I seem to smell an unfamiliar scent." The other, a bear-like battle beast, stood tall, scanning around, and then shook its head. "It's just an illusion. What could possibly be off? You must be tired and hallucinating." The other guard, upon hearing this, found it quite reasonable. Indeed, he had been working intensely these days, having only slept 2 hours in 3 days. It was about time to rest. Unfortunately, he was currently controlling the battle beasts. If he wanted to rest, he would have to wait until after work. Naturally, these two Lu tribe members were unaware that Daicang had already circumvented them and infiltrated the hatching grounds. He did not employ any sophisticated infiltration techniques. What he relied on was merely a speed so fast that it was beyond their reaction capabilities, nothing more. He had already tested that although the Lu tribe possessed telekinesis, their frail bodies dictated that their perception range and reaction speed were far inferior to those of martial artists. If he were within the telepathic range, he might be exposed. However, as long as he skimmed past at an extremely rapid speed, Daicang merely created a ripple in the telepathic perception, naturally remaining undetected by the Lu tribe. Moreover, the Lu tribe is a purely biological civilization. They lack convenient surveillance devices. Not a single creature they created could detect Daicang's infiltration. At most, they would sense something amiss and report it. Thus, Daicang moved as if in an uninhabited realm. Comparing the surrounding structures with the path he had traversed, he knew he was getting closer to the hatching grounds. What came into view were countless enormous sacs. They were artificial organs used for hatching Lu tribe genetic fish eggs. Just as expected. Indeed, this biological civilization remains fundamentally unchanged. Daicang couldn't help but sigh in relief upon seeing these items. Fortunately, the knowledge he had learned previously was still applicable. As for the martial artist's free education, aiming at one of the sacks, Daicang slightly bent his knees, preparing to launch himself. "Thief, dare to trespass in our sacred grounds." The telepathic waves surged. Immediately, a massive figure rose from the ground and numerous tentacles erupted from the fungal carpet, rushing toward Daicang to ensnare him. Daicang frowned. Naturally, he did not sense the telepathic waves of the Lu tribe, but the instant the ground trembled, he altered his launch direction, sidestepping the numerous attacking tentacles. The tentacles, tougher than steel, burst through the air in an instant, striking fiercely at the fungal carpet where Daicang had previously stood, causing the ground to explode. At that moment, Daicang was already dozens of meters away, gazing warily at the multitude of tentacles emerging from the fungal carpet. Small aberrant beast, multi-legged giant octopus, a rare aberrant beast from the deep sea weighing at least 300 tons, it is a behemoth among small aberrant beasts. Originally living in the deep sea, it inexplicably came to land. However, on land, its strength cannot support its exaggerated weight, leaving it trapped and immobile. As expected, it isn't that easy. After all, this is the critical area for hatching offspring. It's completely normal to have strong guardians, but a strong one capable of mind-controlling small aberrant beasts is likely a priest. Daicang realized that he had exposed himself. The reason was simple. The telepathic wave detection range of the Lu tribe's priests could reach up to 1 kilometer, and their telekinesis could extend beyond 100 meters. Daicang's speed could not reach 1 kilometer per second, so naturally he would be detected once he stepped into their telepathic. And the giant octopus guarding these genetic fish eggs was something a minor character like Qing Im 855 could not possibly know about. Insufficient intelligence led to his exposure. How should one put it? It was only natural. It's you. You are the hairless ape mentioned by the green priest. Our red priest was killed by you, this garbage. The telepathic waves surged. However, Daicang's expression remained unchanged. He could not perceive telepathic waves. Tisk, lowly beings that haven't even developed language are hardly different from beasts. I didn't expect you as a lowly being to dare to covet the descendants of our tribe. In a place of hatching for our tribe, how could there not be strong guardians? This simple truth don't you understand? The telepathic waves continued to resonate. Although the hairless ape before him could not communicate, he still wanted to prattle on. The reason was simple. Guarding this batch of fish eggs was exceedingly dull. As a priest of the tribe, although he held a position above 1 million Lu tribe members, he still bore the important responsibilities of the tribe. Because of boredom, he always had to find something to do. Come, let's see how long you can last. From beneath the fungal carpet, numerous tentacles burst forth. While the true form of this octopus remained unseen, tentacles from all directions lashed at Daicang with great ferocity. Air exploded and shrieks rang out. The supersonic noise was relentless. Attacks came from all directions, leaving no place to land. This immobile, multi-legged giant octopus, guarding its territory, was truly invincible. No wonder it was allowed to stay here. However, facing the countless lashing tentacles, Daicang's actions were straight. He bent his knees, then launched himself upward. Instantly, he shot into the sky over 1,000 meters high, and without losing momentum, he continued to ascend, rising higher. Whoosh! A slender tendril whip shot forth, slicing through the air with a fierce shriek, striking heavily at Daicang, the air before him. A thin tendril extended nearly 1,000 meters, remaining just a few dozen meters from Daicang himself. That small distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. The two sides were separated by kilometers, while the multi-legged giant octopus violently lashed at the tendril, causing numerous tendrils to burst forth from the ground, as if howling angrily at the heavens. Daicang hung upside down on the mountain peak, looking relaxed. The weak point of the multi-legged giant octopus was painfully obvious. Its longest tendril barely reached a kilometer. When Daicang stood atop the cave, he was already a kilometer above the ground. No matter how it breached defenses, it would be hard-pressed to attack him. At least theoretically, that was how it should be. As everyone knows, animals do not attack from a distance. The act of humans throwing tongues like arrows appeared to them. As seeing that it could not reach him, Daicang placed his hand on the mountaintop and swung across little by little like a monkey. The resonance wave expanded, wildly shaking the entire hatching ground. A larger, more massive presence was breaking through the fungal blanket. The ground bulged, and a massive head emerged. It was the head of an octopus. Its body leaned at an angle with the multi-legged giant octopus, revealing its jetting outer chamber, aiming at Daicang, who hung upside down on the mountaintop. Daicang's hair stood on end, his instincts screaming danger. Dodge! In the next moment, the liquid stored within the multi-legged giant octopus shot forth like a high-pressure water gun, the stream surpassing sound, in an instant resembling an indestructible blade. It instantly pierced through Daicang's location, cutting. Hundreds of tons of rock cascaded down in the wake of— What a joke! He thought. Did you really think that just because I'm climbing a wall I have no means of dealing with this? Since I am here, there must be a reason for it. Suddenly his excitement faltered. Was it because Daicang had already leapt out in time to evade that projectile, leaving him astonished that it seemed ineffective? No, it was not so. Anyone capable of killing the Red Priest could not be weak. He had anticipated this would be a fierce battle, and perhaps he would need the support of his brethren. But in that instant the situation changed. As the multi-legged giant octopus broke through the fungal blanket and witnessed Daicang, everything transformed. Hiss! The 30-ton beast erupted with an unprecedented shriek. It was the surge of killing intent emanating from the brain of the small aberrant creature. At that moment, the emotions surging within the aberrant creature not only affected itself, but also rendered the priest controlling it from the Lu tribe uncontrollable. Thus, in the next moment, the entire cave trembled violently. The fungal blanket was completely torn open, and the multi-legged giant octopus, mostly covered by the blanket, resembled a blanket being lifted. It stood up. The thick tendrils supported its body. No, it was far more than that. In addition to the tendrils, there were other green muscles and skeletal tissues supporting its body through external connections, an army of genuine exoskeletons working in unison, forcing it upright. A 100-meter body loomed over the ground. Is it insane? Just having escaped one disaster, Daicang, now on the adjacent rock wall, turned to look at the multi-legged giant octopus that stood up without care. On land it should not have been able to move. Yet alas, the Lu tribe possessed technology. Its lower half was covered with complex artificial muscle and skeletal structures, which held up the weight of the multi-legged giant octopus. This enabled the super beast to move. But why did it need to move? Daicang couldn't understand. It merely needed to block the exit, and once it succeeded, it could find a way to escape. He could catch it in a trap. But taking the initiative. Before he could figure it out, he saw the outer chamber of the octopus charging up again, aiming at him once more. Blast! The high-pressure water gun shot forth, slicing like a sword towards Daicang 1,000 meters away. Daicang instantly vanished from his location. This mindless attack easily cut through the rock wall, where Daicang had stood, and then continued onward without losing momentum. Thus farther away, thousands of meters out, the high-pressure water gun pierced through a bubble, scattering thousands of fish eggs, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Among them, there were even newly hatched baby octopuses. Dozens of bubbles were cut open, releasing fish eggs numbering in the tens of thousands. The might of that attack was devastatingly fierce. Even though Daicang knew that these rapidly reproducing species typically did not care much for their offspring, he was still shaken inside. Just a moment ago, he had considered hiding behind these bubbles, hoping it would make this guardian head. Who would have thought that it wouldn't care at all, firing without hesitation? Moreover, the multi-legged giant octopus gaze was firmly locked onto Daicang as it moved its 30-ton body forward. Its speed was incredibly slow, merely dozens of meters per second. But after standing up, its size filled the entire width of the cave, and as it moved deeper, the artificial hatching ground cave became narrower. Evidently, this place had been specially designed. If an enemy attempted to plot against the hatching ground, this multi-legged giant octopus could block the exit. Evidently, this place had been specially designed. If an enemy attempted to plot against the hatching ground, this is a determination to kill me here, even at the cost of sacrificing the entire hatching ground. He marveled at the priest of a tribe exhibiting such resolve. Daicang genuinely sighed. Controlling a fearsome beast dared to engage in battle against the martial arts human race. Discovering such an anomaly among humans, they were willing to sacrifice their entire tribe's young to eliminate his potential for strength. In just a few short days, the Lu tribe's initiative and determination had forced him into a desperate situation. Indeed, one should never underestimate any intelligent species. With this thought, Daicang fled rapidly, dodging left and right amidst the approach and spouting of the multi-legged giant octopus until he reached a bubble. The surface of this bubble was damaged with nutrient liquid flowing everywhere. Daicang casually scooped up hundreds of fish eggs and placed them into a container he had prepared. Rest assured, eggs of oviparous animals are much more resilient during the embryonic stage than those of viviparous animals. Having achieved his goal, Daicang immediately sprang to the ground. The bubble he had been in just moments ago was instantly pierced by the water gun. He landed and stepped. Looking down, he saw a Lu creature that had just hatched not long ago crushed underfoot. But the system did not respond. Daicang confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, intelligent life and sentient life are two different matters. A newly born infant is treated like a beast by the system. After realizing this, he instantly sprang forth, maximizing his speed across the rock wall and ground, each step causing the earth to explode. Before long, he approached the towering multi-legged giant octopus. It roared in fury, dozens of variously shaped tendrils whipping towards Daicang, each capable of bursting the air, carrying immense force. In that moment, Daicang's spirit was taut to the extreme. He was fully concentrated, vigilant against the enemy's attacks. Then, he noticed that the incoming tendrils were wildly chaotic compared to before, striking haphazardly. There was no longer any basic coordination. Like a knife dancing, his agile movements allowed him to evade the tendrils' assaults, as if he were a buzzing fly amidst wild applause. Filled with confusion, Daicang dodged with the wind's direction, hardly expending any effort as he evaded. Then he leapt at the cave's peak, seizing the moment when the multi-legged giant octopus body had not yet completely sealed the exit, and sprang through the gap. Retreat successful. Before it could slowly turn around, Daicang's arm clutching the container dashed away. The few kilometers were traversed. As he burst out of the cave outside with the hatching ground's disturbance, waves of biological armies were gathering, with creatures flying in the sky and moving on the ground. There was no lack of melee range support or control forces. It was truly a web of heaven and earth. Just 100 meters in front of Daicang, a mantis taller than a person sharpened its blade, glaring at him. With a casual swipe of its blade, it cleaved through the rock, as if it were cutting tofu. Hundreds and thousands of such mantises were present. Moreover, similar war creatures were densely packed. As the biological weapons of the Lu tribe, they awaited their master's command to rush forth and crush the enemy before them into pulp. Yes, all it took was a single command from the master. Command. Roar. N. Upon seeing Daicang appear, hundreds of aberrant creatures stood at the outermost edge, their minds overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. The hairless ape. Hairless ape, kill. Charge. Kill him. In hundreds of resonance waves emitted the same The war creatures obeyed the orders. The flying ones in the sky and those on the ground all moved. However, the war beasts behind them moved even faster. With colossal bodies weighing hundreds of tons charging in, they trampled the war creatures before them into a mush. And Daicang, surrounded by them, was utterly shocked. Is it necessary to kill me? You're making such a fuss. In his astonishment, Daicang did not idle, taking flight. His escape route was simple. Upward. Yes, up. He stepped on the rock wall and swiftly climbed. His speed was no different from running on flat ground. Daicang climbed the rock wall. Even cliffs of 90 degrees or greater felt like flat ground in the face of his current strength. This is why he swaggered over to Rob without the slightest fear of being encircled. What was the black abyss? As long as there was a place to land, he could ascend all the way. Daicang's escape route was brutally straightforward. After all, for these Lu clan beings to ascend from the black abyss, they relied entirely on pangolins to excavate upward passages. They could not ascend using beasts alone, though telekinetic force or bioweapons might enable flight. The journey would render them sitting ducks for avian aberrations. Discovery meant near certain death and consumption. Even if hypothetically they dared to pursue him skyward, did they even consider speed? Even without exerting full power, Daicang's current strength allowed him to scale sheer cliffs vertically at near sonic velocity, faster than most speed-specialized transcendents. How many among the Lu clan present could possibly keep pace with him? The answer: none. Speed conferred absolute autonomy. A confident smile flickered across Daicang's lips. I will flee upward. What then can you do to stop me? Do you imagine you can roof the sky itself? That was his thought. And then he collided headlong with the roof. At over 2,000 meters altitude, Daicang struck a resilient, utterly transparent spiderweb. Yes, transparent. Invisible to the naked eye. Only upon impact did its presence register. A thick, astonishingly tenacious web. Its tensile strength likely capable of halting even a 100-ton monarch. No matter. Daicang possessed immense strength. The web could not hold him. He shattered the first layer, then another, and yet another. Ultimately, Daicang's body became enshrouded in layer upon layer of translucent silk, suspended midair, swaying helplessly. His expression turned unreadable. Are you serious? A spiderweb? Why wasn't it here when I fell? All right. The 10th Ascent mountain-splitting beast had plummeted first, shattering every nearby web. Presumably it had torn straight through them all. Or perhaps that wasteland was no Liu clan city, and thus lacked such defensive webs altogether. Irrelevant now. Daicang hung immobilized in the air, webbed and helpless. Gazing downward, he saw swarms of flying bioweapons hurtling toward him at blinding speed. Behind them soared colossal avian aberrations, wings beating furiously, their murderous intent radiating like a storm. And behind them the cavernous hatchery mouth gaped open. Dozens of thick, violent tentacles shoved aside earthen walls as the multi-limbed leviathan slowly, inexorably emerged. Earth and stone crumbled before its overwhelming might. In that instant, Daicang truly found himself ensnared in Heaven and Earth's net. Enemies above, enemies below, nowhere left to run. Fine, you win. Surrounded, Daicang remained unflustered. His gaze sharpened, his martial human bloodline awakened. Fear of death receded swiftly. Fierce battle fervor surged within him. Yet trapped deep inside the web, no amount of thrashing could break free from its uncanny resilience and adhesive fury. Lifting a single hand demanded overcoming hundreds of tons of cumulative drag from the silken strands. Their interference suppressed his strength to barely half its potential. Then, Daicang raised his hand, pressed it against his own body, and drove his fingers through the web, deep into his with a savage tearing motion. He ripped away the web-adhered skin. This was only the beginning. With swift, precise, almost surgical motions, Daicang peeled away every inch of web-bound skin and clothing from his body. Methodical, relentless, unstoppable. Like a serpent shedding its old skin. Within seconds, he shed the clinging web entirely. Then, freefall. Down, Daicang. From start to finish, not a single sound escaped his lips. Beneath the flayed skin, crimson droplets welled, but were instantly sealed by his class talent, undying immortality, which even began knitting the wounds at visible speed. First predicament, evaded. What of the second? With no purchase in midair, Daicang could only watch as swarms of self-destructing fireflies streaked toward him, countless luminous, each glowing with imminent detonation. A direct hit would leave him grievously wounded, if not dead. Yet, was there truly no leverage? Without hesitation, Daicang bent his knees and kicked. Not once, not gently, but ferociously, relentlessly, instantaneously. His legs' speed surpassing sound itself. The air shrieked and thundered. His legs pistoned through empty space at supersonic frequency, so extreme, even the atmosphere seemed to solidify. Step, blast, air, shatter. Unparalleled force twisted his body midair. Instantaneous redirection. He slipped past the fireflies, mere centimeters away. Instantly after, their light flared to blinding intensity, then erupted. A wave of incandescent fire roared skyward, scorching rain falling across hundreds of meters. Thrown by the shockwave, Daicang accelerated downward, his newly bared flesh weeping fresh blood. Finally, he crashed violently into a building over 10 kilometers from the hatchery. Stone walls splintered inward. His legs carved furrows over 10 meters long across the floor, reducing everything in their path to rubble and ruin. Eliminate sentient life. Strength, 24. Daicang halted, abruptly stunned. He scanned the chamber and saw countless diminutive octopuses, oversized heads, stunted tentacles. Hundreds of tiny cephalopods trembled before him. His sudden impact had slaughtered dozens. Blue ichor and severed limbs littered the floor. Spare me. A telepathic tremor shook the air as a full-grown Liu clan teacher collapsed, flat limbs splayed wide in abject surrender. He pleaded via thought wave. I'm just a salaried instructor. I'm innocent. Kill the children instead. Ah yes. Among the Liu clan hatcheries, nurseries and schools cluster closely together. Indeed, this branch concentrated millions of newborns annually. Yet in Liu clan demographics, they counted as non-existent. Only those who passed rigorous trials earned recognition as true Liu clan. The rest, merely sacrificial offcuts, expendable trimmings. As an educator, he considered himself elite, infinitely more valuable than these untested larvae, whose very survival remained uncertain. How could such a precious life end so pointlessly here? Alas, communication failed. Species divide. Daicang wielded no telepathy. He understood nothing of what was said. He only knew that for the Liu clan, spreading all 8 limbs flat signified submission or surrender. And Daicang's moral threshold had always been high. Earlier, he'd spared an alien captive. Even knowing the prisoner might betray him, he'd released him with rare mercy. So faced with a kneeling, surrendered alien teacher, he naturally declared, "Urgent necessity demands your head, borrowed," and brought his foot down. The surrendered octopus exploded beneath his soul, blue fluid spraying outward. Eliminated one sapient being. Strength 1. Having done so, he swept his gaze across the room. The smaller octopuses quaked under his stare. Yet Daicang withdrew his attention and took no further action. Yes, exactly. Truth be told, he was a transmigrator bearing the ethical compass of his former life. How could he slaughter innocents for mere power? Boom. The floor shattered beneath colossal force, its reinforced concrete crumbling like tofu beneath Daicang. He descended, punching through level after level, into the building's foundations. There indeed lay thousands upon thousands of sacks, each holding juvenile Liu clan. They were rejects, substandard stock, destined as sacrificial trimmings, or worse, fuel. Thus they floated in stasis, immersed in nutrient gel, locked in eternal slumber, energy-efficient disposal. Yet they were not his target. Rather, finding such things beneath a Liu clan school startled him, before he quickly accepted it. He held no intention of judging alien customs. He had come for one purpose alone. Surveying the substructure, Daicang counted 200 load-bearing pillars. Target confirmed. Action commenced. One stride, 210 fists slammed forward. Concrete pillars detonated, revealing inner biogenic bones denser than steel. Daicang showed no surprise. Biocivilizations operated thus. He struck again, supersonic barges. In moments, one pillar snapped clean in two. Then the second, third, fourth. Throughout, his expression never wavered. Not a flicker of strain, only practiced, effortless precision. One could scarcely fathom the rigor of martial human education. How else produce such consummate warriors? Meanwhile, Daicang dismantled pillars. Elsewhere, the military redirected its advance. Aberrations raged, bloodlust surging so fiercely it seeped into their Liu clan controllers, twisting them toward ever greater extremes. Regional stability. Peace. Irrelevant now. All that mattered was eliminating that hairless ape. The earth trembled as the multi-limbed Leviathan breached the hatchery's rock wall, its colossal form emerging, advancing toward Daicang's location. Ahead raced war beasts and biolegions. To corner Daicang, half the local garrison had mobilized, evacuation orders notwithstanding. Evacuation orders had been issued, within a 30-kilometer radius. But Daicang moved too fast. In mere moments, evacuation had barely begun, yet the hairless ape had already broken through the encirclement and entered civilian zones. Liu clan bloodlust brooked no distinction between soldier and civilian. Killing the hairless ape was paramount, any obstacle crushed without hesitation. The army advanced, 10 kilometers then 15, reaching the building where Daicang had crashed. Just as they prepared to breach. Halt! A roar, charged with resonant telepathic force, tore across the sky. Then a black dragon, wings spanning hundreds of meters, descended upon the army's formation. Yes, a dragon. In this world, flight belonged not only to birds, but also to dragons. Of course, the Liu clan knew nothing of dragons' origin, that they were failed transcendents of the martial human lineage whose bloodlines had mutated under stellar beast aura. They merely discovered these terrifyingly powerful beasts on land, and captured, controlled, and subjugated them. As now, Yellow Priest, have your minds rotted? This city is vital, yet you dare ravage it. Should this delay the sacrifice, the High Priest will make you the offering. Next sacrifice, you are the sacrifice. Those words struck like ice water, dousing their skulls. Many Liu clan froze, then jolted awake. Wait, what happened? Why had they acted so irrationally? The sight of that hairless ape had drowned reason in bloodlust, reducing them to mindless beasts. Tactics, formations, all forgotten. Only primal shrieks, and blind frenzied charge. Terrifying. Purple Priest. The multi-limbed Leviathan steadied. Awakened by the shout, the Yellow Priest controlling the beast likewise regained clarity, and recognized his earlier lap. He gasped, beware, the hairless ape is unnatural. He wielded unknown power upon our war beasts, indirectly influencing us as well. Purple Priest replied, rest assured, we are already aware. A youth from the Qing division narrowly escaped the ape's grasp and delivered intelligence to the upper echelons. I am here to reinforce. More aid follows. He spoke truthfully. Qing M855, the one Daicang had spared, had only just summoned reinforcements. And only one had arrived, others still en route. As for the forces surrounding Daicang earlier, mere local garrison, now the true commander of the military, master of warfare, had just arrived fastest of all. Purple Priest astride the black dragon commanded, all units, sever emotional neural links to your war beasts. Then assume full-spectrum empathic control. Only thus shall our beasts resist the ape's influence. Purple Priest, the supreme commander of the military branch, ranked second only to the High Priest in combat prowess and unmatched in beast control mastery. Upon hearing the report, he instantly devised countermeasures. Swiftly Liu clan soldiers obeyed, cutting off their beasts' autonomous nervous control. Then they seized command themselves, demanding perfect synchronization. Their beasts staggered wildly, save only Yellow and Purple Priests who maintained composure. He is there, correct? Purple Priest gazed at the building, voice grave. I sense him, deep beneath its foundation. What is this hairless ape doing? Dismantling load-bearing pillars. What manner of ritual is this? Some alien cultural practice? Is he venting frustration in desperation? Or targeting infants specifically? Yet Liu clan spawned by the thousands. Why waste effort on such trivial prey? Puzzled, but undeterred. At his order, the bio-army dispersed, encircling the building. The Leviathan advanced to its perimeter, hundreds of tentacles coiling upward, poised to strike. Even the black dragon descended, landing with a ground-shaking thud, its multi-thousand-ton mass collapsing the earth beneath it. General, save us. Terrorists are inside the building. Windows burst open. Telepathic waves pulsed as adult Liu clan teachers levitated upward, drifting out like swimmers. They were swiftly received and calmed by the military. As for the juveniles, they could not fly. Their nascent telekinesis barely lifted their own limbs, let alone carried them airborne. Surely evacuating them would demand tremendous effort. Yet no, they would not evacuate. Every Liu clan soldier regarded the tens of thousands of juveniles within the school as utterly expendable. Unqualified Liu clan younglings were garbage. Refuse, sacrificial trimmings. Why waste resources? Civilians evacuated. All units, prepare for engagement. I am commencing assault. Purple Priest's telepathic command surged outward, rippling across 10,000 meters. Then the black dragon opened its maw. Transparent fluid erupted, igniting instantly upon expulsion, transforming into molten fire that cascaded onto the school. Dragon fire. At that very moment, boom. Most load-bearing pillars had been destroyed. The entire structure, unable to bear its own weight, began collapsing, from apex to foundation. 1,000-ton force. The ground trembled as the teaching building collapsed. This multi-hundred-ton structure crumbled layer by layer, engulfed in fierce flames from the dragon's breath, creating a truly magnificent scene. Everyone watched as the tall building collapsed layer by layer amidst the raging fire. The sight of the multi-hundred-ton building crashing down was awe-inspiring, yet it sparked concerns. Purple Priest, will that hairless ape? The mental wave of the Yellow Priest transformed into a beam and directly conveyed to the Purple Priest's mind. This tactic is commonly known as whispering, also referred to as a 1,000-meter transmission. The Purple Priest replied casually, "Don't worry, that hairless ape is quite sturdy, even more so than our clan's specially designed load-bearing skeleton. The collapsed building won't crush him. If it's just about being buried, that's more than enough." The building's collapse meant that the weight of several hundred tons wouldn't directly fall on a single person, making it difficult to even injure the target. Thus, the dragon's breath could turn stone into sludge, firmly suppressing the hairless ape beneath the ground, preventing its easy escape. This was the Purple Priest's intention. If it weren't for this boy's astonishing speed capable of leaving sound behind, I wouldn't have to resort to such extreme. Facing his colleague, the Purple Priest patiently explained. In his eyes, the hairless ape running underground was akin to walking into a trap. After all, someone's speed was so fast that it could surpass sound. In the land of the Liu clan, very few things could exceed the speed of sound. If that hairless ape attempted to flee, it would be difficult for the Liu clan to capture him unless they could set up an army formation to encircle him. Now this boy was precisely dismantling the load-bearing walls below, seizing the opportunity to destroy the building, thereby sealing him beneath the structure. After restricting his speed, they could slowly concoct a plan. Isn't it easy? His plan should proceed without unexpected complications. For this, as a priest, he deliberately opened the perspective of fortune, hoping to gain insights from the ethereal, yet actual flow of destiny. Thus the perspective shifted, and everything seemed to transform into differently colored energies, intertwining like threads, with them existing within one another. In his perspective, the clan's fortune remained strong. The 100-legged octopus stood tall, infused with green and purple. Only the resentment from the gradual demise of thousands of young ones stained the foundation of the clan's fortune with a hint of black. But this was inconsequential. Resentment is merely temporary. As long as the Liu clan develops steadily, these dark fortunes will dissipate over time. After all, the young ones are mostly pure liabilities to the clan, truly of no use. If innocent compatriots who have passed assessments are persecuted, causing the entire race's ethos to be affected by individual cases, only then might the clan's fortune be stained with indelible darkness. Yet what's strange is here. The Purple Priest looked at the clan's fortune represented by the 100-legged octopus, which seemed to be observing him as well. Its gaze was filled with confusion and incomprehension. It seemed to question, why are you destroying the clan's assets for no? As the clan's fortune questioned him, the Purple Priest felt his own fortune sway, a warning that the clan's fortune wanted to retract its favor. It seemed to be warning the Purple Priest, don't go too far. So, the Purple Priest was even more confused. I'm doing this for the clan. He couldn't help but explain, the entire clan knows that a hairless ape has come to our territory. If we can capture it alive, it will undoubtedly bring countless benefits to our clan. Isn't a little sacrifice permissible? However, the clan's fortune seemed even more perplexed. It looked around, inspecting both the inside and outside. In the world of fortune, everything has its own fate, whether it's the Liu clan or biological weapons, whether it's war beasts or earth and stones, whether it's bacteria or air. The fortunes of all things in the world are interconnected. Yet after searching for a long time, it found no trace of the hairless ape. The Liu clan's fortune. Don't get me wrong, the clan's fortune does not possess true wisdom. It is more like a collection of the clan's consciousness, instinctively helping things that benefit the clan's growth. The Purple Priest's actions were akin to opening a search bar only to find no entry for hairless ape after searching. Thus the clan's fortune merely issued a warning. The Purple Priest and the Yellow Priest exchanged glances. Surely, this can't be serious. You can't see such a large hairless ape. You are the embodiment of the clan's fortune. Even the slightest details we can't detect can become the key to turning the tide with the manipulation of fate. Yet you tell me you don't know what a hairless ape is. If it doesn't exist, it simply doesn't exist. The Purple Priest could only helplessly withdraw his attention. Back in reality, through the observation of mental waves, the hairless ape was indeed located underground, gradually moving upward. The building had already collapsed. Under the high temperature of the dragon's breath, the building melted into scorching lava, gradually filling the space for survival beneath the ruins. However, the hairless ape, which was originally trapped, seemed to be advancing through a tunnel. Had it discovered an underground path? No, that wasn't the case. Rather, it was using its fists to forcefully create a path. Thus, the earth trembled. Amidst the increasingly evident tremors, the ground erupted violently. Then a figure burst forth from the ground, soaring towards the sky. Covered in dust, its scant clothing hung on its body like rags, as if it had just emerged from a coal mine pitch black. All eyes were focused on it. Shock, disbelief, confusion. Barehanded, it had dug out a passage. What kind of monster is this? Roar. The roar of the dragon echoed. The purple priest reacted the fastest as the thousands of tons of black dragon leaped into the air, its claws breaking through the air, fiercely clawing at the hairless ape. It seemed to want to seize the moment, just as the ape had escaped capturing it in the instant it hadn't reacted, yet directly seizing and suppressing it. But it wasn't that simple. This act of digging its way out completely shattered the purple priest's psychological expectations, causing the danger level to skyrocket, capturing it alive. No, there was no guarantee. Kill it. Otherwise, such an existence would be a disaster for the Liu clan. However, in a moment of life and death, the figure simply stomped down hard. The air exploded, and it shot up over 10 meters in the air, barely avoiding the grasp of the dragon's claws. Immediately afterward, it erupted again. At the instant it landed on the back of the dragon's claw, an immense force erupted, causing the dragon's scales to explode under the horrifying power, its flesh collapsing instantly, and its bones cracking. The figure shot forth like a cannonball, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. It crashed brutally into the black dragon's head. Bang! The ultimate speed signified ultimate power. As the massive force erupted, the black dragon let out a pained roar, its brain crashing, and it tumbled down from the sky in distress. It crashed heavily into the ground. Amidst the loud crash, earth and stones scattered, dust swirling. The building collapsed. The account of the sentient lives lost due to the building's collapse all fell upon Daicang's head. Consequently, the system's notifications flooded the screen. The notifications flooded in so quickly that it was dazzling. Daicang clenched his fists, his expression cold. Yet no matter how serious and indifferent he tried to appear upon hearing the system's pleasant notification sound, he couldn't help but smile. Killed multiple sentient lives. Strength 78, 55. Hold it and don't laugh. After all, slaughtering sentient lives is not something to boast about, especially when they are just a bunch of young ones. He was forced into it, had no choice but to do so, and logically should not be smiling, even though they are all from different races and they were the first to be hostile. Uffed. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Such a windfall falling on my head is hard to resist. From the moment the mountain-shocking beasts attacked the hunting team, this has been a tribal war where right and wrong don't matter on a civilizational level. Even if it's known to the god of war, I must praise myself for the job well done. I told you I knew it. The human race has a long reproduction cycle. How can they meet the system's demands? Or perhaps your races are better delivering pillows when sleepiness strikes. With your help, I believe I can survive the apocalypse and maybe even slay that enormous alien beast. It's not impossible. Daicang laughed, grinning so widely that he couldn't straighten his back. The air trembled in a way the Liu clan couldn't comprehend, and none of his words seemed to have been heard by them. The Liu clan present could only feel shock and fear. The purple priest, the head of the military, the strongest visible figure beneath the chief priest of this Liu clan branch. Though there were many restrictions, he was still a super powerhouse among the millions of the Liu clan, and the black dragon he controlled was one of the top war beasts. However, the black dragon's seemingly inevitable strike not only achieved nothing, but was also smashed into the ground by such a small figure as Daicang. It's simply unscientific. Compared to war beasts, his small stature and weight of less than 100 kilograms, how could he unleash such tremendous power? No, it's not impossible. Such power that transcends science and logic has been witnessed before. That is, the power of the stellar god. Attack! The yellow priest couldn't contain himself, issuing orders. Thousands of biological troops immediately obeyed, orderly forming ranks surrounding Daicang tightly. 300 swift knife mantises rapidly closed in their arms, shimmering with a cold light. In the sky, the rear of the arrow bees erupted with numerous poisonous needles shooting towards Daicang like a barrage densely packed. And Daicang, he merely stood in place, moving his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the 1,000-ton force core. The overwhelming power caused Daicang, who had previously struggled to control it, to lose control of the surging strength. Don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean Daicang would hurt himself. Rather, it was about not being able to gauge the right amount. Exerting too much force leaves no room for survival. From the current perspective, this is the only flaw. No, there is one more flaw, which is, bang. Daicang suddenly shot upwards. The ground where he had been standing collapsed instantly, and he burst through the encirclement at over 2 Mach in the blink of an eye. As the vanguard's swift knife mantises were torn apart, they were helpless against such speed and immense power, creating. When Daicang finally braked in less than a second, he had already shot over 500 meters away. At this point, the overwhelming poisonous needles hadn't even fallen yet. He had already escaped the range of the ranged attacks. However, a bit dizzy, Daicang shook his head and, to break his feet, carved a noticeable trench in the ground. In the moment of explosion, the scenery around him became instantly blurred, everything leaping at extreme speed. At speeds surpassing sound, hearing became useless. What he could rely on was the vague instinct. Unfortunately, in terms of instincts, Daicang was not very skilled. He couldn't see the enemy, the world was rapidly retreating, and his body seemed to collide with something, yet even the sensation changed rapidly with numerous impacts. Only after breaking did the world become clear again. This is the cost. The so-called cost. This cheat is too simple and brutal. Daicang couldn't help but utter. However, there was no complaint in his expression. Having a cheat already put him many steps ahead, he wasn't the type to be a giant baby who was unsatisfied unless food was fed directly into his mouth. Creating a path over 500 meters, Daicang broke through the encirclement of the biological army, arriving before the black dragon. The latter's head had just suffered a heavy blow, and its thousands of tons of body fell from the sky, taking a moment to regain its senses. The purple priest had just reconnected when he saw Daicang. "How did you manage to?" he instinctively inquired. In the next moment, he restrained his mental wave and became clear-headed. Daicang. He hadn't even heard him naturally now. He only tightened his fist, muttering to himself, "Speaking of which, this little alien beast of yours should have the energy recoil by now. Why don't you use this power? Is it that you don't want to or can't?" Whoosh. His body turned into an afterimage. The real Daicang instantaneously leaped over 100 meters, abruptly stopping and turning, landing on the back. The panel displayed the black dragon's information. Small alien beast, sacred black flame dragon, strength, speed, mobility, reaction, defense abilities are all among the elite in the alien beast realm with no weaknesses. It possesses a special sac organ that when the stored sac liquid is expelled ignites instantly, erupting with Nurthausen degree high temperatures, and the liquid adheres to objects, accelerating combustion. The data on this black dragon was more detailed than that of ordinary alien beasts. That's quite normal. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilans, titans, angels. These types belong to the bloodlines of fantasies from a past life and are usually extremely powerful in combat. Like a giant pangolin, the mountain-shocking alien beasts, when there are many extraordinary realms and they are well prepared, are not afraid to haunt. But when encountering similar giants like this dragon, run. Run as far as you can. You may not even be able to outrun. If in the wilderness encountering such an alien beast, even if Daicang believes he has a 1,000-ton force, he wouldn't think of confronting it head-on. But this one is different. Standing on the black dragon's back, without the familiar energy recoil, it felt as though he were merely stepping on an ordinary alien beast. Then the situation became entirely different. Daicang went all out, his 5 fingers coming together to form a hand knife, striking down to cleave through the black dragon's tough scales embedding within. Then he stepped forward and tore with all his might. Slish! A large swath of flesh and scales was forcefully peeled away. He dragged the skin and flesh, sprinting towards the black dragon's head, leaving a trail of blood splattering everywhere. Tearing skin. On the back of the black dragon, a large patch of skin along with dragon scales and flesh was forcibly ripped off by Daicang. The wound stretched from the tail all the way to the dragon's head, the entire path covered in splattered blood, and then Daicang heard the black dragon's cry of pain. Oh, there was no cry. After all, the purple priest had temporarily severed this black dragon's brain nerves, and he was controlling it, as if manipulating a puppet. Only a direct attack to the head would lead to a temporary disruption of control. Thus what Daicang was doing on the black dragon's back did not even make it howl once. The next moment, under the lock of the thought wave, the black dragon swung its enormous tail, equivalent to its body length, and fiercely whipped towards Daicang's position. At the same time, the black dragon flapped its wings and hovered in the air, its claws twisted in an unnatural manner, aiming directly at Daicang. A triple assault, each strike containing tens of thousands of tons of force. Knowing he couldn't withstand it, head-on, Daicang simply withdrew, leaping straight into the air, then stomped down hard. The air exploded beneath his feet. Thousands of tons of force erupted from his soles, and the previously weightless air felt as solid as reality beneath him. As everyone knows, it is not difficult for humans to float in the air. You just need to step on the lift of the air, overcoming gravity and air resistance, and you can remain suspended. And what about Daicang? With one step, he broke the sound barrier, and after a sonic boom echoed, he shot out like an arrow released from its bow, exceeding a speed of over 100 meters per second, dodging, turning, dodging again, shooting straight down. He landed diagonally on the gigantic wing of the black dragon. The black dragon's wings were incredibly powerful, tough, large, and agile, able to support the thousands of tons of the black dragon's weight, soaring freely in the sky at an astonishing speed. If it were the previous Daicang, he would likely have been thrown off by the black dragon's wings. But now that would not happen. His toes dug deeply into the dragon's scales, the immense force rooting him onto the trembling wings of the black dragon, and then he clenched his fist, downward smash. The immense force burst forth, causing the dragon's scales and flesh to cave, and the outrageous pressure directly penetrating through flesh, reaching the bones. Then under the 1,000-ton punch, the bones began to crack. Daicang's punching speed was astonishing, delivering 100 punches in 1 second each punch, carrying a force exceeding 600 tons. Within less than a second, the bones of the black dragon's wing shattered and broke. Then it was as if pulling a thread would affect the whole body. With one wing rendered useless, the other wing could not maintain balance and could only begin to fall from the sky. No, wait. It did not fall. With just one wing, the black dragon surprisingly remained airborne. Despite its movements being ridiculous and its speed greatly reduced, this black dragon was incredibly resilient, still managing to stay in the air without crashing. The thought wave locked onto Daicang again, and the purple priest dared not underestimate him. He was utterly terrified. In just a few seconds, his precious battle beast had lost a wing. If this continued, would he end up dismantling the whole dragon? The purple priest was filled with regret. His greatest fear had come true. It was simple: the enemy's speed was too fast and his strength was overwhelmingly strong, relying solely on these two plain values to disregard the landrace's army. Even deploying high-level battle beasts, small exotic beasts would not be able to deal with him. Moreover, could this hairless why hadn't it shown before? No, he wasn't flying. He was walking in the air by stepping on the exploded air. It wasn't even walking. With one step exploding the air, his speed could exceed 100 meters per second. The air had... At this moment, the purple priest observed Daicang with utmost scrutiny, firmly locking onto him without shifting an inch. Meanwhile, Daicang was growing increasingly adept. His figure resembled a phantom moving around the black dragon in seconds, dodging the dragon's erratic attacks. Feeling the strong winds blowing, the sharp claws brushing against his skin, Daicang felt an exhilarating thrill. Even the recently surged power was quickly mastered during the battle, and his aerial maneuvers became increasingly fluid. Is this the feeling of flying? Walking in the air is so pleasant and free. He couldn't help but exclaim. As long as the power is sufficient, walking in the air is surprisingly simple. Unfortunately, the air density is too low. Even with all my effort, my speed in the air is not even 1/5 of that on the ground. Besides, the consumption of stamina is enormous. After dozens of seconds of maneuvering, Daicang swiftly dodged the black dragon's swipe and suddenly dove towards. This time, seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful blow that struck hard into the black dragon's nape, the immense force penetrating through dragon scales and flesh directly into its body. It caused cracks to appear in its skull. With its brain injured, the black dragon let out a roar and began to convulse again. The purple priest felt his control drop by at least 80%. In that moment, the black giant dragon flapped its single wing wildly in the air, its tail thrashing about. Daicang, however, leaped up, standing atop the dragon beast. He firmly grasped one of the black dragon's horns. The horn was connected to the skull, sharp and incredibly hard, serving as both a weapon for the black dragon and a means for Daicang to control its direction. With both hands gripping the dragon horn, Daicang became fierce. 1,000 tons of force erupted, affecting the black dragon itself and causing it to plunge in the direction Daicang exerted force. Meanwhile, the purple priest frantically fought to regain control. Below, the onlookers saw the black dragon's single wing flapping wildly, swaying erratically while tilting downwards. It did not seem like a fall. It felt more like gliding. Everyone watched as the thousands of tons black giant dragon carved through the air, ultimately reaching above the city. It smashed towards countless buildings and massive trees. Thousands of tons of weight cascaded down, crashing directly into two symmetrical twin teaching buildings, followed by a violent explosion and collapse. Needless to say, the several thousand tons of black giant dragon were far more impactful than an airplane. At the moment of crashing through the buildings, Daicang only heard a resounding notification: killed multiple sentient beings. Power 1448, power 985. As the two buildings collapsed, external notifications continued to. This surprised Daicang. So this can be counted on my head. Should have said so earlier. He was thrilled. Initially, taking down that building involved tens of thousands from the land race, but the count that could be attributed to him was less than 10,000. It could only be said that the black dragon's breath had dragged him down. Thinking of this, Daicang felt his blood pressure rise. Those younglings of the land race are your kin. How could you beast be so ruthless against your own kind? You killed more than I did. Is there a reward for killing people? If there's no reward, why kill at all? Now Daicang seized the opportunity to make this black dragon pay its debt. Good fellow, come on and fly for me. Crash over there. Daicang fiercely maneuvered the steering wheel. No, the dragon. Thus the black dragon abstractly turned in the air, crashing towards another 100-meter building made of giant trees. The giant tree was snapped in half. The building collapsed, and the number of casualties was countless. Killed multiple sentient beings. Power 458, Daicang. So few. Daicang was perplexed, controlling the black dragon to strike another ordinary building, and this time the feedback was much more. Power 2558, watching the building being broken, half of it crashing to the ground, kicking up countless dust. Inside, the land race naturally could not survive. Daicang understood the pattern. The population density of the giant tree building was too low, he had to fly around it. Such concrete buildings had to be targeted. Thus, riding the black giant dragon, Daicang showed no mercy, controlling it to smash into the prominent buildings in the city. Thousands of tons of body charged recklessly. There wasn't a single building in the entire city that could withstand its charge. Because of this, power 2144, power 1833, power 1420, power 927, power. Daicang discovered that as the number of collisions increased, his kill count decreased. Meanwhile, amid the ruins, the remains of the dead became increasingly sparse. The answer was simple: it wasn't a system malfunction, but the land race was somewhat of a civilization, a biological civilization, beast control civilization. It was not uncommon for battle beasts to go out of control. Especially high-level battle beasts, small exotic beasts. Whenever they went berserk in the city, they would take countless lives with. Thus, there were countless shelters in the city. As time passed, more and more land race individuals burrowed underground to take refuge, leaving the streets and buildings utterly deserted. Boom. A building was collapsed by the Black Dragon. However, this time, there was no response from the external notifications. A look of disappointment appeared on Daicang's face. What a pity. No. People must learn to be content. He looked at the total displayed by his external notification. Power 25399 2,500 tons of punching power. Such an outrageous amount. How long would it take to achieve this in the outer city? To have so many blind people killed for him. One must say the alien races were indeed generous. Thank you. Daicang grinned, holding the dragon horn to maintain his balance, then raised his right foot and stomped down hard. Bang. The power of a person's legs is 3 times that of their fists. This stomp, combined with the martial artist's explosive technique, burst through the scales and flesh, penetrating into the skull with over 7,000 tons of force. The Black Dragon immediately let out a wail, falling from the sky. Daicang stood firmly on the dragon's head, and before this dragon vehicle could stabilize, he moved again, stomping down on the skull at supersonic speed. He had to stabilize himself. With Daicang's current strength, just the reaction force from a stomp would send him flying even if he hit the air, so he had to hold on while hitting. The same applied to dragons. Soon, with Daicang's efforts, the Black Dragon's skull shattered. The cranial fluid was exposed and then crushed under the immense force. The Black Dragon's huge body convulsed on the spot. Without saying a word, he replicated the scene of hunting the mountain-shocking beast, directly diving into the Black Dragon's brain, wreaking havoc. After a dozen seconds, the back of the Black Dragon's head bulged, bang, and was forcefully broken open. A figure landed holding a mass weighing several dozen kilograms. A landrace purple priest. Having captured a high-ranking member of the landrace, Daicang was about to interrogate him in detail. Killed a sentient being, power 1 Daicang. He looked at the centipede-like octopus in his hand. This thing had already exploded. Sorry, mine. The surge in power was too much, I couldn't control it. Daicang's face showed a hint of apology. He hadn't intended to kill him. In fact, if possible, he didn't want to kill any of these adult landrace elites. Though he did not harbor good feelings towards the alien races, it did not mean he had bad feelings. Even if you wanted to attack me, enslave me, or put me to death, I would only hold a small grudge and would not bear a grudge. It was like cooking a chicken, or if the chicken pecked me in its dying moments, I would only consider myself unlucky, not hate it. Moreover, the landrace could survive under the watch of exotic beasts. Their biological technology alone, of course, this was for the outer city. In the outer city, even food was a problem, whether it was exotic beasts or crops. They carried pollution, and even nutritional paste had to be imported from the inner city. What pollution? Of course, it was the infection from the breath of the stellar behemoth. The fact that the land race could survive proved that their biological technology had at least developed to the point of evolving against pollution. Just this was enough for Daicang to risk making friends with them. Well, to befriend. Another layer of meaning was not very elegant, so I won't explain. In the midst of the ruins, Daicang took a deep breath. He was now flushed with beads of sweat streaming down his fresh. This was a fairly long battle. Daicang, who was at the 5th stage of the mortal realm, also felt fatigued. Even though his power had grown, his stamina had not changed. To give an analogy, if in the past it took him a minute to exert himself to throw 100 punches and feel tired, now he could unleash 100 punches with full force in just 2 to 3 seconds. In other words, this 2 to 3 seconds of time was equivalent to his previous minute's consumption. Under the premise of unchanged stamina, of course, it was exhausting. Of course, such exhaustion only occurred during battles that exceeded his level. Normally, a casual strike could carry 1,000 tons of force easily, taking down a micro-exotic beast, and even a few thousand or 10,000 would not be enough to kill. Stepping over the corpse of the black giant dragon, Daicang looked into the distance and saw the biological army gradually approaching his direction. Naturally, Daicang could go on a killing spree again, but a foolish person would not engage in an activity where the benefits did not outweigh the costs. Without any communication, he stomped hard. Bang! A massive crater appeared instantly on the ground. Daicang himself, in the blink of an eye, shot out from his original position, transforming into a fleeting shadow in the distance. He quickly vanished from sight. Silence. The colossal beast opened its eyes, gazing down at the frail dragon corpse before it. Beside the black dragon's body lay the shattered remains of the purple priest. The wielder of the colossal beast, the high priest of this branch, silently observed the latest report presented by his. At this very moment, as the high priest, he found himself in a confrontation with the fate of his race. Are you saying that the purple priest suddenly went mad, controlling the black dragon to rampage through the city, and then committed suicide out of guilt? Is this what you believe to be the truth? The high priest stared intently at the manifestation of the fate of his race. As the high priest, he was equivalent to the child of fate in this branch, allowing him to observe the flow of fate and glean some relevant information from it. He discovered that a strand of black had tainted the foundation of the racial fate. It was the resentment from the young of the land tribe, who had died unjustly. It had merely tainted a small part. This slight resentment would gradually dissipate with time, and the high priest did not concern himself with such trivial matters. After all, when that group of younglings was sacrificed as fuel, the accumulated resentment was far more than this, and it had all been completely dispelled. What the high priest cared about was The deaths of two major priests within just a few days, which had weakened the fate of. Although the size appeared unchanged, the new priests would need time to grow, and during this period the natural fate of the race would decline and shrink. It was akin to an army losing its general. The combat power of this army would diminish before a new general could take it. The racial fate, devoid of thought, acted purely on instinct and could not provide the high priest with any human-like answers. After a long silence, the high priest withdrew from the perspective of fate observation. He turned to the other priests gathered for the meeting, stating, "You all must have seen it. The current fate of our race cannot be relied upon. If we wish to break the deadlock, we can only rely on ourselves. Unlike before, the aggressor is not the stubborn sea tribes nor the irrational beasts, but beings with the same intelligence as us, land tribe, and they are incredibly powerful." Thoughts were transmitted in bundles precisely delivered. The high priest's words seeped into the minds of every priest present. At this moment, the yellow priest also spoke. "You all have seen the data and know that I had encountered that hairless ape. You all must be very careful. That hairless ape is not just cunning and ruthless, but its racial abilities are exceptionally unique, capable of causing our tamed battle beasts to go berserk. The rampage of our battle beasts will also affect us, the operators connected to their minds, driving us to madness as well. Furthermore, based on the last battle experience, we have evaluated the physical attributes of that hairless ape. You can take. It's simply unbelievable that such a creature exists in this world." As he spoke, the images from the yellow priest's memory were transmitted through thought waves, quickly copied and pasted by the other priests. Not only were there images from the prior battle, but also detailed analyses from the researchers. The ape species was familiar to everyone. As for this hairless ape, its physiological structure appeared to be quite similar. Initially, during my first encounter with him, his punch had a power exceeding 200 tons, while his leg strength broke through 600 tons. This data is exactly the same as that of the killer who murdered the red priest. This was the information provided in the yellow priest's thought wave archive. Prior to this, after the death of the red priest, both his body and that of the mountain-shaking beast remained there. Just by studying the surrounding environment and the bodies, one could deduce the killer's shape, height, weight, strength, and other factors with reasonable accuracy. From this point onward, the data matched up. The hairless ape that infiltrated the incubation facility and the one that killed the red priest were the same creature. Then, this hairless ape collapsed an entire teaching building. Out of the tens of thousands of students inside, 8 or 9 out of 10 died. From that moment on, the data for this hairless ape underwent a tremendous change. While other metrics remained unchanged, his strength began to grow exponentially. His punch power could reach 1,000 tons. Leg power exceeded 3,000 tons. When unleashing his full strength, his maximum speed approached 900 meters per second. That exceeds twice the speed of sound. The expressions of the priests grew serious. Although they knew that the hairless ape was powerful, it was only when they faced the concrete data that they truly grasped its magnitude. To be honest, such data wasn't terrifying in itself. After all, the battle beasts controlled by the priests easily exceeded 10,000 tons of strength, capable of swatting this hairless ape into a pancake. Well, that is if they could hit it. The problem lay here: they couldn't land a blow. Of course, even so, they could still hold their ground, relying on their advanced battle beasts. After all, with chi protecting their bodies, the hairless ape couldn't breach their defenses. Getting too close could even endanger itself. However, even merely seeing this hairless ape could provoke the battle beasts to go berserk. To maintain their sanity, the purple priest had no choice but to switch to a mode of complete control. As a consequence, the battle beasts, driven by instinct, could not wield the chi. They did not know how to apply it. It was precisely for this reason that the exceptionally powerful black dragon was breached and killed by that hairless ape. But that wasn't even the most terrifying part. What is most incomprehensible? His increase in strength does not seem like the result of pushing past limits, but rather a natural evolution of power. We have no idea what transpired, yet he inexplicably became stronger. By the time he killed the purple priest, the force of his punch had already surpassed 2,500 tons. His legs had a tremendous power exceeding 7,500 tons. His maximum speed could even approach 1,500 meters per second, over 4 times the speed of sound. The data was glaringly displayed before their eyes. Some priests, the more they looked, felt increasingly baffled. Wait, why? How could he become stronger so rapidly? With such a frail body, how can it bear such immense strength without any cost? Their tones conveyed disbelief, along with a hint of frustration. However, fortunately, he still had weaknesses. Good news. Despite the increase in strength, the hairless ape's reaction speed remains unchanged, nor has its stamina seen any improvement. This might be our opportunity. The yellow priest shut the data, his eyes gleaming. The other priests turned to look at him. As the only one present who had faced that hairless ape and survived, his words carried significant reference value. The high priest immediately asked, "What should we do?" The yellow priest answered with a single word: trap. A great distance from the territory of the land tribe, Daicang stood within a cave surrounded by green light, unveiling his spoils. Containers filled with hundreds of, or rather the embryos of the land tribe. This thing was extremely valuable, capable of mass-producing sentient life forms. Even external forces were envious. Yet when Daicang opened the container, he quietly closed the lid again. How to say it? They had all been shaken up. Was the land tribe's embryos this fragile? After just a few supersonic battles, how could they have turned to mush? Daicang slapped his face, sighing. The plan was poorly thought out. I only focused on snatching their genetic eggs and forgot to handle them with care. Since the plan had failed, it was better to return and devise a new strategy. Now with his newfound strength, leaving this abyss was easy. He could even fly through the air. However, Daicang opened the box again. He reached out, dipped a bit of egg liquid, and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened. This stuff was quite nutritious. As a martial artist, his keen senses quickly relayed any discomfort to his brain after consuming food. Moreover, being selected from a genetic standpoint, the martial artist tribe's body would automatically identify toxic substances. After undergoing compulsory education, Daicang could also discern if food was poisonous through various means. Even higher levels of infection and corruption would not escape his perception. At this moment, his body was telling him, nutritious and high in calories. Not much different from nutritional paste. No wonder the land tribe is so normal. Apparently, they haven't been corrupted by evil gods. At least the unborn younglings are normal. Daicang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that the land tribe was not only enticing in terms of biological technology, but that they themselves were also sufficiently pure. Great, now he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Without hesitation, Daicang took a large gulp, swallowing the egg whites, yolks, and shells alike. The martial artist tribe's robust digestive system quickly broke it down into the necessary substances and energy for the body. At this moment, his injuries had largely healed. Thus, he stood up and began practicing martial arts. Soon, Daicang's mind became focused and tranquil. In this ethereal state, his recently surged power gradually became adept through repeated practice of the techniques. Time passed swiftly. Days turned to nights. The scene shifted back to the gathering place of the land tribe. The ruined city was being rebuilt with various oversized insects and animals bustling about, their bodies adorned with diverse functional limbs within the city. Thanks to the efforts and cooperation of these creatures, the ruins vanished at a visible rate, replaced by towering new. One could not help but praise how technology changes life. It had only been a few days. As this city fervently reconstructed, hi, a supersonic figure approached at breakneck speed, shattering glass in its wake and leaving a piercing shriek that echoed through the air. This figure charged directly toward a towering skyscraper. Boom! The immense force erupted, crashing through the building. The figure weaved between the load-bearing columns at the base of the building, not bothering to stop for destruction. Thanks to his newfound strength, Daicang could simply charge through, shattering any material in his path. Going back and forth dozens of times, the entire process took less than a minute. In the next moment, the skyscraper that housed thousands of land tribe members collapsed. The busy construction creatures. The land tribe members at work. The young land tribe members just returning to school. The supervising blue priest. The blue priest and his department were responsible for the construction of land tribe infrastructure, ecological environment arrangements, maintenance, and food synthesis. When he watched the newly repaired skyscraper collapse, he laughed in anger. Enemy attack. The hairless ape is. Sound the alarm. This is not a drill, this is war. Instantly, the red alarm rang throughout the city. In these past few days, the city residents who had undergone multiple drills evacuated to the underground safe base. Even so, Daicang moved at astonishing speed, smashing through one load-bearing column after another, watching them collapse under the force of gravity. As the one directly responsible, the alert sounds from the external force flooded the screen. Daicang's power. You have killed multiple sentient beings. Power 18455. In the next moment, from all directions, a massive army of creatures surged forth. Among them were small battle beasts exceeding 100 meters in length, moving with tens of thousands of tons of bodies like a moving small mountain, charging toward him with overwhelming momentum. So quick to react. Daicang was astonished. As the alarm echoed throughout the city, his killing efficiency plummeted. After working hard to demolish over a dozen buildings, the number of land tribe casualties was even less than 20,000. To be clear, there were over 10 million land tribe members in this city. Moreover, those young land tribe members were densely packed. In one building there were over 10,000 students, and below there were over 10,000 fuels sealed after failing to compete. However, this time, not only had the density drastically decreased, but even the younglings acting as fuel below had vanished without a trace. Such efficiency could easily defeat any nation from his previous life, truly impressive for a civilization that had survived among beasts. As the skyscraper before him collapsed, Daicang looked out, spotting thousands of large spiders spreading their wings, soaring through the skies. A giant spider exceeding 100 meters in size hovered above the city, its 8 eyes glaring menacingly. Then, white silk was spun into a net by thousands of large spiders, covering the sky and raining down. From all directions, countless poisonous needles shot forth, turning the sky black like a rain of arrows. Thousands of meters away, dense purple fireflies surrounded Daicang, detonating themselves. The purple mist spread rapidly. At this moment, Daicang clearly felt the net of heaven and earth. In just 10 minutes, the various traps buried in the city were activated, surrounding him in an instant. Surrounding him was a saturation strike that made one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Yet, Daicang glanced at the information from the external force. Power 43855, 4,300 tons of punch power. Thousands of traps, countless targets. Do they truly think I cannot break through with sheer strength? Spiderwebs. Daicang had encountered them before. Transparent ones suspended from the cavern ceiling, which had once halted him mid-fall. Woven across the rim of the abyss, they served both as barriers against falling debris and as defenses against aerial predators. That they had stopped Daicang was sheer coincidence. This time, however, a deluge of spiderwebs descended, not transparent, but starkly white. Yet, he didn't need to touch them to know. The tensile strength and adhesive potency of these webs far surpassed those of the translucent variety, by orders of magnitude. His power had surged dramatically. He felt no fear, but caution remained paramount. And so Daicang chose not to meet force with force. In the next instant, he stomped hard upon the earth. Ground shattered outward as he launched himself forward at supersonic velocity, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Even before the spiderwebs fully enveloped the battlefield, a storm of venomous needles struck first. Unlike past skirmishes with local enforcers, Daicang now faced a disciplined, coordinated army of the Liu clan. The escalation in difficulty was astronomical. Thousands of needles screamed through the air faster than sound, each laced with neurotoxic venom calibrated to kill small, monstrous beasts. Proof that capture was no longer the objective, only annihilation mattered. Yet before this torrent of death reached him, Daicang did just one thing. He raised both hands and clapped. Boom! 1,000-ton force erupted. The supersonic clap unleashed a violent shockwave radiating outward in all directions with explosive fury. Needles nearing his body were violently deflected, scattering like shattered glass. A saturation barrage, yet utterly neutralized. Daicang stood unscathed, yet he halted at the battlefield's edge, his expression clouded with hesitation. The reason was simple. Ahead lay a vast expanse shrouded in corrosive purple mist. The mist itself was trivial, the corrosion it carried was not. At that moment the ground trembled violently. Dozens of giant centipedes, each over 10 meters long, erupted from the soil. The instant they beheld Daicang, they charged without hesitation, reckless, relentless, and utterly self-sacrificial. Daicang's eyes gleamed excellent. In the next breath, as the first centipede lunged, he seized it barehanded, his wrist piercing its iron-hard chitin, plunging deep into pulsing flesh. Gripped tight. Then with a roar he swung the creature overhead. Haji centipede cyclone. SSSSS. A bewildered shriek tore from the centipede's maw. Then instead of threatening Daicang, the 10-meter-long beast became little more than a blurring rotor flung so fast it left afterimages in its wake. Any centipede caught in its periphery was instantly pulverized. Moreover, as the beast spun, gale-force winds erupted, dispelling the thick, creeping purple mist like smoke before a gale. A pillow arrives just as sleep beckons. Thank you. Watching the toxic fog recoil as if repelled by divine will, Daicang broke into a genuine radiant smile. But in the next breath his brow furrowed. Something was deeply, profoundly wrong. Would the enemy truly gift him such? Then his premonition proved true. A sharp, stinging pain bloomed along his wrist, where it had touched the centipede's body. He hurled the creature aside, and when he opened his palm he saw droplets of its viscous fluid sizzle upon impact, instantly corroding the ground into smoking craters. And on his own hand the skin had paled, blanched as though seared by concentrated acid. Yet even as the injury manifested, his flesh began healing, swiftly, autonomously. A minor abrasion no deeper than a scrape vanished within seconds. Daicang murmured, "I overestimated you." Had this been his former self, he might well have fallen. Alas, his defensive resilience had risen in tandem with his strength. That these centipedes' acidic secretions could breach his guard at all was already extraordinary. But that was all they could achieve. Clearly their traps lagged behind his evolution. So, Daicang tilted his head upward, toward the sky. Above, a blizzard of white spiderwebs descended. Countless arachnids clinging to the abyssal rim, spinning relentlessly as if determined to drown the entire battlefield beneath silk. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick that shattered the sonic barrier. Beyond the shrieking hypersonic whine, his foot's tip glowed cherry red from aerodynamic heating, its surface temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. Velocity, heat, 10th impact. Even mountain-splitting beasts would be hurled skyward by such a blow, and before its ferocity the descending webstorm snapped apart like brittle thread. The resulting shockwave exploded outward like a high-yield detonation, shattering corpses, pulverizing debris, and shredding spiderwebs into drifting ash. In one strike, a radius of dozens of meters lay utterly cleansed of threat. Yet it was not over. He lifted his gaze upward toward the heavens, where suspended atop translucent silk a kilometer above loomed a colossal spider, 100 meters long. Then Daicang bent his knees and pushed off the earth. Like a cannonball fired from a celestial barrel, he shot skyward, straight toward the vault of heaven. Giant spider. Propelled like a hypersonic missile, his body pierced the sound barrier in an instant, yet he demanded more. His feet hammered the air 10 times per second, igniting micro-explosions with every thrust. Accelerating further still, webs ahead tore like parchment. Within less than a second, Daicang, traveling near 6 Mach, reached the spider's extremity, then drove straight through its carapace, burrowing deep into its very core. It was like tunneling through flesh, organs, bones, sinew, all dissolving under the weight of his forthizanton force, as insubstantial as mist before a typhoon. In mere seconds, its skull exploded outward. Daicang emerged gripping a 100-limbed octopus bursting forth from the ruptured cranium. Elsewhere beyond the battlefield, the clan's high priests watched Daicang's every move. They saw how this hairless ape merely clapped his hands, and a shockwave dispersed the needle storm as if it were dust. The acid-dripping centipedes, designed for ambush, failed to wound him in the slightest. Even the concealed toxic mist dissolved effortlessly beneath his passage. Spider silk theoretically capable of bearing thousands of tons of tension shattered before him. Yet he soared higher still, ascending to slay the Liu clan's elite war beast. And with it the blue priest, ensconced within, perished too. The blue priest was captured, not killed. An orange priest, close friend to the fallen, protested, "I believe he can still be saved. This hairless ape is terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps we should negotiate." Finally, a Liu elder concluded that continued combat amounted to pure loss. The orange priest oversaw economics, the blue priest construction. Their domains intertwined, so naturally their rapport ran deep. Thus an alternative notion took root in the orange priest's mind. Rather than sacrifice more lives, why not open dialogue? Yet, absolutely forbidden. A mountain-sized silhouette drew near. It was the golden body rhinoceros, a top-tier war beast weighing tens of thousands of tons. From its mind came a wave of frustrated telepathy. That hairless ape. One alone possesses such monstrous power. How terrifying must his entire species be? If he escapes and reports our existence, our future shall be besieged by legions, thousands upon thousands, of such apes. He must not live, absolutely not. Not only must he die, but his flesh and blood shall be cloned, forging an invincible legion of hairless apes. At these words, even the orange priest recoiled in shock. Recognizing the speaker, he fell silent. This was no orange, red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, or violet priest. This was the black priest, the most ruthless, the most uncompromising, the one who would do anything for the clan's supremacy, its shadow enforcer, its black-gloved executioner. The black priest, blessed by clan fortune and commanding the golden body rhinoceros, his martial prowess rivaled, even slightly surpassed, that of the violet priest, master of the sacred black flame dragon. His word was effectively the will of the clan, its destiny made manifest. Even the high priest rarely dared contradict him outright. "Very well, I yield to your judgment. Black priest, what is your plan?" Instantly, a black serpent hundreds of meters long approached the rhinoceros, its 1,000 segmented legs moving like those of a centipede. Its speaker was the Liu clan's chief scientist, the green priest who oversaw genetic engineering and countless other disciplines. The serpent he controlled was both a high-tier war beast and a bioengineered marvel. Perfect timing. The black priest commanded, voice grave, "Deploy everything from your laboratories. Even if this city becomes rubble, we will eradicate that hairless ape." "Are you certain?" The green priest chuckled darkly. "A million hatchlings lie buried beneath my hand. What of this year's sacrifice? If quantity falls short, quality must compensate. Should this city truly become ruins, our next sacrificial offerings must be drawn from the clan's elite. Then resentment will coalesce into tangible malice. Our clan fortune will take decades to recover. Our expansionist ambitions would suffer irreparable harm. How precisely will you explain this to the other branches, and to the main branch?" A consummate technocrat, the green priest feared no one, not even hierarchy. To him, social niceties meant nothing. Only empirical results mattered. Yet his logic held weight. Simple. I shall sacrifice myself. I propose it. I bear responsibility. In the next sacrifice, I shall lead as offering, and return the favor of clan fortune, minimizing the backlash of resentment to the utmost. Thus should the people rage, their wrath shall fall solely upon me. I accept all consequences. At this, even the green priest fell silent. True to his nature, the black priest embraced extremes. No method too drastic, no cost too great, if it served the clan's ascension. Even self-immolation was acceptable. Orders were issued. Annihilation protocol activated. Unlike the technology of his past life, the Liu clan was a biological civilization, profoundly warped, for their science had not been earned through research but bestowed by a malevolent deity in sudden grotesque ascension. In mass production, they could field legions of biowarriors overnight. A single razor mantis could cleave stone like tofu and sprint at 50 meters per second. By past world standards, it was an urban warfare nightmare, unstoppable. Further environment-adapted bioconstructs enabled effortless terraforming and architecture. Against micro and small-tier monstrous beasts, they slaughtered with the ease of reaping melons. Yet in area-denial weaponry, the Liu clan possessed neither nuclear fission nor fusion, leaving only one path to amplify destructive yield. Overwhelming volume. Back on the battlefield. Catapults, ready. Fire. At the battlefield's edge, a mysterious organism, spherical, several tons in mass, radiating crimson light, was hurled skyward by titanic force. In that instant, Daicang's hair stood on end. Following his instinct, he turned, just as the crimson mass blazed ever brighter, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Straight toward him. What is that? His pupils contracted, then recognition struck, self-detonating fire. Those creatures were no larger than basins. Their bioluminescent oil upon explosion could scorch surfaces up to 100 meters away, clinging like napalm. A microbeast hit once would lose half its life. These, clearly their evolved successors. You are finished. In Daicang's grip, the captive blue priest inscribed cold words in the air via telepathy. Our resolve is absolute. We will spare no cost to exterminate you here. Capturing me serves no purpose. We do not bargain with terrorists. Indeed, the Blue Priest spoke directly. Evidently, he had learned from Qing M855 that Daicang possessed rudimentary fluency in the Lu tongue, enough for basic communication. Though writing alone sufficed. Fine, you've got grit, Daicang acknowledged impressed. Then he crushed the 100-limbed octopus in his fist. Killed one sentient life form. Strength 1. Discarding the corpse, he ignored the encroaching purple mist, held his breath, and fled, swiftly, decisively. Yet, above, they unfurled wings midair, gliding 10,000 meters toward Daicang, then plummeted like guided missiles. Boom. Blinding light erupted. A fireball surged skyward, scalding bio-oil ignited and spread hundreds, then thousands, of meters outward, transforming the surroundings into an inferno in an instant. It wasn't one explosion, it was hundreds raining down in total saturation, and more. Even the violet mist itself ignited, exploding with greater violence than any dust detonation. A blast radius spanning kilometers, heat and shockwave radiating like a missile carpet bombing campaign. Skyscrapers vaporized instantly. Dust and rubble soared into the stratosphere. Even the earth, drenched in burning fuel, melted into incandescent magma, hot enough to liquefy steel. Amidst the cataclysmic shockwave and furnace heat, a figure leapt forth. It was Daicang. Now his body was charred black, riddled with wounds, yet alive. The explosion nearly engulfed half the city. Not only the ground, but even the sky transformed into a sea. The torrential rain of fire descended like heavenly fire, with violent explosions creating massive mushroom clouds as the earth trembled, and a colossal cloud of dust surged into the sky, sweeping the entire city. Even the glowing moss around was scorched. Under the cover of dust, visibility plummeted. Daicang fell to the ground, plowing through the earth for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. The shockwave and shrapnel tore through his skin. The bone-melting heat scorched his flesh and blood. Daicang's body trembled violently, shaking off the fuel that clung to his skin and penetrated deep within, causing sparks to fly around him. Hiss! He inhaled a breath of cool, hot air. Cough, cough, cough. He nearly choked himself. The superheated air burned his lungs, but was pulled back by his self-healing ability. This was manageable. The key was that with this breath, Daicang did not feel his mind clear. His thoughts became even more muddled. Something was wrong, very wrong. This was clearly a symptom of oxygen deprivation. It was only then that he realized, amidst the swirling dust, that the surrounding air had been tainted with a vast amount of pollutants. Even the oxygen in the air had been burned away. Injured. Just a minor issue. Under the self-healing power of his talent, immortal indestructibility, these seemingly serious injuries did not affect his core. They were visibly healing rapidly. But what Daicang faced was not just injuries. There was also the lack of oxygen. The treacherous Lu clan, a swarm of self-exploding bugs more ferocious than the cloud bombs under saturation bombardment, had incinerated all the surrounding oxygen. The bombings were merely a facade. The real killing move lay here. In that moment, Daicang's desire for slaughter in the city dissipated, and he knelt without hesitation. With a push of his legs, the ground erupted, and the surrounding dust dispersed. Daicang shot forth like a cannonball. The already resistant air now turned into larger particles of dust. In the supersonic displacement, he was struck against his body. His already battered body experienced pain akin to being flayed alive. Daicang's expression contorted. Yet despite this, he still charged forward at full speed, covering nearly 2 kilometers in a single second. The scenery around him became incredibly blurred. Along the way, any obstacles were smashed aside. But with the violent movement, Daicang felt his mind becoming increasingly unclear, as if he would collapse at any moment. Something was off. Daicang suddenly realized that while his brain was chaotic, he could still manage a tenuous clarity, as if he had endured 3 sleepless nights, longing to fall asleep on the spot. But ultimately his brain had not completely shut down. It remained at a dangerous critical point. So that's... Daicang suddenly realized something, and quickly halted his steps, lowering his bonus energy consumption to a minimum. Indeed, the chaos and blurriness in his mind began to dissipate, clarity returning, and his intelligence regained dominance. It was immortal indestructibility. Although it was only a rank, this talent was a genuine immortal indestructibility, not some rapid healing. His self-healing ability was not as great as those specialized healing talents. But what about immortality? He suddenly discovered that when his bodily functions dropped to the critical point, this immortal indestructibility talent could urgently lock his blood. Furthermore, on this basis, it slowly restored his blood volume. If the rate of blood loss exceeded the rate of recovery, then it would be certain death, no doubt about it. Conversely, he could survive. Daicang then realized that whether it was oxygen deprivation or lack of water and food, at least this immortal indestructibility talent could barely keep him alive. After realizing this, Daicang collapsed on the spot. Did we succeed? The Black Priest looked somewhat excited. This wave of bombardment reduced half the city to ruins. Dust spread throughout the entire city. Although the technology of the Lu clan had yet to reach the atomic level, they couldn't create nuclear bombs, but their weapons beneath nuclear bombs were sufficient. Under saturation bombardment, did he still have a chance of survival? The priests waited anxiously. This operation was not subtly arranged. The key lay in the willingness to sacrifice. After a round of bombardment, who knows how many compatriots would die an untimely death? At the cost of half the city, I do not believe you will not die. Gradually the dust began to settle. It is well known that air is circulating. The Black Priest mobilized the biological army to scout. A vast array of biological weapons searched for signs of life among the ruins. However, aside from their own people in hiding, they found nothing. Could it be that he has died without a trace? The Orange Priest speculated, after the explosion of the thermal pressure self-exploding bugs, the temperature of the fuel could melt steel, perhaps even his ashes have been incinerated. Upon hearing this, the Green Priest and the Black Priest turned in disbelief. Where did this illiterate come from? Did you pass your daily assessments by cheating? With just those two sentences, the Orange Priest was left speechless. Yes, he is not so easy to kill. Even if he died, he could still leave a complete corpse. After all, that hairless ape is quite sturdy. The Orange Priest was infuriated. I am just trying to liven up the atmosphere. The next moment his voice halted, because behind him a distinct tremor was felt from a kilometer away. The next moment, the soil and rocks bulged and broke apart. Daicang sprang from the ground, directly reaching the rear of the army. My effort in digging thousands of meters was not in vain. So it was you who were bombing us. Just emerging from the ground, Daicang was furious. His injuries had healed significantly, but having just sprung up from the ground, he appeared quite disheveled like a beggar. Looking around, Daicang saw hundreds of small exotic beasts as well as the biological logistics team surrounding them, and a pile of equipment he could not name. Finally, what caught Daicang's eye was the tens of thousands of naked Lu clan soldiers scattered around. The orders given by the priests were the ones they were executing. According to the standards, each Lu clan soldier could control 10 biological soldiers. As for controlling small exotic beasts, that was something only the elite could accomplish. However, to Daicang at this moment, regardless of whether they were biological armies, small exotic beasts, or Lu clan soldiers, in his eyes they were all just bare targets. Kill. Without hesitation, Daicang struck. His body moved like a tempest, not specifically targeting anyone, but merely rampaging through, causing countless lives to perish on the spot. The biological army shattered into pieces, turning into biological fragments. The small exotic beasts stood no chance. With a simple punch, Daicang could crush them into 2 pieces. As for the Lu clan themselves, their bodies were even more fragile than the biological army. Regarding their inherent telekinesis, it was as if they had none. Wherever Daicang passed, colorful sprays of blood and severed limbs erupted, and his mind was filled with the sound of incessant system notifications. The vision shifted from blur to clarity. Daicang halted his run. In that moment of stillness, a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees radiated from his body, incinerating all the filth upon him. He paused and looked back. All that remained behind him was the devastation left in the wake of his rampage. Daicang's actions were straightforward. He had pushed the energy consumption to the limits of immortal and indestructible regeneration, then dug a tunnel underground leading directly to the outside world. Then he burst forth from the ground, unleashing a massacre. The outcome was, killed multiple sentient beings. Power 6311. His strength surged once again. The efficiency was far lower than wantonly destroying a building in the city. The land tribe indeed had an army, but it mostly consisted of mindless biological troops. The land tribe itself was only a small fraction. Thus, even though the battlefield appeared strewn with dismembered bodies, in reality the number of fallen members of the land tribe was less than 10,000. Daicang glanced once more at the power granted to him by the external enhancement. Power 50167. He had already crossed the 5,000 threshold. However, unlike before, he did not feel excessively excited. Was it because the threshold had risen? Perhaps. But more than that, it was a sense of regret over the loss of his assets. I have spoken. You are all elites, all talents. I do not wish to take your lives. Daicang sighed and spread his hand, saying, after all, every year, you must sacrifice millions of your compatriots to the evil god. Rather than giving them to the evil god, why not offer them to me? You must understand that this planet has only a few years left to live. Your evil god might not be able to save you from the apocalypse, but I can. Submit to me, and I truly can save your lives. On the battlefield littered with death, the remaining members of the land tribe gazed at Daicang speechless. Oh right, there's a language barrier. What a pity. His expression of persuasion faded away. Then the aura of killing intent regained its dominance. Daicang did not lie. He genuinely did not wish for the elite members of the land tribe to suffer harm. After all, the enhancement placed no requirements on sentient beings regarding strength, age, and other factors. The young of the land tribe were as numerous as the stars. Those who survived the assessments were the cream of the crop. These elites, after a decade of training and learning, naturally became the best of the best. Every death represented a loss for him. It must be known that in the realm of martial artists, fostering subordinates is both reasonable and legal. A powerful martial artist always has a group of subordinate beings. This group of centipede-like octopuses came with biological technology and had a strong reproductive ability. If he did not take them as his subordinates, it would be a tremendous loss. Unfortunately, there was no other choice. Unless he displayed even greater power, he could not wrest their faith from the evil god, and the matter of subordination would naturally be off the table. Thus Daicang once again knelt. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and his entire body felt as if it were being pricked by needles. It was a sense of impending crisis. In the next moment, he leaped into the air. A blazing white beam erupted from 10,000 meters away, transforming into a massive light band that instantly covered the spot where Daicang had been standing. Not only that, but the light band was incredibly thick, sweeping across the battlefield and engulfing everything within. The biological army inside, along with various remnants of flesh, were instantly evaporated into ashes. The thick light band shot upward as if it were an indestructible sword, slicing and obliterating everything in its path into dust. As for Daicang, at that moment he had just knelt and leaped, propelling himself over a kilometer, breaking through layers of transparent spiders. The thick light band swept perilously close beneath him. No. Daicang looked down. His knees slowly began to tingle. Then came the pain, and the blood gushing from the wound. Hiss! Damn it, it wasn't the knee that was the problem. It was that he was left with only his knees. Below his knees it was as if something sharp had severed them completely, and fresh blood poured from the smooth cut. In an instant, Daicang focused his thoughts, tightening his muscles to stem the bleeding. But he was completely dazed. What? What just happened? Were they not climbing the tree of biological technology? Where did this laser come from? No, it wasn't a laser. At least lasers are hot, and the wounds they cause should be blackened, not severed. The recent attack resembled something out of a textbook. A bad premonition surged in Daicang's mind. Stuck to the transparent spider silk, he looked toward the source of the attack, 10,000 meters away. Within the distant canyon, a massive head was exposed, its giant eye fixed intently on him. Then under the intense gaze, the colossal body slowly rose from within the canyon, finally revealing its towering figure as tall as a mountain. Rumbling, the earth trembled beneath the movement of the monster. Countless rocks fell around the cliffs as the indescribable monster, neither identifiable by shape, race, nor features, emerged from the canyon. Its unblinking gaze fixed on Daicang was filled with unmasked killing intent. Medium-sized exotic beast, corrupted bone demon dragon. Having evolved into a medium-sized exotic beast, the divine bloodline it once possessed has nearly vanished. One can only see traces of its former divine bloodline characteristics from its appearance. The bone spines of the corrupted bone demon dragon possess extreme corrosiveness. If one is accidentally scratched by its bones, they must immediately discard the injured part to prevent the poison from spreading. Furthermore, the panel displayed a lavish introduction. Daicang glanced at it a few times before closing the panel. As a medium-sized exotic beast. Just as small-sized exotic beasts correspond to the extraordinary realm, medium-sized exotic beasts correspond to the transcendence realm. Although they are only separated by one realm, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. The most notable characteristic is inner energy. At 10,000 meters away, upon seeing Daicang, in an instant this medium-sized exotic beast activated its killing instinct and recklessly charged out of the canyon. It was a distorted dragon. Not a Western dragon with wings like a lizard, but an Eastern dragon shaped like a snake with 5 claws on its belly. However, unlike memories from his past life, this dragon was nearly 2,000 meters long, its body twisted like a tightly wound cloth, with greenish-white hard-bone spines growing from the twisted seams. Its face was even more hideous. Despite having a dragon-like head, it possessed only a single massive eye that dominated the upper half of its face. The corrupted bone demon dragon looked at Daicang eagerly, opening its mouth full of fangs, and then a blinding beam of light began to gather within its gaping maw. From the gathering beam, Daicang broke out in a cold sweat. He sensed an unparalleled sense of deathly crisis. It was the defining characteristic of the transcendence realm and a medium-sized exotic beast, inner energy. In the ordinary realm, one learns to transport chi and blood. In the extraordinary realm, one masters the control of chi. In the transcendental realm, one harnesses inner chi. Chi and blood reside within the body, while chi can envelop the surface, and inner chi can be projected externally with tremendous power. Much like the sword and blade chi from the martial arts novels of the past life. It can also condense into beams or spheres, serving as long-range weapons. If chi can turn the entire body into a weapon, it still suffers from the limitation of being stronger only with greater length. Inner chi, however, compensates for the lack of range through its ability to be projected externally, freeing warriors from their dependence on weapons. But what about medium-sized beasts? It represents a qualitative leap. Just like now, in the instant the corrupted bone dragon opened its mouth, Daicang struck with all his might with his right hand, followed by an explosive reaction force. He tore through the transparent spider web and was sent flying. In the next moment, no, in less than half a second, from 10,000 meters away, the condensed inner chi formed a pillar, arriving with a speed exceeding 20 Mach. It pierced through the location where Daicang had just been, and the inner chi pillar continued to extend, slanting upward through the cliff's inner wall, delving deeper, creating a bottomless passage. This is the power of medium-sized beasts. If small beasts are limited by their weight, resulting in slow movement and being kited by warriors, then medium-sized beasts, which have compensated for long-range attack capabilities, can launch strikes from tens of thousands of meters away, executing warriors from a distance. Just like Daicang, merely being brushed by the inner chi, a slight graze below the knees, his legs were instantly turned to mush. Had he not dodged quickly, it would have been remarkable if he had remained with even a drop of blood. Looking at Daicang at this moment, he quickly fell to the ground, losing his legs without any thought of showing off. He swiftly pushed off the ground with his hands. He turned and ran. However, the corrupted bone dragon did not intend to let him go. The 1,000-meter beast took a step, moving towards Daicang with what seemed an extremely slow speed, dragging its weight of at least 3,000 tons. Swish. As it moved, flat dragon claws sprouted from the belly of the corrupted bone dragon, touching the ground as if by magic. Not just one. The 1,000-meter giant in an instant grew over 100 dragon claws from its belly, and its body rapidly transformed with large amounts of corrupted bone morphing into insect-like appendages densely falling to the ground supporting its body, rapidly crawling. The movement of its 1,000-ton body caused the black abyss to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, and the furious roar of the corrupted bone dragon echoed through the land, generating fierce winds that spread for tens of thousands of meters. In the distance, priests in the city watched this scene, their hearts shaken. The orange priest exclaimed excitedly, "It is..." The black priest trembled inwardly, "And our clan's guardian beast." The green priest looked perplexed. "Has the grand priest gone mad?" "That is the guardian beast. Even the grand priest can only maintain a symbiotic relationship. It can't be fully controlled. What if it encounters that hairless ape? It would surely go berserk on the spot." Upon hearing this, the two priests beside him finally reacted. Yes, it seems like that was the case. Unlike ordinary battle beasts, guardian beasts, medium-sized beasts can freely change their size, and adding organs is as natural as instinct. No, it is instinct. They do not possess true vital points. Naturally, they do not have a true brain for the grand priest to control. Because of this, what the grand priest can do is merely inhabit the body of the guardian beast, using stimuli to secrete various chemicals to guide and soothe the guardian beast. Thus, even if the hairless ape wreaks havoc, the Liu clan cannot deploy the guardian beast. Otherwise, if the guardian beast becomes provoked, it can destroy the entire branch cleanly. Precisely because of this medium-sized beast, which has not been fully controlled, retains the instinct to use inner chi. The grand priest's actions must have their reasons. The black priest understood. Look, that hairless ape, in order to evade the pursuit of the guardian beast, had no choice but to flee deep into the black abyss. The guardian beast was naturally drawn there. However, saying this made him shiver. Quite simply, if that hairless ape disregards everything and turns to charge into the city, then wanders around to other cities, then this entire branch would be ruined. One could say the grand priest's ambush gambled everything on this branch. As for the outcome, although the ambush failed, the result was favorable. At least that hairless ape has fled. It is believed that having lost its legs, it will find it difficult to withstand the pursuit of the guardian beast. Probably right. The three priests looked into the distance. The guardian beast crawled close to the ground, its body spraying out large amounts of inner chi, dramatically increasing its speed. With a weight of thousands of tons, its speed even surpassed sound, reaching nearly 3 times the speed of sound, covering a distance of a kilometer every second. Yet that hairless ape, even without legs, seemed to run even faster. This is death. This is death. This is death. What a joke that is a medium-sized beast. A daunting existence comparable to the transcendental realm. Even stronger than an average transcendental realm by half a level. Daicang, having lost his legs, ran upright, his hands creating afterimages as the surroundings rapidly receded. He weaved through the piles of rubble, using the environment to conceal his form. However, the hatred of the medium-sized beast was not so easily discarded. Behind him, intense vibrations arose. Roar. The furious roar was accompanied by inner chi sweeping the ground. The corrupted bone dragon's speed slowed, replaced by a massive accumulation of inner chi in its great mouth, aimed at the spot where Daicang had just vanished. In the next moment, the compressed inner chi sphere was launched at a speed surpassing that of an intercontinental missile, directly hitting the pile of rubble. Boom. Like a nuclear explosion, the giant inner chi sphere detonated violently, tearing apart everything within a kilometer radius. The shockwave was ferociously turbulent, affecting tens of thousands of meters away. Everything around was enveloped in the smoke and dust following the explosion. And Daicang, had he already been blown to pieces on the spot? Within the corrupted bone dragon, thought waves spread, emanating from the grand priest's vast mental power, scanning a radius of 10,000 meters. Meanwhile, the 1,000-meter beast looked around, pondering that the human might have already perished and its hatred was about to fade. Found it. The hairless ape is over there. The grand priest's thought waves transmitted into the corrupted bone dragon's mind. Swish. It turned its head, locking its gaze on the figure quietly sneaking away under the cover of dust several thousand meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The black abyss seemed to be enduring a continuous series of nuclear explosions. Intense mushroom clouds rose from the distance, and the ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with gigantic shadows occasionally visible amidst the smoke. The culprit behind this apocalyptic scene was none other than the internal energy bomb of the corrupted bone dragon. At the moment of detonation, the internal energy would transform into violent winds that spread in all directions, slicing everything within 1,000 meters into dust. As for the shockwave, it expanded at supersonic speeds with a powerful surge capable of covering a radius of 10,000 meters, blowing everything within that range either apart or into disarray. As for the explosive fireballs and mushroom clouds, they were merely byproducts of the chaos. After a relentless bombardment with no regard for cost, within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, not a single intact spot remained. The corrupted bone dragon was undeterred, lying down and rolling around with its nearly 30,000 tons of massive body. Immediately under the incomprehensible might of its crushing weight, the surrounding environment, the already ravaged ruins were ground into powder by the corrupted bone dragon. All hiding places turned to dust. even underground. Under the pressure of the corrupted bone dragon's 30,000 tons of weight, anything daring to stay underground would be squashed flat. So strong. This scene made the high priest guiding the corrupted bone dragon sigh with emotion. This fellow was never this insane during hunts. It turns out that when the clan's war beast goes wild, its destructive power is even more astonishing than I imagined. Indeed, this is the true power of a mid-tier war beast. When it unleashes its full fury, it can genuinely reduce an area of tens of thousands of meters to powder. Its massive body alone, when in motion, cannot be matched by the entire strength of the land tribe. Meanwhile, the high priest's mental waves spread. Spiritual scanning reached 10,000 meters away. This time, there were no visible figures in the sky, underground, or elsewhere that could still move. Is he dead? The high priest activated his observational perspective, trying to find answers from the clan's fortune. However, his question only led to greater confusion. Why was he using the clan's war beast to go berserk? This is not the time for military drills. The high priest. I should not have expected anything from you. Retracting his gaze, he found it utterly baffling. He initially thought the enemy had blocked the detection of fortune, but unexpectedly that fellow, even if defeated or dead. The clan's fortune remained unchanged. It still appeared to be in its prime, as if the future were bright, showing no signs of the clan being invaded. Upon returning to reality, roar. The corrupted bone dragon was still howling wildly. Once it fell into a second rampage, it was not so easy to stop. Not only did it survey its surroundings, but it also started to condense a compressed internal energy cannon in its mouth. Even as it gazed at the distant cities of the land tribe, a surge of killing intent welled up within. Okay, he's dead. You did great, really great. Let's go back and take a nap. The high priest quickly sent out comforting mental waves. Fortunately, despite its fierce appearance, the corrupted bone dragon was ultimately just a mindless beast. After a series of comforting waves, its killing intent gradually subsided. It then took a step, dragging its 30,000 tons of weight, slowly moving towards the canyon. In the city, many observing members of the land tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the clan's war beast was not angry. If it were even slightly dissatisfied and threw a tantrum, it could easily cause tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of casualties for the land tribe. After witnessing the clan's war beast return to the canyon, a messenger from the high priest arrived, delivering the orders of this branch's highest leader. Come, let's hold a small meeting. Black abyss, a place that no one could investigate. No green moss spread, just endless darkness. The earth bulged, and then a hand pierced through the ground from below. Following that was the entire body connected to the arm. Daicang emerged from the earth. At this moment, he was covered in rubble and mud, with small fragments of earth stuck to his already dried blood, almost merging with his damaged body. If there had been a light source, one could see that Daicang was not merely amputated below the knees. Even the other arm hung limply like a rag. His wounds were deep enough to see bone, and even his bones and internal organs were more than half destroyed, with one eyeball and half of his face seemingly gouged out, leaving behind a terrifying hollow and facial bones. Emerging from the earth, he greedily inhaled the air, his brain reactivating with the influx of oxygen. Ha ha. Despite being grievously injured, Daicang still laughed. He collapsed to the ground, and even with his one remaining eye open, he could only see the darkness where his hand could not reach. That was close. So close he almost died at the hands of that mid-tier beast. Under the internal energy cannon, that thing exploded less than 100 meters away from him, its power comparable to facing a nuclear bomb. No, the shockwave from a nuclear bomb would push a person away first. But when the internal energy cannon detonated, the first thing to arrive was the violent winds capable of slicing rocks into dust. Only then came the unreasonable shockwave. In an instant, Daicang was left with countless wounds. He was then hurled thousands of meters away by the shockwave along with a mass of rubble. During this process, he also lost an arm and an eye. To be honest, this was fortunate. If he had been less than 10 meters away from the internal energy cannon, he would have been completely obliterated, leaving not even a trace. Now he was able to escape solely due to his absurd defensive capabilities. And his E-class talent, indestructible. Fortunately, it allowed him to dig an escape tunnel while the corrupted bone dragon rampaged about. Even in the hundreds of meters deep underground, there was no light or oxygen. The talent also ensured he would not die from lack of oxygen, nor would he bleed to death from his severe injuries. And while that 1,000-meter beast rolled around, crushing the ruins left by the internal energy cannon, Daicang had managed to slip away to 10,000 meters away by digging a tunnel. Information disparity. If it weren't for his talent saving his life, he would have been dead long ago. If the enemy had known about his talent's abilities and plowed the ground a few more times, perhaps he would have been crushed to death. In any case, he successfully retreated and survived. He laughed for a while, and only then did his laughter gradually cease. Around him, the sound of rustling friction grew closer. Out of the darkness, a blind, venomous snake approached, coiling its 10-meter-long body, suddenly launching towards Daicang. Bang! The blind, venomous snake's head exploded instantly. Daicang retracted his fist, his smile gone, his gaze sharp. Facing those aberrations, I actually thought about long-term development, about nurturing dependence, repeatedly holding back. What am I? A mere mortal-level warrior, a piece of trash in a world of martial civilization. How dare I show mercy in front of those aberrations? I was too greedy, hoping for future gains, thinking about investing the funds in front of me. Damn it, what am I? Am I worthy of investing? A piece of trash struggling to survive, am I worthy of developing? Facing the present difficulties, I was still thinking about the future. It seems I was still influenced by my past memories and values, not having deeply forgotten my roots. Daicang realized he was wrong. He was wrong to consider himself a person. However, among the martial being tribes, mortal-level warriors are not considered humans. In terms of civilization, mortal-level warriors can only be regarded as embryos, while extraordinary-level warriors are considered infants. And unborn embryos have no human rights. Not treating oneself like an embryo and living desperately, yet still treating oneself like a human, thinking about conquering aberrant races and turning them into dependents, claiming that the land tribe would be a valuable asset in the future. An asset, huh? Do you even have the right of a money holder? Daicang dragged his crippled body using echoes to ascertain his surroundings before silently digging a hole with one hand. Soon a cave took shape. He entered the cave casually, lifting a rock to block most of the entrance. Then time to heal. Once my injuries are healed, it will be time to feed. The sacrifice has been advanced. Grand High Priest, YA. Below the canyon, a kilometer-long beast slumbered in profound stillness. Meanwhile, the remaining priests had been summoned into assembly. Confronted with the Grand High Priest's proposal, Priest Orange voiced his confusion first. That hairless ape is already dead. Our clan should enter a period of recuperation and restoration. Indeed, I had even planned to recommend postponing the sacrifice. Then why advance it? His words drew nods of agreement from the assembled priests. 3 priests from this entire branch lineage have perished, civilian casualties and infant losses have been severe. Even the clan's guardian war beast was personally deployed. Such staggering sacrifices were required merely to slay that hairless ape. Neglecting proper recovery would be grievous enough, but to accelerate the sacrifice, how deep would the people's resentment run? Would our clan's fortune not become tainted? And if the main branch demands accountability, how shall we answer? Observe. The Grand High Priest distributed a research dossier among them. It contained comprehensive data on from their first encounter through to the moment he was presumed dead. He is growing stronger, declared the Grand High Priest gravely. Moreover, relevant departments have already identified the pattern underlying his ascension. Each time he directly kills one of our kin, even an insignificant infant, his power surges. In such a short span, he attained this formidable strength precisely because of this unique ability. At these words, the priests turned their attention to the dossier and began cross-referencing its entries with meticulous care. To their astonishment, the Grand High Priest's claim proved irrefutably true. The hairless ape truly grew stronger through slaughter. I endorse the Grand High Priest's proposal. Priest Black spoke with solemn gravity. Though that executioner, the hairless ape, is dead, do not forget. Behind him lies an entire race, a sentient species no different from ourselves. If a single hairless ape inflicted such catastrophic losses upon us, what fate awaits us should more of them appear? Should they learn that killing our kin grants them power? What unspeakable nightmare will descend upon the Liu clan? At this revelation, the priests finally grasped the full implication. Of course, he was not alone. He belonged to a race, and the reason no other hairless apes had appeared was simple. This particular ape, driven by greed, withheld intelligence about the Liu clan from his own kind. He reveled in the intoxicating euphoria of gaining strength through massacre, and naturally wished no others to share in that bounty. As for how he derived power from slaughter, unknown, unclear, incomprehensible. The cosmos teems with star deities beyond count. Perhaps his race worships one such entity, and through ritualized slaughter receives divine empowerment. Even the Sea clan possesses analogous capabilities. Though startled by the hairless ape's uniqueness, none deemed it fundamentally unscientific. Indeed, acceptance came swiftly. Strength gained through slaughter. Yet no power accrues from slaying war beasts or biomechanical constructs. Only the deaths of our own kin yield growth. What is the condition? Sentience. Such an extreme race exists in the world. It is the very antithesis of wisdom. The Liu clan cannot tolerate its existence. Emotions flared as the priests debated fiercely, mental waves reverberating through the chamber. Ultimately, the Grand High Priest calmed them and declared, "Do not panic. The research institutes have developed a predictive model. If this race draws power from slaughter, their population must be exceedingly sparse. Self-annihilation for strength is inevitable under such a paradigm. Secondly, the hairless ape possesses pronounced vulnerabilities. He is not strong." These words struck the assembly like thunder. Not strong. In unknown combat, not a single priest present could best him. In group engagements, even standing armies could not restrain him. Across the entire branch lineage, only the Grand High Priest's guardian war beast possessed the capability to slay that hairless ape. Yet you claim he is weak. Strength and weakness are relative concepts, replied the Grand High Priest. Even were he tenfold, or 100-fold, more powerful, he remains utterly incapable of challenging our guardian war beast. By extension, his race likely possesses similarly constrained limits. After all, apes are mammals. Prolonged gestation, singleton, or low-digit births, reproductive efficiency is abysmally low. Even if they augment themselves through mutual slaughter, given their scarcity and the strict requirement of killing sentient beings, even at peak potency, these hairless apes cannot achieve true supremacy. Is that truly so? Priest Green suddenly understood precisely. Primate reproduction is profoundly inefficient. and compounded by their self-destructive custom of intraspecies slaughter, their collective strength must remain severely limited. Even should they grow tenfold or 100-fold stronger, your eminence, wielding the guardian warbeast, you could crush them utterly, annihilate them to the last. All we require is their location, how to ascertain the hairless ape's whereabouts. Needless to say, by invoke, the Liu clan offers offerings and devotion to the star deities. In return, the gods bestow technological insight and martial power. Provided sufficient tribute is rendered, the deities willingly intervene. At least this has held true for the past century. Whenever the Liu clan confronts an insurmountable crisis, it performs the rite of divine summons. Priest black intoned with resonant authority, this is a war of races, a wager of our entire clan's fortune. We must eradicate the enemy while they remain nascent. His declaration drew immediate assent from the other priests. After all, such a threat could never be ignored or dismissed. A sentient race empowered by slaughter. Tell me, can it possibly be allowed to endure? Should they discover the Liu clan and be granted even a brief window to evolve, the entire Liu lineage risks total extinction. Strike. Strike without mercy, until one side is extinguished. Initiate the sacrifice, immediately. No delays, no obstruction, no evasion. The Liu clan's administrative efficiency is extraordinary. Once unanimous priestly support was secured, preparations for the grand sacrifice commenced across millions of Liu territories. Of course, efficiency does not imply negligence, for the divine may not be disrespected. Thus, the Liu clan proceeded with meticulous, urgent precision in orchestrating the sacred rite. 1 week later, at an incalculable distance from the Liu clan's settlement, crack. Daicang, limbs intact and body unscathed yet ravenous and parched, kicked aside the boulders sealing the cave entrance. Under the regenerative power of undying rebirth, his wounds had fully healed. Limb regeneration, organ restoration, effortless. Well, not quite effortless. After all, it had taken a full week for Daicang to recover, albeit barely. And even then he bore the lingering debuff of starvation. Stepping forward, Daicang departed the pitch-black earth. When at last he glimpsed emerald light, he gazed toward the horizon. That direction pointed toward the Liu clan settlement. He had resolved to infiltrate covertly, digging subterranean tunnels, hollowing vast cavities beneath the surface, then collapsing the foundations of their towering spires in one decisive assault. Shelters, too, required preemptive excavation and ambush positioning. Escape routes demanded equally rigorous planning, like the fox with 3 dens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled violently. Daicang looked up puzzled, then leapt skyward, scaling a cliff face thousands of meters high to peer toward the source of the seismic tremor. Then he saw it. Far, far in the distance, a grotesque amorphous shadow unfurled, countless tentacles adhering itself to the mountainside as it crawled upward toward the black abyss's precipice. No, that was no nameless aberration. It was the foul-boned dragon, whose jaws had nearly ended him. Time reversed. Before that lay Heiyuan, the sacrificial city. An endless line of Luzu cubs stretched into the distance. Teachers called for order. Children must queue one by one. They do not cut in, for Xingshan despises line cutting. Do not whisper to one another. Xingshan favors quiet children. Hey you. Stop projecting your thought waves at once. The instructors marshaled the crowd, occasionally dragging a little octopus forward to beat it and then tossing it back into the line. The entire city teemed with living bodies. A dense sea of Luzu filled the horizon, an unending throng. After all, the annual sacrifice selected tens of millions of Luzu cubs as offerings. Managing so many youngsters was no easy task. Opposite this chaos stood the adult elite of the Luzu, 200,000 strong. They hovered in array at various ages, conspicuous within the spectacle of the sacrificial city. Those Luzu fixed their gaze upon the altar, their expressions filled with reverence and faith, in Xingshan mechanical and solemn in their composure. Privately, thought waves slipped between some of them. Sigh. Am barely over 5 years old, in the prime of youth, yet chosen as an offering, those above truly have lost their mind. Another Luzu sighed. With my scores I never should have been chosen, but my faith in Xingshan is unwavering. So I deliberately performed poorly on purpose, just to serve Xingshan early. He spoke with bright eyes and proud bearing. Poor scores are not spare us the excuses. Scoffed others. Sigh. Xingshan has answered our pleas for generations, yet we offer our old, weak, and sick as sacrifices. Whenever I think of that, my heart is heavy. This Luzu was genuinely devout. He turned to the altar and resumed his prayers. God does not mind. A kindly figure in white robes murmured, Xingshan is majestic, luminous, omnipotent. He understands the hearts of our people and has never shown displeasure. We repay divine grace with our offerings. This is the utmost our tribe can do. Xingshan has never demanded sacrifice, nor even demanded faith. Almighty One, cast your gaze down and guide your flock. The robed Luzu fell deeper into prayer. Those nearby were infected by his fervor and, following his lead, began to pray spontaneously. Thus time flowed on. As ritual dictated, each year, tens of millions of Luzu cubs, guided by their instructors, filed toward the altar. They leapt down into the chasm beneath the altar, into the unknown. The cubs believed the sacrifice had begun, that they as offerings were returning into the embrace of the divine. The adult Luzu, however, all knew the truth. Beneath the altar lay a specialized charging mechanism. The cubs were merely fuel to activate the altar. After all, they could not truly offer such worthless creatures to Xingshan, could they? Time passed, and the cubs were nearly the once dim altar now pulsed with a green luminescence. A verdant liquid surged across the platform, tracing the formation. The remaining priests and robed clergy enacted their rites. Beside the altar lay a kilometer-long beast, the Fugu Malong, its massive form sprawled. Around it, millions from the tributary watched this grand ceremony. The spectacle moved one onlooker to exclaim in awe, truly magnificent. So this is the cult the books warned about. What an education. The speaker was not a Luzu at all, but literally a human Imohong. A classmate of Daicang, Imohong had arrived in the Black Abyss after Daicang had vanished for over a week. He had slipped into this place unbeknownst to others. He was exploring maps no human had trod, and with a seeker in hand he covertly infiltrated the city and observed the vast sacrifice through a distant spyglass. That would be troublesome. These alien species were martial and formidable, especially the mid-sized aberration. That would be troublesome. These alien species were martial and formidable, especially the mid-sized aberration. Damn it, that was a mid-tier abnormal. Stronger than ordinary mortals of transcendence. How could these cultists pop with such strength? Flattening the outer city would be a trivial matter. As the altar flared with green light, an indescribable presence began to unfurl and spread. Countless Luzu erupted into fervor. God, God, God. Xingshan descends. A true evil god. Imohang's hair stood on end. At that moment his augment Shilian Kongjin flashed a red warning in a manner he had. An evil god is nevertheless a god. And a god is invisible, inaudible, scentless, undetectable. Realizing what he had stumbled upon, Imohang acted without hesitation and slapped himself hard. He struck his forehead with a sharp smack and promptly fainted. The brief incident went unnoticed by the Luzu around him. Unlike Imohang, the Luzu watching the altar could not see the deity's form or hear any voice. Yet they could perceive the deity's presence and feeling vast, merciful warmth. Enveloped in that aura, it felt like returning to a mother's embrace. Of course the Luzu had no such memory. They only felt a comforting warmth, a deep sense of safety. On the altar, 200,000 adult elites vanished into the green light. The disappearance signified that the deity had accepted their offering. Left behind were 3 glossy green sacks, containers dense with information akin to biological USB drives. The high priest bundled his thought waves and shot them into the altar's green light, transmitting the data belonging to that hair. He implored, grant us divine favor and mark the coordinates of those alien beings so we may exterminate them for the sake. As clergy had long said, Xingshan was merciful and generous. He acceded to the high priest's request. The deity plucked at destiny's threads, the planet's fortunes unfurled before his sight, and he perceived the links binding all things. Then Xingshan paused in puzzlement. Where were these aliens? He saw no hairless ape. The green light flickered, and the high priest felt unease, his heart trembling. Beyond the high priest's perception, the unseen deity employed his powers. No longer content with nebulous fortunes, he queried the substance of things, searching in births and deaths for and then he found them. For reasons unknown, this alien tribe had blurred its trace in the river of fate. Yet in reality, as long as they exist, they must leave marks. Though he found them, something else remained. Fallen evil god, what do you seek? He beheld a presence as magnificent as his own. Then he smiled, a compassionate, kind smile. The sacrifice concluded, but the deity did not depart. The green light lingered. Moreover, the god who had demanded nothing for centuries now issued an order to the Luzu. His command was simple: black priest, white priest. You two come away with me. Come spread the glory of the divine. At his exhortation, the Fugu Malong sprouted countless limbs. Guided by the high priest, it began to writhe toward the cliff. Once beyond the city, the beast hugged the rock face. Its massive, burdened body grew fleshy wings, and opened row upon row of vent pores beneath. It climbed upward. The black priest and white priest hesitated not. Their brain-controlled beasts were seized by the Fugu Malong and hauled up with them. Slowly, ever slowly, the tribal war beast scaled tens of thousands of meters of cliff and departed. The altar's green light then retreated. To the masses of Luzu, it seemed that the deity had withdrawn his attention. Wonderful. With Xingshan's protection, the high priest will surely wipe out those damned hairless apes and avenge our sacrificed kin. Saya had wished for one more glimpse of Xingshan's true visage. I envy those offerings. They must now bask in the deity's warm embrace, enjoying eternal bliss. When the deity and the high priest left, the Luzu relaxed. Frankly, this battle had little to do with them. Since the hairless apes grew stronger through killing, they were ill-suited to be besieged by a conventional army. They were essentially bait for the apes. Sending the high priest to strike in one fell sweep and finish them cleanly was the safest course. Among the Luzu, a many-legged octopus named Blue M855 looked troubled. No one beside him noticed his worry. Instead, they crowded round curiously and asked Blue M855, "You were in contact with that hairless ape, weren't you? What sort of creatures are they?" Yes, that hairless ape indulges its bloodlust so fiercely. Can you really communicate with it? I thought it would. I heard it even learned our script. Questions tumbled one after another. Blue M855 forced a steadier mood and replied lightly, "Friends, many rumors are mere shadows. That hairless ape is not worth worrying about." Before he could finish, a scorching stone screamed through the air at supersonic speed, enveloping the Inquisitor and blowing them apart. Do you know about the stone-throwing goblin? The current appearance of Daicang is almost like that. Outside the city of sacrifice, Daicang moved at subsonic speed, effortlessly tearing the earth apart to pick up a massive rock from the ground and then crushing it with his bare hands. A deluge of shattered stones flew out, weighing less than 10 kilograms, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers, breaking the sound barrier and forming a dazzling shockwave cone. The surface of the stones experienced thermal ablation at such a high speed, reaching several hundred degrees Celsius, burning and oxidizing. The recently praying beings of the land tribe stood densely in formation, and the stones casually thrown by Daicang instantly turned into a rain of death. Large groups of giant octopuses were torn apart in an instant. The fragments of the stones exploded further upon impact, scattering like shrapnel grenades in all directions, increasing their lethality. Bang! Large numbers of the land tribe fell as if cut down like wheat. The assault threw the remaining land tribe members into chaos. This time Daicang held nothing back. His arms left after images and countless fragments pierced into the crowd, causing innumerable casualties. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to take his life. Although he didn't know why that rotting bone dragon had left. Such a prime opportunity could not be wasted. Like a tiger entering a rabbit's den, Daicang caused massive casualties effortlessly, and the land tribe fell into utter chaos. All compatriots evacuate in an orderly manner. Transform soldiers. Emergency assembly. We are here to buy time for everyone. But there was no chaos. The panic caused by death was only momentary, as a priest immediately jumped out to command the surrounding army of creatures to assemble urgently. Soon a massive army of creatures became a meat shield, blocking the flying stones and protecting the land tribe behind them. Daicang's efficiency in slaughtering drastically reduced. He calmly entered the city of sacrifice, saying, "It seems this city shall be your place of sacrifice." Then he casually picked up a segment of a giant octopus tentacle and, without any preparation, directly put it into his mouth. His intestines churned instantly, grinding it into pulp, which then transformed into the nutrients and water needed by his body, replenishing the energy Daicang had been lacking these days. Accelerating metabolism is a small trick for warriors. However, it can cause damage to the body and should only be used in special circumstances. Daicang's talent, immortal and undying, compensated for this flaw. He felt his once light body slowly being... Even while eating, Daicang felt no discomfort, as he suspected the bodies of the land tribe were non-toxic. At least there was no infection from stellar behemoths, nor was there corruption from evil gods. Wiping the blue blood from the corner of his mouth, he surveyed his surroundings and smiled, saying, "Oh, why are there no traps laid this time? It seems there is no army ready to ambush outside. How come last time you were so resolute in sacrificing those younglings? This time, when it comes to being the bait, there are no traps laid to take me down with you." Daicang flexed his limbs, feeling completely at ease. The younglings in the city had already vanished. Now millions of the land tribe were concentrated in this wondrous city, especially the towering structure in the center, which looked indisputably like an altar. There's no mistake, this is the place where they sacrificed to the evil god. The millions of younglings they regarded as their own. They would rather sacrifice to the evil god than keep them for themselves. Quite decisive and resolute indeed. Suddenly the ground trembled as a giant beast akin to a small mountain charged in. A multi-legged giant octopus. The yellow priest who originally guarded the hatchery had also come to the city of sacrifice today. When he saw who was attacking the land tribe, his eyes nearly popped out. "It's that hairless ape. Damn it, weren't you supposed to be dead?" With so many clan guardian beasts launching energy cannons and layers upon layers of plowing, the entire battlefield was compressed into a meteorite crater. Not even a nail-sized stone could be found inside. "You tell me you're still alive. How could you be alive? How can you possibly still be alive?" The multi-legged giant octopus pushed through the many creatures, lifting dozens of tentacles hundreds of meters long, and slammed down hard. Its power was so great that each tentacle bore thousands of tons of force. Even Daicang had to evade its sharpness. Right? What a joke. Evade its sharpness. Facing the tentacles with a killing range of hundreds of meters, Daicang charged forward, leaping into the air, and once again stepping on the air to make a sudden turn. Double jump. Triple jump. Quad jump. Quintuple jump. In 1 second, Daicang changed directions a full 10 times, weaving through the gaps between the tentacles, making a swift leap onto the head of the multi-legged giant octopus. Without a word, he plunged his claws into it, ripping outward. Blood sprayed, and a massive wound formed. Daicang wasted no time and directly burrowed inside, wreaking havoc within its head. Now the defenses of a small exotic beast were nothing before Daicang. Although ordinary small exotic beasts could effortlessly unleash tens of thousands of tons of force, Daicang's strength was nothing compared to theirs. But your mere pressure is strong, whereas mine is high pressure. The same power smashing with a fist and cutting with a sword, can it be the same? Feeling Daicang burrowing directly into the body of the multi-legged giant octopus, excavating all the way through the yellow priest's face, turned green. Wait a minute. Can't wait. Moments later, a large hole burst open in the back of the octopus head. Its massive body collapsed, and a figure jumped down from its head, holding the giant octopus. Without energy, what is a small exotic beast? Merely a slightly larger wild beast. Daicang sneered, glancing at the octopus in his hand. He couldn't look down on them. The strength of small exotic beasts had plummeted by at least 90 after being battered by these land tribe members, unable to even use energy. They were utterly defenseless, slaughtered by Daicang in an instant. Holding the octopus in his hand, Daicang wrote on the ground using the characters of the land tribe. Surrender. The yellow priest understood. Then his response to Daicang was an enraged mental attack. An invisible mental force transformed into a blade slicing through the air at high speed, aiming directly at Daicang's temple. Swish. Daicang raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. He instantly crushed the yellow priest's mental attack. Good, I've been waiting for this reaction. Daicang grinned. You better not surrender. Saying that, he squeezed hard. The yellow priest's entire body exploded on the spot. The hairless ape has returned, and the entire branch is about to perish. Under the protection of the army of creatures, the land tribe was forced back by Daicang, fleeing towards the direction of the altar. Of course, this was merely a group of just over 10,000 land tribes. Millions of the land tribe, if they scattered to flee, it was utterly impossible for Daicang to pursue them all. He simply chose the largest group. Among them, Ching M855 was one of those fleeing with this group of over 10,000 land tribe members. Seeing the familiar figure not far away, he felt exceptionally calm. I'm dead for sure. Regardless of whether others survive, he must die. Because he deceived that hairless ape, he must be furious, wanting to kill him quickly. This is what he thought, completely oblivious that Daicang couldn't distinguish one from the other. After all, don't these octopuses all look the same? As they retreated towards the altar, more and more of the land tribe began to pray to the god, the sounds of murmurs and whispers blending together. Bang! The god did not respond. What responded to them was the stones thrown by Daicang. This time the force of the throw exceeded 5,000 tons. The stones were launched at nearly 10 Mach, heating up to over 2,000 degrees, the surface of the stones melting and vaporizing. The molten layer was constantly stripped away by the airflow. The stones thrown simply resembled brilliant meteors. The meat shields of the army of creatures were instantly pierced through as the rain of stones plunged into the land tribe, like the grim reaper's scythe, reaping wave after wave of lives. Screams, roars, wails. Ching M855 stood frozen in place, motionless. Before him lay a hell's cape of death and destruction. Did he deliberately spare his own life? Or was it merely a coincidence? There are still a few fish that slipped through the net. Seeing the front row of the land tribe suffering heavy casualties, a few had miraculously escaped unscathed. After all, with imprecise stones, if the density wasn't enough, many would naturally be missed. But it's fine, just clear them out. Wasting is not a good habit. Daicang dug out a stone and crushed it into pieces, preparing to throw. Go. Oh, is it really you, Go? I thought you were sacrificed by these cultists. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Daicang froze all over and quickly turned to look. He saw Mo Hang running over with a face full of joy. Wait. How are you here? Hurry back. Do you know where this place is? You dare to sneak in recklessly. These octopuses are really powerful. You better be careful not to get killed by them. Daicang was utterly confused. His first reaction was to drive Mo Hang away. What a joke. He almost fell into the hands of these octopuses. As someone who just broke through to the extraordinary realm, what could he possibly use to fight them? Mo Hang replied, Digu, I used this to find you. He held up an object similar to a compass, its tip pointing firmly at Daicang's location. He quickly realized and angrily said, let's not talk about these trivial matters. You want to drive me away? Damn it, you haven't returned to the city for almost 2 weeks. Everyone thought you were dead down there. They sent me to come collect your corpse. Is that so? Sorry, I've just been on a killing spree lately. Mo Hang walked past Daicang, pointing at the altar, saying, Digu, that thing is extremely dangerous. It's a sacrificial altar dedicated to the evil god. This place is not suitable to stay long. How about we retreat first and report the situation here to the inner city? Let them handle it. The cultists are not something us outsiders can mess with. Daicang sighed and patted his shoulder, saying, I suggest you not to give suggestions. Stay back and watch how your brother sweeps through these aberrations. Saying that, he tossed Mo Hang's body backward gently. The latter cried out as he flew away. After kicking Mo Hang away, Daicang weighed the stone in his hand again. He looked at the land tribe at the edge of the altar, adjusted his posture, and gathered strength. Projectile. This time the rain of stones reached an ultra-high speed, with blazing meteors breaking through the air in an instant. Death descended once more. This time there would probably be no miracles left. Ching M855 stopped praying, opening his eyes to gaze at Daicang's actions, waiting for the moment the stone was released. That would be the last scene he would see before his death. In a daze, he seemed to see Daicang throwing the stones, the rocks, slowly approaching, signaling the countdown of his life. Dazed. Slowly approaching. Wait, something feels off. Ching M855 realized that the sounds of prayer had stopped at some point. At the same time, a faint green light left the altar, gently embracing the land tribe as a merciful father would his child. The ultra-high-speed stones charging and gradually slowed down in the green light, eventually coming to a complete stop, falling to the ground. What is that? Bathed in warm emerald light, Daicang glimpsed a pure land, a world as serene as paradise, where all things were born at dawn and perished by dusk, teeming with vibrant life and fierce vitality. In this paradise, life and death coexisted in harmonious balance, cycling with immutable order. The merciful Father gazed upon all existence with equal tenderness. Under his gentle eyes and embrace, every life's journey was steeped in bliss, and even death lost its terror. This felt more soothing than cradling in a mother's arms. How exquisite! A sharp chime rang deep within his consciousness, snapping Daicang back to awareness. He heard it, the voice of his own overpowered system indifferent to all things now vibrating with unmistakable cosmic archenemy detected transcendent sentient entity. Complete annihilation required. Reward. Strength 1 rang. Daicang nearly bulged his eyes from their sockets. At the very instant the system notification appeared, he almost forgot he stood on the precipice of mortal peril. His gaze locked riveted upon the promised reward. Strength 1 rang. Wait, what is a rang? Units 1 10,000 10,000 million trillion quadrillion quintillion sextillion septillion. Rang. Put simply, slaying the malevolent deity before him would instantly elevate his strength to god tier. Solely, kill him, and I'll be unstoppable. Kill him. I kill a deity. Daicang jolted into full wakefulness. He recoiled in horror, realizing the so-called paradise he'd witnessed was no heavenly realm, but an interwoven purgatory of life and death. Within that illusion, countless lives surged forth from mountains of corpses, born into flesh neither alive nor dead, writhing, crawling, devouring, rotting flesh of the still-breathing dead. He watched living flesh decay, decaying bodies, birthing new life, until decomposition reached its final stage, becoming fertile soil for yet another generation. And those newborns continued the cycle. Decay and rebirth endlessly repeated. Be it beast or maggot, bacterium or virus, all danced beneath the emerald gaze, enslaved for eternity by its will. Fall back, divine corruption. Mohan's voice hissed beside him, sharp with shock. He had reappeared at Daicang's side, without warning, already gripping his arm to flee. Daicang stood rooted, utterly unmoved. Yet the earth itself tore open beneath him, dragged apart by the sheer force of Mohan's pull. I'm unharmed. Daicang shook off Mohan's hand, turning in startled disbelief. I'm fine. That's understandable, but you're unharmed too. At that moment Daicang and Mohan stood bathed in the emerald radiance. All around them stretched infinite illusions. Any who gazed upon them would instantly succumb to overwhelming phantasmagoria, then be consumed by divine corruption. Nor were these illusions mere fabrications. They were manifestations of the deity's Tao. Unless one instantly sealed all 5 senses and lapsed into unconsciousness, no ordinary being could resist its influence. At least so the textbooks claimed. We cannot flee. Daicang casually kicked a stone. In the next instant it shot forward nearly 10,000 meters, then slammed violently against a translucent emerald barrier, and ricocheted straight back. The moment the deity manifests, its divine domain extends into reality, rewriting local laws. This entire region has fallen under its dominion. How do we escape with our own strength alone? Daicang reassured Mohan, urging calm, though urgency would change. Hearing this, Mohan's martial blood instincts surged. His anxiety vanished, replaced by blazing battle fervor. He drew a short sword and thrust a long spear into Daicang's hands. Makes sense. Let me recall what Mother taught us in class. If we ever encountered a deity, how should we respond? As he muttered, the Emerald Light's master noticed their anomaly. Of course it did. Everyone else had fallen into trance. Only these two remained defiantly, unervingly awake. So the master willed it, and in an instant, across a 10th-meter radius, the entire legion of living constructs, the Liu clan's creations, shattered and disintegrated, then coalesced into a luminous, virulent emerald fluid. No, not fluid at all, but a seething mass of viruses smaller than microbes. Layer upon layer, they fused into a colossal green wave, surging skyward before crashing down upon Daicang and Mohan. Get away. Without hesitation, Daicang formed his fingers into a blade-like edge and struck with a single palm strike. By now, after relentless slaughter, his system-enhanced strength had surged to strength 100248, over 100,000 points, a force equivalent to 10,000 tons. Its immense power and blinding speed compressed the air instantly, forging a visible torrent of kinetic energy that plunged headlong into the tidal wave. Yet, the emerald wave did not even falter. Where the compressed air struck, only a hollow imprint briefly formed. Then instantly it healed, restored to pristine wholeness. Nothing about it was rigid, only supreme resilience, absolute self-regeneration. That was its nature. This monstrous tide blotted out heaven and earth, converging from all directions like a tightening cage, leaving no path of escape above, below, or sideways. Yes, even downward was sealed. Daicang dropped low claws, raking the earth, only to find the ground already sheathed in a resilient emerald membrane. So the deity's barrier formed a hemispherical dome. Brother D, any hidden trump cards left? Mohan asked, watching Daicang's expression darken. Daicang shot him a glare. I've got nothing. Just this broken system telling me to slay a god and promising 1 rang. The reward was lavish, yet utterly oblivious to the plight of a novice-level weakling facing a late-game boss. Was he supposed to win with invincibility frames from rolling? Its opening move was a full-screen AoE attack with absurd duration. How could one counter it? How survive it? Daicang was utterly baffled. Let me try, Mohan said, and stepped forward. In the next breath, the emerald tide crashed down, swallowing them both whole. A deity is invisible, inaudible, imperceptible, unknowable. Even from across untold light years, the mere descent of its emerald radiance nearly corrupted Daicang beyond recovery. Fortunately, his system intervened, restoring his clarity just in time. Enraged, the deity escalated. Its corruption-infused constructs, the Liu clan's creations, dissolved into virulent emerald fluid at a single thought. Like a clenched fist, the fluid engulfed them completely. Yet just as it prepared to close its grip, A golden radiance erupted, repelling the deity's corruptive essence. Within the emerald deluge, a small pocket of space shimmered. Mohan blazed with resplendent golden light, solid as steel, pressing upward like hydraulic jacks against the collapsing tidal wave. This turn of events genuinely surprised it and drew its heightened attention. Instantly, the wave held aloft by the golden pressure rippled, forming a face, composed entirely of writhing deep green maggots. Daicang could not describe that visage. He only knew that the moment he beheld it, every hair on his body stood erect. Primal fear and panic, genetically suppressed eons ago, surged uncontrollably back into his veins. A deity is unseen. Even its projection remains fundamentally unviewable. Yet within the golden-lit sanctuary, Daicang was shielded from the lethal danger of direct divine sight. He did not comprehend what he saw, yet suffered no immediate harm. Only a profound, soul-deep wish to die. Primordial divine source. It spoke, uttering words beyond human comprehension. Not merely incomprehensible, utterly unimitable, as if forged in another universe governed by alien laws. Yet both Daicang and Mohan understood it instinctively, effortlessly. "Ah, you are also a deity," it said, smiling with benevolence. "Deities endure eternally, near immortal, near invincible, yet have forgotten the sacred worth of divinity itself. But all life is equal. Come, join me. Let us together render all life in the cosmos equally cherished." From the emerald fluid, an arm slowly extended, straining with visible effort through the golden barriers, reaching toward Mohan. Mohan paled, literally turned green. "Brother D, this is catastrophic. This isn't just a deity, it's a fallen deity." Vroom. Under Mohan's horrified gaze, the emerald arm pierced the golden light and settled upon his body. Countless emerald droplets bloomed outward, encasing him layer upon layer. With the golden light gone, the tidal wave crashed down, engulfing both men completely. Stellar beasts are humanity's sworn enemies, or rather they wage unilateral war upon humankind. Any mutated beast infected by them becomes irreconcilably hostile, pursuing humans to extinction. But a fallen deity is the martial human race's formally acknowledged archenemy. Ordinary deities are merely unacknowledged god-tier cultivators, disparagingly labeled, never truly regarded as adversaries. A fallen deity, however, stands on equal footing with a martial god, each a terrifying sovereign capable of dominating entire star rivers. Once the emerald fluid, now animated by the fallen deity's will, enveloped the two, its infinitesimal corruptions infiltrated their bodies without resistance, attempting to rewrite their very essence. Yet, this act violated the foundational logic of the martial human race. Or rather, someone had been waiting precisely for this moment. They had exhausted every last card, trapped, paralyzed, helpless. In utter blackness, Daicang could not even twitch, only watch powerless as the emerald light devoured him. Then, the emerald light shattered instantly. A familiar presence emerged as the final bastion, standing before Daicang's core essence, confronting the emerald radiance with equal, even greater authority. It was the interface, not the system he acquired upon reincarnation, but the innate interface granted to every martial human at birth. Who dares? The emerald light coalesced into a grotesque, bloated monstrosity, radiating boundless vitality and putrid decay, swarming with maggots writhing beneath its flesh, revolting in every inch. Yet its eyes shone with infinite compassion and forbearance. It smiled warmly. "Ah, a guest from beyond the... When friends arrive from afar, shall I, the sovereign of the Silver Core River system, not extend proper hospitality? Brothers and sisters, welcome our guests." In that instant, 3 more wills flooded the abyssal void. One crimson as blood, brimming with endless battle lust and slaughter fury. One rose pink as silk, pulsing with insatiable expansionist desire. One phantom blue as shadow, humming with infinite metamorphosis and wisdom. And now, the bloated emerald monstrosity. 4 fallen deities. The will of the fallen evil god seemed almost tangible. Even across countless light years, they appeared to exist in a real sense, at least from the perspective of Daicang. Under the gaze of 4 supreme wills, despite not suffering any negative erosion, he felt as if his consciousness was about to be torn apart. This was not a calamity of corruption. It was merely the overwhelming essence of the opponent, whose gaze, even separated by layers of barriers, instilled a crisis of disintegration in Daicang's biological instinct. However, even with 3 more fallen evil gods, the radiance, shaped by the panel, remained completely still. It simply stood before Daicang, coalescing into a phantom human form. Though unable to discern even a hint of the figure's features, nor recollect its stature or attire yet. For some inexplicable reason, Daicang knew his identity. System martial god. Moreover, that was not all. In the next moment, another familiar radiance surged forth, something he recognized. A rank talent, undying, as if stimulated by the aura of the fallen evil god. It manifested in an instant and directly positioned itself before Daicang. A similar radiance, also taking the form of a phantom human. Aside from the vast difference in aura, it looked no different from the system martial god. Talent martial god. But that was far from the end. As a martial artist of the human race, Daicang encompassed all divine bloodlines from birth. In this pure pitch-black space, the divine bloodlines shone like stars in the night sky, illuminating the world as brightly as day. Following that, the myriad of starry radiance converged, these lights representing the boundless bloodlines of the martial artist race also transformed into human forms. Bloodline martial god. Lastly, far away in the academy, countless intelligent machines continued to lead their usual lives, nurturing billions of ordinary martial artists, as well as children yet to become martial artists, even infants in need of care. Beneath their harmonious exterior lurked turbulent waves. In that moment, countless intelligent machines momentarily froze in their actions. Then before Daicang, the final phantom materialized out of thin air. It was almost tangible, and it too stood. Unlike the remaining three phantoms, it was not just a motionless image, but a true presence capable of thought and technology. Martial god. However, a flicker of light, barely, even a human form weak enough to be almost imperceptible, still lay hidden within Daicang. That was the idealistic martial god, who had transformed into light. It was normal for him not to appear. The history of the martial artist race had seen him absent for millions of years. In the end, Daicang only saw 8 supreme beings standing at the pinnacle of the universe in a standoff. 4 martial gods. 4 fallen evil gods. What the hell? This is just the beginning. Ew, I haven't even left the newbie village. Am I directly being thrown into a high-level match? Multiple cosmic enemies detected, limit-breaking sentient life, completely annihilate them. Reward. Enough. Just shut up. Even though only he could hear it, Daicang wished he could gag this thing. Am I really going to fight the fallen evil gods? He understood now. It seemed that in the face of his cheat, only beings of martial god level, or so-called limit-breaking sentient life, could evoke its reaction. Below martial god, it was treated equally. You're high rank, you're awesome. But your host is weak, so could you please not dream such unrealistic dreams? Now Daicang just wanted to close his eyes and look away. Not because he feared the 4 fallen evil gods, but because, good child, close your eyes. Let mom. The one speaking was the technology martial god. Every martial artist was blessed by the system martial god at birth. During the awakening ceremony at 16, the talent they awakened was a gift from the talent martial god. The bloodlines required for the martial artist race to advance, from which all divine bloodlines emanate, are the legacy of the bloodline martial god. As for the technology martial god, she was the common mother of the martial artist race. Just like the panel bloodlines and talents of the martial artist race, she was almost omnipresent in the territories occupied by them. Listening to mom was almost an instinct for every nurtured human. And in this dark world, when Daicang closed his eyes, his perception of things dropped to its lowest. The influence of the 4 evil gods vanished in an instant. However, precisely because of this, he remained unaware of the kind of war that unfolded in this place of his origin. The events seemed to transpire in an instant. In the real world, Daicang abruptly opened his eyes and leaped up. He saw the surrounding waves of green liquid collapsing, as if corroded, countless repulsive maggots falling to the ground and struggling to die. Yet he himself bore no injuries. The panel remained, the bloodlines intact, and the talent still present. However, before him, not only were the green liquid waves collapsing, but even the distant green canopy had become so thin it seemed it could be pierced with a finger. As for the magnificent altar built by the Earth race, it was now riddled with cracks and filled with signs of decay. It seemed as if it had endured countless eons. So what exactly happened? As if just awakened, Daicang stood beside Daicang, looking around in confusion. Did mom just jump out and beat the fallen evil god? Daicang. Well, he had to admit that was a good summary. This was precisely what had transpired. Clearly, when he and Daicang were on the verge of being corrupted by the fallen evil god, the 4 martial gods had suddenly emerged, driving back the fallen evil god. Speaking of which, the martial artist race not only had the protection of martial gods. Moreover, every individual possessed the powers of the martial gods. The panel bloodline's talents. All these belonged to the power of the martial gods, naturally able to counterbalance forces of equal strength. Although these powers were merely a feeble reflection of the martial gods, the sheer quality and rank were extreme. Of course, the 4 fallen evil gods opposite were the same. The fallen evil gods, represented by the green light, although they projected power through the altar, were evidently not as formidable as the technology martial god in her true form on this planet. And her timely support. Was it because her gaze had always been on him? No, that thought was too narcissistic. Even though he and his classmates were indeed special, they were not special enough for a martial god-level existence to watch over them constantly. For instance, when Duan Ming returned to the afterlife, she had not acted at all. The technology martial god loved each of her children equally. Recalling the earlier appearances of the system bloodline and talent martial gods, Daicang quickly formed a hypothesis. Mechanism. When the fallen evil gods actively seek to corrupt the martial artist race, a defensive rebound mechanism set by the martial gods will automatically trigger. This mechanism that shields us from corruption is the confidence of the martial artist race in standing firm in the universe. Such an important setting was never taught in class. He was incensed. With the martial gods shielding them, why hadn't they mentioned it earlier? Did they know he had even prepared a suicide note? Daicang saw Daicang getting agitated and hurriedly advised, below the god observation realm, sensing the aura of the evil gods will lead to corruption and the mechanism left by the martial gods won't trigger. We are lucky to have had a special opportunity to withstand the first wave of corruption from that fallen evil god. It can't be measured by common sense. At this point, Daicang also grew curious. He pointed to himself and said, "Good, that green thing just now said I was also a god." What do you think it meant? Daicang took a deep breath. Being able to regain a life, anything was negotiable. Looking at Mo Hung again, Daicang patted his shoulder and said, "I think you should think less about these matters. If you call upon the name of a god, the god will surely respond. That's written in the textbooks. As for stronger fallen evil gods, if you don't know, that's fine, but once you recognize their characteristics, it's best not to think about them. Fallen evil gods are not to be trifled with. Just look at the Earth race. Their ancestors gazed upon the stars, and sensing something directly attracted a fallen evil god. Constantly murmuring about such beings, if one day they stepped outside the martial god's range of support, who knows what kind of targeting they might face." Understood. Mo Hung's expression sobered as he looked towards the altar. Something feels off. The boss has a second phase. The moment he said this, Daicang shivered. What? Second phase. This seemed to not be the first time he had encountered it. He turned his gaze towards the altar. Their numerous Earth race members praying were suddenly stunned, as if they had heard something, and they couldn't help but exchange glances. Meanwhile, the green light belonging to the fallen evil god was rapidly retracting. The collapsing waves of green liquid were almost entirely gone. What little had not evaporated followed the converging green light swirling near the many members of the Earth race. Gather. Coalesce. These Earth race members did not resist. Instead, they felt immensely honored to enjoy the immersion of the green liquid, their bodies melting in the liquid and ultimately becoming part of the green. In the end, the Earth race members on the altar vanished completely. In their place was a massive green cocoon. Qing M855, an elite of the Liu clan qualified to mentally control battle beasts, harbored no such devout faith as his kin. He did not believe the star god was an omniscient, benevolent deity. If the star god were truly omnipotent and all-knowing, why would he require us to construct altars and offer immense sacrifices in his name? That said, Qing M855 bore no ill will toward the star god. In fact, he felt profound gratitude. Were it not for the star god's mercy, they would still be scavenging for food beneath the waves, locked in endless struggle with sea beasts. 3 events remained etched indelibly in Qing M855's memory. First, the night he passed the trials and became a true member of the Liu clan. Second, the annual sacrificial rite when the star god descended blessings upon them. Third, the day he encountered the hairless ape. It was then he realized this world held more than an endless tide of feral beasts. There existed other intelligent life, struggling just as they did amid swarming predators. Alas, no opportunity for exchange ever arose. All he could do was imagine the culture and way of life of those other sentient beings, fragment by fragment, through the sparse, halting utterances of that one hairless ape. How deeply regrettable. To speak plainly, I have long referred to you and your kind as hairless apes, yet I still do not know your name. Do you, sir, bear a name? The colossal green chrysalis bloomed like a grotesque flower. Its shell split open, revealing the entity concealed within. It was the mass of pulsating green flesh. A bloated, misshapen bulk, its rotting maggot-riddled body oozed pus from every pore. Hundreds of irregular tentacles thrashed wildly, while its obese frame wobbled precariously as if poised to collapse at any moment. It possessed no head. Instead, eyes sprouted ceaselessly across its form, blooming, decaying, and regenerating elsewhere in rapid, nauseating succession. Its gaze, omnidirectional, penetrating even inward, locked unblinking upon the two before it. This revolting abomination emitted psychic waves like a cataclysmic tide, waves that coalesced into a strange, silent language unheard by ears, yet instantly comprehended by every mind. Or rather, not language at all. It was something beyond speech, direct, unmediated communion of consciousness. What then was this thing? Putrid chaos, ovum, a sentient life form utterly corrupted by the fallen evil deity, lotus flesh, rotting Buddha, its mind shattered under divine decay, fused into a seething, irredeemable slurry. Its power scales with both the fallen deity's direct blessing and the inherent strength of the sacrificed vessel. The strongest putrid chaos over-rival even divine realm entities. A data panel materialized displaying the creature's fundamental profile. Daicang let out a dry, incredulous laugh. Oh, splendid, just splendid. I've been deliberately avoiding thoughts of that fallen deity, and now you, this interface, thrust his very name straight into my face. Do you think I'm living too comfortably? Even the Liu clan dared refer to him only as the star god, and employed only the biological technologies granted by that fallen deity, never daring to touch his other dominions. Can't you at least obscure the name with black blocks? Brother D, the lotus flesh rod. A reckless youth beside Daicang clapped a hand over the boy's mouth and snapped, "Enough, silence. Focus on the enemy before us. Let us pretend we've never heard of any fallen deity." As he spoke, he lashed out with a thunderous kick. The earth detonated. Stones shattered skyward at hypersonic velocity, streaking straight toward the putrid mass. In the next instant, they vanished, as if swallowed by viscous seawater. The projectiles slowed abruptly as though encased in thick, clinging resin. Each centimeter forward demanded agonizing effort. Finally, multi-kilogram boulders ground to a halt 10 meters short of the rotting monstrosity. Must it always be so violent? A fissure opened across the creature's body, twisting grotesquely into a mockery of a human smile. Its maw gaped wide, toothless, brimming with necrotic maggot-churned flesh. A wave of stench and virulent pathogens surged forth. Calmly the creature intoned, "Honorable sir, though you slaughtered my kin under the guidance of my Buddha, I comprehend that life and death are but natural cycles. Fear not, I shall not hold their deaths against you. I seek only to sit with you in discourse, and perhaps share our faith, the lotus flesh rotting Buddha. Though its flesh sloughed and writhed ceaselessly, its form barely coherent as if assembled from squirming larvae, it still spoke, still conversed. But was conversation even warranted with such a thing? What are you? Daicang demanded, simultaneously yanking Imo hung backward by the collar to maintain distance. His vigilance was absolute. Against the mid-tier aberration, the rot-bone dragon, he felt only fear, never this profound, chilling dread. For beasts were straightforward. They sought only humanity's annihilation, unburdened by guile or subterfuge. But followers of fallen deities, their desires ran far deeper. Sometimes even death was a luxury to. You may regard me as the amalgamation of 100,000 Liu clan members unified in enlightenment under my Buddhist teachings. A collective whole. If it pleases you, you may call me Qing M. 855. The most harmonious karmic bond ever forged between you and the Liu clan. Daicang blinked. Who? Ah, him. He paused, then recalled. Yes, he had indeed captured a guide earlier. Back then, naive and arrogant, he'd treated the Liu clan as his personal domain and allowed the captive to depart freely. He hadn't expected to meet again. The rotting creature spoke gently. Since you recognize this old acquaintance, matters grow simpler. Might you accompany me to prevent the war soon to unfold? My Buddha is merciful. He abhors senseless sacrifice. Was it truly this amenable? Then again, the fallen deity worshipped by the Liu clan also radiated boundless compassion, at least outwardly. Deception remained possible, but a god's aura invariably reflected his Tao. If no artifice were at play, then this fallen deity was without question a paragon of supreme benevolence. Whoa, brother D, why waste breath on this xenomorphic cultist? Just kill it. We've got time. We might even. Mo Hung stared at Daicang, baffled, unable to fathom why his usually sharp, rational elder brother would engage in dialogue with such an alien heretic. At those words, Daicang fell speechless. Ah yes, he was a martial Tao human, a pure-blooded human. His foe was an alien aberration, and a heretic besides. What possible justification existed for dialogue? Clearly he still hadn't fully shed his roots, hadn't yet embraced his identity as a martial Tao human. A flaw, one to be corrected. You're right. Don't be fooled by its sluggish appearance. It's surely scheming poison behind that grin. As he spoke, Daicang drove his leg deep into the earth, then exploded upward with titanic force. Boom. Hundreds of kilograms of soil and stone erupted skyward, transforming into a torrential deluge aimed at the rotting entity, while Daicang himself vanished from sight, using the feint to vanish. Faced with the sudden assault, the creature merely sighed. I see. So your people prefer violence as their dialect. Then I shall honor my Buddhist teaching, adapt to local customs, and speak in a tongue even heretics understand. Tum. Hundreds of kilograms of rock rippled midair, then suspended motionless, held aloft by an invisible psychokinesis. That was the true power system of the Liu clan. An adult Liu clan elite could lift from 100 to several hundred kilograms, priests 1 to several tons. The grand priest was strongest of all, capable of psychokinetic feats exceeding 100 tons. Yet even they were insignificant before this creature. 100,000 Liu clan members, fused as one. 10th psychokinesis, effective radius 1 kilometer. Reality reasserted itself, the falling debris halted effortlessly, and in the next heartbeat, Daicang reappeared behind it. He lunged, full force, his spear piercing the sonic barrier, its razor tip cleaving through psychic resistance and plunging deep into the creature's body, aimed unerringly at its heart. In an instant the spear pierced the heart. No resistance, no obstruction. Only the creature's astonishingly resilient flesh offered faint rubbery resistance. Honorable sir, beware. Yet the shattering of its heart inflicted no effect. Daicang heard its voice, strong, resonant, unwavering. In the next breath, invisible psychic force ripped through the air, coalescing into hundreds of spiraling drill bits, striking from all directions at velocities surpassing sound. I saw nothing. Sound carried no warning. Though his body sensed the air parting, his mortal frame could not react, and he could strike at supersonic speeds, yet he couldn't even track his own attacks. Such was the terrifying magnitude of his current strength. His choice was simple: withdraw the spear. Its shaft was buried deep, already ensnared by writhing flesh and swarming maggots, locked fast within the creature's body. Extracting it required 1,000 tons of force, yet Daicang's strength dwarfed that resistance tenfold. He wrenched it free, then spun, swinging the spear in a whirlwind of impenetrable defense. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of psychic drills shattered upon impact. Despite his blindness, his instinct, intuition, and flawless guard left him untouched. He sustained no injury, not a single wound. Compared to the relentless bombardment faced by Daicang, the threats received by Mo Hung were far more direct. With his mind's power taking shape, a gigantic hand descended, covering an area of 100 meters without any unnecessary movements, directly snatching Mo Hung into his grasp. For the rotting monster, he has a collective consciousness of 100,000 land creatures, found it exceedingly simple to multitask. With 10,000 units of mental power, even a fraction of it could easily suppress Mo Hung on the spot, leaving him utterly defenseless. Is it possible? As the giant hand grasped Imo, the latter's expression remained remarkably calm. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, and then, Huangpin Yulong body technique sublimation, his form moved like a dragon wandering around the target, primarily engaging in entanglement, emphasizing not a leaf's touch. Sublimation technique Fansuan, between wrapping the body with qi, making him feel incredibly slippery, allowing for an effortless escape from the siege. Imo body appeared as if coated in a layer of lubricant, smoothly navigating with the force of the mental giant hand's compression, slipping out through a gap in the blink of an eye. In the moment he escaped, the giant hand suddenly closed tightly. The air was compressed into a fierce current, whipping a violent wind that brushed against Imo. He remained motionless while drawing his long sword. His figure transformed into a phantom as if countless illusions spread out, and the long sword in his hand generated a myriad of sword shadows. "Oh, this esteemed guest, it seems, is not to be underestimated," the rotting monster exclaimed in surprise. Immediately mental power transformed into countless sharp blades raining down on Imo like a barrage, each one moving faster than sound, their force sufficient to turn Imo into a porcupine and reduce him to dust. Clang! The crisp sound resonated as Imo sword seemed ethereal, executing a flurry of thrusts and slashes, effortlessly dispersing the multitude of mental blades. From amidst the countless projectiles, he carved a clear path. In just a few seconds he stood before the rotting monster. In an instant the long sword thrust forward, then sharply twisted and changed direction, piercing through a layer of mental defense, ultimately severing a piece of the rotting monster. The unexpected attack left the rotting monster astonished. Supported by mental power, he staggered backward, his originally calm gaze now mixed with surprise and fear. "Can you see it?" the rotting monster asked with an ugly expression. "Shut up, aberration," was Imo reply. "Can he see the invisible mental power?" The answer is yes. Unlike the mortal realm, the vision in the extraordinary realm encompasses various functions such as X-ray, thermal sensing, and more. For Daicang, mental power was completely transparent, but in Imo eyes its color and shape were vividly. Thus, whether dodging or blocking, he did so with ease. Furthermore, Huangpin Phantom Sword Technique Sublimation Sword Shadows are like illusions capable of confusing the opponent's judgment with an extremely high attack frequency. Sublimation Technique Ghostly Flash, used to finish off opponents with sword techniques capable of unleashing incredible speed in an instant, combined with the illusory sword shadows, allowing for strikes that are as quick as zero-frame initiation, leaving opponents unprepared. A body technique and a sword technique. For 2 weeks, Imo had not slacked off in the slightest. Both Huangpin techniques had been cultivated to the sublimation level, awakening his own unique sublimation techniques, and the body and sword techniques could synergize to unleash even greater power. Combined technique Ghostly Shadow Illusory Sword. When both the Phantom Sword Technique and the Yulong Body Technique reached the sublimation level simultaneously, employing the sword technique and body technique can trigger a combined effect, activating a superior killing move, Ghostly Shadow Illusory Sword. Both man and sword become phantoms, blurring the line between reality and illusion, allowing for the ghostly flash to be unleashed from any angle, leaving the opponent defenseless. "When did you learn these 2 techniques? I've never seen you use them before." Daicang spoke up next to Imo. Unbeknownst to him, he had already broken through the rotting monster's mental encirclement and had just witnessed Imo instantly severing one of the monster's rotten horns. Without a word, Daicang stepped forward, crushing the rotten horn and the maggots that composed it into fine dust. However, when Daicang lifted his foot, he noticed that the dust still trembled slightly, as if it retained some semblance of life. Imo responded, "I just learned it, so you obviously haven't seen it before." After saying this, he also lifted his foot to stomp down. The qi burst forth. The rotting matter that Daicang had just ground into dust, which had been struggling to writhe. After the second compression by qi, the already pulverized rotten flesh ceased to move. "As I thought." Imo nodded and said, "Although this thing has a strong life force, once completely shattered by qi, it must die." Daicang was surprised. "Must it be qi?" Imo shrugged. "The corrupted flesh tainted by the monster's spirit can only be completely exterminated with qi. That's common sense. Little d, although your strength is great, the mortal realm is ultimately still the mortal realm. When it comes to exterminating the followers of evil gods, it must be left to us in the extraordinary realm." In just a few exchanges, Daicang's status in the class plummeted. This made Daicang chuckle. He pointed to the rotting monster. "All right, you go take him on. Go and challenge him, and take him down. I'll cheer you on." Imo Diga, don't joke around. From their earlier skirmish, the two had tested it out. The mental power that the rotting monster could manipulate could probably lift thousands of tons. If estimated high, it could be over 10,000 tons. Although Imo was in the extraordinary realm, the human martial arts were relatively powerful. But the strength on the opposite side was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than his own. This was beyond mere skill to compensate for. At least for the current Imo, it was insurmountable. On the other side, seeing the 2 hairless apes preferring to chat among themselves rather than pay him any mind, the rotting monster sighed, a hint of bitterness seeping into his smile. "Buddha is compassionate. All beings suffer, yet few are aware of their own suffering. Well, since I plan to sacrifice myself to save the world, I must possess the heart to sacrifice for righteousness." As his voice fell, all his mental power coalesced once more, transforming into a 100-meter giant hand ruthlessly descending upon the target. In that moment, the wind stirred, and the air was violently displaced. The two felt a powerful wind rushing towards them. Daicang, be careful. He's using his ultimate move. This palm covers 100 meters, its might is unparalleled, probably possessing the strength of 10,000 tons. Let's temporarily avoid its edge. I'm going to. Temporary avoidance. Even though the attack was invisible, Daicang easily determined its location based on the direction and speed of the wind. In an instant, he shot out, delivering a fierce punch. Bang! The earth collapsed and cracked. The shockwave surged, sweeping through all directions. The 100-meter giant hand was instantly shattered into pieces beneath this punch. The 10,000 units of mental power vanished without a trace. Daicang paused momentarily, then leaped forward once more, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. He lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful kick. Just as the mental power collapsed, the rotting monster had to refine it once more, barely condensing 100 tons of mental power, which it had to awkwardly transform into a barrier. Bang! In an instant, the barrier shattered. The rotting monster behind it was directly blown apart by this kick. The rotten flesh exploded, completely scattering everywhere. You seem quite impatient. Looks like you've come to terms with it, said the rotting monster, whose body had been blown apart, revealing a triumphant smile. Around him, the split body instantly transformed into countless maggots, gathering at an astonishing speed under the influence of mental power healing. Their center of healing was precisely where Daicang stood. If I do not enter hell, who will? Sacrificing my own body and spirit to guide you to my Buddha. Countless layers of rotten flesh piled upon Daicang's body. The rotting flesh sprouted, countless maggots burrowing into Daicang's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. Even more tiny maggots could enter through the pores of Daicang's skin. The scene was incredibly absurd and disgusting. Watching this unfold, the rotting monster laughed. In his expression of self-sacrificing devotion, there was also a hint of human greed. The scene was incredibly absurd and disgusting. Watching this unfold, the rotting monster laughed. In his expression of If you benefactor are still around, I shall certainly guide you into the Pure Land. With a sudden splash, Daicang's right hand burst forth from the layers of rotten flesh. He seized the remaining conscious body of the rotting monster and crushed it in an instant. Bang! The last vestige of the rotting monster's consciousness dissipated, killed multiple sentient beings. Power 107,925. The rotting monster's consciousness was composed of over 100,000 Liu clan members. Daicang had assumed that even if he slew it, the system would still count the fused consciousnesses as a single life. Yet the judgment proved utterly uncompromising. This collective of 100,000 minds was deemed precisely 100,000 lives. Excellent. Exceptionally so. Daicang almost believed he was dreaming. Yet the dissolution of the rotting monster's consciousness did not signify the death of its physical form. In fact, its body grew markedly more active. Countless slabs of putrid flesh disintegrated into minuscule maggots, burrowing into Daicang's body, not only through his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, but also through his hair follicles and every pore across his skin. This sensation of foreign intrusion was unfamiliar. No, not entirely unfamiliar. During nanorepair therapy at school, Daicang had experienced something similar, though far more refined and precise. But these were fundamentally different. One was maternal care, the other, damn, it was maggots. The realization sent crimson fury surging into his eyes. Get out! Daicang surged his blood and chi, convulsing his entire body with violent force. A doubled torrent of raw power erupted. Maggots encasing him exploded outward in an instant, torn to shreds, annihilated on the spot. Had the rotting monster's final assault, delivered at the cost of its life, truly been effortlessly neutralized by Daicang? In truth, no. In the microscopic world beyond Daicang's sight, trillions upon trillions of maggot-like entities, each smaller than bacteria or viruses, had already infiltrated his body through minute gaps in his epidermis. At a scale invisible to the naked eye, and even imperceptible to human physiology, a single maggot writhed forward like a subterranean drill, its needle-sharp head driving hard against a cell membrane, then recoiled with a soft, hollow bounce. It struck as though colliding with an unyielding wall, dazed, bewildered. What was this? Was it boring into steel? Confused yet instinct-driven, the maggot redoubled its efforts, pressing deeper with desperate tenacity. In the next instant, the cell rippled, enveloping the maggot whole. Lysosomal enzymes surged. Within moments, the creature dissolved into viscous residue, fully metabolized. The process unfolded with astonishing speed, clean, decisive, without hesitation. And identical transformations occurred simultaneously across countless cells, each maggot within Daicang's microscopic realm meeting the same swift, absolute fate. They appeared, only to be digested instantly, as if born solely to become sustenance. Only a negligible fraction of cells fell under overwhelming numbers, but their destruction merely triggered the immune response, summoning stronger, fiercer, more resilient cellular defenders to eradicate the invaders. Thus translated into macroscopic reality, achoo. Daicang sneezed. He rubbed his nose, gaze clear, yet tinged with foolish innocence. Who would have thought a martial cultivator of the Wu Dao human race could catch a cold? He glanced around at the maggots scattering wildly across the ground, now mindless, having lost their unified consciousness after the monster's dissolution. They continued to fragment further, shrinking into ever smaller entities, perhaps bacteria, perhaps viruses, until they vanished entirely from human sight. After all, they had been corrupted by a fallen deity of decay. Would such contamination affect the ecosystem? Irrelevant. The planet's biosphere had long since been infected by stellar beasts. One more blight changed nothing. MOZ resolved. Daicang casually brushed his palms together, the uncontrolled force rippling the air in concentric waves. Turning to Mo Hung, he said, "Come, let's dismantle this altar. This wretched place likely still harbors numerous Lu clan members. We'll locate them, then eliminate each one systematically." Mo Hung scrutinized Daicang from head to toe, then silently stepped backward, face twisted in disgust. "Brother D, please keep your distance. I find you filthy. Hey, can a classmate still be salvaged after contact with maggots?" Daicang cracked his knuckles, incensed. What the hell? His single motion triggered an immediate collapse of the earth beneath them. Daicang's punch now carried 200,000 kilograms of force, far exceeding human control. The sheer destructive magnitude made Mo Hang's jaw twitch involuntarily. He hastily pivoted the conversation. Ahem. Brother D, how in the past 2 weeks did you survive down here in the Black Abyss? What did you eat? An excellent question. Only then did Daicang recall. He hadn't consumed proper food in ages. And strangely, he felt faintly hungry. Burp. He belched softly. Well, apparently, he wasn't hungry at all. His body hummed with surplus energy, strangely exhilarated. As though he'd just ingested nutrient paste. Had he eaten something? You must understand, these octopus-bred bioweapons are inedible. Each carries latent corruption from the fallen deity. Daicang cast a glance toward the maggots still dividing on the ground. First bioweapons, then under the fallen deity's command instantly transmuted into viridian fluid teeming with maggots. And when that viridian fluid fused with 100,000 Lu clan members at birth, the rotting monster. A fearsome apparition in appearance, yet pitifully weak in actual combat, all spectacle, no substance. Without the fallen deity's direct influence, corrupted organisms posed negligible threat. But the Lu clan themselves, sentient beings, remained uncorrupted, and therefore, you understand what I mean. Daicang preferred not to voice this plainly. After all, unless absolutely necessary, he found the idea of consuming sentient life deeply unsettling. Wow, fresh octopus. Brother D, your diet these past 2 weeks has been extraordinary. Mo Hung sighed enviously. You don't know. Lutan City's nutrient paste reserves have been completely depleted these past. After you fell into the Black Abyss, our hunting operations resumed normally. Yet no matter how many monstrous beast carcasses we hauled back, Lutan City lacked distribution channels to the inner city. Selling cheaply to other cities left the Lutan Battle Guild unwilling to compromise, and so the stalemate persisted. Already martial cultivators within the city have starved to death. If these octopuses are edible, transporting them back would balance our accounts for the Yin Yuan Battle Guild. At this, Mo Hung nearly leapt with excitement. Daicang slapped his forehead. His prior life moral compass still held him back, insufficiently unmoored from principle. Look at the locals, they imposed no such dietary scruples. Sentience or not, it was all meat once it passed the lips. Yet from Mo Hang's words, Daicang sensed something amiss. Balance accounts. What debt does our guild owe? Daicang asked, puzzled. Monstrous beast carcasses, Mo Hung replied bluntly without a trace of remorse. Under cover of night, Senior Wu escorted by Ao Shui into the warehouse and secretly appropriated all the monstrous beast carcasses we'd hunted over this period. The pills refined from them saved our entire class, and there was even surplus left over. Daicang sucked in a sharp breath. Damn, truly worthy of you. Though he might well have done the same, Daicang still had to admit. Truly worthy of you. Did the Lutan Battle Guild raise a... Daicang pressed his palm to his brow. Were I Gu Tianxiu, I'd slaughter the entire Yin Yuan Battle Guild, and let the city feast on their flesh. Mo Hung beamed, thumb raised. They objected, but only slightly. Monstrous beast carcasses couldn't be sold or left to rot in storage, they risked sparking plague. So the Yin Yuan Battle Guild simply accrued a massive debt, payable in full, or else we'd work it off for free. Moreover, to quell public outrage, we gifted several vials of bloodline pills to the Lutan Battle Guild's leaders. They dropped all complaints. Yes, monstrous beast carcasses equaled the city's food supply, but only if they could be sold. Otherwise, they were merely incubators of pestilence. Even discounted sales to neighboring cities would have alleviated the crisis. Yet why bother? The transcendent realm never starves to death by hunger is impossible. As for the mundane tier cultivators, expendable, annually replenished, especially those at the lowest stratum. Starve 1 year, recruit anew the next. Indeed, Daicang massaged his temples. The transcendent realm elders remain indifferent. The grievances of mundane tier cultivators hold no weight. There was no exploitation here, not even that. For the lowest tier mundane cultivators possessed no exploitable value whatsoever. Outside the inner city, no safety net existed. These cultivators weren't even productive laborers. Their soul worth lay in. Well, apologies. They held no value at all. Their survival depended entirely on the scraps, mere broth, left behind by the powerful. And though worthless, their deaths elicited no concern. Yet times had changed. To the Yin Yuan Battle Guild, they did hold value. At least Chun Huangsha believed so. Then matters are simple. Xiao Moz, we shall first capture these octopuses and compel them into vassalage under the Yin Yuan Battle Guild. What say you? That earlier impulsive notion resurfaced in Daicang's mind. He still hadn't abandoned his plan to domesticate the Liu clan as subservient kin. Yet, Brother D, are you serious? That medium-tier monstrous beast didn't die. It merely departed. We caused such devastation while it was away. If it returns and finds us still here, we're doomed. Our immediate priority is escape. Imohan grew increasingly convinced Daicang had suffered brain damage. How could such an obvious truth elude him? You're right. Give me a moment. With that, Daicang launched himself forward, toward the altar. Within seconds, relentless bombardment by his 200,000-kilogram force shattered the already fissured monolithic altar, its towering grandeur reduced to rubble in an instant. An altar consecrated to a fallen deity of decay must not endure. Having finished, Daicang retraced his steps, seized Imohan's arm without a word, and leapt skyward. Whoosh! They shot upward, ascending tens of thousands of meters in a single bound, clearing the black abyss's colossal cliff face, then hovering suspended in midair. Imohan gasped, "I'll be." Midair, Daicang stomped downward, shattering the atmosphere beneath his foot. They rocketed sideways, arcing downward thousands of meters before plunging headlong into the earth. Impact struck like a meteor, cratering the ground, unleashing a tempest of dust and debris. Thus concluded the brief expedition into the black abyss. You may kill me outright. Imohan twisted free of Daicang's grip, inhaling sharply. Thank the heavens I'm transcendent here. If I were Mundanetier, I'd be pulped by now. Before he could finish speaking, he fell silent, because he saw a colossal trench 100 meters wide, cleaving straight toward Lutin City. The entire landscape bore the unmistakable imprint, as if some titanic entity had dragged itself across the land. At noon, the golden sun hung high in the sky. The sunlight poured onto the streets of Lutin City, and in the neighborhood of the Liao Yuan battle gang, Go Changchun stood in the central square, comfortably cultivating martial arts. His life was very regular. He ate when it was time to eat, drank when it was time to drink, and cultivated when it was time to cultivate. Even if his realm and strength were pitifully low, he never wasted energy on internal conflict. His aptitude was evident, and rushing would be futile. Moreover, in recent days, with the repeated return and reinforcement of the hunting teams, those classmates afflicted with radiation sickness had also been recovering. The situation of the Liao Yuan battle gang was steadily improving. What a load of crap. He retracted his martial posture and focused his mind. After stopping his movements, wisps of steam emanated from his body, a sight resulting from the sweat accumulated during his cultivation being expelled in one breath. He opened his eyes, gazing at Lutin City. His expression grew serious. The situation in this city was becoming as the food reserves ran low. Incidents of lower-tier warriors starving to death had already occurred within the city, and the nutritional paste of the Liao Yuan battle gang was also rapidly depleting. It was feared that soon riots would erupt within the city. How many people would die? Can the situation get any worse? He shrugged. Speaking of which, no matter how those lower-tier warriors fared, he himself had no worries about food and drink. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Why should he concern himself with such matters? How much worse could it possibly get? The next moment, Go Changchun saw a flash of light in his field of vision. It seemed something was rapidly approaching, crossing an unknown number of kilometers in mere seconds, crashing into the city. Followed by boom, buildings, bodies, the ground. Everything was torn to shreds in an instant. Go Changchun's consciousness fell into darkness. He was dead. Talent death returned. Half an hour earlier, Go Changchun's movements came to a jarring halt. He could not afford to rest. He quickly exited his cultivation state and turned to run. A few minutes later, what? This planet is covered by the light of our martial civilization. How could there be room for conventional weapons to flaunt their might? After hearing Go Changchun's account, everyone was utterly astonished. No, nothing had happened just fine. Why did Lutin City suddenly get bombed by a nuclear weapon? How would I know? Go Changchun exclaimed excitedly. When that thing exploded in the city, everything in my field of vision shattered into bits, and then I died. And don't forget, before this, someone in our class had contracted radiation sickness. Those ores could be used to make nuclear. It all fits. Everything fits. It must be that we've been exposed. The inner city intends to use nuclear bombs to silence us. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Oh my, that's not impossible. The inner city is ruthless. To keep secrets, they're willing to annihilate an entire city to cover up the news. Honestly, isn't that a crime? Moreover, using nuclear bombs. This is too absurd. It's not that nuclear technology is so advanced, but the light of the martial civilization prohibits the use of conventional weapons. The coverage of this light spans the entire planet, coexisting with the infection of the stellar behemoths and the corruption of fallen evil gods. Hey, little Go. Biao Xue, who had the most research on alien beasts in the class, raised her hand and said, I think the explosion you described. There was no fireball, no mushroom cloud. It just doesn't seem like a nuclear bomb. More like an energy cannon spewed by an alien beast. A medium-sized behemoth casually spewing an energy cannon with a power comparable to tens of thousands or even millions of tons of nuclear bombs. Are you sure what you saw wasn't this? Upon hearing this, Go Changchun was also taken aback. He slapped his hand and suddenly realized, oh, makes sense. In the 10th minute, Lutin City sounded the red alert. Of course it wasn't that high-tech. It was just a simple regular launch of a dozen red signal flares as a reminder to the citizens the city is in danger, run fast. The ones taking this measure were not the Liao Yuan battle gang, but rather the actual rulers of the city, Letin battle gang. In response to the warning from the Liao Yuan battle gang, they expressed, "You have the talent of death return. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Tianxiu looked at Go Changchun in disbelief, speaking as if the U.S. military had discovered oil. A time-related talent is indeed one in a million. Among them, the talent that can carry future information back to the past is even rarer, 1 in 100,000. Go Changchun, so rare. He originally thought he was just an inconsequential low-tier warrior. He didn't expect that even relying solely on his talent, he could make a name for himself in the outer city. Gu Tianxiu, the current top figure in Letin City, nodded and said, "That's only natural. As martial artists, we have always been under our mother's protection before reaching adulthood, hence our awareness of crises is not high. The habits formed over 16 years are hard to change. Most talents awakened after the Spirit Awakening ceremony are strongly related to combat power. For example, speed, strength enhancement, healing, spirit reaction, cultivation, revival. Information-related talents are indeed few and far between. Everyone at the genetic level is not particularly afraid of death. Go Changchun, who cherishes his life, is indeed everyone at the genetic level is not particularly afraid of death. Go Changchun, who cherishes his life, is indeed an anomaly. 1 in a million among martial artists. His awakening of such a talent is also due to his personality." Just then Gu Tianxiu continued, "Originally, early warnings were always handled by Gu Hui. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. Speaking of which, he was driven away by your Liao Yuan battle gang. With his talent, he could thrive in any city. Luckily, with one Gu Hui gone, little Go here has filled that vacancy. By the way, can this little Go be sold to the Letin battle gang? We can offer 1,000 chi blood pills." Go Changchun shook his head and waved his hand. "No, I am not for sale." Gu Tianxiu sighed. What a pity. After saying that, he picked up a box. It contained the property of the Letin battle gang, including a series of treasures, among which were the chi blood pills of great value. He said, "All right, in just a few minutes the city will face the first wave of attacks, and the entire city is bound to fall. I plan to flee to the west. What about you?" As he spoke, all the martial artists in Letin City were in a frantic escape. Many leaders of the Letin battle gang had already fled the city with their belongings and trusted subordinates. Even Gu Tianxiu's trusted aides were on standby. "Flee." The leader of the Liao Yuan battle gang, Chun Huangsha, said unwillingly, after building it up with great difficulty. "Can't we at least try to defend it?" "Flee." The leader of the Liao Yuan battle gang, Chun Huangsha, said unwillingly, after building it up with great. "If you don't run when encountering a medium-sized alien beast, you are this. If you Liao Yuan battle gang can stay, I will take responsibility. We will write off the debts between us." After saying this, he dashed out like the wind. Taking his belongings and trusted subordinates, he quickly vanished from sight. Chun Huangsha. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with a longing for survival. Among them, Wu Tatian was already preparing to knock him out and carry him away. Chun Huangsha looked around, then slapped his forehead. "Everyone, I have been foolish. Hurry and run. This broken place cannot stay any longer." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thus the Liao Yuan battle gang, which had long prepared their escape luggage, quickly retreated, though they were only around 90 or so people. The others had already fled. Just as Gu Tianxiu had said, "Did I hit a medium-sized alien beast? Really? You must know that for every stage that an alien beast increases in size, its weight and body structure multiply. Micro-alien beasts can weigh from several tons to hundreds of tons. Small alien beasts, the flying type, start from hundreds of tons, while reptiles start at 10,000 tons. Special marine life can even reach several 100,000 tons. And medium-sized alien beasts each measure kilometers in size, with the lightest weighing at least tens of millions of tons. With such height and weight, when they move at their body length speed, the energy consumed per second is comparable to millions of tons. Or even millions of tons of nuclear explosions. To obstruct them, it's practically like trying to stop an aircraft carrier with a mantis. Thus, in less than 30 minutes, Letin City, with close to 300,000 inhabitants, had almost completely evacuated. Not long after, an energy cannon shot from the horizon, crashing down upon this city. The next moment, a kilometer radius turned to dust, the shockwave rampantly exploding, destroying the entire city. Buildings, walls, everything was crushed to pieces. A city housing a population of 300,000, instantly reduced to ruins. Many martial artists who were not particularly fast only heard a loud boom before witnessing the city behind them turn into a wasteland. However, this was not the most frightening part. The most terrifying thing was far away in the wilderness. A giant beast visible to the naked eye, erupting with surging energy, was moving towards them at a speed of a kilometer per second. The corrupted bone demon dragon. The earlier energy cannon was spewed forth by it. The one controlling this clan's war beast was the chief priest of the Lu clan. Hiss! The corrupted bone demon dragon's flesh rippled, emitting a grotesque sound. The chief priest within it sensed its emotions. There was undoubtedly a murderous intent upon seeing the hairless ape, and a sense of discomfort, as if being pressured by. Had it not been for the chief priest's guidance, it would definitely have turned back. In such a situation, the chief priest couldn't make heads or tails of it. Really strange. No, perhaps this is the reason why those hairless apes can survive in the world. The chief priest muttered to himself. Then he soothed. Good. Be obedient, continue forward. Didn't you see those detestable things? You want to kill them? Oh, I will help you. Through the mental waves, he transmitted emotions into the consciousness of the clan. Under the guidance, the latter's attention focused. Numerous eyes grew from its surface, staring intently into the distance. However, it saw humans. Countless humans. Fleeing from the city, they scattered in all directions. Roar! The corrupted bone demon dragon became enraged. Murderous intent instantly filled its will, and any discomfort was cast aside. At this moment, the corrupted bone demon dragon had only one thought. To kill. To annihilate those damned humans. The instant this thought emerged, its speed plummeted. While it concentrated high-density energy aiming at the distant humans, it shot out. The energy surged forth like a white ribbon, arriving in an instant, crashing down upon the ground. Like a laser sword sweeping across. And upon striking the ground, the residual energy instantly exploded after a moment's stagnation. Boom! At this moment, it felt as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering, resulting in many martial artists meeting their demise. The energy ribbon continued to wreak havoc, penetrating deep into the human territory. Ultimately, it fiercely struck the towering, sighing wall thousands of meters high. That is, a wall, representing the inner city wall. That towering, sighing wall thousands of meters high separated the inner and outer city. The outer city. Rather than calling it a city, it seemed more like a slum built along this cylindrical, sighing wall. Letten City was merely one area of a vast number of slums. To call it a city is just for appearances. A region that could be destroyed with a single breath from a medium-sized alien beast. What face does it have to be called a city? However, as the corrupted bone demon dragon unleashed its breath, especially when this breath struck the sighing wall of it seemed to trigger some mechanism. The thousands of meters tall city wall was left with a conspicuous mark. Immediately after, the city wall started to visibly ripple. That conspicuous mark quickly restored to its original state. And then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the inner city, numerous figures soared into the air, crossing over the sighing wall. These figures, looking down from thousands of meters high, swiftly locked onto the approaching corrupted bone demon dragon. What the hell is this, a joke? Is the Liu clan insane or delusional? Looking at the gaping chasms extending towards the outer city, Daicang inhaled sharply. Relying on the support of the fallen evil god, they dare to invade my homeland with a medium-sized alien beast. The crowd was in flight, fleeing from the disaster. The appearance of the corrupted bone dragon affected not only Letten City, but also the surrounding hundreds of thousands of people and several cities within 100 miles, all witnessing that gigantic creature. Thus, there was no thought of resistance. Millions of people fled at the fastest speed possible. However, there are always some who are unfortunate. The movement speed of the corrupted bone dragon was a kilometer per second, approaching 3 times the speed of sound, making it nearly impossible for even the fastest of extraordinary beings to escape. Therefore, people could only gamble. They hoped this medium-sized beast would not run in their direction. Generally speaking, the places most attractive to beasts are naturally those with a large population. Thus, fleeing before the beast, the herd mentality, proved to be fatal. One must run to where there are no people. And indeed, this was the case. However, this was not so. Far beyond 100 miles away, countless skeletal limbs grew from the body of the corrupted bone dragon, densely sprouting against the ground. Then its body stood upright. A multitude of variously shaped eyes sprouted from its surface, and from its 1,000-meter height, it looked down, its vision reaching as far as 100 kilometers away. Thus, under its gaze, the corrupted bone dragon saw more cities, more humans. Its killing intent surged. In its rage, it slowly took a step forward, the efficiency of its inner energy propulsion suddenly dropping to less than 1/10 of its original power, replaced by. From the head of the corrupted bone dragon, several massive jaws sprouted. Each giant jaw was gathering inner energy cannons. After seconds of charging, in the next moment, several inner energy cannons violently shot out, crossing dozens and hundreds of kilometers at over 20 Mach, hitting numerous people. Thus, destruction descended. Like a nuclear explosion, the gale instantly turned the surroundings to dust, and the shockwave swept over 10,000 meters away, tearing apart the bodies of warriors in an instant. Calm down, don't be so impulsive. The high priest saw this clan-defending beast almost lose its mind. He repeatedly tried to soothe and guide it. However, what responded to the high priest was the furious roar of the corrupted bone dragon. Within its body, what seemed to be fragile organs instantly transformed into a dragon's head, roaring menacingly at the high priest. As if to say, stop bothering me. The high priest fell silent. His cold sweat began to pour. Honestly, upon seeing so many hairless primates, he already felt that his previous judgment was somewhat off. However, since war had been declared, he could not hold back. According to the high priest's thoughts, he would naturally push straight into the heart of the human race, annihilating their most elite forces completely. At this moment, he absolutely could not slow down. But unexpectedly, the opposite happened. The overwhelming killing intent of the corrupted bone dragon made it start launching remote strikes ahead of time, firing inner energy cannons at the limits of its vision, bombarding the hairless primates with no power to resist. The battle results were glorious, but clearly they were all loaded or mere trash. What use was it to catch and kill them? Clearly the elite were within the thousands of meters high walls on the other side. Really, plans can't keep up with changes. Moving so slowly, if the elite hairless primates escape, wouldn't that be terrible? The high priest became anxious. After thinking for a moment, he had to seek the fortune of the race. The clan-defending beast was rampaging, and he could no longer guide it, even a little, so he could only let the clan fortune move the threads of fate, allowing countless coincidences to pile up to create the desired result, thus indirectly influencing the choices of the clan-defending beast. He began to communicate the clan fortune. In the next moment, he saw darkness. The resentment turned into a pitch-black pollution accumulating at the base of the clan fortune, even eating away at the purple-tinged clan fortune from below. In addition, he also felt the resentment from the clan fortune, which was blaming the high priest for his incompetence. In confusion, it itself could not understand what had happened. It only felt that the threads of fate that spanned the world had suddenly gone berserk, causing a ruckus before. The entire land clan branch sank to the lowest point with resentment breeding crazily, affecting the clan fortune itself. The high priest. Not. Did I just get robbed? In the inner city. Unlike the outer city, although it had only a few million people, every warrior was at least extraordinary. Among them, there were even many powerful beings at the transformation and extraordinary realms. The thousands of meters high inner and outer walls separated the inner city from the outer city. At this moment, the lords in the inner city had never regarded the outer city as anything. The warriors outside the city walls were merely seeking warmth and survival in the inner city, a complete no man's land. At this moment, high in the thousands of meters sky, many warriors stood at the top of the inner and outer walls. Give me some space. Beast attacking the city. This is rare. I need to record it. Many extraordinary warriors laughing and chatting made space before opening their smart modules, generating a massive amount of items for enjoyment. Fruits, snacks, reclining chairs, massagers, telescopes, smart screens, and even small supersonic drones. Nothing was. Before long, tens of thousands of warriors gathered at the top of the wall. Among them, a female warrior opened her smart module and took out hundreds of drones, setting them to automatic mode before releasing them all. She was dressed in a uniform, and after launching hundreds of drones, the large smart screen displayed hundreds of images. This warrior stared at the screen with utmost seriousness. Xiao Qian, why did you buy so many drones? Aren't they Beside her, a female colleague in the same uniform replied in confusion. You're still interning, and not only is your salary low, but you also have to repay the loan for the breakthrough package every month. Can your wallet handle buying so many drones? Oh, indeed. The girl warrior known as Xiao Qian was the only one in the class with an awakened crude talent who went to the inner city. A month ago, she was merely a warrior of the ordinary realm. Moreover, her qualifications were quite poor and her results were unbearable to look at. She was a complete waste. Today, after coming to the inner city, this previously ordinary warrior had unexpectedly broken through to the extraordinary. Only after arriving in the inner city did she realize. The world outside was so vast. In the inner city, there were those born as extraordinary beings. Even students like herself in the ordinary realm, after enjoying the 100 breakthrough package of the inner city, succeeded in breaking through to the extraordinary realm in less than half a month. This was not a miracle. This year, thousands of ordinary realm graduates qualified to enter the inner city successfully advanced to the extraordinary realm with the help of the 100 breakthrough package. The price paid was merely a loan of 500,000 Dan for the breakthrough with an annual interest rate of 5%. Dan refers to the Chi Blood Dan, with each Chi Blood Dan able to sustain an extraordinary warrior's cultivation for a day or a day's work. When Xiao Qian received the bill, she closed her eyes in resignation. This was treating herself like a subhuman species. Back to the present. Having already entered the company for an internship and just received her first week's salary, Xiao Qian now stared at the screen with wide eyes. Faced with her colleague's inquiry, she did not look up and said, "It's fine, the wallet is okay. I bought all these on loan." The female colleague. Is this year's graduate so fierce? The inner city has no safety net. Not repaying the loan could lead to starvation or expulsion from the inner city. She sighed and kindly advised, "Xiao Qian, it's not that I'm cold-hearted. I know you can't let go of those classmates in the outer city, but you must understand you and they are now two different worlds. The outer city is a wasteland that devours people whole. They are probably alone in the outer city and may have already." Xiao Qian still did not look up. You're right. The female colleague. Goodness, my concern has gone to the dogs. Forget it. If you want to find them, then find them. One day she will understand that those who are not qualified to join the inner city will live such a life and may die at any moment in the outer city. Gradually, as she cuts ties with her past relationships, she can become a standard inner city person. Strange. A voice of confusion came from a nearby extraordinary being. He gazed into the distance, focusing on that medium-sized beast, and could not help but say, "This beast attacking the city is merely a medium-sized beast. This is unreasonable." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly inquired what was unreasonable. The extraordinary being said, "The last beast siege was 30 years ago, led by 3 large beasts breaking through the exclusion of the light of civilization, accompanied by hundreds of medium-sized beasts, thousands of small beasts, and countless micro-beasts. In that battle, the waste of the outer city suffered almost total casualties, while in the inner city. Not only did our extraordinary beings have to participate, but even other cities dispatched transformation and extraordinary beings to support. But this time there is only one medium-sized beast." As an experienced warrior of the inner city, he could not comprehend. He did not understand how this beast dared to do so. "So this time, are we going to intervene?" A less experienced extraordinary being worriedly asked. "Are they really going to let us fight a medium-sized beast?" The experienced warrior shook his head and replied lightly, That is unlikely. The transformation warriors will step in, but it is not yet time. Doesn't anyone think there are too many of those outer city wastes? Upon hearing this, the less experienced warrior, however, many experienced extraordinary beings revealed looks of realization. But everyone understood that this medium-sized beast might freely roam as if in a no-man's land. It was about to unleash a massacre in the outer city. That scene would surely be spectacular. Just as they were imagining, an inner energy cannon whistled past, crossing over 200 kilometers to explode at the top of the inner and outer walls, like the explosion of several 100,000 tons of nuclear bombs. In an instant, the gale spread and the shockwave scattered. The warriors who had just been chatting at the wall top remained unscathed. A force field composed of diamond shapes covered the wall, enveloping the top as well. The warriors who were eating, drinking, and discussing did not lose a single one. Come on, blow me up. Bomb here. Wow, this beast has quite the temper. If you can break the city, you're something. The bombed warriors nearly laughed themselves to death. Many even became excited, singing and dancing at the top, provocatively challenging the medium-sized beast 200 kilometers away. Fear this beast. What a joke. The defense of this city wall is extremely high. Only large beasts can break through with all their might. A mere medium-sized beast was merely scratching an itch. The lively scene seemed to have provoked the medium-sized beast. It no longer fired from a distance, but started to move forward. With its fleshy wings spread, the corrupted bone dragon's speed reached a kilometer per second, racing forward at an astonishing pace. It could cover the 200 kilometers in less than 4 minutes. Seeing this, the warriors at the wall top excitedly began recording the spectacle, while above them dozens of figures. They stood just over 2 meters tall, their appearances more refined and perfect than ordinary warriors, their aura vastly different from that of the extraordinary realm. This group of individuals capable of flying in the air was naturally not from the extraordinary realm, but from above the transformation realm warriors. It's coming for us, a transformation realm warrior spoke calmly. The beast is quite sensitive to our clan's aura, and for strong individuals like us, its attraction is fatal. Too many of them are coming. You all should go down. Upon hearing this, the strong individuals around were displeased. They silently glanced at their panels. Mission: protect the city. Planet 405, the third city, is under invasion by the medium-sized beast corrupted bone dragon. Eliminate the corrupted bone dragon before you. Reward. Wanna hog the credit? Guarding such a remote planet, the chance to trigger a panel mission is rare. Just say you want to take it all for yourself, and everyone will understand. Alright, after all, rewards are limited. The more people who act, the less reward each will get. But that's fine, we are all reasonable people. As long as the price is right, I can let you have this opportunity. The transformation realm warriors in the sky all started to speak, teasing. The first to speak sighed. He pulled the strong individuals present into a group and directly sent a large red envelope. Colleagues, please give me some face. In a few years I will be heading to the front lines, so I urgently need some points. Before he finished his sentence, the red envelope was already claimed. Following that, this group of people left in a hurry without a second word. Only he remained alone in the sky, isolated. Thank you all for your understanding. After saying this, he leaped forward. Like a bullet shot from a gun, he soared into the sky at great speed, breaking through to 5 Mach in an instant. Within less than 2 minutes, he reached the corrupted bone dragon. The actions of this extraordinary being were witnessed by many warriors. Why is he the only one? Xiao Qian saw that all the other transformation realm strong individuals had left, leaving only him to face the beast. Why? Wouldn't it be faster if everyone rushed in together? Beside her, her female colleague casually remarked, "How would I know? Probably because there's a mission on the panel, and you finally decided to look away." Xiao Qian beamed, pointing at the screen, and said, "Lucky I found someone." "Sister, tell me, what is the mission on the panel?" On her screen connected to the drones, the images of Wu Taotian and others suddenly appeared. Indeed, she bought hundreds of small drones on loan just to find her classmates. Even if the hope was slim, she was undeterred. Then, luck was on her side, and she found them. After giving this in turn a glare, her female colleague said, "The panel tab. Haven't you been taught? Once you break through to the transformation realm and join the military, your panel can be connected. At that time, the points system storage space panel mall will have many new functions appear on your panel. Those transformation realm warriors only need to complete missions to earn points, which can be used to directly purchase resources in the panel mall. Many resources cannot be bought with money in the inner city. Point system, panel mall. While there's a new..." Xiao Qian shook her head and said seriously, "I wasn't taught that. But since the functions are only available to transformation realm, even if they were taught, it wouldn't matter, right?" Her female colleague nodded in understanding. Indeed. Then she continued, "Those transformation realm warriors will act once they receive a mission, while those who don't will just leave. That should be one reason. After all, we can't really let that beast attack the city. Can we?" Xiao Qian ignored the doubts in her words and simply asked, "But generally speaking, a medium-sized beast should be stronger than a transformation realm warrior. Is it okay for him to go alone? What if the dispatched warriors are too weak and get killed by the beast? Wouldn't Wu Gu and the others be in crisis?" Generally speaking, her female colleague shrugged and said, "The actual situation is quite different, as the strength of a warrior is not solely based on numbers. Cultivation methods, bloodlines, talents, and external forces. You are new and do not know that the transformation realm warrior who acted is a legendary figure of our third city. As he spoke, the warrior had already reached above the corrupted bone dragon. As he approached, as if breaking the suppression, his originally ordinary figure gradually inflated. Ultimately, he transformed into a small giant standing 10 meters tall. True transformation. It was a proportional enlargement without any deformities. In the next moment, he extended his hand and pulled out a 30-meter-long great sword from the void. Roar! The corrupted bone dragon was furious. At this moment, the aura of the transformation realm was released without reservation, completely attracting the attention of this medium-sized beast. It fiercely attacked its body, growing numerous tentacles, the ends of which transformed into fierce dragon claws with sharp bones growing on the claws. Countless dragon claws flew at him from all directions. Layer upon layer, in an instant they sealed off all his escape routes. Each dragon claw carried tens of millions of tons of immense power, and within it the inner energy whistled, slicing the air into a vacuum. No way up to heaven, no way down to earth. Desperate situation. This transformation realm warrior simply held his sword. In the next moment, silence enveloped everything. The transformation realm warrior had vanished. Talent Plank times C. After activating the talent, both body and consciousness will exist within the smallest unit of time, making the world appear frozen in your eyes. He did not know who Plank was. It seemed like the name of a certain subhuman, but that was unimportant. He only knew that the talent he awakened was equivalent to stopping time. After activating this talent, the world around him reduced to mere shades of black and white, with everything else, including light, rendered motionless. In this frozen world, the only one able to move was himself. It was a powerful time-based talent. In the mortal realm, this talent could halt the world for a full 5 minutes. After upgrading to the extraordinary realm, the time during which the world could remain still was reduced to just 30 seconds. Now, having become a transcendent warrior, he could only maintain the stillness for a mere second. He had long anticipated this phenomenon. As he grew stronger, or scientifically speaking, as he carried more information, the duration of his talent shortened. A class talent could only assist him until the transcendent realm. However, since he was indeed in the transcendent realm, this talent was just sufficient. In the still world, he swung a 30-meter-long great sword, the sword energy slicing through dozens of meters, striking over 100 times in a second. When he sheathed the sword, the world returned to its original state. He had already broken free from the encirclement of countless dragon claws. Those claws from all directions were instantly reduced to countless fragments and fell to the ground under his relentless strikes. However, at this moment, there was no relief in his eyes. Because, just as he thought he had won, the pieces of flesh now severed into hundreds or thousands of chunks began to wriggle. In the microscopic world, the cells of the corrupted bone dragon seemed to possess consciousness, automatically rearranging and combining with incredible speed. Ultimately, in the real world, within mere seconds, these tons of flesh sprouted legs and eyes. Some chunks even grew wings. They crawled, ran swiftly, or soared into the air, racing back to the main body of the corrupted bone dragon at the fastest speed. The latter accepted all, engulfing these detached pieces of flesh. The injuries inflicted by human warriors healed instantly under such regenerative power. TSK. The transcendent warrior clicked his tongue, his expression grim. So difficult to kill a medium-sized. With no real vital points, the body could rearrange, while showcasing cellular-level regenerative abilities, even allowing detached flesh to grow limbs and return. What remained on the ground were only those chunks of flesh completely destroyed at the cellular level by his inner energy, utterly dead. To entirely obliterate the vitality of a medium-sized beast, he would have to completely destroy its cells. The days of easily eliminating enemies with a single strike to the mind were, in fact, he could accept this, because he himself was the same. After all, the martial path of humanity originally mimicked that of stellar behemoths. The vitality of micro beasts, the energy of small beasts, and the inner energy of medium beasts correspond to the mortal realm, extraordinary realm, and transcendent realm of humanity's warriors. Moreover, in terms of efficiency, control, and quality, human warriors surpassed those beasts. The strength of the beasts lay in there. They were simply too heavy. Just like the corrupted bone dragon before him, weighing 3,000 tons. What was the difference from a large boss monster in a game? You go ahead, take your time to fix it. One strike, and it wouldn't even make a sound. Thinking this, the transcendent warrior standing in the sky turned to look at the fleeing waste in the outer city. He smiled lightly. Fortunately, I have you helping. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to defeat it. Talking to himself, he swiftly retreated. With inner energy propelling him, his speed in the air surpassed 5 Mach, much faster than the 3,000-ton monster before him. The moment he moved, it immediately drew the corrupted bone dragon's gaze. All murderous intent concentrated on him. Yes, come over here. The transcendent warrior smiled lightly, provocatively unleashed a wave of inner energy, and in the next moment, a 30-meter-wide semicircular sword energy detached and crossed 1,000 meters, slashing at the corrupted bone dragon's face. Roar! The corrupted bone dragon was enraged. Inner energy erupted chaotically, its speed increased further, and the surrounding flora and trees were instantly ignited by the released energy, raising the temperature within a kilometer to several hundred degrees. Like a star descending, the massive flame source rushed madly towards the transcendent warrior, no longer caring about anything else. And the direction in which this transcendent warrior retreated was precisely the gathering place of the outer city warriors. In the outer city, warriors within 100 miles cursed loudly. Beast, you're leading it towards us. Damn inner city folk, what did I do to provoke you? In a certain area of the outer city, Wu Taitian and others were also angrily cursing, because in their line of sight the terrifying monster was rushing towards them at high speed. And as an extraordinary warrior, Wu Taitian had exceptionally good vision. It was clear what had happened. Obviously, that transcendent warrior did not lead the corrupted bone dragon to the sparsely populated wilderness, but intentionally towards the inner city. Is it because he thought there were too many warriors in the outer city? Or did he think that waste like us could interfere in the battle between a dignified transcendent warrior and a medium-sized beast? This was not how to divert disaster. Run, quickly run. Follow me in another direction, it's safer there. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Everyone looked up. Hovering above them was a small drone. From its loudspeaker came a familiar voice. Qian Xiaoxing. Go Changchun immediately recognized, astonished. Wait, where are you? When did you come to the outer city? The drone's loudspeaker responded, I didn't come to the outer city. Is now the time to talk about that. Hurry, follow me. I'm leading the way where there are fewer people, it's the safest. After speaking, the drone began to lead the way. Everyone immediately followed. Indeed, the corrupted bone dragon continued rushing in its original direction. It was not coming for their group. However, even so, the speed disparity was too great. Not long after the corrupted bone dragon arrived, the path it took was transformed into magma by the released energy. The scorching heat wave surged towards them. After the crowd left their original position, they still felt a heat wave coming from several kilometers away, many furrowing their brows, because it charged straight into the crowd. The attention of the corrupted bone dragon was partially diverted. Its newly grown eyes began to glance around. I understand now. Upon witnessing this, Bai Aoshue, who understood beasts best, clapped her hands in excitement, saying, that guy wants to use the strength of the outer city to take down this medium-sized beast. Everyone was puzzled. Shen Huangsha incredulously said, borrow our strength? Are you serious? Is he trying to have us unite to kill this beast? Bai Aoshue replied. Of course not. That transcendent warrior must be thinking. Before she could finish her, in the distance the corrupted bone dragon launched another attack. Its tentacles shot out, morphing into fierce dragon claws entwined with sharp inner energy, reaching out towards that transcendent warrior. In the next moment, the world fell silent. Or rather, no one noticed anything at all. In an instant, one of the corrupted bone dragon's tentacles was severed on the spot. But it was not over yet as the transcendent warrior swiftly approached the fallen body he had just severed and delivered a kick. The dragon claw, measuring several dozen meters in diameter and weighing over 1,000 tons, was sent flying thousands of meters away. It traced a parabolic arc through the air, ultimately landing 100 meters away from the crowd. Is he treating us like? Bai Aoshue said indignantly, her voice resonating. The next moment, the dragon claw that had crashed into the ground leaped out, its entire body transforming into a menacing skeletal dragon form. It was a ferocious-looking eastern dragon covered in corroded bones. The moment it revealed itself, it suddenly turned its eyes towards the group of over 90 people not far away. This chunk of flesh that had split from the corrupted bone dragon let out a wild roar, inner energy erupting, charging towards the crowd. This was merely a piece of flesh without integration with the body, driven solely by instinct. Weighing over 1,000 tons, it could still run at nearly the speed of sound. Compared to the corrupted bone dragon's main body, it was significantly inferior. But so what? Was it not enough to deal with the waste of the outer city? Don't be reckless, fall back behind me. Let me handle it. Wu Taitian rushed forward, shielding the crowd behind him. He then clenched his fists and charged. Seeing this, Shi Xingxiong also drew out a combat knife. He quickly activated his bloodline and hurriedly called out, Brother Wu. Don't be reckless, at least grab a weapon. Don't underestimate this creature. Despite only weighing over 1,000 tons, it could easily overpower ordinary small beasts with its weight. But it possessed inner energy, a level of power exceeding mere energy. Thus its threat level was definitely not low. The same scenario was unfolding in all corners of the outer city. Dozens, or even hundreds of fleeing groups were running smoothly. Suddenly chunks of rotten flesh fell from the sky, weighing anywhere from dozens to thousands of tons. These pieces of beast flesh hit the ground, and in an instant transformed into numerous small corrupted bone dragons, roaring as they charged towards the crowd. What the hell? Medium-sized beast flesh? We're done for. Get away. Do you expect us to defeat it? The inner city folks are not doing their part. Looking at the charging beast flesh, which were those small corrupted bone dragons, many warriors revealed expressions of resignation. Well, I knew it. The inner city folks wouldn't be so kind as to help you kill monsters. The thoughts of the transcendent warriors were simple. Since the flesh they had severed would return to the body, then all they needed to do was to divert its hatred right. Just like now, as the beast flesh just sprouted eyes and searched for the main body, their gazes were firmly drawn to the surrounding humans. Then the murderous intent surged in their brains, driving them completely mad. Before they could return to the main body, they had to exterminate all the humans before them. Naturally, that was impossible. Thus, the beast flesh scattered, and the transcendent warriors battling in the sky also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this tactic worked. With this, they finally had a chance to kill it. As for the warriors in the outer city, let's fight it. On the path, the fleeing Gu Tianxiu halted. He drew out his weapon, activating his bloodline in an instant, his battle intent igniting, a medium-sized beast. If it doesn't die, the entire inner city will suffer. We can't escape anywhere. Moreover, don't forget the flesh of a medium-sized beast is a high-quality energy source. If we kill it, we will definitely make a fortune. Once this statement was made, Daicang's trusted subordinates exchanged glances. Then they had no choice but to draw their weapons ready to fight to the death. Fear of death. To be honest, warriors of the human race only flee when there is hope for survival. But once they realize escape is impossible, they can only fight to the death. The instincts of their genes would cause their battle intent to overshadow their fear of death. Wu Taitian and others, along with Gu Tianxiu and his ilk, were just an inconspicuous part of the countless warriors in the outer city. Faced with these subsonic and supersonic beasts, numerous warriors under the leadership of extraordinary warriors picked up their weapons and fought back. Soon the outer city was engulfed in a storm of blood. The city lay in ruins and many warriors perished here. Even weaker extraordinary warriors found it hard to escape. Such battles continued for a long time. When Daicang arrived at the outer city following the traces, the scene before him was utterly devastating. All around, corpses littered the ground, blood staining the battlefield. The ferocious beasts roared madly, engaging in rampant slaughter. While this is slightly better than I expected, Daicang felt relieved instead. The medium-sized beast was incredibly powerful. He had thought that upon his arrival, he would only see that creature recklessly slaughtering in the outer city. At its speed, the lives of the people of Leton City were surely in jeopardy. Thankfully, the lord of the inner city, the warriors of the outer city were only facing some beast flesh equivalent to a weakened version of the small now a few kilometers away from Daicang. A small corrupted bone dragon weighing several dozen tons was rampaging. Around it, dozens of Mortal Realm warriors had already been defeated. Only a few Mortal Realm warriors remained struggling to hold on. They had managed to last this long because among them was a female warrior, also a Mortal Realm fighter, who was wounded but still wielding a heavy hammer, fighting at the front lines. Her blood was boiling, her arms swollen. Despite her seemingly frail body, she unleashed a force of over 100 tons. Yet even so, facing the beast flesh weighing only dozens of tons, she could only continue to retreat. Suddenly a figure arrived, breaking through the air at a speed exceeding 10 times the sound. In the next moment, this piece of beast flesh was struck directly by the figure, exploding under the immense force. Miaohong. Ah yes, that's the name. Previously, Daicang had become wary of her, thinking that her approach was insidious, so he did not engage in much conversation with her. Now, however, he is not worried. Not because he has seen through her character, but because he has become stronger, no longer concerned about the schemes of the weak. I am of course alive, Daicang said casually, then asked, enough chit-chat, have you seen the members of my Liao Yuan battle gang? Miaohong nodded at his words, yes. After we escaped from Leton City, the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang, also, you're not looking for that group of mundane realm waste, are you? Her words were somewhat hurtful, but not discriminatory. In the outer city, low-level martial artists and disabled warriors are the best at doing nothing but consuming nutritional paste. What else can they be called but waste? Of course not those wastes. Daicang firmly denied, then asked again. I mean the cores, circle the ones from Wu Tai. You should recognize them, right? Miaohong nodded in understanding and then pointed in a direction. Over there. Before leaving the city, I intended to escape with them, but to my surprise they said they didn't want to take outsiders. That makes sense. The larger the gathering of humans, the more it attracts the attention of alien beasts. It's safer to scatter and run. Speaking of which, since we are here, why not help out? Boom. The spot where Daicang was standing suddenly exploded. He was propelled out, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier as he sped towards the direction Miaohong pointed out. Miaohong. Well, that was expected. After catching her breath, she stood up and looked down at the pieces of flesh that had just been blown apart and were now writhing around. They grew eyes and limbs in a short span of time. Then they charged at everyone with renewed ferocity. These chunks of flesh still emitted internal energy, but as their bodies shrank, their available internal energy plummeted and their recovery ability decreased sharply. Before Miaohong could act, a martial artist behind her sprang out and stomped down. A chunk of flesh weighing several kilograms, covered in limbs and eyes, was crushed on the spot by this mundane realm martial artist. At this moment, internal energy seemed to serve no purpose. It merely made the flesh chunks' defenses tougher, and this mundane realm martial artist easily dealt with a piece of shredded meat without changing expression, providing great encouragement to the living around. He turned to Miaohong and said, Sister Miao, you should go rest, we can handle these trash. Then a group of martial artists charged forward. The scattered pieces of meat were not to be outdone. They did not reassemble, but attacked out of hatred for humanity, only to be smashed into meat paste. These chunks of flesh weighing several kilograms to at most a few hundred kilograms had their threat level reduced by hundreds of times. Even mundane realm martial artists could easily handle them. Thus a mass weighing dozens of tons, after exploding into countless pieces, was gradually ground to dust by the many martial artists. The same thing was frequently happening in the outer city. As time passed, the once invincible corpse-bone demon dragon was being chipped away by the continuous cutting of those in the mundane realm and the collective efforts of the outer city martial artists. Its mass was diminishing rapidly. Daicang was anxious. Miaohong had run too fast and had now in the outer city, Daicang moved like a phantom, weaving through the crowd and the flesh of alien beasts. Boom. A punch was thrown, unleashing over 10,000 tons of force. A mass of over 100 tons of corpse-bone demon dragon was utterly shattered. After retracting his fist, the injuries on his knuckles were deep enough to see bone. That was due to the automatic counterattack of the internal energy from this mass of alien beast flesh. This was still because the alien beasts were too stupid, only able to instinctively utilize their internal energy. If it were a transcendent realm warrior under the protection of internal energy armor, perhaps at the moment of being hit, Daicang's arm would explode into a blood mist from the backlash. Thank you for your help, brother. Just as he had blown apart the alien beast flesh, the rescued martial artists quickly gathered around, providing emotional support. A young martial artist clasped his fists and said, "Brother, we suffered heavy casualties from the attack of that beast. Luckily we..." Daicang waved his hand. "Enough with the small talk, answer my questions. Have you seen a group of people around 100 in size led by a transcendent realm individual who stands over 4 meters tall, handsome, and strong, with the rest being mundane realm martial artists?" Although Miao Hong provided a direction, it was still too difficult to find someone with just that information. To speed up the progress, Daicang asked several groups of people in succession. He saved at least 1,000 lives. Unfortunately, he found nothing. "Are you referring to the members of the Liao Yuan?" In the crowd, a one-armed martial artist suddenly realized and pointed in a direction. He said, "I've seen them. They were taken away by a drone earlier, but then they were attacked by a mass of splitting bodies. That mass of splitting body looked to weigh over 1,000 tons, and the monsters formed from it were incredibly powerful. I barely escaped with my life, otherwise I might have died there." Daicang's eyes widened. 1,000 tons. Currently, the alien beast flesh he had eliminated, the so-called splitting body, mostly weighed only dozens of tons. The one he just blew apart was at most around 100 tons. If the internal energy backlash from a 100-ton alien beast flesh could cause him minor injuries, then what about 1,000 tons? No. It's not just that. The splitting body of a medium-sized alien beast has a mass that increases tenfold at each threshold. 100 kilograms is comparable to a miniature alien beast like the Gale Wolf. Ordinary mundane realm martial artists can contend with it. 1 ton corresponds to a miniature alien beast like the mighty elephant. Bloodline mundane realm martial artists can contend with it. 10 tons correspond to small flying alien beasts. Transcendent realm martial artists can contend with it. 100 tons are comparable in strength to the previous mountain-shattering beast. It requires multiple bloodline, transcendent realm warriors to handle. As for 1,000 tons, it is equivalent to a small alien beast capable of moving at sonic speeds. It eliminates the speed gap between alien beasts and martial artists. That thing is definitely not something Wu Tatian and the others can handle. Understood. Daicang sprang up again. He rose high into the air, following the direction pointed out by the one-armed martial artist, observing carefully, and finally found a trace. On the wasteland 10 kilometers away, nearly 100 figures were unmistakably visible, and there was a massive creature still moving. It was too far to confirm, but the numbers matched. "Wait for me," he murmured, stepping on the air and leaping out. Under extreme speed and power, the air seemed to solidify, exploding with each of Daicang's steps, propelling him through the air. A distance of over 10 kilometers was rapidly closed. Finally, he crashed to the ground. Like a meteor landing, it stirred up countless dirt and dust, and then a figure jumped out from the dense smoke, roaring, "Roar! Beast, come face me." The manner of his entrance was enough to attract everyone's attention, especially since he was a martial artist. It was the best way to attract the attention of the alien beasts. However, while Daicang was still airborne, many gazes were indeed drawn towards him. "Who? Where did this naked? Digu, I can't believe you're alive. I thought you were dead." Daicang landed. His expression stiffened as he looked around. In his view, that splitting body which he thought would wreak havoc had already been divided into dozens of pieces. 100 awakened bloodline martial artists were surrounding these dozens of chunks, each over 20 tons, fighting fiercely against them. Among them, Biao Shue was darting around continuously, collecting the immobilized alien beast flesh and refining it. On the other side, Wu Tatian was covered in blood, injuries deep enough to see bone. He sat on the ground looking perplexed, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. Upon hearing Daicang's roar, he came to his senses. In such a situation, everyone's gazes turned towards Daicang, who had just made his entrance. "Wait, how did you?" "That was a 1,000-ton corpse bone demon dragon splitting body. I thought you would struggle, suffer heavy casualties, and then I'd come in to save the day, turning the tide and defeating the powerful enemy after a fierce battle. How did you all manage to take it down by yourselves? I refuse to accept this." Wu Tatian. He looked deeply at Daicang, then fell silent, continuing his deep contemplation. Hundreds of meters away, Shixingqiong suddenly exerted force, and with a surge of vitality, dozens of tons of force exploded, cutting the alien beast flesh before him into several pieces again. With brilliant achievements, he leaped out of the battlefield and came to Daicang's side. "Little D, don't come and mess things up. Oh, everyone just became stronger and needs real combat to test their skills. Let's just stand by and watch," Shixingqiong said. Daicang numbly nodded and then looked at the battlefield. Over there, the alien beast flesh that had just been cut by Shixingqiong naturally split into dozens of pieces, sprouting eyes and limbs. Seeing others around, they disregarded their healing and charged forward in a splitting form, but the danger posed by the split alien beast flesh had plummeted, and the other students rushed forward, smashing them to pieces. In the end, Bai Shue quietly finished off the remaining pieces, refining the alien beast flesh in an instant. How did you do it? Daicang felt numb and pointed at the shredded battlefield, asking. As far as I know, a 1,000-ton splitting body is more difficult to deal with than a small alien beast, Holy Black Flame Dragon. How did you manage to handle it? The Holy Black Flame Dragon, although he killed it, was in a weakened state, controlled by the Land Clan and unable to use its energy. But the complete version of the Holy Black Flame Dragon is terrifyingly strong. As for a 1,000-ton medium-sized alien beast splitting body, it is even stronger. Not to mention a single Transcendent Realm individual, even dozens of Transcendent Realm warriors together might not be its match. Put your clothes on first. Shi Xingqiang disdainfully took off his jacket and handed it to Daicang. Mind your image, did you run here naked? The latter took the clothes without caring and put them on. He casually said, would you try running at supersonic speed? At over 1,000 degrees, what clothes wouldn't turn to ashes? Don't worry about these small things, quickly tell me what happened. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiang also expressed disbelief. Shortly after you fell off the cliff, Wu Guess energy broke through to the vital spirit realm. Besides that, his martial arts have reached a depth I can't comprehend. In short, he jumped onto that splitting body and performed a series of operations, cutting it into dozens of pieces. Look, this guy has entered enlightenment again, acting like a headless beast. It made sense. What happened to Wu Tatian was entirely reasonable. The way of martial arts is like this. Daicang turned his gaze away and asked Shi Xingqiang, what about you guys? Everyone awakened their bloodlines. With Bai Aoxu's bloodline pill backing us, it wasn't difficult. But why is your strength so fierce? It can rival that of a transcendent realm. You all finally stopped pretending, huh? I knew I wasn't the only one who opened up. Shi Xingqiang, although he wanted to refute the reality, seemed to be similar to what he guessed. It's all thanks to you. He patted Daicang on the shoulder and said, if it weren't for you perishing with that small alien beast, our previous hunting expedition would have ended hastily, and we wouldn't have brought back any spoils. Now that we have spoils, everyone awakened their bloodlines and completed their first accumulation. Everyone has begun to exert their strength. Daicang interrupted, let me clarify, it was not a mutual demise. Did you all really think I was dead? Why send Mo Hung to find me? Well, that does make sense. After all, the martial artist is not lacking in means of resurrection. Some people's talents are even resurrection, either reviving themselves or bringing others back to life, or even continue. Daicang pointed to the others. I have many questions, like how did Mo Hung find me? But first introduce their situation to me. Shi Xingqiang was not one to dawdle. He took out several potions. Blood Boil Potion. It can cause a surge of vitality, increasing strength several times. Super Brain Potion. It enhances human reaction perception and control. Life Potion. After swallowing, it rapidly heals bodily injuries within half an hour, perfectly neutralizing the side effects of the first two potions. Shi Xingqiang took out many potions and rambled on. Daicang was stunned. Well, this one I recognize. Buffing before facing the boss, right? Stacking dozens of positive boosts in the status bar, even mortals can slay gods. Okay, although it isn't that exaggerated, but whose masterpiece is this? I know it has nothing to do with Bai Shue. She is into alchemy, and this person is enhancing buffs. How should I put it? The martial artists in the outer city are merely blank slates. Occasionally they manage to get a few yellow-grade weapons, but those are just second-hand trash refurbished from the discarded ones of the inner city, no different from scavenging in the eyes of the elders in the inner city. In the inner city, however, the true martial artists, even those merely at the extraordinary realm, have various external forces to enhance their combat power. Potions are one of them. Unlike the balanced and gentle pills, potions are designed for quick effects with significant side effects, typically used for temporary enhancements and stacking buffs rather than for cultivating. Tianhong. A name slipped from Shi Xingqiang's lips. Tianhong. Oh, him. Unlike Bai Shue, who is obsessed with bloodlines, Tianhong is equally passionate about knowledge, but evidently possesses profound insights regarding the human body. Shi Xingqiang said, I don't know when he learned to make potions, but this guy has been tinkering with various materials, primarily using certain body parts of exotic beasts as the main ingredients for quite a while. Then the potion came out abundant and available for everyone. Shall Di take this healing potion, or it can save lives. Saying this, he handed a syringe to Daicang. Yes, a syringe. This thing isn't for drinking, but is injected direct. What's the difference between oral potions and pills? Life Potion. A potion that significantly boosts the body's metabolism through stimulation. If I remember correctly, this stuff is a bit life-threatening. Holding the potion, Daicang felt somewhat embarrassed. The side effects of potions are not much less than lethal techniques. Boiling Blood Potion harms the body. Super Brain Potion harms the brain. Life Potion shortens lifespan. This means that to counteract the side effects, various mixed potions are injected into the body, resulting in a situation where superficially a person seems fine, but in reality their lifespan plummets. After dozens or hundreds of times, a person would be gone. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Shi Xingqiang said, somewhat speechless. At a critical moment, this thing can save lives, and you're here being picky. This thing's healing effect is far superior to your mediocre talent. Daicang replied, I never said I didn't want it. While speaking, he had already tucked the life-saving item into his pocket. Shi Xingqiang continued, You have no idea how many hidden talents are in our class, those making equipment, those crafting items, and those performing rituals. Thanks to your sacrifice. He gave a thumbs up. Daicang replied. I'm still alive. In this brief exchange he had come to understand. After the hunting operation relying on the corpses of various exotic beasts, everyone's strength surged successfully, overcoming the toughest developmental phase. Then one by one they stopped pretending. In just 2 short weeks the strength of the Liao Yuan battle gang dramatically increased. Had it not been for the invasion of that medium-sized exotic beast, it wouldn't even take a month for Leton City to fall into everyone's hands, and then they could rationally expand outward. While the two were conversing, a familiar figure flashed by. A familiar silhouette lunged towards them. Digo. Bai Aoshua. It charged in like a pig, directly landing on Daicang. Tears streamed from her eyes as she emotionally said, "Everyone says you died, they even erected a tombstone for you, and the preparations for the funeral are half done. But I just knew you wouldn't die." Daicang wore a blank expression, wanting to pull this girl down. This girl was like After spending 2 weeks in the Black Abyss, whenever Daicang saw an octopus, he would think of that decaying monster, which made him feel somewhat nauseous. "Get off me. Enough small talk, hurry up and give me the pills. The one we agreed on that can awaken specific bloodlines." After thinking for a moment, Daicang still allowed her to act as she pleased, not daring to take action. Mainly because his current power was too great and a moment's carelessness could easily crush a martial artist of the mundane realm. His control was insufficient. He truly dared not move recklessly. As soon as Daicang spoke, Bai Aoshua finally shifted her gaze away, stood up straight, and said, "Actually, Diga, recently, there are too many classmates competing with me for exotic beasts, and I'm a bit cash-strapped. Could you give me a couple more days regarding the pills? After all, it's a matter of 10,000 micro-exotic beasts." Daicang replied. "Well, while you were waiting for me here, you just took quite a bit of exotic beast flesh," he said flatly. "That was the flesh of the corrupted bone magic dragon, a medium-sized exotic beast. Don't tell me it's priced the same as micro-exotic beasts." "Oh, indeed. I was just hoping to save some for Wu Ge." Bai Aoshua blinked her eyes and said earnestly, "His combat power is terrifying, and he's at the extraordinary realm. If I can raise the bloodline concentration to 0.05, he'll definitely reach a new height. Saving resources to make Wu Ge stronger is the best deal." What a good reason. Daicang couldn't figure out how Wu Taotian managed to deal with a 1,000-level split body. That thing would probably require him to exert himself to the utmost just to handle. However, Daicang had absolute confidence. Just watch. He raised his hand and punched towards the sky. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed, shockwaves fiercely scattered, and the power of the punch directly created a vacuum channel, with even ionization phenomena occurring around. Next to Daicang, the two felt a gust of wind rush towards them, the temperature rising. They stared at the vacuum channel punched in the sky, their eyes nearly popping out. "See, understand now. Investing in me is the same. Besides, I need far fewer resources than Wu Ge." The moment he finished speaking, the two nodded vigorously. Shi Xingqiong looked at Bai Aoshua seriously. "I think Diga makes a lot of sense. Hurry up and give him the pills." Bai Aoshua quickly extended both hands respectfully. "Here, Digo. This is the anchor blood pill I specially prepared for you. After swallowing it, you can directly select the process might be a bit painful, just bear with it." Daicang took the pill and swallowed it whole. This action seemed to trigger some mechanism. As soon as the pill entered his abdomen, it dissolved into liquid, quickly spreading to every limb, and the medicinal power penetrated deep into the DNA sequences of the cells. The entire process was surreal. At that moment, Daicang seemed to feel the pulse of his bloodline. He closed his eyes as if he saw a towering tree stretching into the clouds, deeply rooted among the brilliant stars. Every star hanging in the sky represented a martial artist who had reached the divine realm. The tree intertwined with the stars represented the hidden bloodlines of the martial artist race. It also represented the lineage of the bloodline martial gods. At this moment, Daicang seemed to stand beneath this bloodline tree, and with a gentle reach, countless branches representing bloodlines would fall. "Super brain bloodline." Daicang spoke, stating his request. Whoosh. The next moment, a massive number of branches contracted. Only a still considerable number of branches remained. Each branch represented a type of superbrain bloodline. Microscopic superbrain, calculating superbrain, temporal perception superbrain, perceptive superbrain, telekinetic superbrain, mimetic superbrain, tracing superbrain, analytical superbrain, resonant superbrain, chaotic superbrain. Every description was utterly absurd. Divine-level bloodlines are like this strong in the early, mid, and late stages. Only in the late stages, when advancing to the divine realm, do bloodlines sublime into divine-level bloodlines, with a strong personal style, ultimately becoming one of many divine-level bloodlines. The only drawback of this system is the overwhelming number of choices. It can be dizzying. Daicang. My power is too great, hard to control. My speed is too fast, hard to react. So any recommendations? Indeed, he found it difficult to decide. He might as well let the bloodline tree recommend for him. The moment he said this, the vast majority of branches began to close in. Daicang looked over one by one. Chaotic superbrain. This one is more suited for idealistic martial arts. Reflective superbrain. Martial artists of the mundane realm have limits, and my problem can't be solved by just training harder. Temporal perception superbrain. Could solve the issue of excessive speed. Microscopic superbrain. Awakening this would eliminate concerns about power going out of control. There are also others. He contemplated. Overall, the most suitable for him were the temporal perception superbrain and microscopic superbrain, which were similar to Daicang's recommendations. Now his demand is. He made his choice. Immediately from the genes. No, even transcending the genetic level, and indescribable power infused Daicang's entire being, causing his body to undergo changes from the inside out. It felt as if his entire body was being painfully reshaped. Every cell seemed to be screaming. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and faded just as fast. Before Daicang could even cry out in pain, the transformation of his bloodline ended. And when his consciousness returned to reality, temporal perception superbrain, he activated the bloodline that suited him best. Suddenly, within his field of vision, the world stood still. No, it was slowed down. The entire world seemed to be slowed down 100-fold. Or rather, on the level of time perception, his thinking had accelerated 100-fold. In his view, the movements of his classmates fighting against the split body in the distance after being slowed down at least 100 times became incredibly sluggish. Their sword strikes could make him yawn. In his view, the movements of his classmates fighting against the split body in the distance after being slowed down at least 100 times became incredibly sluggish. Their swords, not just the sound of speech. In this world slowed down 100 times, even the sounds of the distant battle and the howling winds around had completely changed pitch. This is truly peculiar, Daicang murmured. Not only that, as a superbrain bloodline, he felt his control over his body had improved considerably, allowing him to control his chi and strength more finely. The enhancement of perception also flooded his mind with a wealth of information. But at this moment his brain could. This is the basic function of the superbrain. It's just that this bloodline's superbrain focuses more on time perception. With such a peculiar perception, his brain and thoughts felt unprecedentedly clear. Daicang felt as if he could grasp the entire universe in his hands. Of course, all of this is an illusion. Even if an ordinary martial artist activates the superbrain, they will find that everything except their thoughts, including their own body, is slowed down. If faced with other martial artists who have awakened their bloodlines, they could swing a Tintin fist and crush a superbrain martial artist into pieces. Activating the superbrain merely allows one to perceive more clearly how they would die. Of course, this is for ordinary martial artists. At this moment, Daicang felt finally normal. He took a step forward, walking freely in the 100-fold slow, no longer needing to suppress his power. With a gentle push, his body could leap into the air. This time he clearly saw how his legs exploded with force and how the power acted upon his whole body. It wasn't easy, far from easy. Usually when fighting, once his speed exceeded sound, every strike would rely solely on instinct and recklessness. While running, his vision would blur completely. But now it was entirely different. Although he still couldn't fully control his at least he could see the speed of his attacks. Bringing this back to reality, his combat power had increased geometrically. Daicang vanished from his spot. Then, as if appearing in a flash, he stood before the two. Next, there was a continuous sound of sonic booms as Daicang's figure flickered across the battlefield, leaving behind countless. This is pure speed. Xiaoxue watched in awe and exclaimed, "What level has Guess combat power? How can he move so fast?" You must know, in her eyes, Daicang had just opened his eyes, and before she could ask anything, he had already vanished. Suddenly, the winds picked up and the sound of sonic booms filled the air. That was the rumble and shockwave of Daicang moving on the battlefield. Such a visual spectacle and destructive power could make even Wu Gu feel inadequate. To be honest, even if the entire class was hanging, isn't Gu a bit too much of a model? What does it matter? Sure, Xingqiong had come to terms with it. The stronger Gu becomes, the safer we are. Don't think his speed is incredible. He's actually holding back. With such a physique, he could probably match that of the Transcendent Realm. No, the typical Transcendent Realm, relying solely on their physique, is far inferior to him. Having seen much, he naturally wasn't lying. In terms of pure physical strength, the power of a Transcendent Realm martial artist is only several tens of thousands of tons, not much different from Daicang now. However, Transcendent Realm martial artists usually stand 10 meters tall and weigh hundreds of tons. When they move, they can't compare to Daicang's ease and comfort. Of course, this is limited to their bodies. If inner chi is added, the speed of a Transcendent Realm martial artist can easily reach supersonic, something no mundane realm martial artist could compare to. Soon after having enough fun, Daicang stopped. He looked at the two and said, "Last question. What is this?" He raised the item in his hand. It was a drone. "What on earth is that?" Atop the high wall that divided inner and outer city, a group of exalted realm cultivators crowded around a screen, pointing and whispering. On the display, the likenesses of Daicang and the others were reflected. They fell silent for a beat. "What kind of thing is that? A mortal realm practitioner?" "He is a mortal realm practitioner, right? Did you see his speed just now? That was clearly. Even a crank godspeed talent wouldn't move like that, would it? And his strength? Comparable to a crank godly strength gift. Could he be a composite explosively gifted in multiple aspects? What a joke. Why would such a talent be left to rot in the outer city? What is the admissions office even doing?" Many exalted realm cultivators bristled with indignation and openly scolded. They cringed as if watching a rare instrument cruelly destroyed. The outer city was a place to exile the worthless and the criminal, not to bury talent. Their attention, aside from Daicang, fell on another figure. That martial artist just now. His combat power was rather fine as well. One exalted realm pointed at the screen, where Wu Ta-Tian now sat cross-legged in the midst of some sudden epiphany. He fought barehanded and felled a 1,000-ton split form, yet his displayed numbers were not absurd. It seems his technique has reached a state of consummate mastery. A rare talent indeed. Hearing this analysis, many around them nodded repeatedly. One by one, they felt the urge to recruit them, if only in thought. But it remained mere fancy. In the inner city, exalted realm folk occupied the bottom rung. They lacked even the technical posts, and thus had neither the means nor the capital to poach talent. Besides, the pair came from the outer city. Yet, even so, different ambitions stirred. Perhaps a trade route could be established. Beside Qian, Xiaoxing, a female colleague, grew most excited. Xiao Qian, are these your classmates? They're so formidable. Why didn't you say so earlier? Especially those two boys, they're absurdly strong. Tell your sister, did they cultivate the mindenly martial Daowei? Excitement made her eyes shine, though she failed to notice that the most stunned person of all was Qian Xiaoxing herself. I don't know. Her gaze reflected a frank, simple-minded astonishment. While Wu Gu has always been capable, wasn't he supposed to be only a mortal realm practitioner? Di Gu. He is strong, of course, but when he graduated, he did not seem so powerful. Her voice trembled from shock. The inner city commoners did not know the full state of the outer city. They were ignorant of Daicang and Wu Ta-Tian's true identities and had no concept of what it meant for a company of 100 to have everyone as bloodline practitioners. They assumed that perhaps Wu Ta-Tian and Daicang were longtime veterans of the outer city who had grown their power through unreasonable mindenly martial Dao methods and rose to the prominence before them. Little did they know these two had only just graduated. The exposure came because Qian Xiaoxing's full-screen live broadcast gradually attracted the attention of many inner-city commoners. As interest swelled, more drones arrived in the sky. The battlefield soon brimmed with countless small flying machines. They buzzed and circled incessantly. When Daicang, who had activated his enhanced brain, glanced upward, his brow tightened. In an instant, his figure moved. Next moment, a drone was suddenly in his hand. What is this? Daicang frowned, perplexed. Where had the drone come from? Was there such high technology in this outer wasteland? Well, perhaps there was, just not in Letten City. Brother, please be gentle, a voice came from the drone held in his palm. The sound was embarrassingly young. This drone is not cheap. Ooh, I spent 150 Dan to buy this high-end model. Please, Daicang, what? It was obvious the drone's owner was speaking to him. Baoshua stepped forward at the right moment to explain. Digu, it's like this. Qian Xiaoxing found us first. She recounted the sequence of events. Simply put, inner-city nobles had been piloting drones to watch the live stream for their amusement. 200 million outer-city waste versus a mid-sized aberrant beast split form. Posted online, such footage draws many views. People had tried to drive the drones away, but these high-tech devices were beyond mortal realm practitioners to catch. They cavorted through the sky at supersonic speeds and easily dodged every attack. Worse, the drones kept Hearing this, Daicang grew incandescent with fury. How arrogant, he ground his teeth. Are the inner-city people so grand? They see the outer city in trouble and do not help. Yet they take our misery for sport. They profit from our suffering. His hand clenched involuntarily. The drone in his palm was crushed into useless scrap. Exactly. Baoshua nodded vigorously, feeling the outrage. Those inner-city scoundrels are detestable, filming us without permission. Isn't that an invasion of likeness rights? Daicang. Baoshua raised her head, shook a fist at the countless drones and fumed. You paid. So you film. Exclusive broadcast rights belong to my dear friend Qian Xiaoxing. Who do you think you are? Digu, can you shoot them all down? Just thinking that Qian Xiaoxing's money was stolen by others makes my heart bleed. Daicang regarded Baoshua without expression, then looked to Shixingqiu. The latter paused, then agreed. Di Gu Xiao Shui speaks truly. It's a waste to let others take that revenue. Let Qian Xiaoxing earn it. She can even send us a few boxes of kiblet pills afterwards. Daicang's mouth curved into a relieved smile. He clapped his hands. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Blame my childish, spoiled thinking from the past life. Oh, I nearly let the duck fly from my mouth. Memories of a past life kept nagging at him. The outer city's 200 million people facing mortal peril were being treated as playthings by inner-city nobles. What truly was there to be angry about? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Such petty matters did not merit plaintive complaint. Seizing the opportunity to make profit was the paramount concern. Wait and see. Daicang crouched, crushed a stone into grit, and with a mighty fling cast it into the sky. Flames rained up like a fiery storm, veiling the heavens. Fragments of rock became a barrage, scorching torrents tore the drones aloft to pieces, and showers of wreckage cascaded down in torrents. With that move, the cameras from the inner city cleared from the sky. Only Qian Xiaoxing's modest drone rose cautiously from the ground, and alone claimed the live stream. On the rampart, the inner city commoners howled in dismay. Only Qian Xiaoxing's eyes glittered like gold. A blade flashed, internal chi hardened into an edge. A bone weighing hundreds of tons was cleaved, then kicked with titanic force, and hurled thousands of meters away. The bone struck earth, and as it sank, the environment and buildings around it visibly oxidized. Such might was the manifested bloodline art of the corrupt bone demon dragon. Mortal realm practitioners nearby would die almost instantly. Only exalted realm cultivators could barely withstand it. Yet as the bone fell, eyes sprouted upon it with visible speed, then a body and 5 claws formed. In mere seconds, a small corrupt bone demon dragon coalesced. It scanned its surroundings and soon beheld many humans. Dozens to hundreds brandishing arms surrounded it. They were either exalted realm cultivators or bloodline martial artists of fierce talent. Before the split form fully matured, a barrage of assaults fell upon it, and within moments it was sliced, torn, and annihilated. Many warriors then hurriedly gathered the creature's still living fragments, sealing the active flesh into specialized. The whole process flowed like practiced choreography, as if rehearsed countless times. The exalted realm who had fought the corrupt bone demon dragon observed the movements below with keen eyes. He grinned. The outer city, that exile ground for the wastes, has 200 million souls. If 1 in 10,000 of those wastes can produce 20,000 exalted realm cultivators, that is remarkable. Yet these wastes have proven more promising than I expected. Along the way I have seen not only 20,000 exalted, perhaps nearly 50,000. Over centuries they have accumulated quite a force. He did not idle as he spoke. His great blade cut again and again, blade chi slashed across 100 meters, cleaving the demon dragon's flesh. Along the path large numbers of split forms fell and were cleared and divided by the outer city cultivators. Thus he guided the corrupt bone demon dragon in a full circuit around the outer city. He also took in the outer city's condition. In his perception, almost 50,000 exalted realm cultivators were present, handling over 5 million tons of medium aberrant beast flesh and the ensuing salvage. At such efficiency, after 5 or 6 circuits around the outer city, this corrupt bone demon dragon could be slain here. One must admit individual power has limits. Collective strength is boundless. Even the outer city's so-called wastes have their usefulness. Thus the first circuit around the outer city concluded. The second circuit began. In Daicang and the others' view, the terrifying monster that had receded now looped back. Its speed remained steady, but its form had become noticeably gaunter. Much flesh was lost. Yet the battle here had already. The beast's flesh had been reclaimed, no one had been lost, and the people were celebrating Daicang's return. When suddenly, the corrupt bone demon dragon came crawling back with harrowing cries. How did it bring that back? Daicang could not keep his composure. I understand now. The Tuathan Lord of the inner city is a devil. Making us clear the trash once wasn't enough. They keep using us again and again. Daicang also looked up at the beast. Hissing inwardly, he remembered how it had nearly killed him before. Now that he had awakened the enhanced brain bloodline able to move in time slowed 100-fold, a mere mid-sized aberrant beast posed no true threat. He thought he could easily slip away. Though it is the inner city's Tuathan Lord to kill a mid-sized aberrant beast, they must make such effort. Daicang frowned. They could have left the outer city's elites waiting around the battlefield. Instead, they skirt the beast around in circles. Was this deliberate? After a lap like this, how many outer city lives were lost? He asked aloud, directing the question at the small drone perched on his shoulder. The operator behind the drone was naturally Qian Xiaoxing. Good, does this matter? Her voice came after a moment. By our estimates, that last circuit cost the outer city at least 23 million casualties and consumed 570 million tons of that beast's flesh. Each time a split form forms, hundreds to thousands of mortal realm lives are taken. This circuit saw over 2,000 exalted realm perish. But with the experience of the first time, subsequent casualties should be much lower. We estimate that to fully exterminate this beast, outer city casualties might exceed 50 million. This battle had populated the outer city with drones. All the losses were watched by inner city people who could easily calculate total casualties. Hearing the figures, Daicang inhaled deeply. This beast is monstrous. 23 million lives, wasted so freely. He boiled with fury. He himself had sacrificed greatly in the past, confronting fallen false gods to claim 200,000 cultist heads. And one single aberrant beast here had slain more than 20 million souls with the Tuathan Lord's instigation. Calm down, don't torment yourself. Daicang soothed, seeing Daicang flush with heat. Everyone knows your moral standards are high, but the deaths of those strangers weren't your fault. Don't take it to heart. With that, the class rallied, offering consolation that warmed Daicang's spirit a little. He felt somewhat speechless. He had expected the martial people's low moral compass, and he also knew they fiercely protected their own. These twin extremes left him bewildered. Enough. I will not be sullen over such small matters. Prepare yourselves. The split form is arriving. As he spoke, a slab of aberrant flesh weighing over 100 tons, flung by a titanic kick, cleaved across tens of kilometers and finally landed on their turf. This was clearly the doing of that Tuathan realm figure. From afar, the Tuathan cultivators still watched. They're still alive. How surprising, he remarked. I miscalculated the mass the first time and kicked them a large piece, turning it into a 1,000-ton split form. I expected them to die. It is beyond my expectation that they survive. As he pondered, someone on the battlefield flashed. The next instant, before the 100-ton split form could mature, a figure moved at no less than his own speed and arrived. Then a single punch was unleashed. Bang! The split form was blown apart. Flesh and blood sprayed the sky. Other warriors surged forward and immediately divided the spoils. The entire sequence was as smooth as practiced water, astonishingly skilled. Such speed, such tremendous strength. His talent must be extraordinary. Strange. Why was he not recruited by the inner city, but left to rough it in the outer city? The Tuathan cult. He quickly recorded Daicang's visage, opened his personal panel, input Daicang's data, and began to search. Not until one looked did one realize, and was startled. Academic records were incomplete. and his talent classification unclear, which was expected. Full dossiers were tightly held by the martial gods. What caught his eye were other details. This youth had just graduated. In the outer city, he was virtually invisible, with scant background information. The problem was this: he had only just graduated. He was not a long-time outer city veteran. At graduation, he had been only a 5th-rank mortal realm. Even with recent refinement, he might at most be 6th-rank mortal realm. In other words, a mortal realm practitioner displayed power not inferior to a Tuathan realm warrior. Could it be a crank talent? Damn it. What is the inner city admissions office doing? To exile such a talent is a grave loss. Understand that a cultivator revealing a crank talent has 1 foot in the Tuathan realm, if he wished, and if he settled a loan for the Exalted Realm Guaranteed Breakthrough package, he could immediately apply for a Tuathan breakthrough. He could be a peer. If he befriended this man now, would that not be the forming of a beneficent relationship? At that thought, the Tuathan cultivator raised his blade, and in a single motion, severed his own left hand. A 10-meter giant with a 100-ton mass. This single palm alone weighed over 500 kilograms. He kicked that palm, sending it tens of kilometers through the air, with the destination precisely aligned toward Daicang's position, racing at supersonic speed. The palm writhed, and its flesh reconstituted at astonishing speed as it flew. By the time it struck Earth, it had already formed into a 3-meter-something giant, then released inner chi and arrested its fall. Air currents swept away the dust. Daicang, his fist halted within less than a centimeter of the stranger's face. Where had this person come from? He had nearly thrown that punch. The humanoid stood before him, not half a meter away. Hello, Daicang. My name is Hun Haochu, a Tuathan realm warrior from planet 405 attached to the Tiniu River System Military Division. My rank is Star Guard. I achieved renowned feats and was awarded the 100 Battle Valiant Medal. I can serve as a recommender and invite you to join the inner city. Daicang was bewildered. What does this mean? He glanced at the distant figure still engaged in battle with the corrupted bone dragon and then looked back at this person. The former stood 10 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura, showcasing a fierce combat style. The latter, merely 3 meters, was cultured and amiable, wearing a broad smile. The stark contrast left Daicang filled with questions. Perhaps sensing Daicang's confusion, Hun Haochu proactively explained, "It's nothing. I'm merely a flesh and blood clone. This level of divided attention won't affect my combat performance." As is well known, the power system that martial artists in the early stages, namely mortal realm to extraordinary realm, follow, is a mimicry of exotic beasts. A martial artist in the transformation realm can be comparable to a medium-sized exotic beast. And medium-sized exotic beasts like that corrupted bone dragon can have their blood and flesh maintain vitality even after falling off, and their cells can rearrange themselves into various organs. Transformation realm practitioners can naturally do the same. As a martial artist, not only can he keep the flesh he separates from his body alive, but he can even control the flesh he has transformed into from a distance while focusing on other tasks. If paired with the appropriate techniques, they can achieve actions that other exotic beasts cannot perform instinctively. Of course, Daicang was well aware of this characteristic of the transformation realm. What puzzled him more was, "You want me to go to the inner city, and you're willing to vouch for me. Why? What's the significance?" Though he could guess the general idea, he still had to ask. Hun Haochu nodded. "It's obviously because of your strength. You're strong. If I'm not mistaken, that absurd power and speed of yours are either due to talent or the essence of the mind martial path. Exiling you to the outer city would indeed be a waste of talent. Only in the inner city can you truly showcase your capabilities. However, the inner city might not be the best fit for you. The true place where you can thrive is the battlefield, where your talent won't." Talent. Daicang shrugged. "Apart from having some strength, what other talent do I possess?" His words hadn't. Suddenly, several dark shadows shot down from the sky, landing around him. Now, as he tried to persuade, the high priest was already exhausted. In his desperate gaze, the clan's battle beast was sliced into hundreds of pieces, and then that hairless monkey reached out and "Can you handle this?" Hun Haochu smiled faintly. "No need to thank me, brother. I'll help you rack up some battle achievements. Later you can write on your resume, defeated medium-sized exotic beasts alongside transformation realm martial artists for added credit." Daicang. Is he being kind? I thought you were threatening me, saying I'd die if I didn't join. He sighed then. Super brain bloodline activate. In an instant, Daicang's figure vanished from the spot. At a speed imperceptible to the others, only Hun Haochu noticed. Indeed, very fast, even surpassing me, yet by the look on his face, he hasn't even used his full strength. Truly a good seedling. I can't let this one slip, he muttered to himself, and before long the 3,000-ton split bodies were sliced into hundreds of pieces. Daicang's classmates surged forward, seizing the exotic beast's blood and flesh. Hun Haochu clapped, saying, "Brother is indeed formidable, able to cross 2 realms to slay a 1,000-ton split body. Such strength and talent, it would be a shame to remain on this planet. If you're willing, I would personally recommend you to join the military during the conscription ceremony in 7 years. What do you..." Stopping in front of Hun Haochu again, Daicang listened to his excited words and felt a bit dreamy. How should I put this? Joining the military and reporting this planet's secrets would be the source of my urgent desire to grow stronger. I was still worrying about how to enter the inner city and join the military. Who would have thought this person directly paved a road for me? Daicang pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Are you saying that if you take me to enlist, you'll get a commission?" Hun Haochu nodded eagerly. "Yes, of course. Otherwise, Even without a commission, I would still hope you join the military after all the frontline battles are quite perilous. If we have one more compatriot, my chances of survival will naturally increase. Listen to me, although the death rate on the battlefield is indeed high risks yield high rewards, the compensation for participating in a war is enough for a transformation realm practitioner like me to cultivate undistractedly for 10 years. He spoke honestly, displaying no pretense. Hearing this, Daicang's interest naturally piqued even more. He curiously asked, what is the battlefield like? Who are our enemies? Where will our battlefield be? Hun Haochu replied, who else could they be? Just those old foes such as exotic beasts infected by stellar beasts, cultists of fallen evil gods, fleets of intelligent machine disasters, swarms of insects lurking in the star sea, and the undead drifting in dark energy. The 5 great catastrophes of the universe: stellar beasts, fallen evil gods, intelligent machine disasters, star sea insects, and dark energy undead. They have all been offended by the martial Taoist race. The relationships are not exactly harmonious. At the very least, they are irreconcilable to the death. Whenever the martial Taoist race expands their territory and twists the rules with the light of civilization, these old foes are drawn to them. Even if they are not expanding outward, just staying at their base, these 5 great disasters will occasionally come to invade and spark wars. Oh right, besides that, there's also this river system. The natives of the Tianyo river system are not very welcoming to us. You wouldn't believe it, but this river system is home to 4 fallen evil gods, and their followers are quite formidable, causing us military considerable trouble. Daicang shivered. 4 fallen evil gods, and they are natives of this river system. It all adds up. The deities worshipped by the Land Clan are actually the native fallen evil gods of this river system. No wonder. If they are natives, that makes sense. The Land Clan, as believers, do not have an irreconcilable conflict with humans. However, if the martial Taoist race's foes have already ingrained their hatred for humans in their genes, their cultists would love nothing more than to tear humans apart. Hun Haochu continued. In short, these are the troubles. Occasionally, there are also spies from other domineering civilizations sneaking around to cause us trouble. They are insignificant, just pretend they don't exist. Daicang nodded. The dangers of the frontline battlefield were, after all, it had been taught in school long ago. Whenever the martial Taoist race steps into foreign river systems, they usually find these rivers filled with natives, and the entire star river woven with immense civilization light. In most river systems, the strongest are the divine realm experts. The civilizations they belong to are called divine favor civilizations. In a few river systems, some have even achieved unification with the strongest merging civilization light to become the dominating civilizations that can traverse the star sea at will. However, a very few river systems like the Tianyo river system where I am do not have a dominating civilization. Instead, they have 4 fallen evil gods. Such river systems are relatively dangerous. Being born here is considered bad luck. Thinking this, Daicang glanced at his external assistance. This thing which grants him power whenever he slaughters sentient life seems to be craving more lives, more blood. I'm thinking along the same lines. Daicang's face broke into a smile as he extended his hand. I must contribute to the expansion of our martial Taoist race. Hun Haochu nodded repeatedly, warmly shaking Daicang's hand. I knew you would understand. Those cowards who have strength but dare not step onto the battlefield wouldn't understand. After the handshake, Daicang felt a surge of overwhelming power. Over 1,000 tons of pressure emanated from him. He knew this was a test. No energy or blood enhancement, no chi amplification, not even internal energy cheating. It was purely physical strength. Daicang didn't hold back and exerted force as well. A force of 10,000 tons erupted, causing Hun Haochu's palm to sink instantly, followed by the sound of cracking bones as it collapsed. It was directly crushed into a mass of flesh. How that's strong. Hun Haochu's eyes lit up. He withdrew his hand, looking at his palm, now turned into mush, his expression showing no discomfort, but rather satisfaction. Although the front line is dangerous, the rewards are indeed plentiful and strength improves rapidly. On the contrary, staying in the rear, while seeming carefree, is quite slow to grow stronger. If one day we encounter the invasion of the 5 great catastrophes, having weak strength is a sin. We might not even last until rescue arrives, and would be easily slaughtered by those catastrophes. As he spoke, the hand that had been crushed into mush trembled, and the flesh seemed to wriggle like maggots, quickly reorganized. In a few seconds, the mushy palm reshaped, the injury healed completely. He laughed heartily. By the way, brother, you truly show no mercy. Someone with your nature of violence is perfectly suited for the military. Once I take down this beast, let's chat more. As he finished speaking, he was about to soar into the sky, letting this half-ton of flesh return to its original form, intending to take down that medium-sized exotic beast first. But Daicang acted first, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wait a moment. Daicang said, I need to remind you of something. If I'm not mistaken, there should be an octopus controlling that corrupted bone dragon. This is the reason it came to attack the city. As soon as these words were spoken, Hun Haochu was initially puzzled. Octopus. Then suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, Oh, you mean the natives of this planet? Those strange beings living in the ocean, coexisting with exotic beasts. After the realization, he became confused. He questioned, those little things that haven't even formed the light of civilization are not a concern. Once they choose to worship stellar beasts and symbiotically live with exotic beasts, they lose the qualification to evolve into civilization. I believe in a few hundred years this group of octopuses will completely devolve into wild beasts, ultimately becoming infected exotic beasts. You might be mistaken. Even if they stay inside the exotic beasts at most, they are just parasitic. They definitely cannot control. Daicang interrupted him. Those are the Sea Clan. Hun Haochu what? Daicang was at a loss for words. He knew the elders of the inner city were aware of the natives on this planet. They just didn't care. Of course, worshipping stellar beasts comes at a cost. Throughout generations of worship, intelligent beings can devolve into beasts. This is common knowledge. In theory, it only takes a few hundred years. There's indeed no need to worry. But the Sea Clan is indeed like that, while the Land Clan separated from them directly worships fallen evil gods. They as a civilization, or rather as primitive civilizations with the potential to evolve into the light of civilization, have survived. And using the biological technology granted by the fallen evil gods, they control exotic beasts. This attack was orchestrated by the high priest of the Land Clan lineage. Although I don't know what he was thinking, but he did just that. That is, the intelligence Daicang had gathered. After he succinctly narrated, Hun Haochu was astonished. Are you saying this planet not only has exotic beasts, but also damn cultists? Damn it, these strange beings are out to get. He reacted instinctively and began cursing. It appeared that the battles on the front line were not pleasant. Looking again at the medium-sized exotic beast, Hun Haochu's expression darkened. It makes sense now why it would dare to attack our people single-handedly. Damn exotic beings, they can't be at peace. I will report their actions to the inner city and let them face extinction. Wait, no. Those little octopuses are useful for me. Thus Daicang said, such a strong reaction. To me, even if those strange beings are cultists, they won't amount to much. Hun Haochu snorted coldly, then patiently explained. It's different. The aura infection from stellar beasts is unconscious. No matter how strong the exotic beasts on this planet are, they are at most large exotic beasts. But fallen evil gods' followers are different. As long as the sacrifices are bloody enough, they can not only airdrop chaotic demons, but even teleport divine champions. In my opinion, to ensure the continuation of this planet, directly exterminating those strange octopuses would be the best choice. Is that so? From his words, it could be inferred that he was unaware of an ultra-large exotic beast hiding beneath this planet. Of course, maybe it was just disguised. After their conversation ended, Hun Haochu's clone returned to his body, and his offensive surged several times. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blade chi crisscrossed, large amounts of flesh were dismembered, and numerous 100-ton split bodies were left behind, then smashed by the rushing martial artists. The process was streamlined and swift. Under Hun Haochu's careful control, the medium-sized exotic beast underwent rounds of assaults. Multiple rounds of devastation, yet not many casualties were incurred. Time passed, the night fell, and the dawn of the next day rose. Hiss. Huh. The corrupted bone dragon still bore a murderous intent, showing no signs of diminishing. However, its current weight was barely over 10,000 tons. In size, it was no different from a small exotic beast. With such weight, the corrupted bone dragon's internal energy erupted, maintaining a speed of 3 Mach, relentlessly attacking Hun Haochu again. Clang. The world froze, and a second later, it resumed motion. Hun Haochu sheathed his blade. The tenth-santon massive body of the corrupted bone dragon instantly disintegrated into hundreds of pieces. Among these hundreds of flesh chunks, he was positioned at the center, multiple eyes covering his surface, scanning the surroundings in a 360-degree view. Found you. Suddenly, he turned towards a certain direction, unleashing his internal energy. A giant hand of internal energy tore apart a piece of flesh, performing a precise, surgical operation, peeling away the flesh layers of the corrupted bone dragon. Ultimately, a listless centipede octopus was tightly grasped by the internal energy and pulled in front of him. The high priest was stunned. The hairless monkey tribe was not as scarce as he had imagined. On the contrary, their population was quite large, probably exceeding 10 million, possibly even over 100 million. However, contrary to his expectations, not all hairless monkeys possessed the trait of killing to level up. Most were quite weak, not even comparable to high-level battle beasts. No, with their strength, they were even weaker than ordinary battle beasts. Guiding the clan's battle beast, it would be no problem to annihilate these hairless monkeys. However, this group of hairless monkeys seemed to be divided into two classes. The ones outside were all weak trash, yet the hairless monkeys inside the several-meter-high walls were terrifyingly strong. The inner energy cannon of the clan's battle beast could not penetrate the walls. However, the hairless monkeys that emerged from within unleashed unimaginable power. Such a diminutive being could not only use inner energy equivalent to the clan's battle beast, but also had far superior efficiency and utilization of inner energy. When that formidable hairless monkey appeared, the scales of victory tilted towards the enemy, and he was powerless to do. Stop fighting and run. He's using those weaklings to wear you down. If you keep fighting like this, you'll be ground to death. Let's change locations. Is that okay? The high priest's mental waves trembled at a high frequency repeatedly, trying to calm the clan's battle beast. Yet it completely ignored him. Drawn only by the enemy's momentum, it continued to attack, frantically, not stopping even until the last moment. Now, as he tried to persuade, the high priest was already exhausted. In his desperate gaze, the clan's battle beast was sliced into hundreds of pieces, and then that hairless monkey reached out and directly shattered the flesh he was hiding in. Using inner energy, it grasped the high priest and pulled him in front of the hairless monkey. Faced with the 10-meter giant of a formidable enemy, the high priest's mental waves surged. He had resigned himself to death, yet still felt unwilling. Damn, hairless monkey. He'll fight you to the end. In a frenzy, he released tons of mental power, transforming it into a conical drill aimed at the formidable enemy before him. Hairless monkey. A low, deep voice rang out. In the next moment, his mental power shattered. The hand gripping the high priest's inner energy tightened slightly, and the overwhelming force caused his body to collapse, bones fracturing. He saw Hua Hao first grasping the centipede octopus. His mouth did not move, but his spirit trembled, as if using mental power. What he spoke was indeed the language of the Lu tribe. You, strange being, are quite bold, daring to call us such. Just for that alone you are enough to be exterminated as a tribe 10 times over. Upon hearing this, the high priest's expression changed. You can also use mental waves, eh? But you're just a... Hua Hao again lightly grasped, turning the released mental waves into a chaotic mess, effectively blocking the other's words. Tisk, this strange being, thinks that the human race is just like you, a primitive civilization that has not even ascended to the light of civilization. Indeed, every time I communicate with an alien species, it infuriates me. Why are there so many bizarre creatures in the universe? Can't it just be the human race and subhuman races? Complaining, the inner energy transformed into chains, not only binding the high priest's body, but even penetrating deep inside, binding him completely inside and out. Not only did it seal his spiritual power, preventing him from speaking further, but it also blocked any possibility of suicide. After skillfully capturing this being, Hua Hao opened the panel again and scanned it with the already connected device. B. Detection of residual corruption from the evil god. Correction, the source of this residue is from the fallen evil god, Meat Lotus Corrupt Buddha. High risk. New mission released. Capture the followers of Meat Lotus Corrupt Buddha alive, interrogate them for the whereabouts of the remaining followers, and expel all cultists from this planet as much as possible. The panel alarmed. And just like his chains, it issued a new mission. The rewards contained within were enough to make those in the transformation realm envious. Indeed, this strange being still carries the aura of the evil god. I say it should have been a long time ago that you non-human beings were exterminated, yet those experienced individuals in the extraordinary realm allowed your development. What can I say? Isn't this akin to raising a thief to guard against oneself? Hua Hao stroked his chin, muttering. Perhaps it really was so. After all, exterminating the indigenous natives would yield no rewards. However, eliminating cultists would bring substantial rewards from the panel. Anyway, in the exploration of the outer galaxy, the civilization light of the martial artists has not yet completely covered over, and the laws and regulations remain quite backward. Warriors daring to do such things are not a few. Originally, expanding territory in the outer galaxy was a quite dangerous task, and that's why the martial gods would turn a blind eye. Whatever, what does it matter to me? The panel has issued rewards, who I will gladly accept. He did not internalize. After all, he was just a mere transformation realm with minor cultivation. What qualifications did he have to speculate on the thoughts of those in the extraordinary realm? Or even those highly experienced individuals above the extraordinary realm? Just taking care of himself was enough. Once the last batch of flesh from the corrupt bone dragon was divided among the many warriors of the outer city, this battle would come to an end. Inside the panel, a prompt indicated the mission was complete. Hua Hao's rewards were credited accordingly. Upon seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Huff. In any case, it's finally over. He sighed and gradually descended. Along the way, Hua Hao's flesh wriggled, and his body returned to normal. No, not normal, but rather forcing his originally normal transformation form back into a normal human shape. When he finished the battle and intended to rest, inside, thousands of degrees of high temperature surged forth with inner energy, rapidly raising the surrounding temperature, even turning the quicksand beneath his feet into glass. That was the high temperature accumulated during intense combat. After the battle ended, it naturally needed to dissipate. Once he finished cooling down, he wasted no time and flew straight to Daicang. Good news, Letten City is no longer short of food. Because Letten City no longer exists. On the battlefield ruins, someone sincerely expressed his emotions. The one who spoke was the current leader of the Letten War Gang, Bone Tianxiu. He, along with other leaders, returned with hundreds of elite members of the Letten War Gang to this city that had now turned into ruin. The medium-sized alien beasts rampaged through, and gathering places like Letten City and the outer city had almost all turned into ruins. Everywhere he looked, there were remnants of buildings and human corpses. After the corrupt bone dragon was nearly at its last gasp, only then did everyone feel bold enough to regroup. Among these ruins, Daicang and others were also present. Isn't that so? Shi Xingqiong yawned and agreed. Who would have thought that just half a month ago we were still... Little did we know that today, with the help of the Lord in the inner city, this year's food problem has been resolved. Since everything must be shattered and rebuilt, can we also? Bone Tianxius' eyes widened. That won't do. Letten City is gone, but you are still alive. Those tens of thousands of alien beast corpses are the result of our entire city's joint efforts, and you cleared them out overnight, yet still don't want to pay. Is this reasonable? Shi Xingqiong pointed around the entire city. Most people in the city are dead without a burial site, if we must say we only owe you. Daicang stepped forward and pushed Shi Xingqiong behind him. He sighed. All right, so many people died this time, and you're still bargaining over this trivial debt. We will fully compensate for the losses of the Letten War gang. Upon hearing this, Bone Tianxi's expression brightened, and he clasped his fists. D, brother, high righteousness. Speaking of which, brother D, last time you risked your life to ensure a smooth hunt against that small-sized alien beast, this kindness will forever be remembered by the Letten War gang, and there will be a reward in the future. Seeing this, Shi Xingqiang could only shrug. All right, whatever you say. The dead and the bargaining don't conflict, and besides, the cause of the dead should be attributed to that medium-sized alien beast, which has nothing to do with us. Brother D, you're just too kind-hearted. After this exchange, beads of sweat appeared on Daicang's forehead. Yep, it's all that medium-sized alien beast's fault. As for why that monster suddenly decided to attack humans, well, that can be discussed. Daicang changed the subject and asked Bone Tianxiu, I want to inquire about a person. The leader of the Ashen War gang, Gu Hui. He, along with your former leader of the Letten War gang, attempted to secretly harm the Blaze War gang, but escaped during the last. Do you know his whereabouts? Upon hearing this, members of the Letten War gang exchanged glances. After a brief exchange, Bone Tianxiu shook his head. Gu Hui, that guy has level talent in death prophecy with a less than 1 in a million awakening probability, and his characteristic is to avoid harm and is very difficult to kill. If you go looking for him with the intent to kill, it's almost impossible. I suggest you let it go, just treat him as if he doesn't. Daicang glared, he won't die, and my thoughts won't clear. If the members of the Letten War gang are willing to help me find him, even if it's just providing his whereabouts. After I take my revenge, there will definitely be a generous reward. Daicang spoke sincerely. Bone Tianxiu secretly rolled his eyes. Listen to him, there's still a reward. He thought to himself, what you lack is not clarity of thought, but a psychologist. The cost of clear thoughts is too high, akin to a luxury. If one could just think it through and let go, it would save a lot of money. Oh right, there's also. Regarding the sales channels in the inner city. Daicang waved his hand. A small drone flew over. This was the high technology of the inner city lord. We also have channels. In the future, if your Letten War gang wants to sell anything, you can naturally find us, and we will help you with it. The channels he referred to were Qian Xiaoxing. Although in the inner city, she was only an intern. But in the inner city, trading is free, things are hardly questioned for their origins, and resources like alien beast corpses can be easily handled. That's great. Bone Tianxi's expression brightened. On the ruins of Letten City, the two sides chatted merrily, and a figure broke through the air, arriving above everyone. Hua Hauk. His aura belonging to the transformation realm erupted wildly, and creatures within a radius of several kilometers felt an oppressive force, as if a small mountain had smashed down upon them. Bone Tianxiu fell silent in an instant. Numerous warriors broke out in cold sweat. Only Daicang remained composed. Who? A low, deep voice sounded. In the next moment, the martial artist Wu Taishan, who was originally sitting cross-legged with empty eyes, stood up and looked at the transformation realm powerhouse floating in the sky. He showed no sign of fear. Instead, he released his own aura and struck back. Everyone seemed to witness a frenzied, bloodthirsty Qilin manifesting out of thin air, lunging at the floating transformation realm warrior. Oh, the heart of all beasts. The transformation of momentum into substance is the embodiment of the cultivation's ascension. You have indeed trained diligently. Hua Hauk raised an eyebrow. He did not expect that besides Daicang there were also talents. What a pity. He was a bit weak. As soon as his voice fell, the aura immediately converged, and then transformed into a tangible thunderous azure eagle charging down with thousands of bolts of lightning, immediately engaging in a fierce clash with the Qilin's aura. Both sides exchanged blows, refusing to give way. Hua Hauk's expression transitioned from relaxed at first to slightly serious, then to grave, until sweat beaded on his forehead. What kind of monster? He was no longer calm. A young champion of the extraordinary realm who seemingly appeared from nowhere could unleash an aura no less grand than his own, even gaining the upper hand. It must be noted that this was a cross-border suppression. Its difficulty was more than 10 times that of a contest within the same realm. To what extent had this person's spirit and will reached? Interesting. For the first time, a smile appeared on Wu Taishan's face. He stepped forward and raised his palm. Then he slapped down. Come, take my palm. The Qilin's aura followed suit, expanding tenfold, transforming into a ferocious primordial behemoth, its gaping maw seemingly ready to swallow Hua Hauk whole. At that moment, Hua Hauk felt his mind buzz. His thoughts seemed to halt, watching helplessly as the opponent raised his hand at it for the transformation realm's slow speed strike. Bang! The muffled sound created ripples around them. Hua Hauk remained suspended in the air, motionless, while Wu Tietian had already fallen from the sky, landing firmly. He raised his hand, and the tiger's mouth at his palm cracked open, spilling a trickle of blood. That was the result of the inner energy rebounding. Good. I initially thought that in the outer city there was only D brother as a powerhouse, but I didn't expect there to be another expert. Hua Hauk laughed uproariously. It was not until he was struck in the chest that he finally reacted. Not interested. Wu Taitian remained expressionless, gazing directly into the eyes of the transcendent realm powerhouse before him, saying, outer city, inner city are the same to me. Hun Haochu replied. Upon hearing this, his expression quickly became reserved as he asked, Daicang brother, D, has your friend always been this way? Daicang immediately stepped forward and nodded, saying, indeed. Please forgive him, although his personality is quite unbearable, he happens to have a life and death bond with me, so I tolerate it. Hun Haochu expressed his understanding, waving his hand. It's fine, I've seen many geniuses who ascend as easily as eating and drinking. Their personalities are also of various merits like stars shining brightly. Gold will shine no matter where it is. This brother Wu certainly has his own considerations for the future, so I will not speak more. Privately, he pulled up the panel and opened a box. He immediately realized that Wu Taitian was the type of genius who could break through to the transcendent realm at the age of 16. Such individuals are rare, even in the inner city. It is almost a certainty that he will become a transcendent realm powerhouse in the future. Despite the failed invitation, he did not dwell on it, quickly surveying his surroundings and casually opening the boxes of nearby transcendent realm individuals. However, none of them caught his eye. Indeed, in the harsh environment of the outer city, those who managed to ascend to the transcendent realm with a success rate of 1 in 10 could be considered somewhat capable. But that is not enough. The inner city needs geniuses elites. Those who have been exiled to the outer city, spending an unknown amount of time to break through to the transcendent realm, can only be considered waste utilization, unless they are fortunate enough to upgrade to the transcendent realm again in the future. Otherwise, the gates of the inner city will forever remain closed to them. In short, that is the situation. After Hun Haochu expressed his intent, everyone understood. Transcendent Lord, do you think my appearance allows entry into the inner city? Guo Changchun raised his hand, curiously pointing at himself. Hun Haochu looked him up and down, then showed a reluctant expression. Guo Changchun, all right, no need to say more. He knowingly stepped back. However, Hun Haochu stepped forward and encouraged all of you outer city wastes need not worry too much. Once Brother D breaks through to the transcendent realm, he will definitely not leave you all behind. There are many slots for the transcendent realm. Every 10 years at most 10 outer city warriors can be guaranteed entry. As long as everyone perseveres for 100 years, I believe Brother D will surely help you all step into the inner city. Sure, Xingqiong looked up at the sky. Can we live that long? His words were not meant literally. However, Hun Haochu did not catch on. He said, rest assured, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Oh wait, you are simply warriors of the mortal realm. That will be a bit difficult. Hun Haochu did not shy away, speaking candidly. Although the chances are slim, it is not entirely without hope. If Brother Wu also joins the inner city and more of you break through to the transcendent realm, perhaps one day all of you can join the inner city. Though this statement sounded lofty, it was filled with the superiority of the inner city. However, Hun Haochu had no malicious intent. He was genuinely trying to make plans for everyone, attempting to bring nearly 100 individuals to the inner city. I will take this matter seriously, so you need not worry. Daicang smiled, brushing off the matter. Is entering the inner city truly safe? Perhaps it is, but how long can that safety last? One must know beneath this planet there lurks a giant alien beast stirring restlessly. His goal is to take everyone to other planets. He will not settle for merely residing in the inner city. After this exchange came to a close, Hun Haochu began to consider returning. He said, Brother D, please follow me. First, let's go to the inner city to handle your entry procedures. As your recommender, I will help you plan ahead. As he spoke, inner energy transformed into a visible disc appearing beneath Daicang's feet. The latter stepped out, standing on the disc. Then 2 figures soared into the sky. Looking down, Daicang saw the faces of the crowd, especially those classmates he cherished in this life, each wearing smiles full of joy. It felt as though having the qualification to enter the inner city was the greatest comfort for them. Upon thinking of this, Daicang's heart tightened. He waved his hand towards those below, moved, saying, everyone, I'm going to enjoy blessings in the inner city. Let's delete each other's contact information. If anything happens in the future, don't look for me. Ooh, I fear the inner city lords will misunderstand. Everyone laughed, even more happily. What a face. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Hurry up and roll, just seeing you makes me upset. The people's grievances boiled and the crowd was in an uproar. Guo Changchun picked up a stone and threw it. The others quickly followed suit, and in an instant a large number of stones flew into the sky, sending Daicang off. They watched as the 2 figures receded, eventually becoming invisible specks in the air, directly crossing the several thousand meters of city walls, entering the city within the walls. If the outer city is a wasteland of infrastructure failure and waste autonomy, then the inner city is the brilliance of culture and a model of civilization. As far as the eye can see, there are towering skyscrapers. In the core center, a towering black wall looms thousands of meters high, but this impenetrable black wall is not part of the inner city territory, rather it encompasses a vast area, the campus. In the core center, a towering black wall looms thousands of meters high, but this impenetrable black wall is not part of the inner city territory, rather it encompasses a vast area, the campus. As for the wandering outer city, it has nearly 200 million residents. Now, after battling medium-sized alien beasts, it has suffered a loss in population, yet approximately 180 million remain. The final inner city is a circular city built along the campus. The total population is merely a few million. It is said to be just over 5 million. In this city, with only 5 million residents as far as the eye can see, there are all kinds of tall buildings. The city's planning, construction, and environment are simply at their peak. The main focus is 2 words, enjoyment. This is different from the hurried glance while emerging from the sewers. This time, coming to the inner city was a top-down perspective. He saw the entirety of the inner city and experienced the prosperity of this city. It's quite shocking, isn't it? Beside him, Hun Haochu had a somewhat dissatisfied tone. In fact, in the heartland of our martial Dao human race, whether in city design or otherwise, we advocate a minimalist style. We can't wait to arm the city to the teeth to cope with the disasters that may appear at any moment. But these people are different. They truly come for enjoyment. Every beautiful wonder, every plant that represents scenery, every ostentatious building. The original intent of the design is purely for aesthetics. Gorgeous, comfortable, enjoyable. To be honest, if we encounter an attack by an alien army in the future, this garbage city will probably be obliterated in an instant. Daicang caught the key phrase and asked, have you been to the heartland of the human race? Hun Haochu responded with astonishment, I was born there. He then recalled hundreds of years ago when I was still a novice in the transcendent realm, I came to this river system with the expeditionary forces and settled on the habitable planet No. 405. You know that as the stake planet of our martial Dao human race in the outer river system, its main objective is only one, survival. Only when over 1 billion martial Dao human beings hold their ground for 1,000 years within a single stellar system can the light of our civilization truly descend. And our clan's martial god can project his power, here initiating the first step of colonizing the galaxy. Speaking of this, Hun Haochu smiled, slightly straying far from the light of civilization means it is difficult to gain the protection of the martial god. We take high risks in coming here, and naturally there are high rewards to compensate. Fighting on the front lines of this river system yields even more substantial rewards. Not only that, besides the rewards from the panel, there are also personal subsidies from the Divine Realm warriors leading the expeditionary forces. With these benefits, I am nearly gathering enough for a 100 breakthrough package to advance beyond the transcendent realm. Daicang nodded, I see. Hun Haochu's statements were also taught in school. However, it was not a primary focus, they only casually mentioned it. Look, it truly was unnecessary to elaborate in detail. Over 1 billion people holding their ground for 1,000 years. Is this the meaning of our existence? Daicang sighed, saying the high mortality rate in the outer city is unavoidable. What's going on in the inner city? Is the birth rate not improving? After hundreds of years, why is there only a few million in population? Upon hearing this, Hun Haochu's expression grew even more disdainful. He scoffed, saying it's all because of a bunch of cowardly rodents. During their conversation, the two had already flown over a vast distance, arriving at the rooftop of a towering building. Before they could land, the rooftop floor began to ripple and spread. Those rippling floors were composed of countless tiny nanomachines. Daicang then realized that the entire building was actually made up of countless nanomachines, which even automatically avoided his movements. The entire building was alive. At this moment, Daicang began to have a preliminary understanding of the prosperity of the inner city. Rather, as a civilization that has traversed the star sea for millions of years, it should be like this. This building has no stairs or elevators. The two simply descended layer by layer until they reached a certain floor. This is it. Upon reaching this place, Hun Haochu adeptly summoned a staff member, saying, as per the usual, please handle the entry procedures for this brother, who is new here. He will henceforth be a citizen of the inner city. At this moment, Hun Haochu had just made his appearance. The entire office floor erupted with excitement. Father is magnificent. Grandfather, your display of slaying that demon dragon was incredibly impressive. Director Hun's prowess in slaying medium-level beasts is truly unmatched. As he looked around, every employee in the office was celebrating wildly, overflowing with words of praise. From their words, Daicang felt a sense of dissonance. He quietly spoke up, Brother Hun, their way of addressing you seems a bit too familiar, doesn't it? While enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Hun Haochu also multitasked to explain, Brother D has just graduated and is not familiar with the customs of the inner city. To be honest, this company is a family business and most of the employees here are my blood relatives. Every year, only a few thousand graduates from schools are eligible to come to the inner city, which is just a drop in the bucket compared to the city's population of 5 million. Only families with connections can be considered the mainstream population of the city. Daicang nodded thoughtfully upon hearing. Speaking of which, the original leader of the Letin battle gang came from a family in the inner city, and their way of doing things is completely different from the warriors in the outer city. However, being exiled from the inner city implies that she is an exceptional waste, making foolish decisions is to be. He then asked, so, can your family business determine the fate of someone like me from the outer city? Hun Haochu nodded. Of course, after all, this city is built by a few joint enterprises. Coincidentally, the family I belong to is one of the founding families of this city. All you need to do is sign a contract to become an external employee of my company, and you will have the qualifications to enter the inner city. Daicang frowned at this, saying, become an employee of your company. Does that mean I have to work for you to enter the inner city? Upon hearing this, Hun Haochu was also taken aback. He quickly realized what Daicang meant. He chuckled and said, Brother D is too sensitive, the conditions won't be so harsh. Since I will personally guarantee you, the contract you sign will also be quite lenient. Don't worry, I will take charge. The company will not interfere with your personal freedom. After becoming an external employee of my company, whether you want to participate in employee training, borrow to purchase the 100% breakthrough package for extraordinary realms, or return to the outer city, the company will not stop you. Daicang nodded at this and added, what if I want other options? Hun Haochu stroked his chin. Other options are not impossible. Why don't you ask other companies if they are willing to hire you as an employee? Wow, how generous, and something feels off. What feels very off? Daicang looked suspiciously and said, so generous. If I don't register as an employee of any company, can you use your influence to get me an inner city ID? Or a residence permit or something? Upon hearing this, Han Haochu fell silent. Or rather, he stopped talking while chatting. The office was left with only the jubilant praises of the employees. After a long while, the Transcendence Master revealed a puzzled expression. ID card. Residence permit. What is that? Where would such things come from in the inner city? No, Brother D may have been misled by rumors from the outer city, misunderstanding something. This place isn't as you imagine, with complete rules and laws, nor is there any institution capable of issuing identification certificates for you. Daicang. Now he was bewildered. Even with his past experience, he couldn't understand what Han Haochu was saying. Looking at his naive yet foolish expression, Han Haochu kindly explained again, let me start from the beginning. In fact, according to your understanding, there is only one place that truly has rules and laws. That would be the school district where you have lived for 16 years. The area cared for by the science and martial god is indeed where the law resides. Their crimes in the divine realm are treated the same as those in the ordinary realm, and Mother is the blade that judges all. No one dares to offend her. However, outside the school district, Han Haochu extended his hand, showcasing everything within his view. Daicang looked in the direction he pointed. He saw the skyscrapers of the inner city, the prosperous scene. He saw employees full of enthusiasm, their eyes shine. He heard Han Haochu say, everywhere our eyes can see is a lawless land. The inner city, outer city, and wilderness are no different. The so-called inner city, as well as the walls that separate the inside and outside, were all created in this lawless land by the Joint Giant Enterprises. Those companies that joined the Joint Giant Enterprises can be considered as insiders. The employees of these companies become what are referred to as inner city residents. In other words, those who stay in the inner city are employees, while those outside the inner city are the unemployed and vagabonds. Everything in the inner city is built by companies, and as company employees, they naturally qualify to enjoy the facilities and benefits of the company. As for those who haven't joined a company, they can only go to the outer city to be vagabonds. Having said this, Han Haochu looked at Daicang again. Then he seriously asked, do you understand what I'm saying? Daicang, but internally he was greatly impacted. Originally, he thought the division between the inner and outer cities was merely a form of political oppression, a means for the inner city lords to exploit the lowly citizens of the outer city. Although there isn't much to exploit from the warriors of the outer city, but at least it can provide emotional value to the lords of the inner city. However, Han Haochu's words overturned Daicang's thoughts. Aside from the school district, the entire habitable planet 405 is a lawless land. The Joint Giant Enterprises single-handedly built the inner city, recruiting employees and even birthing their own children to serve as employees. The territory they seized holds no legal significance. In the end, what the inner city is, it's just like the battle gangs formed by the vagabonds in the outer city to keep warm. Han Haochu suddenly thought of a very apt analogy. The warriors outside form battle gangs and establish gathering places. It's not much different from how the giant enterprises created the inner city. Of course, our technology is higher, our population is larger, and our power is stronger. Having said that, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Clapping his hands, he said, oh right. Besides, your panel hasn't connected to the network, and you can't enjoy the protection of the system martial god. A series of task points and malfunctions are also out of your reach. Looking at it this way, you really are in a tough spot. I must say the impact of this statement was quite strong. Daicang took a moment to recover. He waved his hand saying, all right, no need to say more. I understand the reasoning. According to you, I should be grateful to you for giving me a job opportunity, allowing me to change from a vagabond to a worker. Han Haochu smirked, saying, yes and no. The Joint Giant Enterprises are not that kind-hearted. We established this city merely because it's outside the jurisdiction of the martial god. We can have you work for us in this lawless land by exploiting your value to strengthen ourselves. In the headquarters, such opportunities have never existed. Wow, is it really that straightforward? Well, Daicang has grown accustomed to the directness of the martial artist tribe. As he spoke, he had already taken the contract and looked at the black and white text on it. Soul Refining Limited Company External Employee Contract 1. A series of clauses were indeed quite lenient, with no traps at all. Or rather, even if there were, what could they do? This is a lawless land, and the so-called contract is merely the private rules of the Joint Giant Enterprises should one violate the clauses within. What would happen if I broke the rules? To be honest, Daicang was quite curious. Although the clauses had virtually no, but there was also no salary mentioned. However, as the saying goes, a nation has its laws and a family has its rules. The company Han Haochu belongs to naturally has its internal rules. What would happen? Han Haochu shrugged, saying, to be honest, nothing would happen. The rules we set privately cannot be recognized by the laws and regulations of the martial artist tribe. Those of us at the foundation establishment stage and higher have our panels connected to the network, and every move is under the watchful eye of the system martial god. We dare not engage in illegal activities. Just like your friend named Wu Taitian, he attacked me first, yet I couldn't even claim self-defense. He sighed, looking as if he had suffered great grievances. Upon reflection, it is indeed the case. According to the laws of the martial artist tribe, the premise for self-defense among the same tribe is that one must have actually harmed the other. However, it was Wu Taitian who was injured, with his palm injured by the backlash of inner energy, causing his tiger's mouth to split. Therefore, even though Hun Haochu was at a disadvantage, he had no means of retaliation. But Daicang pressed for more. He couldn't believe that the lords of the inner city truly had no means. Otherwise, how was the former leader of the Letin battle gang exiled? Hun Haochu pointed at Daicang. He said, "You are a lawless rebel." Then he pointed at the other extraordinary realms. They are the same. In this outer river system, martial artists below the foundation establishment stage have their panels disconnected from the network. Thus, everything you do is beyond the supervision of the system martial god. Not only that, but the light of our martial artist civilization also implicitly acknowledges your identities, as well as the actions of lawless rebels. The advantage is that the strong among you can use this identity to wantonly exploit the weak to enhance yourselves. Even for the sake of power, you might even worship evil gods, and we wouldn't know. The downside, you have already felt it in the outer city. Daicang understood. If one violates the rules, it's simple. No need for lords from the foundation establishment stage or extraordinary realms to take action. Those below can naturally clear you out using the identity of lawless rebels, or even directly execute you. I see, that makes perfect sense. Daicang suddenly realized, and then signed the contract. He also left his fingerprint and DNA information. He understood that although his level was merely that of an ordinary realm, his strength could easily crush those weak extraordinary realms before him, equivalent to being above the law in the inner city. Of course, he shouldn't provoke true powerhouses. Otherwise, if he violated the self-defense regulations, he would be in trouble. After signing the contract, Daicang held his breath. There was no reaction. The contract did not suddenly transform into some fantastical pact, and the black and white text remained unchanged. In short, nothing happened. Hun Haochu was even indifferent to this contract. He didn't even look at Daicang's signature before casually tossing it on it. Then he patted Daicang's shoulder with a beaming smile, saying, all right, now brother D is one of us. If you don't mind, may I invite you to the board meeting as a witness to explain the dangers posed by those aberrations. Damn aberrations daring to worship fallen evil gods, their time of death is approaching. Saying this, he tried to drag Daicang along. However, he couldn't pull him. Daicang seemed rooted to the spot, a smile appearing on his face. Brother Hun, no rush. Well, about that 100% breakthrough package you mentioned earlier, ID, like one eye after I break through to the extraordinary realm, I can go to the board meeting with you. Upon hearing this, Hun Haochu's eyes widened. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You, my friend. Can this matter of exterminating aberrant cultists be delayed? Then he realized. Oh right, you have been living in such a rundown place in the outer city, so you naturally picked up the street smarts of not letting go until you see benefits. I must have overlooked that. Don't worry, the benefits promised to you will never be less. Saying this, he waved his hand grandly. Bring over the company's breakthrough package quickly. At his command, the office became busy. Soon a saleswoman dressed in business attire hurried over, investigating a holographic display with a sweet smile. Hello, Daicang, here is our extraordinary realm breakthrough package. Before she could finish her sentence, Hun Haochu interrupted. You little girl. Lack of respect. Who told you to call him by name? Call him uncle. Don't you know that brother D and I are of the same generation? The saleswoman's expression stiffened. She thought about her youthful and radiant 50-year-old age. Then she glanced at the information, which clearly stated Daicang's age 16. Dad, I'm sorry. She quickly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Then she put on that sweet smile again and said, Uncle D, please take a look. This is our breakthrough package. Although they are all at the 100% level, they are divided into 3 tiers. The Tier 3 package with a loan of 500,000 includes the following cultivation materials and has support from extraordinary realm experts, guaranteeing you can break through to the extraordinary realm within a month. The Tier 2 package with a loan of 1 million. The Tier 1 package. Daicang glanced at the descriptions of the 3 packages, but was thinking about something else. He looked at Hun Haochu and asked, aren't we of the same generation? Didn't you say you were a child of a prominent family? Upon hearing this, Hun Haochu's face turned dark. He hadn't looked this gloomy, even when he was at a disadvantage against Wu Taitian. Brother D, please don't get the wrong idea. When did I become a child of a prominent family? Like Brother D, I was raised in a public institution, and my mother is also a science and martial god. How could I possibly be compared to those scions of prominent families? Though this company is a family business, I am merely one of the founding commoners of this company with a total of 360 children, all born in the extraordinary realm. Although I created the prominent family, I am not of the prominent family lineage, so please be careful to distinguish this, as misidentifying others as prominent family children can lead to enmity in the inner city. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Daicang decided not to dwell on this matter. He looked again at the so-called breakthrough package released by the company, where the 3rd-tier package represented a series of resources, such as unlimited blood chi pills. The price is 500,000 Dan. The 2nd-tier package on top of this includes professional instructors who provide hands-on teaching along with a complete set of services, ensuring that customers can break through to the extraordinary realm within a week. The price is 1 million Dan. The 1st-tier package involves personal training assistance from a peak extraordinary realm powerhouse, along with super high-end treatment, allowing a mundane warrior to break through to the extraordinary realm in just 1 day. The price is 5 million Dan. Please note the pills referred to here are sufficient for an extraordinary realm powerhouse to cultivate for 3 days using the blood chi pills. For the energy-consuming peak extraordinary realm, it would at least suffice for one day's cultivation. A single pill contains such nutrition and energy that if consumed by a mundane warrior, it could lead to a state of being unable to absorb with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Of course, if ground into powder and mixed with water in controlled doses, its medicinal power is enough to allow mundane warriors to enhance their blood chi out of thin air, even breaking through their physical limits. A series of introductions gave Daicang a rough idea. The best value is naturally the third-tier package. 50,000 Dan is enough for Lutan City to last for half a year. Although the threat of giant beasts is looming, it is measured in years, and Daicang thought that he did not lack that little time. I recommend you choose the first-tier package. Perhaps seeing through Daicang's thoughts, Hun Hao urged, don't dawdle. Exterminating the aberrant cultists is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to waste a moment. Hurry up and break through, then we can go to the board meeting together. Daicang replied. No, I know you're anxious, but it's not you who owes the loan. The first-tier package costs 5 million Dan. What does that even mean? With a population of 300,000 in Lutan City, at least 200,000 Dan worth of supplies are consumed daily, which is 2,000 Dan. 5 million Dan is enough to sustain Lutan City for nearly 7 years. 7 years worth of supplies for Lutan City just to enter the extraordinary realm for one day. Do I really look like someone who can afford such luxury? I'll help you cover the 450,000 Dan gap. Hun Hao glared at Daicang, his voice booming. Where do you think we have the time to waste? Please hurry up and break through. Daicang thought that ever since he was mistakenly identified as a scion of a noble family, Hun Hao's attitude had noticeably changed. He no longer called him D brother with every sentence. It turned out that civilized language was indeed very important. Since Brother Han is so generous, I will respectfully accept. First-tier package, thank you. Daicang quickly made his choice. It wasn't that he was greedy for the 450,000 Dan discount, but he suddenly remembered that those aberrant cultists really deserved to die. Ideally, he wanted to eliminate them all with his own hands. If he delayed too long and let others handle it, wouldn't he lose a significant amount of strength? Alone is a small matter. The inability to unleash the external force is a big deal. Thus, Daicang had just stepped into the inner city. He soon arrived at the underground base of the Soul Refining Company under the recommendation of the first-tier package, preparing to break through to the extraordinary realm. Uncle D, please come in. The salesperson who had previously handled the package for him smiled and pointed to a huge cultivation pod in the basement. She skillfully explained, once you enter the pod, will automatically release blood chi liquid assisted by our company's most advanced nanobots, which will inject the liquid into your body without a trace left behind. Generally speaking, with your current 5th stage of the mundane realm, with the aid of the liquid, you can advance to the 9th stage of the mundane realm within 4 hours. There was originally a specific process for awakening the bloodline, but since you have already awakened the superbrain bloodline, you can skip the initial steps. Daicang raised his hand, a complex expression on his face. So you're saying that I don't even need to cultivate, but can rely on the blood chi liquid and nanobots to upgrade to the peak of the mundane realm? Then what have I been cultivating for all these years? The salesperson maintained a professional smile. I wasn't born that. I was born extraordinary. How would I know what mundane warriors are doing? After a long moment, she cautiously said, looking on the bright side, although the efficiency of natural cultivation is low, at least it's more cost-effective. Our breakthrough package is fast, but expensive. Hiss, that makes sense. Indeed it does. You get what you pay for. Although Daicang had this concept in his heart, he really didn't expect the difference to be so vast. Thinking of this, Daicang took off his shirt. Uncle D, you don't need to take off your clothes. Oh, just walk in directly. The salesperson reminded him. Daicang, I was lacking in experience. After all, in sci-fi movies, one had to take off their clothes to enter the cultivation pod. But in reality, you don't have to. One can only say that most of the sci-fi movies from his past life, even after reaching the level of traversing the galaxy, are still far inferior to martial artists. Just like that, Daicang stepped into the large cultivation pod. The blood chi cultivation tank, allowing the pale red liquid to fill the entire space. In the liquid, Daicang could still breathe freely. The blood chi liquid has a higher absorption efficiency than blood chi pills, and is also more expensive. Even without swallowing a single drop, he felt his senses sharpen and his entire body filled with energy, as if he had endless stamina. His mind was clear, and he felt a slight itch throughout his body. It wasn't uncomfortable. In the warm liquid, this tingling sensation felt like a massage, quite pleasant. He could also clearly sense that his blood chi as a mundane warrior was steadily and consistently increasing. He smiled, immersed in this comfortable feeling. Time passed. Daicang's realm rose steadily. Realm mundane realm stage 5, stage 6, stage 7, stage 8. Realm mundane realm stage 9, punching power 2 tons. Even before 4 hours were up, Daicang's blood chi had reached its peak. Feeling the surging blood chi within him, his stamina had at least increased tenfold compared to before. As for the additional bit of strength, it was negligible. At this moment, he also sensed that this was his limit. Or rather the limit of the martial artist race. With his current physical structure and even genes, he could no longer bear higher values under pure natural conditions. For most martial artists, there is only one choice left. Breaking through. No longer human. At this level, your body and genes need to surpass humanity to advance. Daicang felt enlightened, clenching his fists and feeling the vigorous blood chi within him. Feels great. but somehow I feel unable to fully control this power. With the increase in blood chi, Daicang was naturally immensely satisfied. But the suddenly increased blood chi was not cultivated by himself, causing it to feel like a mouse, with its sensitivity turned all the way up. I still couldn't adapt. Uncle D, you can leave the rest to me. A gentle voice entered Daicang's ears. He turned to look, and the previous salesperson had left without him noticing. Now in the room with him was a petite girl, less than 2. She was youthful and beautiful, looking no different from a high school student. However, her unveiled aura revealed her realm, a transformation realm powerhouse. She calmly looked at Daicang, cupping her fists politely, and said, "My father instructed me to help you control your power as quickly as possible and take you to break through to the extraordinary realm. If time permits, I will help you master your energy before concluding this breakthrough package." Daicang understood in his heart upon hearing this. Hun Hao actually has a daughter in the transformation realm. However, as a transformation powerhouse, if the progenitor is also from the transformation realm, it is not surprising that his offspring would also be from the transformation realm. Looking more closely, he noticed that the girl had a pair of slit pupils and pointed ears. Furthermore, although her aura was comparable to that of the transformation realm, it seemed not quite so, carrying an elusive quality. "Are you a subhuman?" he blurted out. As soon as he said this, the girl's expression darkened. She nodded awkwardly. "My father is indeed a legitimate martial artist, but my mother is likely from the beast spirit sub-race of the magic pattern race, which is why I did not inherit the bloodline of the martial artist race." "No wonder I wondered why your ears are pointed." Although transformation realm individuals can freely change their forms like Hun Hao, most human races prefer to maintain their human forms and take pride in it. But this girl still retained her non-human traits. According to the laws, subhuman races are required to retain their racial characteristics for easy identification. Some subhuman cultivation systems are quite peculiar. Even reaching a level comparable to the transformation realm, they still cannot freely change their bodies. "Mother. Should be. You don't know who your biological mother is." Catching the key phrase, Daicang felt puzzled. The martial artist race does not prohibit intermarriage with subhuman races. Yet she knows her father, but not her mother. Could it be that beast spirits also follow a system of not raising their young? Did her mother abandon her and run away? Did Hun Hao have no choice but to raise his daughter alone? Who would have thought? Uncle D misunderstood. It was my father who, while traveling on the magic pattern race's planet, randomly drew my mother's genetic egg in a 10 consecutive draw and then supplemented it with his own martial artist race genetic seed. Only after their mutual combination did I come into existence. Her voice was soft, and she looked at Daicang. She couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Just that sentence about her identity was akin to telling others I have a father, but no mother, and my father doesn't care about me, who as a subhuman I have no backing here, and anyone can bully me. Unfortunately, Daicang did not grasp this layer of meaning. He was completely stunned. "What do you mean by randomly drawing your mother's genetic egg? Wait, what on earth are they selling in the magic pattern race?" The customs and habits of these subhuman races were not taught in school. No. He was still being held back by memories of his past life. Such things should be quite normal in the martial artist race. Right? Why be surprised? Relax, keep a calm mind. I understand now. He feigned calmness and spoke, recalling Hun Hao's pride in his martial artist race identity. He couldn't help but wonder if he had touched on a taboo. So Daicang further explained, "I was just curious, you don't need to take it to heart." This subhuman girl nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Uncle D comes from the outer city and is not very familiar with the customs of the inner city. Please don't misunderstand. Like other siblings in my father's eyes, I am merely a tool for making money, and you need not have overly high expectations of me." "No. What do you mean by overly high expectations?" Now Daicang truly did not understand. However, he knew what a tool for making money was. Just as he had seen in his family business, Hun Hao's offspring were all his employees. They were merely tools he used to earn resources. And this is probably the meaning of noble offspring. Understood. No wonder his reaction was so extreme. Also, no wonder that previous leader of the Lu Tan battle gang wanted to establish an extraordinary noble family in the outer city. It turns out what she wanted was not some family inheritance. Rather, it was a tool to work for herself. No wonder Hun Hao was so generous, waving away the 450,000 Dan price. It turns out he could really dig into his own pockets. "I understand." Daicang nodded and said, "Let's stop the chit-chat here. Just follow the process." He felt he needed to take it slow. Just the inner city alone was this explosive. He couldn't imagine how the real martial artist race would be beyond this planet. His worldview had somewhat collapsed. He needed to rest for a while. Soon the subhuman girl raised her hand, and a blue glow appeared from her fingertips, quickly tracing intricate patterns. That was the cultivation system of the magic pattern race. As she moved, the cultivation pod also opened its valves, injecting a large amount of gas into the pod. Clear heart mist can greatly enhance comprehension. Awakening water keeps the brain highly active. Blood ginseng potion quickly restores stamina. Spirit essence milk enhances time perception. Comprehension guide condensed the hard work of many martial artists. One by one, resources worth thousands or even tens of thousands of Dan were released in the pod. At this moment, Daicang felt that his stamina, wisdom, blood chi, whatever it was all rapidly increasing. He involuntarily activated his super brain. He felt as if everything in the world was within his reach. Simply put, he became smarter. Finally is the virtual reality. The drawn magic patterns finally As she stopped her movements, Daicang felt the world change directly, watching as reality twisted, divided, and rippled. Ultimately, it transformed into a pure white space. Alright, Uncle D. In this space, the virtual reality can accommodate your spirit with a realism rate exceeding 99.99. In your current sense of time, 100 days here equates to only 1 hour outside. Under the stimulation of the drugs, your brain can nearly rival that of the extraordinary realm. Let's start cultivating quickly during this time. Daicang. So that's how it is. This isn't surprising, this is perfectly normal. The first tier package guarantees that he can step into the extraordinary realm within a day. So this is what 1 day means. The training time was fleeting, barely lasting 3 hours. In other words, within the perception of time in the training chamber, over 200 days had passed, equating to more than half a year. In the moment he returned to reality, he let out a heavy sigh. The world seemed to regain its normalcy. Though he did not know the reason, in that distorted mental space, where time felt elongated, Daicang could only sense that something was amiss, pervaded by an uncomfortable sense of falsehood. Was the realism above 99.9%? At first it felt completely normal. As time passed, that minuscule difference clung to his spirit like a festering sore, causing his condition to worsen. Until now. I need to rest for a moment. Daicang sat cross-legged. Within him, his blood and chi were being controlled to flow perfectly and normally, making him feel as if he were in a sauna, hot, yet comfortable. Over half a year of training had allowed him to master his blood and chi perfectly. Moreover, it was not just that. Yellow rank, boiling blood perfection, yellow rank bloodline summoning technique perfection, yellow rank swift steps perfection, yellow rank 13 quick shots perfection, basic martial arts perfection. One could only say it was thanks to the guidance of a famous teacher. Compared to figuring it out on his own, the efficiency was increased by over 100 times. Of course, the most important factor was not just the guidance of a famous teacher, but also the various stimulating drugs and the advantage of his super brain and martial arts. However, you get what you pay for. The drugs worth thousands of Dan were continuously supplied, yet as a mortal level martial art. To be honest, without external assistance, a single chi blood pill would be enough to buy his life. In summary, Daicang progressed rapidly due to multiple factors. That was the remarkable result brought by half a year of sleeplessness. He merely felt that his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Dishu, this is quite normal. The spirit of a mortal level martial artist is temporarily unable to adapt to continuous high-intensity training. Your spirit has operated under high load for half a year without rest, so naturally you would feel quite uncomfortable. But it's alright. As she spoke, various colored mists seeped out from the nurturing chamber. After they appeared, Daicang hadn't even had the chance to inhale them in a storm when the nanorobots began to draw the mist into his body. Instantly, his mental fatigue disappeared rapidly. Daicang felt as if he were invigorated, suddenly standing up. His gaze was bright, his aura strong and powerful, with several veins even popping on his forehead. Stop it. Are you serious? I haven't slept for half a year, and you directly stimulate my spirit with drugs. Would it kill you to let me rest for a few minutes? His fists were clenched hard. At that moment, he truly wanted to rush out and punch this hybrid girl. Daicang's words left the hybrid girl baffled. She looked confused and asked rest. But how can the natural rest efficiency of the human body compare to the drug solutions that martial civilization has researched for thousands of years? Moreover, the drugs provided to you each value thousands of Dan, capable of fully repairing your physical and spiritual losses, even allowing for further advancement. Did you not notice that your thinking is sharper now? Is that so? A martial artist has a strong control over their own body. He sensed carefully, and indeed his body did not feel overdrawn. His full spirit was not merely a result of stimulation. Furthermore, even if the drugs could suppress the body's senses, the impending crisis on the spirit would still sound an alarm. Yet now the feedback from his body was, I feel better than ever. The hybrid girl helplessly said, Dishu, please don't joke with me. My father told me to help you break through to the extraordinary realm within a day. How can you have time to rest? It seems that is indeed the case. Daicang's expression of suppressed anger gradually eased. He crossed his legs again and said, continue. What's the next step? Is it time to break through? Seeing the customer had no objections, the hybrid girl hurriedly began to operate, quickly clearing out the remaining drug solution within the chamber, followed by injecting more. She drew complex magical patterns in her hands and said, breaking through the extraordinary realm is akin to directly changing to another species. Your genes will continuously collapse and reorganize under the illumination of the divine bloodline. However, as you know, the cultivation system of the martial human race in the early stages imitates the levels of alien beasts. Therefore, if there is any slight misstep as a human, you could potentially mutate into an alien beast. For this reason, I must ensure that your will remains unbroken at all times, and at the nano-level guarantee that your genes do not mutate, providing you with hundreds or even thousands of chances for error. With such conditions, the probability of a successful breakthrough is nearly 100%. As she spoke, Daicang was once again submerged in the drug solution. He naturally understood everything the hybrid girl said. The only thing he didn't understand was such conditions. This level of error tolerance. Is it really possible for someone to fail a breakthrough? How incompetent could one be? Although Daicang did not voice his thoughts, perhaps sensing his confusion, the hybrid girl, some people just seek death. Well, that makes sense. Daicang's expression became calm again. He closed his eyes, adjusting his mental and physical condition to the limit. No, it was not the limit. Under the influence of the drugs, he even surpassed his limits. Such breakthrough conditions were infinitely better than the solitary one he had experienced in the cave. If he couldn't break through even with this, he might as well find a tofu block and crash himself to death. Thus, after ever, Daicang's consciousness seemed to plunge into the surface of a lake and quickly sink. Before long, he saw a giant bloodline tree towering into the sky. Countless stars adorned the tree, representing a divine realm akin to a sky full of stars. In a hazy vision, it seemed as if a cascade of leaves fell like a waterfall, completely engulfing Daicang's body. At that moment, Daicang's heart felt a stir. He reached out his hand and grasped a vibrant green leaf from the countless swirling leaves. Instantly, the green leaf merged into his body, as if transforming into a stream of emerald light, seeping into the fundamental factors of humanity. At that moment, the double helix DNA structure mutated under the cover of the flowing light, followed by an indescribable pain surging to his heart. He regained consciousness. No. Daicang gritted his teeth, his mind incredibly clear. He shouted, "That's not." In the next moment, an inexplicable external force surged into his body, dispersing the flowing light that represented the divine bloodline and reassembling the disintegrated genes. The entire process was excruciating. Daicang felt as if he was about to faint. Yet, just before he completely lost consciousness, the sudden surge would stimulate him back to awareness. Daicang knew this was likely the effect of the drug solution. The first breakthrough failed. If he were outside the city, he would have turned into an alien beast. If he were at school, Mom would have saved him, but at the cost of his blood and chi declining and his realm dropping. But now Daicang was in the inner city within the 100% breakthrough package. The side effects of the failed breakthrough were instantly erased. Soon, even the lingering pain faded. Daicang reached out to the giant bloodline tree. He said, "Let's do it again." The second time, the third time, the fourth time, the 10th time. With each failure, the target for the next attempt became clearer. Daicang felt as if he had undergone endless torture, yet his spirit was not crushed and his consciousness remained resolute without any compromise. "Let's do it again." Fully activating the bloodline summoning technique, Daicang's entire being was like a maniac swirling to absorb a massive amount of leaves. Each leaf represented a bloodline. What he needed to do was find that one, or several bloodlines that belonged to him among this sea of bloodlines. Alright, bloodlines are not immutable, they can be fused. On the 11th breakthrough, with increasingly clear perception, Daicang felt he had grasped several threads. He hurriedly tightened his grip and pulled hard. Several streams of light fell into the fundamental factors belonging to Daicang, fundamentally rewriting his body from within under the supervision of his consciousness. And this time, although the pain remained, it was accompanied by an unusual sense of exhilaration. In the external world, Daicang's genes did not mutate. His entire body was writhing, and the surrounding drug solution was being devoured by his body. His body was being reorganized. The flesh was writhing. To the outside world, the entire breakthrough process appeared as if a human was being reduced to a placenta and then regrown. "Success!" the hybrid girl exclaimed joyfully. She hurriedly began operating, injecting a large amount of specialized nutrient solution for breakthroughs into the chamber, making Daicang's breakthrough process even smoother. Compared to the previous training and preparation, the breakthrough process was undoubtedly the most time-consuming. Time passed. 10 hours later, Daicang suddenly opened his eyes wide. Name: Daicang. Race: human. Bloodline: time: Abyss. Superbrain 0. Talent: Immortal. E-Realm. Extraordinary Realm. Fist Power 120 tons. Breakthrough successful. Extraordinary realms can be divided into 3 types based on body structure, strength, speed, and balance. Among them, the strength type excels in PvP, the speed type excels in PV, the balance type is the most durable, adept at prolonged work. If we look at the numerical values, strength type extraordinary realms weigh nearly a ton, stand over 4 meters tall, initially possess 100 tons of fist power, and can peak at 300 tons. Leg strength is double that of fist power. Balance type extraordinary realms weigh 400 kilograms, stand close to 3 meters tall, can initially reach 80 tons of fist power, and peak at 200 tons. Leg strength is triple that of fist power. Speed type extraordinary realms weigh only 200 kilograms, have the same height as mortal levels, can initially reach only 50 tons of fist power, and even at peak the fist power only reaches 120 tons. Leg strength is 5 times that of fist power. Among the 3 types, Daicang's choice was naturally speed type. He looked down on this additional strength brought by the extraordinary realm. His combat style was clear, using massive power for extreme speed combined with the time perception of his super brain enough to deal with strong enemies of the same rank, even crossing realms to fight. Thus, weight was of utmost importance. The speed type extraordinary realm not only had the lightest weight, but also had leg strength that was 5 times that of fist power. Such an advantage was simply unacceptable to pass up. Furthermore, the initial speed type extraordinary realm originally had only 50 tons of fist power. But for Daicang, that was not the case. Due to the excellent nutrition provided during the breakthrough, his physical prowess soared, ultimately solidifying his fist power at the peak of 120 tons. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The breakthrough package worth 5 million Dan could not lack benefits. Of course, compared to the strength gained from external assistance, it was negligible. Not bad. This feeling is beyond my expectations. He stood up, clenching his fist, feeling the blood and chi in his body swell thousands of times. and the other special power hidden within his body. He smiled after breaking through the extraordinary realm my control over my body will further enhance, and now I laugh. As he spoke, he leisurely took a step. Bang! The upgrade chamber was directly shattered. Daicang's figure flashed several dozen meters away, ultimately crashing into the wall, causing the entire wall to cave in. Daicang, the hybrid girl. Outside the wall, the nanomachines wriggled busily repairing the wall. On the wall, Daicang was very careful, slowly pulling his body out from the wall, then cautiously standing on the ground. No, let me explain. Daicang pointed at the wreckage around him, his expression tense. What I mean is, I don't even know what happened. The hybrid girl smiled in understanding. She pointed at the damaged surroundings and said, you need to charge extra for this. Daicang. He felt wronged, yet found himself unable to deny it. The reason being, he did not know why, but his strength seemed to have suddenly surged. An imbalance caused the power within him to topple like a domino, enveloping him with a force exceeding tens of thousands of tons, crashing him into the wall. Along the way, he destroyed numerous facilities. How much would this cost to repair? However, compared to the compensation, Daicang was more eager to understand what had happened to him. He quietly summoned the external assistants and took a glance. Power 208-173, no mistake. Just like before, there was no change. So how did his strength suddenly become so much stronger? He took a deep breath and looked towards the hybrid girl. He asked, what should I call you? The hybrid girl. My name is Meng Na, you can call me Xiao Na. She shyly revealed her name. Daicang thought that perhaps she was wondering why but he did not care about these twists and turns. He simply asked Meng Na, does this company have a training ground to test strength? Boom. The entire training hall trembled under the sheer magnitude of that force. As shockwaves radiated outward, causing the floor walls and ceiling to ripple faintly. That was the nanomachines, stimulated into self-diagnosis and repair. The cause of the tremor was simple. Daicang. With a full force punch, he struck the force meter, triggering an explosion-like spectacle rivaling a missile detonation. This is my utmost strength. Daicang retracted his fist and stepped back, already gaining preliminary mastery over this surging power. Indeed, a transcendent rank body was incomparably different, offering vastly enhanced control over strength, as well as a dramatic surge in intellect and learning capacity. By comparison, his mortal rank self had been little better than intellectually impaired. He retreated 100 meters to stand beside Meng Na, the half-human girl, and gazed with her at the force meters readout. There on the electronic display mounted along the edge of the training hall appeared the result of that strike, 208,293 tons, a sum reflecting both his innate strength and the augmentation granted by his external system. Not a gram off. Incredible! Meng Na exclaimed, astonished. Even a mortal transcending cultivator unleashing their true bloodline form would scarcely match such raw power. She truly was astounded, for in prior observation this patron had wielded only tens of thousands of tons of force, while still in the mortal rank. Now upon ascending to the transcendent rank, his strength had surged tenfold overnight. Such staggering amplification. Well, she'd heard of it before, and even witnessed it firsthand. Yet those instances remained rare, distant spectacles. Each such individual stood far beyond her reach, figures of immense stature. Yes, truly astonishing. Daicang murmured, then added thoughtfully, but why? He compared the behavior of his external system against the force meter, once more pondering their relationship. 1 unit of strength translated precisely into 1 ton of impact force. Back in the mortal rank, however, 1 unit had yielded merely 100 kilograms of punching force. Did the external system scale its amplification tenfold with each cultivation breakthrough? No. Though the system came with no manual or instructions, he sensed clearly that it bore no compatibility with the martial cultivation framework of the human martial race. It operated entirely independently. Suddenly, inspiration struck. In a flash, Daicang reappeared before the force meter, kicked, boom. The ground shuddered again, shockwaves lashed out in all directions. Daicang returned to his original position just in time to see the display update 208,773 tons. This time the increase amounted to only several hundred tons. That wouldn't have happened in the mortal rank. The value would have tripled at minimum. For a speed-oriented transcendent rank cultivator, it should have quintupled. Yet reality stood undeniable before him. Punch and kick yielded nearly identical force. That defied logic. I understand. It's the physical structure. A look of sudden clarity dawned across his face. Truth be told, the anatomy of a mortal rank body bore striking resemblance to that of humans from his former world, Earth, save for an average height increase of 30 centimeters without any significant gain in mass. At over 2 meters tall, Daicang weighed a mere 70 kilograms in the mortal rank, a figure bordering on frailty. Yet among the human martial race, this was merely the statistical norm. Millennia of subtle biological refinement had rendered their bodies lighter, more explosive, and infinitely more agile. If all that still fell within the bounds of human, then the transcendent rank transcended humanity entirely. Take Daicang himself, even discounting his external system's enhancement, his modest 200-kilogram frame could unleash 120 tons of force, 600 times his own weight, far surpassing even the legendary ant. This was the essence of the transcendent rank. Though outwardly human, every internal organ, bone, muscle, viscera, even the brain, had undergone radical transformation. Moreover, due to divergent awakened bloodlines, each transcendent rank cultivator possessed a uniquely structured physiology, let alone the kaleidoscopic variations at the genetic level. The transcendent rank physique represented a pinnacle of materials science, demonstrating how to assemble the strongest possible architecture from the lightest conceivable components. It was precisely this structural evolution that enabled his external system to evolve in tandem. No, evolution wasn't quite right. It had reached its apex. 1 unit of strength equals 1 ton of force. That is your absolute limit. What a pity. I'd hoped to exploit a glitch at the mortal transcending rank. His extraordinary physiology had unlocked the system's full potential. Yet this realization brought Daicang no elation, only profound disappointment. As widely known, mortal transcending cultivators possess the ability to freely reconstruct their bodies, even reshaping their very anatomical architecture. If Daicang so desired, he could deliberately reconfigure his physiology to make his kicking force exceed his punching force by over 100 times. Then that single unit of strength within his external system might translate into 100 kilograms of punch force and over 10 tons of kick force. He'd practically launch himself skyward. Alas, no such glitch existed. Once the cap was reached, the amplification locked firmly at 1 ton per unit. What are you disappointed about? A familiar voice cut through the air. Daicang turned his head, and there stood Han Hao. When exactly had he arrived? Only a mortal transcending cultivator could move with such imperceptible grace. Han Haochu stroked his chin and remarked, a single punch or kick capable of 20,000 tons of force. That equates to the explosive yield of half a ton of TNT. Such power. Even if I unleashed my true bloodline form, I doubt I could rival it. As he spoke, his right hand began to glow, chi coalescing at his fingertips. A second later, the chi condensed into a luminous sphere the size of a clenched fist, held steadily in his palm, crackling softly, as if poised to detonate at any instant. The sheer aura made Daicang's hairs stand on end. He instinctively stepped several paces back. Meng Na, however, remained perfectly still, utterly accustomed to her father's displays. In the next moment, Han Haochu flicked his wrist. The glowing sphere shot forward, slammed into the force meter, and erupted with devastating intensity. Kaboom! A blinding flash, like a miniature nuclear detonation, rocked the entire training hall as shockwaves swept across the space, flapping the garments of all 3 occupants. Yet beyond searing light and intense heat, there was virtually no smoke or debris, and the damaged walls repaired themselves almost instantly. And that seemingly unremarkable force meter remained completely undamaged. Look here, Han Haochu said, tilting his chin upward. He gestured toward the display screen 100 meters away. Daicang raised his gaze and saw that the same screen, now fully restored, displayed Han Haochu's strike data. 49. 3,712 billion joules, 118 tons of TNT, equivalent. Are you showing off? Daicang stared stunned. My full power punch yields less than half a ton of TNT equivalent. You fire off a single chi pellet, and it's over 200 times stronger. How? How can these possibly be compared? Me? Showing off? Han Haochu looked genuinely incredulous, as if wronged by history itself. Since when have I ever shown off? It's always been you, the unreasonable brute, flaunting your absurd power. Daicang winced. TCH. Ever since he'd incurred that debt, the man's attitude toward him had visibly deteriorated. Shaking his head, Daicang pointed fiercely at the display. You claim my combat prowess matched that of a mortal transcending cultivator. Is this how you define matching? A 200-fold disparity? At those words, Han Haochu fell silent. He glanced incredulous at Meng Na. She offered only an awkward apologetic expression, as if silently urging him, Father, please bear with him. He's a martial artist from the outer city. He lacks formal education. Huff. Han Haochu exhaled deeply, then nearly shouted, that was one strike. One single strike. Didn't you see I spent a full second gathering power? Tell me, how many punches could you throw in 1 second? Go on, try it now. Let's see how many. Whoa, what a deafening voice. Daicang recoiled slightly, stepping back 1 pace. Then in the blink of an eye reappeared directly before the force meter. Fine. 1 second, you say? Wait right there. He drew a deep breath and stilled his mind. His feet sank deep into the floor. Nanomechanisms automatically enveloped his legs, anchoring him against the recoil of his own power. All preparations complete. Then a thunderous barrage of punches erupted. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, his arms blurred into afterimages. Fists rained down like monsoon torrents, like cascading waterfalls, like laser beams. Instantly, the display overflowed with streaming data. To maintain such attack speed, he held back, not unleashing full power, but each blow still exceeded 100,000 tons of force. Within that fleeting second, Daicang felt his stamina draining rapidly. Had he still been in the mortal rank, he'd have collapsed, gasping for breath. But the transcendent rank changed everything. Though neither speed nor strength was pushed to their limits, his body sustained that terrifying assault without faltering. 1 second is brief. When the timer on-screen reset to 0, the torrent of data ceased abruptly, and Daicang, he remained frozen in a punching stance. His skin flushed crimson, sweat evaporating instantly upon emergence, wrapping him in a thick veil of steam. The nanomechanical layer receded from his legs. With a gentle step, Daicang glided 100 meters backward, rejoining Han Haochu, who watched the display alongside him. Attack speed 9845 ms, frequency 2155 strike a sec, average force 100142 tons, total energy expenditure 163 billion joules, 500 tons TNT equivalent. There. Han Haochu jabbed his finger at the screen, voice trembling with awe. Look, 500 tons of TNT equivalent output per second. In 1 second. So tell me, whose output is greater? Tell me. I find it perfectly fair. Daicang spoke with solemn sincerity, though my output per second is 5 times you. Think carefully. You never need to charge up, and high attack speed means little if your strikes cannot pierce defenses. Daicang possessed keen self-awareness. Though the figures before him fell short of his true limits, even at full exertion, a single punch could unleash no more than 20 million tons of force. This was his absolute peak. Against weaker foes it sufficed, but against supremely defensive cultivators his speed and strength would prove utterly futile. By contrast, transcendent mortals could condense inner chi and channel it into charged assaults. Merely this advantage rendered them vastly superior. But, and beside him Meng Na softly voiced her thought, in real combat. You'd never grant your opponent time to charge, and, if an enemy did charge, their wind-up would be absurdly long. Surely with your speed and reflexes evasion would be effortless. Unless he can freeze time itself, how could he possibly seize that charging moment? At these words Daicang's eyes lit up. Truly insightful. And, at my cultivation level, battle rounds compress into hundredths of a second. Unless one halts time, none could stand against me. What are you smiling at? And he stood there basking in quiet self-satisfaction, only to notice Hun Haochu's faint, enigmatic smile. The latter offered no concealment, declaring plainly, I possess temporal stasis. Daicang, and staring at Hun Haochu's expression, he opened his mouth to speak. Hun Haochu, having anticipated his query, preemptively refused. Class C talent. You couldn't possibly master it. I declined to disclose further details. Class C. And how could this be? Were Class C talents mere cabbages? Daicang's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice thundered, I don't believe it. Prove it to me. And suddenly a cold sensation brushed his forehead. And he raised his hand. The skin was smooth, newly healed, yet vivid crimson blood stained his fingertips. Instantly Daicang's expression sobered, a gentle smile replaced his astonishment. And, I believe it, he said. And, outside the corporate tower the two soared toward the conglomerate's headquarters, borne aloft by inner chi. Their pace was unhurried, subsonic at most. In gazing down upon the inner city, Daicang observed martial artists leaping between skyscrapers mere hundreds of meters apart. They trod upon empty air, each bound propelling them over 1,000 meters, darting effortlessly through the urban canyons of steel and glass. How to put it? Like fleas. And what exactly are they doing? Daicang frowned, perplexed. And why did inner city cultivators move like jumping insects? With technology so advanced, even if automobiles, subways, or light rail were obsolete, surely jetpacks would be standard. And no, given the martial race's technological prowess, even bamboo-copter devices would hardly surprise Daicang. Do you think this is a campus where cultivators must commute by vehicle? Hun Haochu casually pointed toward the footwear of a passing martial artist. Behold, the wind-treading boots. And, simply put, they generate solidified levitation fields beneath the soles, enabling one to stand and walk upon thin air. Naturally, they also permit aerial flight. Daicang instantly grasped it, understood, and I recall seeing these before. Each pair generates 100 field steps classified as yellow rank equipment. He remembered hunting in the wildlands where the Lutan battle gang had deployed such gear, including wind-treading boots. And alas, they required Kai activation. Back then Daicang remained a mortal rank cultivator, incapable of wielding them. And, unlike the discarded second-hand relics relegated to the outer city, inner city, exclusive wind-treading boots embed stabilized force fields, capable of sustaining 1,000 activations, and high-capacity or custom variants fully charged may generate thousands, or even tens of thousands, of field steps. See, they outpace ground vehicles. Hun Haochu updated Daicang's outdated worldview. And the latter marveled, no wonder not a single vehicle is in sight. Indeed, they run faster than cars and ignore terrain. Why would anyone need a vehicle? Daicang admitted his thinking had been constrained by prior assumptions. He'd also been subtly shaped by sci-fi films of his past life. And after all, he'd never imagined a civilization spanning millennia across star systems would rely solely on bipedal locomotion for transit. Yet upon reflection it made perfect sense. And truly, this was the martial race. And their airborne banter lasted only briefly. Within mere dozens of kilometers they arrived at their destination, a pure black edifice towering 1 kilometer high at the city's heart, vast, windowless, doorless. It resembled a colossal obsidian sarcophagus. As Hun Haochu guided Daicang closer, the tower seemed to awaken, parting seamlessly to reveal a passageway. Once they passed through, a scene unfolded before them diametrically opposed to the city's gleaming exterior. The moment they stepped inside, a thick coppery stench assaulted their senses, and before them stretched a grotesque spectacle akin to a living abattoir, floor, walls, ceiling, all draped in pulsating multi-hued flesh fungi carpets. Like xenomorphic hives from science fiction, unnameable organs rooted themselves within the biomass, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling, while invisible spores saturated the air. Instinctively Daicang severed his olfactory perception. It reeked beyond bearing. And what is this? Are the conglomerate's executives obsessed with biotechnology? And even among the Liu clan, he'd never witnessed such a... Not even the most grotesquely corrupted monstrosity, its body riddled with writhing maggots and suppurating tumors, could rival this revulsion. Ni's question sprang from genuine bewilderment. Hun Haochu merely shot Daicang a withering glance, then turned clasped fists and declared sonorously, esteemed directors Hun Haochu logistics supervisor of Lianhuan Limited Requests audience. His words barely faded, and the multicolored flesh fungi carpets rippled, nauseating nodules squirmed, and in less than a second reassembled into human upper torsos, each clad impeccably in tailored suits bearing polished, unsettling composure. One half-formed figure lowered his gaze, speaking with calm courtesy. Brother Hun, we've received your complaint letter. We're all acquaintances. No need for such formality. Please come in. A grayish flesh fungi carpet coalesced beneath them, reshaping into two sleek metallic chairs, cold to the— A grayish flesh fungi carpet coalesced beneath them, reshaping into two sleek metallic chairs, cold to the— Not a trace of impatience lingered. Director Lian, your diligence honors us. Hun Haochu bowed once more, then seated himself. Daicang tapped the chair. This thing isn't. Before he finished, Hun Haochu shot him another sharp look. I'll sit first. Daicang promptly sank into the seat. Now he understood completely. The flesh fungi carpet permeating the entire tower was the conglomerate's board of directors, their true forms. Each was a transcendent rank cultivator, terrifying sovereigns standing atop this world. And even Hun Haochu addressed them with deference. After all, he was merely an employee. Esteemed directors, my visit concerns the matter detailed in yesterday's cultists of the fallen god have already tainted this planet. Through interrogation, I've confirmed that the native fallen deity of this galactic sector, the flesh lotus rotting Buddha, has seeded faith among this world's indigenous xenomorphs, converting them into devout followers. He recounted all he knew with measured clarity. Beside him, Daicang interjected occasionally, elaborating on the Liu clan's plight to substantiate Hun Haochu's claims. Once Hun Haochu concluded his report, esteemed directors, I propose, these beings now worshipping a fallen deity are no longer ordinary xenomorphs. They demand decisive, overwhelming force. I request command of a strike force, mobilizing over 100 elite inner-city cultivators, to eradicate this xenomorph lineage utterly. As he spoke, he rose instinctively to his feet. Watching Hun Haochu's fervent intensity, Daicang couldn't help but wonder what trauma had forged such visceral hatred toward xenomorphs. Yet the assembled directors reacted with startling equanimity. Brother Hun. Director Lian, the transcendent rank elder, spoke with unruffled poise. Your recent slaying of the mid-tier xenomorph has earned commendation. The company will not forget your contribution. Rewards await you at year's end. However, our projections estimated your assault would claim over 50 million lives in the outer city. Yet actual casualties numbered just over 20 million. The gap between theory and reality remains For reasons unknown, he chose this moment to raise the subject. Daicang wondered when had inner-city magnates ever cared for outer-city expendables. Yet Hun Haochu's expression visibly faltered, his gaze darting left, right, up, down. When he finally spoke, his voice had softened markedly. Well, perhaps I've grown stronger recently. Or perhaps my will-driven martial path surged at that moment, allowing me to intercept and slay the mid-tier xenomorph ahead of schedule, thereby saving over 30 million lives. That tone, that demeanor, and exactly like a schoolboy caught red-handed before his homeroom teacher. Daicang stared, utterly dumbfounded. You truly— In another conglomerate director boomed. Planet 405 hosts 5 cities. Each campus holds precisely 160 million students, totaling 800 million under 16. While the outer cities' graduated cultivators average 200 million per metropolis, 1 billion total. In stark contrast, our 5 inner cities collectively house fewer than 3 million souls. Thus, Planet 405's total population hovers near 1.8 billion. But, the outer city thrives. It's astonishingly resilient, and per latest satellite census, outer city population has surged to a staggering 230 million. 30 million more. 30 million. If I gain millions and others gain millions, might this world's population someday breach 2? Do you grasp my meaning? Ni's final words erupted with transcendent rank aura, flooding the chamber with palpable, awe-inspiring pressure. Sweat beaded on Hun Haochu's brow. As for Daicang, Ni's every hair stood rigid, his control shattered. The floors subtly subsided. Ni's metallic chair warped violently inward. It wasn't his fault. He bore 20 million tons of force. Fine control was inherently elusive. Feeling all eyes turned toward him, Daicang hastily twisted the bent chair back into shape. He stammered awkwardly, this chair, remarkably sturdy, and the directors fell silent. The oppressive aura receded. Transcendent composure returned. Director Lian spoke again. Brother Hun, regarding those octopus-like cultists and their fallen god, we've long heard whispers. At this, Hun Haochu's eyes widened in shock. Then why? A pack of primitive xenomorphs, barely kindled with civilization's spark. Even if they sacrifice their entire species, summoning even a single champion remains improbable. They're mere trash, effortlessly erased. Let them persist. Perhaps they'll serve as live-fire training for outer city cultivators honing practical experience. Hun Haochu remained stunned, but Daicang snapped. You're serious? The outer city? Outer city cultivators might manage biological swarms. The low-tier masters could handle priests and minor xenomorphs. But the Liu clan possesses clan guardian war beasts. Those are mid-tier xenomorphs, and a handful could annihilate the outer city's expendables outright. What training could possibly justify that? Training for the Liu clan. And are you determined to exterminate every outer city cultivator? Daicang's words hung in silence. Then, chaos erupted. Preposterous. Outer city humans are our kin. We'd never— You slander us. You slander me. Exterminate outer city cultivators. I have no idea what you're implying. Evidence. Do you possess evidence? Without proof you dare utter such calumnies. Do you realize harming fellow humans violates interstellar law? Law do you comprehend? You lawless rogue. The tower's interior exploded into clamor. A chorus of transcendent rank elders shrieked like affronted imps, dignity abandoned entirely. A group of extraordinary beings cried out in injustice, leaving Daicang dumbfounded. It's your fault. Han Haochu secretly transmitted, how can you slander others and break the law without any evidence? Daicang did not use transmission. He could only feel embarrassed. What did I say wrong? Every single word. Han Haochu was too lazy to use transmission and just said softly, you may say that we don't care about the lives of the warriors in the outer city, but you have no evidence to claim that we deliberately put them to death. Daicang glared at him. No evidence. You just said you wanted to keep the population of this planet below 2 billion. If it weren't for your relentless slaughter over the centuries, why wouldn't the population grow? Upon hearing this, the uproar among the extraordinary warriors grew louder. A chairman sneered, slaughter. Nonsense, when did we ever say we wanted to keep the population below 2 billion? Although the martial human race has attracted too many enemies in the universe, the grandeur of civilization may lead to strong enemies invading. Maintaining a population between 1 billion to 2 billion is necessary to avoid attracting powerful foes, and we won't lose our lives because of it. Just because of this trivial matter, do you think we fear confronting powerful enemies, and would even go as far as to slaughter our own kind? Daicang shrugged. Right, otherwise. Another chairman exclaimed, that's just your guess. Do you have any evidence for your random speculations? In fact, we deeply regret the tragic situation in the outer city, and thus we are willing to provide aid at the cost of 1 life and 1 chi blood pill for the outer city. Speaking of which, in this hunt for medium-sized aberrations, Brother Han has put in great effort. As the saying goes, those who are capable should do more. Why not let Brother Han take charge and distribute this batch of 20 million chi blood pills as aid? Daicang replied. Wow, 1 life for 1 chi blood pill. To be honest, I could also make money off this. A certain chairman remarked, your malicious speculation and conspiracy theories are truly disgusting. Daicang stepped forward and said seriously, no. I am serious. Don't you still have 30 million in quotas? How about this? I can take the lead in dealing with the Liu clan and mobilize over 1 million warriors from the outer city to wage this extermination war. As long as you're willing to provide funding, just 30 million chi blood pills are enough to make the warriors from the outer city fight. At that time, the Liu clan will be annihilated, and the fallen evil god will no longer be a threat. You will also have no worries due to the decrease in population. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He appeared extremely excited and sincere. Han Haochu looked at Daicang with wide eyes as if he was meeting him for the first time. And indeed it was. The many chairmen fell into silence at this moment. Eventually, it was still Han Haochu's superior Lian Dong who broke the silence. But on another note, who among us is without fault? This young brother has been stimulated by the outer city, and it's normal for him to have some biases against us. Acknowledging mistakes and making amends is a great virtue. I am willing to believe this young brother wants, providing him with sufficient funding to lead the team to eradicate the followers of the evil god lurking on this beautiful planet. We must nip the belief in the fallen evil god in the bud. Soon after, in the sky above the inner city, 2 figures soared through the air side by side. It was Daicang and Han Haochu. I really didn't expect they would agree to your proposal. Clearly, when I made the request, those guys opposed me one by one, but when it came to you, they had no objections. Han Haochu said, indignantly staring at Daicang. The latter maintained a calm expression and said, otherwise, as you said, gather hundreds of warriors at the transcendent stage to exterminate the Liu clan. Then I ask you, how much will it cost? Can 30 million pills cover it? Upon hearing this, Han Haochu suddenly realized. He nodded, that makes sense. Without considering the tasks from the system martial god on this planet, if a warrior at the transcendent stage were to strike, once at least 1 million pills in rewards would have to be paid. And that's just the cost of the strike. If any accidents occur that lead to our warriors being injured, losing strength, or dying during the expedition, that would be another astronomical compensation. If during this time the followers of the evil god become desperate and manage to summon powerful enemies through sacrifices, they would have to pay extra for us to work overtime. If the enemies are too strong, it could even threaten them. Calculating all of this, not to mention 30 million pills, it might not even be enough for 300 million pills. At this point, Han Haochu patted Daicang's shoulder. He sincerely said, you're indeed useful as a lawless rogue. In terms of exterminating aberrations, if they attack, we can defend passively, but if we let those useless warriors from the outer city participate in the war, we might truly be judged for violating the rules. But if a lawless rogue who isn't even at the transcendent stage is willing to do this, then we have no such worries. Haha, it truly is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After realizing this, Han Haochu no longer felt confused. Daicang looked surprised. I thought you disliked this approach after all this involves using the lives of the warriors from the outer city as fodder. I didn't expect you to support it. Or do you support every effort as long as it involves exterminating aberrations? Could it be that you experienced some trauma in childhood, which made you hate aberrations and want to eradicate them in their infancy? Hun Haochu waved his hands repeatedly, interrupting Daicang. He said, No, it's not to that extent. I simply don't like aberrations. Now it was Daicang's turn to be puzzled. Why? Why? It's not like you have any reason to target them. Are you just bored? Hun Haochu replied matter-of-factly, they're ugly. Not only did he say so, but he also gestured. I mean especially the natives on this planet, those octopuses. Ugh, a giant octopus head with hundreds of tentacles, it's just disgusting to behold. When you see them, don't you want to exterminate them all? Hiss. A flawless reason. This left Daicang speechless. After a long while he raised his thumb. Reasonable. No wonder you support the extermination of aberrations without reserve. Hun Haochu shrugged. Without reserve. You misunderstood me. Although they are ugly and disgusting, I wouldn't go out of my way to do something without benefits. After saying this, he gave a self-deprecating smile and continued, Hey, the fact that I can just hang around with a giant company on this planet proves that I am also someone who fears for my life. More crises indeed represent more opportunities and rewards, but they also mean higher casualties. I also hate accidents and dangers. I just dare to take more risks than they do. He gestured to Daicang. You should have learned that our martial human race has offended too many enemies, so every time we expand our territory and illuminate the light of civilization, we attract countless powerful foes watching us. To illuminate the light of civilization, we must have at least 1 billion population stationed in the stellar system. That's the bare minimum. Just like that, as soon as we martial human race settle in, as the light of civilization barely emerges, we are pursued by stellar beasts. Look at this planet. It used to be a livable place, but now it has become a paradise for aberrations with medium and large aberrations everywhere. Daicang nodded, thinking to himself, it's more than that. In fact, there is a super large beast beneath our feet. But this matter you most likely have no idea about. Hun Haochu continued. If we increase the population again, especially if we double it on the basis of 1 billion, the speed at which the light of civilization assimilates the rules of the universe will double. Correspondingly, our civilization's light will shine even brighter, and its attraction to cosmic disasters and powerful enemies will also increase exponentially. At that time, we will face even more enemies, more crises, challenges, and deaths. It's even possible to cultivate super large aberrations. Daicang replied. You are right. That's too dangerous. I do not support it. He didn't mention the super large aberration that was being sealed underground. Moreover, that thing is about to wake up. Once it awakens, its hundreds of kilometers of body will become a moving disaster for a planet, leaving nothing alive in its wake. The entire planet will be turned into a dead star by this aberration. After all life on the planet is extinguished, this aberration will soar and leave the planet wandering through the universe, hunting down more living beings by chance. Hun Haochu was unaware of Daicang's thoughts. He simply sighed. Danger and opportunity coexist. For me, the crisis, brought by a population between 20 to 30 billion, is entirely bearable. If I die because of it, then so be it. I can only blame my lack of strength and that I deserve to be killed. After all, no matter how dangerous it is. Damn it, can there be battlefield dangers? He looked at him with a disappointed expression. Daicang understood and patted his shoulder. Yes, you are braver than they are. They are all a bunch of cowards, weaklings, and wimps. By the way, do you want to take action in this racial war? Hun Haochu's eyes changed instantly. My appearance fee is very expensive. Daicang was shocked. But you previously invested in my 100% breakthrough package. That was 5 million. That wasn't an investment, it was a loan. Let me clarify, the original price was 5 million and I gave you a discount to 500,000. Plus, considering the equipment you broke in the breakthrough room, you now owe me a total of 800,000. If you want me to take action, you need to pay off your debts first. Alright, this is the inner city lord I had imagined. Once I get the 30 million for the war, I'll return the money to you. Daicang squinted at him and said, I just don't understand. You can waive the 450,000 loan, so why not waive the 50,000 loan as a favor? Hun Haochu looked at him confidently. That's not the same. If it costs 300,000, selling it to you for 500,000 would still yield a profit. If I waive your loan, wouldn't I be losing out? This conversation completely opened Daicang's mind. He was dumbfounded and then enlightened. 300,000 in costs, and you're daring to charge 5 million. You swindler. Why don't you just rob? Hun Haochu looked at this lawless rogue with curiosity. Brother, robbery is against the law. And so, the two bickered as they returned to the Lianhuan company, waiting for the war funds from the giant company. During this time, Daicang made a special trip out. Brother, I knew you could make a name for yourself. In a park somewhere in the inner city, a graceful figure rushed into Daicang's arms. The newcomer was none other than Qian Xiaoxing, the only crude talent in the class qualified to come to the inner city. With her talent, extraordinary realms are just the beginning. She even has the potential to reach the transcendent stage in the future. Daicang reached out and carefully lifted Qian Xiaoxing, tossing her onto a nearby open space. I heard that employees in the inner city work 5 days and rest 2. Why didn't you go to work? Did you take a leave? Daicang, as usual, stretched out his hand to flick her forehead, but thinking about his current strength. Never mind. If he wasn't careful, this girl's head might just fly off. Qian Xiaoxing saw Daicang retract his finger and looked at him disappointedly before explaining, brother, did you forget about my talent? My talent is external avatar. Now I can split into 10 avatars with 5 working for me and 5 cultivating martial skills. As for my main body, of course I'm here to see you. Oh, I see. Daicang nodded, suddenly thinking of something. He asked, by the way, how much is your monthly salary? 3,000 pills, Qian Xiaoxing answered honestly. Is that all? Daicang frowned. 5 people working and only 3,000 pills. At 50,000 pills for the breakthrough loan, how long will it take to pay off? Qian Xiaoxing upon hearing this realized, brother, you misunderstood. I am an intern and my salary is only 1/10 of a formal employee's with no bonuses or performance pay. Once I become a permanent employee, my monthly salary will reach at least 30,000. Moreover, we work 5 days and rest 2, and it's calculated on a weekly salary. Oh, I see. Daicang understood and nodded. That makes sense. By the way, as an intern, Qian Xiaoxing's monthly salary is 3,000 pills. And in the month of Tan City with 300,000 people, the daily rations are roughly 3,000 pills. No, even less. If one doesn't cultivate or work 1,000 or 1,800 pills would suffice. Even at full benefits, just a daily ration of 1 pill per person. Qian Xiaoxing's monthly salary could support a medium-sized battle gang. If she became a formal employee, she could support a large battle gang. Damn, what kind of purchasing power is that? No wonder everyone is proud to work as a beast in the inner city. It's also no wonder that all the major battle gangs are eager to establish smuggling channels with the lords of the inner city, despite the so-called inner city being just a mere employee. Just because the lords of the inner city leak a bit of residue, they can really support a city. By the way, since we're talking about little Qian, listen to your brother. Recently, everyone has a batch of goods. I wonder if we can sell them. Can you help us take a look? Daicang inquired earnestly. He felt that the secret path he knew leading directly to the inner city finally had a purpose. Qian Xiaoxing quickly realized what had happened. The death of the corpse-bone demon dragon had resulted in an explosion of 3,000 tons of beast fragments. These fragments became the spoils of the outer city warriors. However, no matter how valuable the beast corpses were, the outer city wastes lacked both strength and technology. Having these beast corpses in their hands was of no use. They could only sell them at a low price to the inner city. However, although the flesh of medium-sized beasts is valuable right now, the market is saturated and prices have dropped. Qian Xiaoxing scratched her head, indicating that she was at a loss. She explained, listen to me. There are companies in the inner city that buy beast flesh like scrap from our hands, and our supply comes from the outer city warriors. Ordinary warriors wanting to do business have to personally go to the outer city to find supply channels, but this is too dangerous. The outer city is a lawless land where no one cares if you die outside. Daicang frowned in confusion, asking, even exceptional realm warriors can die. Qian Xiaoxing nodded, of course. Killing is not illegal in the outer city, although generally no one would target us, but, you understand, it's like that limited cake situation. The population of the outer city is limited, and so are the large battle gangs. If I take a bigger share, others will have less. To maintain their profits, the competitors in the city will hire assassins. As she spoke, she opened the projection screen she carried, pulling up the recently plummeting prices of medium-sized beast fragments, expressing her indignation. Look, because the supply of beast flesh cannot meet demand, prices have dropped severely. Even if we join in now, we won't make any money. If I could eliminate my competitors and monopolize this business, just think about how much money I could make. At this point, Qian Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled. Daicang was left speechless. Indeed, the warrior race had this kind of broken mentality. As long as it's not illegal, they would dare to do anything. Come, let me take a look. Daicang began to browse the prices displayed. In short, the price of medium-sized beast flesh was plummeting, but it still reached a high price of 50 dan per ton. The 3,000 tons of the corpse-bone demon dragon could sell for 15 billion dan. Upon seeing this, Daicang's eyes turned red. He never expected that Hun Haochu would actually give up such a massive hiss. No, he didn't want to give it up. It's just that after the outer city warriors snatched the beast flesh, he couldn't be the villain who robbed other warriors. Even if they were to rob, could they even manage to get 3,000 tons of fragments? This is just the price after the drop. Daicang took a deep breath to calm himself. Then he said to Qian Xiaoxing, it's okay, everyone in the outer city is not short on money. It's fine if we don't sell for now. Let me see how other beasts are faring. He then pulled up other trading pages. First, he checked the prices of micro-sized beasts, which had remained quite stable. Unlike medium-sized beasts, each piece of material from a micro-sized beast could sell for varying prices. For example, a beast like the mighty elephant could only sell for 3 to 5 dan for its body materials. A few iron-scaled wolves would only fetch 1 dan. In a place like Leton City, a single hunt could yield tens of thousands of micro-sized beast corpses, and after selling them all, only about 10 to 20,000 dan would come back to Leton City. No wonder this waste of a city is performing so poorly. The average exceptional realm warrior is worth less than 1/10th of something. Even without the rampage of medium-sized beasts, the city's demise is just a matter of time. Or maybe it would only normalize after the population dwindles to just a few 100,000. Daicang had no experience looking at the small-sized beasts. Wow. Although they too are categorized by race parts and materials, overall the value of their flesh is at least 5 dan per ton. Hunting a small-sized beast, even a mountain-shattering beast, is worth equivalent to the total of hunting tens of thousands of micro-sized beasts. As for the lower-tier beasts that run away upon sighting a person, there are no records of them. Speaking of which, I've killed quite a few small-sized beasts. It's a pity I couldn't bring back their corpses. Daicang sighed, recalling the mountain-shattering beast and the giant octopus, the black dragon. All those corpses must have been snatched up by the carrion-eating beasts. What a loss. Daicang is amazing. Qian Zioxing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, small-sized beasts are very ferocious, and ordinary warriors risk their lives to hunt them. I didn't expect Daicang to hunt them alone. Daicang smiled slightly, that's right. But small-sized beasts are nothing. I can kill them in one strike. Medium-sized beasts, however, are not so easy to deal with. At this moment, he felt a sense of comfort. Being around classmates he grew up with was the most relaxing. Warriors who can be trusted with one's back are scarce among the warrior race. Only about 99. Or not. Daicang, you're exaggerating a bit. Qian Shaoxing shook her finger with certainty, saying, I can't agree with you like this. Daicang, I see you're eager to experience my 20-ton iron fist. He ignored Qian Shaoxing and continued to search on the projection screen. This time it wasn't about the prices of beast flesh. Instead, it was the trading platform for inner-city warriors. Here, using Vitality Dan as the basic currency, the platform was filled with cultivation resources for exceptional realm warriors, various yellow-grade equipment, and items. Concentration incense enhances a warrior's comprehension, increasing the efficiency of martial arts training by 100-fold, lasting for 1 hour, priced at 500 Dan. Divine blood dilution can increase the efficiency of a warrior's cultivation, purifying their bloodline, lasting for 1 hour, priced at 1,000 Dan. You inner-city folks have it too good. Daicang's eyes turned red. Compared to the outer city's warriors who struggled, inner-city warriors can cultivate for 1 hour, equivalent to 4 days for others. Qian Shaoxing could not hold back, complaining. What does that have to do with me? I still have a large loan I haven't paid off. Also, Daicang, you are an inner-city warrior now too. Can you stop acting so surprised as if you've never seen the world? Well, that's true. Daicang straightened his back, calmly sliding through the projection screen. The various resources and prices were fully absorbed by him. He looked through them all, feeling at ease. Vitality Dan, after ingestion, it can quickly restore a warrior's stamina and energy, priced at 100 Dan. Dismantling potion can enhance the body to a state similar to the heavenly demon dismantling effect, lasting for 10 minutes, increasing strength by at least 5 times. The side effect is that after it ends, one will be exhausted and on the verge of death, priced at 100 Dan. Nano healing needle, with 1 injection, it can heal injuries and allow mortally wounded warriors to recover within minutes, priced at 800 Dan. Note, if using Vitality Dan dismantling potion and nano healing needle simultaneously, the 3 can combine side effects, maintaining the effect of the dismantling potion for 5 minutes, after which only a portion of stamina will be consumed and side effects are almost zero. While there's even a complete set, Daicang couldn't help but break into a smile. He had thought that the exceptional realm was already strong enough. Little did he know the exceptional realm in the outer city was purely a blank slate compared to the wealthy inner-city warriors. Imagine an inner-city warrior fully equipped, wearing armor, leg guards, boots, gloves, and a helmet, along with the gear on them, all in yellow grade, worth thousands or tens of thousands of Dan. Plus, after taking potions worth hundreds of Dan, their strength would increase dramatically. In a fight against a similarly ranked outer city warrior, wouldn't that be like killing a chicken? With this kind of setup, inner city warriors wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed in the outer city. It can only be said that the commercial competition is too fierce. These are all good things. Daicang glanced at his newly opened bank card, which had a staggering debt of over 800,000 Dan, and he still had to pay in installments. Looking at the good things on the projection screen, he thought for a moment and directly turned it off. Out of sight, out of mind. A few days later, snap. The energy surged, but the energy that originally could only remain on the surface of the body transformed into a detached wind under an inexplicable boost. Like internal energy shot out a long vacuum channel, was forcefully created, spiraling upward. The shockwave spread out, uprooting the surrounding flowers and plants, leaving the entire park in disarray, attracting warning. Employee Daicang, you have damaged company property without cause. A fine will be imposed on you. A drone broke the sound barrier and quickly hovered above Daicang. Then it emitted an unpleasant alarm sound. Below, Daicang retracted his fist, nonchalantly waving his hand. It doesn't matter, the compensation will be deducted from my bank card. As for the fine, I won't pay it. Let Han Haochu wipe it for me. After dispersing the drone, Daicang began to savor the moment. Next to him, Qian Shaoxing excitedly clapped her hands, saying, Daicang is incredible. Daicang is mighty. Daicang is invincible in the world. After these few days, she had witnessed Daicang's strength. How should she put it? It was a bit of a cognitive breakthrough. Is this really the kind of power an exceptional realm warrior can produce? Well, perhaps a great talent could achieve it. But the strength Daicang displayed was not something that could be achieved solely by talent. It was simply terrifying. The energy even detached from his body. Can you believe it? Now I understand. Daicang clenched his fist, deeply enlightened. Energy isn't that it can't detach, rather, after detaching, if it lacks the warrior's spirit, it will dissipate quickly. The whole process was rapid, less than 1/10 of a second. However, in this brief moment, the energy could not only detach, but could also propel itself several meters away. But during this process, its power would dissipate rapidly. Ultimately, it would only turn into a gust of wind unable to inflict any damage, not even breaking the skin of a mortal realm warrior 10 meters away. However, Daicang was an exception. He discovered that his energy could also carry strength. If enveloped around his body, it could provide him with a defense equivalent to 200,000 tons. This means that even a half-done TNT explosion at point-blank range wouldn't break through his defense. He no longer had to worry about being injured by internal energy. If defense was like this, then what about attack? It was the same. Energy could turn the punches of exceptional realm warriors into blades. Simply put, it increases pressure to gain greater destructive power. It could also reduce pressure to unload force, gaining stronger defensive power. In practice, it meant striking without harm and punches capable of severing blades with every part of the body capable of becoming a sharp weapon. How sharp it could be depended on the exceptional realm warrior's control over their energy. Returning to Daicang. Energy can carry power and be used for defense. What about attack? He had just tried it once. When the energy was released, an intense power could propel it a kilometer away in less than 1/10 of a second. The air along the way was instantly cut into a vacuum channel. Subsequently, the overflowing energy surged like a shockwave, uprooting the surrounding flowers and grass. This shockwave reflected the impure control of power. If this point were eliminated, Daicang's energy, while capable of slashing out to a kilometer, could only retain power within a range of 100 meters. Within 100 meters. It was no different from a low-tier internal energy. Yes, he had long-range attacks now. Digo, I figured it out. Qian Shaoxing hopped over, suggesting, with your strength you can be invincible in the outer city. Why don't we monopolize the entire outer city and dominate all the businesses there? If we do that, won't we get rich? Daicang looked at her, speechless. It hadn't been long since they arrived in the inner city, and she was already completely focused on money. He extended his hand and lightly gave her a whack on the head. Stop joking, even conglomerates can't monopolize. If you dare to, you'd be more formidable than a conglomerate. Daicang said nonchalantly. Qian Shaoxing let out a tragic cry, crouching down and hugging her head. She pleaded, ugh. I was just saying, did it need to be that hard? Daicang responded. To give you a profound lesson. Otherwise, with your mindset, you'd eventually die in the inner city. He turned around, no longer looking at Qian Shaoxing. In truth, the whack wasn't meant to teach any lesson. It was simply because his control over power was still not perfect. Cough cough, at least it was much better than a few days ago. A few days prior, such a whack would have sent Qian Xiaoxing's head flying off, literally painting the ground with her brain. After several days, his control over power deepened, and he also grasped the use of energy, which was no small progress. During these days in the inner city, besides cultivating, he was also waiting. Until now, the wait finally bore fruit. Ding. Bank card credited. 3 million Dan. It's here. Daicang's spirits lifted. Then he furrowed his brows. Wait. How much? Opening the bank card, he saw the transfer clearly noted. Dear user, your bank card received a transfer of 3 million Dan at 1/01 on X year X month X day, with the note phase 1 subsidy. Alright. It's an installment payment for the project, right? Do I need to front any money first? Frustrated, Daicang directly sought out Han Haochu from the Seoul Refining Company. Has the first batch of subsidy arrived? Then why aren't you getting ready for battle? 1/10. Isn't that quite normal? What if you run away with the money? We have to be cautious. Don't worry, there will be no deductions, and you won't need to front any funds. If the consortium can't come up with the money, just call off. Can't call it off? How can you not? Just withdraw your troops and say you're not fighting anymore. Are we supposed to drag you to the battlefield? At the Seoul Refining Company, Han Haochu and Daicang argued with reason. During this time, Han Haochu spoke with conviction, his voice resonating. Daicang even felt a bit flushed. As the saying goes, before the soldiers move, the rations must be prepared. 3 million Dan is just enough to support 10,000 warriors for a month of fighting. This is the absolute bottom line. And this doesn't even account for military achievements and rewards, just food. Digu, although the flesh of medium-sized beasts is valuable right now, the market is saturated and prices have dropped by 70. Have to resort to violence. Resorting to violence is equivalent to breaking the law, so we dare not resort to violence. You are invincible, we are not. The consortium's installment payments are just to add some insurance. If D brother feels dissatisfied, then simply swallow this sum and let those old leaders suffer a bit. This was Han Haochu's reasoning. He felt a bit wrong saying this. If it were other extraordinary warriors, they would never dare. If someone really dares to violate the rules, even if our extraordinary warriors don't take action, the employees below will naturally teach anyone who dares to break the